someone interesting in on Monday evenings at 8 o'clock. And tonight we have two very interesting people. We have John Foster, who has authored a new book called Oil in Global Politics, which is going to be published, or it is being published by Lorimer Press in Toronto, and will be available in another couple of weeks. And you can buy it as an ebook as well. And say hello, John. John Foster, if you say hello, then they can see your face.
Okay, well, I would say to you, thank you so much for inviting me on your program, and hello to everybody else.
Good. Okay, and sitting beside him is his wife, Millie Morton, with whom I've been having a bit of a conversation because we're both sociologists. Yes. And she was giving me a little bit about her own history from a PhD at Cornell University to doing work on development issues over the years. And John is an economist, that's the word, energy economist, I guess, who worked at the World Bank. He worked at BP, he worked at Petro-Canada, I don't know where else. But at any rate, I think he's had a very illustrious career. And I ran into John, I believe it was 10 years ago, at a group of 78 conference in Ottawa. Both of us attended, and he was telling me about his interest in pipelines and the importance of understanding the motivations of various countries to protect their energy assets abroad, in explaining a lot of things, including the war in Afghanistan. So I asked him to write an article for us, Peace Magazine, about this very important, interesting issue, and he did so about Afghanistan. So now, hello, John, and can you tell us where you went from there? Because I'm very interested. I found it fascinating that, in fact, I'll ask Millie first, because I know that you were in on the emergence of this piece of research. And I think he kind of became a bit of a detective in finding out who had interests in this gas pipeline in Afghanistan. Is that right? Tell us about how that happened, Millie.
Well, we often discussed foreign affairs, and we were discussing Afghanistan, struggling to figure out why was it so important after the war began. And this was in 2006, when 21 Canadians had lost their lives in a couple of months in the fall of 2006. And so we said, well, we better figure out what is Afghanistan all about. But none of the reasons we found in government websites or other things that people were saying seemed to make sense to us, with both of us having a background in international development. And I had done a lot of work in Africa. So I knew what it was like to be a very poor country like Afghanistan. And in the course of our discussions, we remembered that in the mid-90s, the Taliban had been honored guests in Washington, in Houston, and that the US government was trying to help UNICAL in its effort to get a pipeline project going in Afghanistan from Turkmenistan, one of Afghanistan's neighbors in the north, through Afghanistan to Pakistan and India.
Now, excuse me, this was the US government was trying to get this to happen, but it hadn't happened, right?
No,
it was all negotiations.
In the mid-90s, they were trying to do this. And then there were protests from the women's movement because the Taliban were misogynists. And following that, Bill Clinton decided not to proceed with being involved, and UNICAL dropped out. But in 2006, I said, what about the pipeline? Do you think it would still be somebody would be still trying to make it happen? And John said, oh, no, I think that's dead. But if it's ongoing, there will be something happening in the Asian Development Bank. And I can look in their website and probably find it. So
so I went and delved away. It was certainly not listed on any country project, not any one of those four that Millie has just mentioned. It turned out to be a regional cooperation project of with a grant or a loan of $3 million US. It was for a feasibility study. They were certainly actively interested, and that I would say whetted our appetite. We found that the four countries were cooperating in regular meetings on the pipeline at ministerial level. They had a steering committee that would meet. We found that US officials were present at those meetings and the ADB. And we found that
I'm sorry, this was, you're looking at a history already. This is something that had been going on in the 90s. And we're talking now about you're doing this investigation in what, about 2008 or when?
2006, 2007, 2008. We became very interested in this, what on earth's going on in Afghanistan because of the war. And we dug back and found that, yes, there had been a project proposed way back in the 90s by this American company called Unicel, by a rival company in Argentina that finally lost out. Mm-hmm. And so I thought, well, this project must be dead. But in delving away, we found, in fact, no. The project was very much being planned. The US were pushing it. And in aid meetings that took place in 2008, 2010, and later, where huge aid coordination groups with representatives from Canada. This project was one of the you call it key projects in the program.
As aid, it was considered aid.
Would you speak to that?
Well, when the Asian Development Bank has a project, they have, pipelines take a long time. They might be negotiated and efforts might be made to work on them for many years, even 20 years or 30 years before anything happens. And so in this case, there was a lot of effort, a lot of money going into meetings and negotiations to try to get the four countries to work together to get this project underway. Meanwhile, there's fighting in Afghanistan. The pipeline is supposed to go through Helmand, where the British are. It was supposed to go through Kandahar, where Canadians were. And nothing was able to happen because there was so much fighting going on. But
let me ask you just a more general question. What do you see as the connection between the war and the plans for this pipeline? Are you saying in any sense that the motivation for the countries that were part of or supporting the Asian Development Bank, that they were in the war in order to defend their interests?
It's a difficult question.
As developed this gas pipeline, or is this something? Pardon, Sir John.
I'll start with the United States. They were very explicit in 2008 that they wanted to link Central Asia strategically with South Asia, and a physical way of doing it was this particular project. They wanted to see the resources of Turkmenistan, which has the world's fourth largest reserves of natural gas, go south. At that time, the resources were flowing through a pipeline through Russia to Europe. The Chinese wanted to build pipelines and did. That would take this resource all the way to Shanghai. The Americans wanted to see the resources go down to India because, rather like in Canada with the railway across Sir John A. Macdonald and all that, the railway across Canada binds the provinces together. So in this case, the pipeline will bind together the countries you see on the screen, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and into India, which is very much a U.S. strategic aim. In other words, to link these countries that way, stop them drifting towards Russia or China.
And pipelines bind countries together.
Go ahead, Nellie. Sorry.
Pipelines bind countries together because you have to agree that you're going to invest in this and receive from this for a period of, say, 50 years. So it's not easy. Once it's established, there is a vested interest of all the countries in keeping in close touch and good friendship.
We see
that. Now let me leap into this inference. You're not saying it's because it's not that the U.S. and all the other countries were doing this because they particularly craved this gas themselves or needed it, or but rather it was a part of a plan to bring these countries together for some notion of what the world should be like politically. Is that what we're saying? You're not reducing it to an economic interest, but rather a political game plan. Is that right?
Sure. I'll have a go at that first, if I may. Way back at that time, Afghanistan was being treated as if it was an island in our newspapers. All the emphasis on Kandahar, taking girls to school, that kind of stuff. And very few people knew, and it was not talked about, who were Afghanistan's neighbors. To my mind, that you don't understand a country if you don't know who's next door, Canada or United States. And in the case of Afghanistan, it has neighbors of Iran, which is very much in the American, we call it, in their sights. You have China joining it, of course, Pakistan. But to the north, you had these stands, Turkmenistan and others, and with that, the gateway into Central Asia, above which is Russia. So, to my mind, it had to be seen as a bridgehead.
Yeah, and over the course of the war, the U.S. has built massive bases, like I think 9 or more in Afghanistan, and they don't seem to have any plans to leave those bases. They don't have a history of leaving countries once they are entrenched. And so they're now located much closer to China and Russia than they were in the past. From that,
the idea is to try to build linkages that would make sure that Afghanistan and these other countries would be in the orbit of the U.S. and I guess some of the other Western European countries. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we see that in the reverse with Ukraine, for example, which is the gateway for Russian gas going to Europe, where the game there is to somehow break the Russian gas going through to Europe, substituting American gas.
Okay.
Well, I'm not trying to get off Afghanistan. I'm just saying there are.
But I know that you have.
There are always parallels.
And we're not saying that the pipeline was the whole story.
By no means.
By no means. It's part of what's going on. There were other efforts to link Central and South Asia also.
But you have gone on, and your work has built on your early research on Afghanistan, and you've looked in other parts of the world where pipelines are crucial as part of a geopolitical strategy. And this, I found, you sent me, thank goodness, a map of Ukraine that shows some pipelines going through there. My goodness, it looks quite like a lot of lines. I don't know. What are these? Are these competing or these are just, I guess, are they competing or are they all run by Russia?
These are all lines from Russia going by one route or another into Europe. Most of those lines are going through, the big ones are going through Ukraine. You'll see one to the north that's shown going through, I was going to call it Belarus and Poland into Germany.
Right.
And you can see one that's crossing the Black Sea into Turkey. It's called Blue Stream. So,
Well,
but historically, most of Russia's gas to Europe went through the Ukraine. It's not surprising. It was all part of the Soviet Union when these were built in the 1960s, 1970s.
Here's, I found one that you sent me to, let's see if we can share this one of the Black Sea. What is this one?
Yes,
Are these, excuse me, are these oil or gas pipelines, or which are more important, actually?
These are gas.
These are gas.
Well,
And do they send oil pipelines to Europe from Russia?
Most of the gas, as I understand it, on that, much of the oil out of Russia gets exported from the eastern end of the Black Sea by tanker. And so the great geopolitical battle going on right now pertains to the natural gas pipelines coming out of Russia and into Europe. The game being that the relations between Russia and Ukraine right now are so abysmal that from the Russian point of view, they being a petrostate, which is reliant upon oil and gas for much of its foreign exchange and for quite a 40% or more of its government revenue, to be dependent upon the whims of a hostile country, which is lined up with the United States, is from a Russian point of view perilous to the state of the nation economically. So two major ways of avoiding the gas going through Ukraine are to build pipelines, strategic pipelines to the north and to the south, so that will bypass Ukraine. So the first one you looked at, you showed, was the route through under the Black Sea to southern Europe. The one you're now looking at is Nord Stream, which goes from Russia down the Baltic into Germany. And the one which is shown in green on the screen is built just a very few years ago. It's huge. And the one in orange is called Nord Stream 2. It's pretty well the same, you see a slightly different point of departure out of Russia. And it is right now the scene of intense rivalry, where Germany wants that line. Certain European companies in partnership with Russia's Gazprom, the big Russian gas company, want it, including Shell. But the Ukraine, of course, is dead against it, because it would lose very, very much of the gas in transit through its country, and with that, $2 billion worth of foreign exchange every year. And Poland is against it because the Poles too have a pipeline going from Germany from Russia through to Germany. And the Americans don't want it because they want to export LNG from the United States into Europe. And this is a very, very new game which has developed because of fracking. They have suddenly come out of nowhere to be an enormous producer of the world's biggest producer of oil, and and a major producer of gas for export. So the Brits are trying to break it too. So you have a game.
No, excuse me, but the yellow line, this Nord Stream it doesn't exist yet, right? And it's being planned, and there are fights about whether it shall exist. Is that what you're saying, or is it already in progress?
Okay, well, I'll speak to that. There's two pipelines. The first has been built. It's called Nord Stream 1. The second one is planned. And the Germans are now constructing the link. They're building the facilities on shore to bring it in, and to where the German through German territorial water. The Russians are doing the same at their end, and the only thing that's now missing is the big pipeline between. The ship is ready to start laying the pipe. What has been holding it up is getting permission from the countries which adjoin the Baltic on the north side, get their permission for the line. And this has been given by Finland, by Sweden, but not by Denmark, with some pressure from the United States to go through their territorial water. But it can go through their economic exclusive zone and from there into Germany. So that is likely what is going to happen.
Okay, now this is gas still. We're not talking about oil, right?
Very much gas.
And almost all of these pipelines you've mentioned so far are gas, not oil.
That's correct.
Now, how important is gas compared to oil? You know, we hear, people in the street chanting "No blood for oil," as if, the Iraq War was caused by a desire to acquire Iraq's oil. But you don't hear people chanting "No blood for gas." And I guess I'm not sure, in terms of the economy, how important is gas compared to oil?
That's a really interesting question. I've not heard it put so directly. I like it. Originally, gas was the Cinderella fuel, the one dressed up and nobody wanted to have. It got burnt, it flared at the field. Then it started to be used very much in Canada and the United States. Europe cottoned on. Now it's a very developed gas economy. The Chinese want gas very much. What it gives them compared with oil, compared with coal, is as far as fossil fuels go, it's the least harmful to the atmosphere in terms of emissions. So that's that makes it a very, very, very much wanted fuel.
Wait a minute. I want to stop you there because you just said something I'm surprised by, and I'm not sure I believe it, frankly.
Go on.
Methane is very dangerous. It's shorter term. I don't think it continues as long, but I think methane actually is in the short term a more dangerous greenhouse gas in terms of carbon emissions and so on than CO2. So please, let's sort this out. You say that gas is less dangerous?
I was saying that burnt gas is less dangerous. The methane is before it's burnt.
Oh. So
if that stuff gets into the atmosphere, my understanding is very much yours, that it's harmful.
Mm-hmm. But burned gas, now what happens after you, I don't know what happens after you burn methane.
You get CO2.
See, you emit CO2 from the methane, is that right?
That's correct. But you're getting less CO2 emissions than if you had been burning coal or oil sand, bitumen, or heavy fuel oil, these kind of things from which the Europeans are able to meet their Paris Agreement targets, very much by switching over to wind, of course, and solar, but also as far as fossil fuels go, to natural gas and away from coal. The Chinese do it because their cities are almost unlivable in terms of pollution.
Mm-hmm.
The air quality
if we're talking about actually burning the methane, that's better for the environment than gas or petroleum would be then.
Well, they're all hydrocarbons, but it's the least harmful.
but it would be the least harmful. But then there are other kinds of risks that, as I understand it, go with methane extraction, and that is leakage and other, if the methane gets contaminates the water supply and that sort of thing. But I guess that's not your concern in this book. So I'm dragging you off topic a little bit, but only out of curiosity about what the effects are for the environment of using these things. So go back where you were. Okay, so it's the Russians eager to export gas to Europe, which does not have enough gas of its own. And now there's a fight between Russia with this desire to put these new pipelines in, and the US wanting to send its fracked liquefied natural gas to Europe. And they're sort of in competition. Is that the way to look at it?
I would say that Europe does have gas. It has the North Sea. The North Sea gas and the North Sea oil both are declining in their output. And that's a great preoccupation in Britain and Norway and in Denmark and in the Netherlands. There is gas that's imported into Europe from North Africa, from Libya and from Algeria and from even from Nigeria by ship. But the biggest import source is by far Russia, because it has the world's largest reserves of natural gas. The next country in line is Iran, so much more than Canada.
Okay.
So that's part of the tale. So what is Germany doing about it? They've been importing Russian gas and Russian oil since the 1960s. This was of enormous concern to the United States, who opposed it on grounds of energy security. You can't trust the Soviets, or the Soviets will get too powerful by the development, by the foreign exchange they get from that.
But the U.S. wouldn't have had any stake in the dispute, because the U.S. was not then in a position to export its fracked gas, right?
This is very new. Only in the last couple of years or so have these exports started. Before that, the United States was importing LNG. But what's interesting to me is that the United States and Europe, through the European Commission, coordinate their energy policies for Europe very, very closely. The United States is all in favor of, in its support for Ukraine, for the Russian gas to keep passing through Ukraine as a source of foreign exchange to the Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Is not in favor of Russia having these alternative routes. Mm-hmm. The European Commission's view is that it would like to see alternative sources of gas, new gas coming into Europe, not from Russia. And what they are looking at is gas from the Caspian Sea through to Turkey. There's a southern corridor, they call it, to bring gas into Europe, that route, for which the British government is very keen, because it's BP that is the lead operator of that pipeline that's currently being built, all the way to Italy from the Caspian Sea, from Azerbaijan. There's other gas in the Eastern Mediterranean, which is Israeli gas, and offshore Cyprus. And that's gas which interests the United States to come into Europe.
Now, that's new to me. I never heard of that gas.
That's new.
It's in the Mediterranean and it's owned by Israel?
Israel, the deposits look like they're certainly offshore Israel. They're developing them. Some of that gas already comes into Israel. It's offshore the Gaza Strip, which of course makes an interesting geopolitical tale as to why Israel would want to control the situation.
And I presume then that the Palestinians have other ideas about who should own that gas.
I haven't talked to them, but I would surmise you're correct.
Mm-hmm.
There's also offshore Cyprus. There's offshore Lebanon, this gas, but that's not yet developed, but is known. But I'd like to lead to another source of gas we haven't talked about, to Europe, which has not yet happened, but was intended to happen. And that is gas that will come to Europe through Syria. And there we are. Syria is very, very much in our news this week with the northwest province of Idlib under attack or liberation, depending which way you care to look at it. And yes, that's it. So what we have here, certainly not in our newspapers, unless you've seen it, and I've been blind to it, you see two competing pipeline schemes to Europe. The one in blue was announced by Qatar in 2009. It would go through Saudi Arabia and then cut up into Syria and then into Turkey. So the Turks had their eye on the transit fees that could happen through that line. Qatar is the world's third largest supplier, has the world's third largest reserves of natural gas. 2 years later, in 2011, in May, Iran announced another route. It also is the number two reserves of natural gas. And it would like to take a route to Europe, as you see in red. So it would go through Iraq and Syria, but would not go through Turkey. 1 month later, the uprising, or whatever it is, in Syria took place. And with the, gosh, if I dare say it to you, with the special forces of Western countries already in place, the Turks were angry at that pipeline from Iran, and of course the United States too, which has a massive base. Its largest in the Middle East is in Qatar. So with the war that's been happening in Syria, neither of those schemes has gone anywhere. But the areas within Syria, which you can see there, and these are really approximate routes, we don't know the precise routes, are those where US troops are ensconced. The Russians have been supporting for the regaining of territory through in central Syria, through which those pipelines would pass. It's a hidden game.
Well, now I didn't realize how surreptitious all of this was. It's true that I don't read the economics section of the newspaper very much anyway, and I can't claim to be on top of this, but I don't think all of this is publicized very well. And I wonder why. It does seem to me, I do know this much, that it is illegal, contrary to international law, to launch a war for resources. And I wonder if some of the major playing countries in these disputes, if you want to elevate them to the term disputes, competitions maybe, are they being cagey about disclosing their intentions or their concerns, lest they be accused of launching an illegal resource war? I think of, for example, the U.S. was, of course, accused of attacking Iraq in order to get hold of its oil, and everybody seemed to deny that and want to downplay that as a reason for the war. What do you make of this fact that we don't hear much about the intentions of the countries that are competing for these various pipelines?
I think you put that question in a beautiful fashion. This is the way I see it, is that, of course, under the UN Charter, wars for resources are illegal. And so no Western minister is ever going to, or any country is going to say that they went to war for resources. In fact, I once heard a Canadian, won't name him, defense minister, at the time of 2005 or 2006, say, we're not there for the resources. But I looked at the transcript the next day of the CBC, and the phrase was missing. So,
well, what does that mean? He deleted it, or the CBC did, or what?
I never asked them. But I spoke to my wife. I said, "Look, it's missing from the transcript. Did you hear what he said? What did he say?" And she told me, "We're not there for the resources." So. And I heard a similar comment made by an unfortunate Australian foreign minister for why Australian troops were not in Iraq. So, on the other hand, yes. So I think the reasons for all these interventions, which are never called war, they may be called missions, which makes our troops missionaries, is. When I was at the World Bank, we always went on missions, so we were missionaries. When I was at the Inter-American Development Bank in Espanol, we were all missionarios. So we have the same now as in an armed sense. And so they're going there to do good things. And they're going to help democracy, or they're going to help reduce the poppy trade. They're going to take girls to school, help women's development, and so forth. And all the aid, what can I call the aid brigade will move in on this basis, and the NGOs will play. They all have a vested interest in that, but nobody's talking about the overall game. What was interesting in the case of Afghanistan was that after having been the pipeline was underground, if you like. In 2011, it actually went public when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, and she suddenly announced in India a new Silk Road, was what she said, to India from Central Asia to link the countries together. And the flagship project for that was going to be this TAPI pipeline. So I thought, golly, yes. And then they started to, as diplomats.
Sorry, we need to explain TAPI. T-A-P-I, I understand it, but we're referring now to this pipeline that we started off the conversation with about taking it from Turkmenistan through Afghanistan, Pakistan to India, right? Yes. T-A-P-I, TAPI.
Yes, forgive me for throwing an acronym in unexpected conversation. You're right. So,
and that was going to be part of the Silk Road?
That is what Hillary was saying, and this has never been gainsaid. But certainly the US has tried to get, these diplomats have tried in Houston to drum up interest on the part of the US oil companies to take part in the pipelines, thus far unsuccessfully. Yeah.
Well, I can only think of one exception to the generalization that people disguise their motivation if in fact they are motivated to get energy from other countries as part of their world strategy, and that is Michael Ignatieff. I believe I was at a conference or a talk that he gave, maybe at the Monk Center a few years ago. It was while the I think it was before he even ran for, got involved in politics in Canada. But he said, well, can you imagine why any country would ignore the resource needs of its people? That everybody has to have energy. And naturally, foreign affairs are managed with a view to being able to have access to the energy that the country needs. He didn't say that that's why they attacked Iraq, but you could put the two sentences together and they wouldn't necessarily contradict each other.
I think Henry Kissinger has said something on those lines. Yeah. The country that controls the oil controls the region, that kind of thought. Mm-hmm. I found it interesting to take these eight or so countries where there have been interventions or war missions, and to look at it from the point of view of the resources. And I find it could break out like this. About 3 or 4 of those countries have oil where you really wonder whether that was what it was about. Iraq, Libya, currently a completely failed state destroyed by NATO, and Iran, where the current US embargo is coming into place. The intent is to stop all exports out of Iran and basically bring the country down. Venezuela. So you have these countries. They're all oil producers. That's where the squeeze is. You have a second group of countries, which are ones through which pipelines go. They're transit countries. Because worldwide, there's this enormous transfer of energy from one part of the world to another, either by ship or by pipeline. And most of the world's energy, oil goes by ship.
I want to show you, if I can, that very thing, because you sent me a very interesting map that.
Oh, good gracious! That's the point I wanted to make. Coming up.
You know that.
Well, I think there's a bit of telepathy going on here. So the third group of countries are those which are countries past which the energy flows by ship. And so what you see here, this is a US International Energy Agency map. Forgive me, it's the Paris, the International Energy Agency, but it was published by the US Energy and Information Agency. It's showing what they call choke points. These are areas which are pretty narrow through which shipping has to pass, where it's at risk. And one you can think of immediately, it's so obvious, is the Straits of Gibraltar. But what you're seeing here is the Suez Canal. Take the route from Iran. Let's start it this way. Much of the world's seaborne oil, 30% or more, comes out of the Persian Gulf, and it's coming out past then a very, very narrow part of the Persian Gulf between Iran and Qatar. It's the Straits of Hormuz. Then the oil going to Europe would then have to go through what they call the Mandab Strait and then the Suez Canal. There are other choke points going to China. And so
the Malacca Strait is a tight squeeze too, isn't it?
The which one?
Malacca.
Yes, that's exactly right. For which only a certain size ships can get through. The sort of Malacca dimension ships. So much of China's import. China's now the biggest importer of oil worldwide, and overtaking the United States a couple of years ago. And so its oil from the Middle East, which is the major source, has to go through down the Straits of Malacca, which is between Malaysia and Sumatra, part of Indonesia, round through Singapore, then up into the South China Sea, where the United States has a fleet of ships. The Brits now have ships floating around there, and there's a contest for control, for mastery of the South China Sea. From an American point of view, they say that they're insisting on the freedom of navigation. The Chinese say everybody's free to navigate; it's not a problem. And they see a risk to them of a potential blockade on the energy that would go into their country, because a country without modern fuel, petroleum, is dead in the water. China's done a lot about this. So you have this game the petroleum game between China, the United States, and this Russia, where Russia and China are now thrust together. China's so concerned about the risk for these choke points that it is importing more and more from Russia by new pipelines being built of gas and oil. It's also avoiding the Straits of Malacca by 2 new pipelines that go across Myanmar or Burma, which is so much in our news because of the Rohingya people. These pipelines happen to go through the Rohingya territory.
So these are real pipelines. They're not, some of them you're talking about planned pipelines, and I can't tell which ones are real and which ones are fantasies.
Forgive me. The ones through Myanmar are for real. They opened about 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh.
The ones from Russia, the oil pipelines to China are for real. There are 2 huge ones planned from Russia, from Siberia into China. One is almost ready, it's almost built. The other is still being planned. So that's about the name of the game there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember when they made that deal, what was it, 5 or 6 years ago, China and Russia. And what I was reading said that Russia got I guess they were desperate and they would sign anything to get some money. But apparently the price that they were going to get for their oil from China was not, not what they would look for. It was like they settled for a very bad deal, I guess, out of desperation. Is that do you follow the price of oil and how important that is in the status of a country?
I follow the price of oil in a general sense. The very specific oil prices within deals like the one you mentioned, I wouldn't have the remotest idea, because typically they're not published. And you have to rely upon somebody leaking or somebody saying it or somebody inventing it, whatever. Mm-hmm. The prices from the Middle East too to China, in my understanding, are discounted. Right now, the Iranians are having to discount to get their oil into China because of this forthcoming embargo in November of the oil sanctions on China, on Iran. Yes.
How much do you observe the effect of the price of oil or the profit of these deals? How much does that affect the security of the regimes? I remember there was a time when Gorbachev was in power, and he was really desperate because oil was selling for, I think, $7 a barrel, the Russian oil. And of course, under Putin, when he's been so popular, it was up to what, 130 or something in that vicinity. How and people that I talked to said that that explains what a country is able to pay for internally and how happy they are able to keep their citizens by giving them luxury items and making life easier by way of pensions and so on, and therefore that has a lot to do to explain the popularity of the government and of the day. Is that part of your book or not?
Yes, I do talk about the price of oil in somewhat in that sense in the book in several places. For example, when it comes to Russia, when it comes to Venezuela. I don't go into the Canadian story because that's another game in its own right. What I would say is this, and I did say it in the book, is how important perceptions are in decision makers, whether in national capitals, in governments, or in oil companies. So in the early 2000s, there's a very different perception than today. And at that time, the perception was of peak. The concern was peak oil. And with that, there was the fear that oil production was peaked and worldwide and it was going to go on the decline, and how to get around that issue. My belief is that this was a motivation, but of course, as Millie was saying earlier, you never know people's motivation. This is a guess at it. A motivation for the American invasion of Iraq. Nothing to do with weapons of mass destruction, of course, which didn't exist, and they knew it. But Iraq has an immense amount of undeveloped oil resources, and the potential, it was thought, to increase its oil production to rival that of Saudi Arabia. And at that time, that was really wanted. Today, since moving a bit on that line, that is also the reason why, as I recall it from my Petro-Canada days, the oil sands were being developed, the high Arctic for gas, offshore areas, difficult offshore, deep areas for, and so forth. When oil was going up to now in the 2000s, $100 a barrel, then, as you say, one almighty drop. The West Texas Intermediate went down to about $23 a barrel, or something like $27 a barrel, something like that. And with that, it really pulled the rug from underneath these projects. And so then the different cost level of producing oil started really to matter. Coming to Russia, it has some of the cheapest, the lowest costs worldwide. So my old stamping ground at BP invested in Russia big time. It has a 25% stake or so in Russia's largest oil company, Rosneft. And the US fracked oil is also fairly low cost and resilient to these ups and downs of oil price. Of course, the Middle East in general is low cost, very. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iran, and Iraq. The North Sea needs a certain amount of price support to make it work well. But in Canada, we have an issue. And that is, first of all, the offshore on the east side, Hibernia and those kind of fields need a fairly high price to make them profitable. The oil sands are in trouble. And so the major producers of the major foreign companies that were in there have been either have pulled out or have declared their intention of pulling out, leaving 3 or so in place. But that comes into a very different tale, which is the Trans Mountain and Energy East and that kind of tale, which is not where I was focusing in the book.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's not meant to be a cop-out.
Well, no, I understand it's a different story. But now let's think about the future, because now, as you mentioned, 10 years ago, the fear was that there was going to be peak oil, which means that there was going to be a shortage of oil. And I had friends who told me that today, we would all be freezing in the dark and starving in Canada because all the oil would be gone. And I didn't believe it at the time. But at the same time, I wonder if I kind of think now that there seems to be an abundance of oil. My guess is that, and you can tell me whether this is true, there's going to be stranded assets that the countries that are investing in developing sources now are going to find that that the oil that they're going to extract is not even going to be needed because of the changes to sustainable energy, and a lot of that oil is going to be left in the ground. I would hope, as certainly a person concerned about climate change, I would think, how well can we predict the market for future oil and how much there is and that sort of thing? Is this a real science where you can be pretty sure as an economist what's a good investment and where you probably shouldn't? For example, I hope that you will advise people never to develop in the Arctic, oil resources there because of the environmental problem. But I mean, tell me a bit about how predictable the market is and the need for oil in the future with the shift over to sustainable energy.
Okay, may I've done quite a lot of my working life in that area, so I'll address to that. I want to say something just before that about the shorter term, and then into this middle, this dream world, which is so difficult. in the immediate term, we have a situation with the world fairly awash in good quality oil. I think the thing about crude oil before it's refined is that all crude oils are not alike. They differ very, very much from one from another. And so sulfur, metals, light, heavy, and they command different prices, and they need different refining techniques. So the world being awash in oil has a profound effect. First of all, it means the countries like China can afford to be picky where they buy. Russia has certainly benefited from this. It means that the oil sands, which they really are bottom of the barrel, have got a rig problem. I am of the view, which I may be completely mistaken, but I think so, that Trans Mountain could be a stranded asset, because the question will be, who's going to buy the oil? Why would the Chinese come and buy oil there, which they haven't in the past, when there is a perfectly good jetty, when there's plenty of other oil and the gas we talked about earlier in your program available? That's one thing. The second thought is predictability. How come the governments and oil companies were unable to know beforehand, to guess that there was going to be a price collapse in 2014? They didn't. The International Energy Agency didn't. And I think the answer is, because I've done this with Petro-Canada, with the World Bank, and oil price project, oil supply demand projections worldwide, trying to look 5 years ahead, let alone 10, is the parameters, the factors at work are just wild. Things you don't know. The world's a very big place. The things that human beings can do, like move to renewables, is something hard to predict. You can push for it, and so there's every room for not knowing. But the trick is to see, where is change happening. You've got 84 windmills offshore.
Oh yes.
I hate looking at them.
Okay. People complain about the noise. I don't know. I've not been up close to one. Yeah, but you know, in another view of the future is, if conflicts are so often intertwined with issues about access to oil or pipelines and so on, then I would think that the development of local autonomous sources of energy, such as, rooftop solar panels, or even those windmills off your coast of Kingston, that having local sources of energy makes people freer of the kinds of conflicts that might lead them into a war. Can you see that, or would you disagree?
Yes, I see locally in rural Ontario, with farms now with solar panels galore suddenly springing up. That's certainly local energy. Let them off the grid or sell back into the grid. I see an independence there. I have a little nagging thing in the back of my head in this world of glut, with powerful countries, Canada, the United States in particular, from their point of view, wanting to see higher oil prices, the good old days of $100 a barrel. Well, to achieve that, they have to knock somebody else's country's oil production off the market. Mm-hmm. Or if it's off the market, they don't exactly bring out a handkerchief and wipe the tears away. I'm thinking of Libya, which since the invasion, which presumably was meant to ease access to foreign investment for oil in that country, is a mess. And so the oil exports are sporadic. Venezuela, we hear about its terrible regime. Canada has joined the United States, the European Union has joined it in putting on sanctions to try and make that regime that government collapse. It's always a regime if we don't like it, we want to delegitimize it. Otherwise, it's a government. And so, but the very sanctions that have been put in place make it extremely hard for the Venezuelans to export it. And what I've seen is that their exports, which used to be to Canada, to the Eastern refineries, to the United States big time, are being replaced by Canadian, which is excellent from an Albertan point of view, wondering how on earth to market its bitumen, which is the least marketable of the oils. So we have Iran, where the United States wants to reduce its exports to zero. Well, you don't do that in a world which is tough on oil, which needs every drop. You do it where you're trying to knock somebody else off. Mm-hmm. The United States. So I asked the question: are the people in Ottawa, in Calgary, aware of this? That it has this effect? Or are they players in the game and aiding and abetting the United States in this game? How naive are we in reality? Mm-hmm. I don't know, but I certainly intend to ask.
Well, I hope you get an answer, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I don't think they would.
I think people would just look at me and not answer.
Great. John, this has been fascinating, and I certainly want to go get your book as soon as possible because you're dealing with obviously an enormously important phenomenon in modern geopolitics. So I'm really grateful to you for this good little visit, and I want to encourage our viewers to go take a look at some of the other conversations that we've had in these Monday evening talk shows. And you want to go to a website called ToSaveTheWorld.ca. That is the website of a project that I'm deeply involved with called Project Save the World, because we have to save the world from 6 different global threats, and any one of which could wipe out 1 billion people. So this is only kind of tangentially related to, but it's obviously an important part of this particular issue tonight, is only part of one of the great issues facing us about how to save the world from a great number of serious threats, especially wars. And the connections that John has drawn between wars and pipelines is absolutely fascinating. So go have a look at the book and come back and tune in next week as we have another one of these conversations. Thank you, John, and say goodnight to Millie for me.
Thank you so much for inviting me on your program.
Okay.
From Drawdown today that I think really need to be in the conversation.
Okay, but we're going live. So,
yeah, there are other things.
There are a few things missing.
Yeah, Indigenous, yeah.
Folks, hold it. Let me introduce you, because I want to say hello to our guests, our listeners, our viewers. So good evening. I'm Meta Spencer here in Toronto, as usual, on Monday nights. I'm glad you're with us because we're going to have some fun tonight. We have 3 people who are going to talk about what I think is the most interesting and important book. Well, interesting, no, you don't read it like for fun, but you read the book Drawdown to really get inspired to do something about saving the world from global warming. So we have this wonderful book by Paul Hawken and what is his colleague's name? Somebody will correct me in a moment. 2 guys edited this book, and we're going to have a discussion primarily about the book. Of course, we're really talking about global warming in general, but there's this special book that's very, very important that we want to focus on tonight. So my guests are, first I'll introduce Liz Couture, who is lurking in the shadows there, and Liz, would you wave and say hello, please?
Hello, everyone.
Good. Liz is a piano teacher, And but she says she's taking off the summer. She's not going to teach piano this summer. So, very much. Anyway, so she is somebody who has cooperated with David Berman in giving workshops on the Drawdown project. David, say hello. David, wave and
hello.
say
Hello.
This is David Berman, whom I've known several years now. David is a part-time, I guess, dentist. He's a dentist with a great deal of interest and background in indigenous societies and indigenous health issues. But he's also into every kind of spiritual development kind of movement that you can come into in the peace movement. So I'm not doing a very good job of introducing you, David, but you'll take care of yourself, I'm sure. And here we have Peter Jones, who's a new friend. Peter Jones is an American peace activist who apparently was working on electoral reform issues and did not make himself popular with certain elements of politics in the U.S., and has come to Canada as an expatriate, now living in Canada and teaching. He's a professor of design at OCAD-U, which is Ontario College of Arts and Design University. Is that it? And has been here a couple of years. Now, one of the interesting things that Peter has been doing is he's taken the initiative to organize a major conference, which will take place here in September, it's the Conference of the World Beyond War movement, which is a very major movement in the US, but they're coming to Toronto, and he's going to host it at OCAD in September. So you may want to mark that on your date book that you want to attend that. It's going to be very
International Peace Day, September 21st and 22nd.
good.
So there will be peace marches, and we'll be hosting the World Beyond War, Designing a World for Peace conference on the 21st and 22nd. And I've been working with Unify Toronto and with David Berman for a number of years, and in co-creating the annual series of workshops. And so the Drawdown program is our major series this year. Excellent.
Okay, so now that I have given such a glowing recommendation, we need to share a little bit about what this drawdown business is all about. Peter, you have the floor now. Why don't you begin explaining it, and then I'm sure David has his own way of explaining what it's about.
Well, let's start with what the drawdown is, what it means. So the idea of the term drawdown is used by Paul Hawken and by the book and the program behind Paul Hawken's analysis of the top 100 solutions that would comprehensively and together reduce and reverse the impacts of the climate impacts of environmental degradation by addressing the top 100 most impactful solutions based on the scientific literature. And so the effects of this would show by through the period of 2020 to 2050, they have done the system modeling with most of these, if not, I mean, not all of them have been modeled, but they've all been scientifically assessed, that these 100 solutions, if together, would actually show a net drawing down of gigatons of greenhouse gas to a net effect of removing carbon from the atmosphere to a significant extent, so that by 2050 we could see not just within our own regions of Canada and North America, but start to see on a global basis, because this is a planetary problem, that we would see a drawing down of greenhouse gases and a reversal of climate effects.
Mm-hmm. David, yeah. What do you have to add to that as a way of?
Well, I think the way Paul describes his process was that in the early 2000s, with the process of the international, with the intergovernmental process of climate change, the effects of climate change were irrefutable. But when he started asking, well, so now what should we do? The answers were, well, you know, change your light bulbs, drive less, and you know, he surmised that if that's what the results were, then we're finished. So he put together a team of volunteer researchers. He had no money, but he does have a great reach. He's a well-known journalist. He's written a lot of influential books on the environment. And
can I interrupt you a second, because I couldn't think of the co-author or the co-editor's name, but I know that it's the Moneybags guy who is leading the campaign to get Trump impeached.
Well, you know
that guy? What's his name?
I don't know who is the money.
On the cover of the book, it'll have the name of two people, and Paul Hawken.
No, the cover is just Reversal Global Warming, edited by Paul Hawken.
And who else?
And no and.
There's a Dyer or something like that. Okay, well.
There's this whole page of staff here, and research fellows, essayists, board of directors. No co-author, no. There's senior writers.
No, the one I'm thinking of. I'm sorry, I derailed you. I'm
right.
I don't have the book in front of me.
Copy editor, writing assistant, research director.
You see him on the TV all the time. He's the one on CNN, for example. He'll come up and say we have to impeach Trump. And
no, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have TV, so I don't know.
Oh, well, anyway, he's
anyway. So regardless, Paul put together this team of volunteer researchers. So, you know, PhDs, grad students from around the world in a wide array of disciplines, the arts, philosophy, geoengineering, everything. And then they looked at the possibilities for global warming and reversal thereof, and analyze them. It's okay, how much carbon can we expect to pull out of the atmosphere? Because just slowing down the rate of emissions isn't going to do it. And how much is it going to cost? And what can we expect to save by implementing this? And the good news is that altogether, the cost is about half of what we'd save. So if people who are whining on about, oh, it's going to be too expensive, we can't afford it. Actually, if anyone who ever buys insurance knows that you don't mind paying premiums for possible catastrophic result. And this is no different. So anyway, I'll shut up there, but give Liz a chance.
Yeah, actually, the beauty of it is one of the beauties is the fact that you save money instead of being out of pocket altogether. Although there's at least one thing that is a major expenditure that you can't recoup, but we can talk about that later. Liz, by the way, I should have told you, is quite an environmentalist and has run for the Green Party for. When did you do that, Liz?
That would have been 2007. Provincially, I ran.
Okay, well, next time we'll walk around putting plants of signs on people's lawns and getting out more votes for you. I want a chance to vote for you. Okay, Liz, tell us, how did you get into this? How did you come to discover this interesting project, Drawdown?
I've been involved with a group called Citizens Climate Lobby, which has chapters all over the US and Canada. And a number of months ago, the video of Paul Hawken and the introduction of the Drawdown book was the feature of the monthly meeting. And then it went sort of to the back of my mind until the Toronto chapter, led by John and Satya, in association with Unify Toronto and their other association, Pachamama Alliance, came to my attention. So I went to the meeting. I went with my partner and with my nephew, and I found myself to be quite emotional at the introduction to Drawdown. I was emotional because I knew the seriousness of the issues, but I was also hopeful, which is what Paul Hawken wanted us to feel, because the numbers have been put to the solutions. And so when the numbers are there, and there's a possibility of making it happen and drawing down our emissions and reversing global warming, then I can't help but say, what can I do? How can I be involved? And so I got a copy of the book at that introduction. And then, of course, David and I teamed up and met you through your Science for Peace organization, and we spoke about it. And then since then, we've been doing we're doing 7 summits, 7 sector summits based on the 7 sectors outlined in the Drawdown book. For example, the energy sector, the transportation sector, and so on, the agriculture sector. And we're about to do our 3rd sector summit in Toronto.
Tell me what a summit is in this context.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Tell me what a summit is. Today is the day when Putin and Trump have been holding a summit. And I hope you don't mean that you're going to meet Putin in Helsinki.
Yes, we're going to Helsinki for our summit.
No, the summit is just simply, I guess, the term used. We bring together people through our networks. They come in, we get some speakers on the particular subject, whoever we can manage to get. And then we have breakout sessions so people can share. And the idea is to gather the information and then, I guess, as a group, just decide what we want to do with it. So, for example, after the food sector summit, which was the first one, we came up with...
That you organized, by the way.
I was a big part of organizing it. We found out that Toronto is preparing a food policy beginning in 2019, and they're very interested in having us submit our ideas to them. So, as a result of getting some grassroots involvement, we might be able to influence their policy. So a summit is really just a gathering of
Okay, but now, what is this thing that the Toronto people are going to do? A food what? What is the plan? Is it influence the food that Torontonians eat, or?
Well, the Toronto Food Policy Council has been in existence since the 1980s, and it's a creature of the Toronto Public Health. And the director of the Toronto Food Policy Council is the one bureaucrat that's actually paid to criticize the government. And so Wayne Roberts he's recently retired, but was a very influential guy. He calls himself a solutionary.
Okay, good.
Because that's what he does. He offers solutions. He doesn't offer critique. He offers solutions.
Okay, so what are the main things that we need to do about food, and how much difference will it make if we change our food habits? I presume that's what's being suggested here.
Well, the number one,
we can stop wasting it. Sorry, Liz.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is just the wasting of food, and it's interesting. The waste of food it manifests itself differently in countries like ours versus third world countries. I shouldn't call it third world. Let me use the politically correct term. Call it the developing country. So in the developing countries, they might have issues with refrigeration or getting their food to market on time. Maybe they have transportation issues. We here probably have buy too much and don't use it. Or restaurants or grocery stores, they try to keep their shelves nicely filled, and maybe they don't get to sell all their produce, and so it gets thrown away.
So are there simple structural changes that could be made in the way we handle things on a mass scale that would make a real difference in the amount of, frankly, when you tell me I shouldn't waste food, yes, that means I should go look at that green stuff that's growing in the back of my refrigerator, which I can't reach so easily. It's been here. But I don't think that's really going to make much difference in global warming. What is there that we could do that would change the actual way we handle and process and distribute food that would reduce the amount of wastage? Is there anything being suggested that will be novel and different? Or are we just appealing to people much as, I mean, David made this joke about turning off the light bulbs. Yeah, that would help, but we got to have bigger plans than that.
Well, there are a lot of things that can be done, I guess, and drawdown is really opening the possibility for people to explore that in the different regions or the different kind of coalitions that might be brought together within the summits. I think you had maybe accidentally thrown the word simple in there, or there's simple structural things. I think some of the more massive changes need to take into account that the food supply system and the supply chains, the food, are not consistent with the food webs at all, and that we have an industrial food system that produces waste as part of the system. And so changing that system, it took many years to get to that point. It has a lot of momentum. In fact, and I think this is a good example to use across all of the drawdown kind of solution areas, is that if we look at them too much in isolation, even though these are fairly big, like, energy systems and food systems, they're all reforesting, changing agriculture, they are all interconnected, and they all have different, and they've all been industrialized, and that there's a lot of momentum behind that. It's going to be, we need to find solutions that really change at the level of changing, not just ways of life, but those industrialized systems.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, when you think that half of food doesn't leave the farm because it's not pretty enough, because it's not uniform enough, because it's not marketable enough to the way the consumer has been trained to think that food is supposed to look, never mind taste, then you've got this terrible waste built right into the system of production, and so that has to change. Now,
shipping contracts are set up, sometimes years in advance. So we get all our avocados from Mexico and our grapes from Chile or whatever, because we have to rely on these constant sources. And we've actually made that less expensive in some ways than growing and providing those same foods from within not just really 100 miles, which is really hard to do, but let's say 500 miles anyway from the US or something. But, we're shipping food everywhere around the world, and that certainly has a huge impact. So this is what I mean about the industrial system. Everywhere we look, we're using more fossil fuels for the diesel engines of the container ships and the packing and unpacking and the packaging. And then, so all of that is, so much of that leads to waste. It's unimaginable how much waste.
Yeah, there's that. And then, of course, the food that gets thrown out of supermarkets, as Meta said, because it doesn't get purchased on time. And so France, I think, has banned that practice of throwing out usable food from supermarkets. It has to go to a source that needs it, whether or not they can afford to buy it. And so that's another real issue, is what do we do with food that would be thrown out? It's perfectly usable, and meanwhile people are hungry. So these are two incompatible situations. So
what about using it for food banks?
Well, that's exactly it. Not food banks, but so much as food distribution. So there are organizations that take food that's sort of a few days past its so-called best buy date, and actually prepare food for people who need it. So sort of a modern version of soup kitchen, I suppose, but it's actually providing food, delicious, prepared by known chefs to create good food for people. It can be done through restaurants. It can be done many ways. There's actually an organization, and I just read about it in The Guardian, but a few days before that, I'd seen it up on the junction on Dundas Street. It's called Feed It Forward. And they get food, they stock their food from supermarkets, from distributors, and they give it away. And if you have money to pay for it, that's great. But their objective is to give away the food that's on their fully stocked shelves. So people can go into the shop. It's like a grocery store, like a supermarket. They can buy whatever they want and they can pay whatever they want for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the idea is food security, but it's also getting rid of a huge amount of potential waste. So these are socially active ways that can influence the corporate system.
There really are 1,000 ways, maybe more, of dealing with not wasting food. And the first step is to educate people. And I think a lot of people already know this issue. It's been discussed for a long time. But, as long as people know about it, then they're aware that, if they're not wasting food, then they're actually making a contribution to helping with climate change in a small way. But if everybody makes that kind of a contribution, then it does add up. Yeah. But there's just one more thing, in addition to my comment saying there's 1,000 ways, we had the most interesting speaker at our food summit, and he was representing a company called Feedback App, and they produced an app that allowed customers in non-prime time restaurant eating hours to connect with this app and connect with restaurants who otherwise would have thrown the food away. And so, they get it at a discount, and they get it off hours, and it's a win-win situation because the restaurant can get rid of it and the patrons can have the food. So this is something that, we can all encourage and look into and make use of.
It sounds absolutely great, but I wonder if you do it on a large scale, enough to actually make a difference in the quantity of food being moved around, wouldn't it ruin the market? I mean, grocers are not going to want to give away food that otherwise people would come and buy from them instead.
Yes, I think we're dealing with something very fundamental here, and that is how the market, how capitalism has organized itself around food. And I think what we're talking about is quite subversive, actually. So there'll be some blowback. I think what we're talking about really is changing popular culture. I think the only way you're going to shift these huge vested interests is through a massive change of what people perceive as normal. We've seen it with gay marriage. Within a very short time, it was like from what to so what in about 5 years, and that and I think that's possible in other ways.
Plastic straw campaign, which went from this is a problem to eliminating plastic straws in San Francisco and other large cities across restaurants. Something that my partner and I have talked about, like every time we get a plastic straw and somebody did something about it, and just that intervention, what that does is it reminds people that there's a change in values. And with food, I would say one of the things, it's not just popular culture, because I think there are a lot of different things that can shift there and then they will add up. But big changes can be made fairly easily by institutional buyers. And so there's one of my former graduate students has developed a program called Nourish within healthcare institutional food purchasing. And they have been successful in this program to create a community of practice to educate and then develop kind of a series of new practices for shifting their purchase of institutional food from the Cisco and Nestle and the other large providers to regional coalitions and regional providers that before fell under the $100,000 bulk limit. What they do is encourage them to pool and to provide different ways of purchasing healthy, qualified, and regional food, and bringing organic. Starting to bring organic isn't so important with this. It can actually be a lot more expensive, but regionally produced and locally produced sources within healthcare and institutional buyers. This could be done through government, in the military, and in other large institutional buyers, where if they're convinced that it's going to be a savings and be good, they're also looking for ways that they can contribute. It isn't like the military is actually a climate change denier. They actually, in the U.S. military, has actually declared that climate change is the biggest threat to planetary existence in our lifetimes. So they're very aware of the effects of this. So,
yeah, another local example of that is Local Food Plus, which was started by Mike Schreiner and Laurie Stahlbrand and Rod McRae, where they organized institutional buyers in Toronto, the first one being the University of Toronto, to source their food locally, so that they would source local farmers to supply hotel chains and large academic institutions, which use a huge amount of food. So these are examples. Of course, the other part, it's not just food distribution, but switching to a plant-rich diet. So switching from over-reliance on meat to more vegetables requires more local production, vegetable production, less land use for meat production, getting rid of the huge feedlots, which are hugely polluting, and not to mention smelly, and not to mention terribly cruel to animals, to more humane practice. One of the things I like about Hawkins' approach, amongst many, is that it's these are things we'd want to do anyway. This is not about hardship. This is about doing making the kind of world we want to live in. That's more humane, more livable, more breathable, more playable, more fun to be in, and the bonus is we get to draw down carbon. So I think that's rather nice.
The question now is, for me, is how much of this this emphasis on veganism or vegetarianism is a health concern, and how much of it is motivated by, and how much about the climate change issue? Because Facebook a day or two ago, I got a thing showing that this stuff about creating meat in vats, you start with stem cells and grow these things in culture and stuff, that this kind of meat is real meat, but it's never in a live animal. And apparently it's going to be available in stores in just a few years.
Right.
They're coming along with it very quickly. That should mean that all of these pastures with animals will be, and the inhumane practices that you're concerned about, all of that will go away. How much difference would it make if we got all our meat, let's say, from vats instead of live animals and slaughterhouses?
Well, you really need to have a balanced diet. You can't be eating meat all the time. And nutritionists will tell you that eating too much meat produces acidity in your blood, which produces arthritis and all kinds of other problems. And so either way, you want to have a balance. And the plant-based diets give you a better nutrition because of the way they're grown. So personally, I think it would take me a long time to get used to the idea of even eating meat from specially grown in a vat. But then, you know what? Decades ago, people would never have thought of eating, beef liver or something, because it took some marketing campaigns to make that happen. So people can change, but it's got to be a balanced diet either way. So with going a little bit more vegetarian than normal, it's a win-win situation.
Actually, I don't want to disagree with you, but I do, because there's a Dr. Jha who gave a lecture in the same series that you gave, where you gave your talk about drawdown at U of T last year. I had him give a talk. He's an epidemiologist, and he's from India, but he's doing a huge study of 1 million households in India, and looking at the way that people die, what they die of, and how long they live, and the conditions of their lifestyle and so on. And he compared, and India is a great place to study vegetarianism, because large numbers of Indians, of course, are lifelong vegetarians. And so you really have a long period of a large group of people who've been vegetarians always, and you can compare them to people who are non-vegetarians. And it turns out that for the most part, there's no difference, that vegetarians live just as long as non-vegetarians, if and you can control for other things to make sure that there's no spurious effect there. But the exception is women, because women vegetarians, turns out, live less long than meat-eating women.
Yeah.
And the explanation is it has to do with the culture of India. He thinks that it would not be the case in every society, because the culture is where the women there feed the men and the children first, and whatever is left over, they eat. Therefore, they don't get the kind of balanced diet they should. The women are deprived nutritionally, and therefore women do not, vegetarian women suffer.
Yeah, but that's a gender issue, though, more than a nutritional one, I think. Actually, I can't wait for fish protein to be manufactured, because then we could get our sushi without mining the oceans for tuna. Right. And we're quickly depleting the oceans of large fish. 90% of large fish in the ocean are gone.
That's right.
And this is a very serious thing with acidification from the absorption of carbon into the ocean, the disruption of the exoskeletons of the zooplankton, which is the basis of much of the food chain of the ocean. The global ocean is in serious trouble. And we know more about the surface of Mars than we know about the ocean. And that is a serious danger to not only human, but all of life.
Well,
so David, what do you think of the way that Drawdown is dealing with oceans and water issues? I mean, because that's one of the, it's a very containing kind of area, and the Drawdown solutions are kind of broken out into sectors and different solution areas. Yeah. And so there's perhaps some crossover, but there's no kind of whole system approach in Drawdown to deal with the relationships with water and the ocean. As whole entities, I guess.
Yeah, I know that's one of my issues with Drawdown is by putting it into sectors, which I mean it's necessary in a certain way, and that because that's how the peer-reviewed research is organized. But you need a much more holistic view, I think. Like the oceans, that's why I keep pumping about an indigenous worldview of reciprocity with the earth, and the earth as a whole is our mother, that we're related to basically every atom on earth. Because
sorry,
go ahead.
Paul Hawken makes no apologies for the fact that he doesn't cover every single solution to every possible environmental and ecological problem. With the people he was working with and the resources he had available, he put together 100 solutions, and according to his numbers, if all of these solutions were implemented in the way that he's described with the numbers that he's given, and it's no small task, and he admits that it's a big job, but his goal is to show that global emissions can come down, start reversing in 2050. So, you know, if you want to talk about oceans, there's lots of people who write about that. Lana Mitchell wrote Seasick a number of years ago. That got me thinking about, you know, water issues. So
that's where I'm bringing my stuff from. That's not. Now the thing another thing I like about global warming, in fact, I mean, sorry, about drawdown, is, and this is where Hawken, I think, shines, is it goes from, you know, it's too late, there's nothing we can do about it, to, you know, is it game over or is it game on? And he's saying, okay, the odds are long, no guarantees, but it's possible. So let's do it. Okay, so it's from game over to game on, from depression to activism. And
it's interesting too.
Go ahead.
Sorry. It's interesting too. The book itself was a bestseller in 2010. I'm getting a low battery here, so I'm just gonna plug in.
It was actually
2017.
2017, just last April. Yeah, a year ago, April.
Right.
Yeah, the drawdown was launched, and well, I'd have to say, the idea that this can be a way to engage people and kind of a huge challenge of our lifetimes is a significant way to reframe how we might involve ourselves as citizens, and how we participate with our families, and with the types of expertise we can bring together. We have one of the big mindset changes. I noticed some of in the advisors, you have people like Joanna Macy and John Elkington. There's some amazing advisors who I know are really seeing things holistically and are bringing different kind of methods together to this. So I realized that, this is in the first really iterations of its rollout. But if it's going to be a big, a life-changing, culture-changing, planetary-changing, massive movement that gets beyond even what its name is, I think one of the most transformative things might be that it's a movement not to that doesn't deal with the politics of things, which creates division, but is oriented towards discovering solutions in everything from our everyday practices, in our work, in our institutions, in our communities, in the municipalities. That is, you can also take our own level of our own interests and engagement to the town halls, to the community planning, and for those that have access to higher levels, like I would through I'm working on the Mississauga Climate Change Action Plan with the City of Mississauga, a large planning firm, and I'm starting to promote these ideas and looking at drawdown as a way to engage perhaps Mississauga, or the people in the community of Mississauga, as a bottom-up civic engagement that could actually meet the planning of the city, in the middle over a number of years. I mean, it isn't there yet, but we've gone from Caledon to Toronto, and and I could certainly see creating these types of, if it's fun and meaningful and people are finding ways to engage, and we've discovered how to inspire people and to generate and catalyze a different type of movement that isn't about finding everybody wrong. It isn't about impeaching politicians and things and finding how bad things are, but actually we recognize that we're responsible for participating in the world and the culture in this way as well. And it isn't just about, changing light bulbs, but about really a lot of things that we can do, and starting to think more holistically about how we can engage in a very big game. And so, but I think for a lot of people, the challenge really, for any type of movement like this, and I think with the climate and environmental movements, one of the problems has been is the ideology that has created an us versus them kind of this is our movement on the other side, so you're bad or you're a denier. And
Stupid.
This has come out of the box being embracing and inclusive and finding ways to engage everybody. And we talk about things like refrigerant, is number one. Well, a lot of people that work in HVAC, you don't think of as, environmentalists, and
But that's what they're doing.
we need to get them involved.
I want you to exactly mention that. I was wondering when anybody was going to get around to talking about refrigerants. I think that is such an important and interesting thing. Would somebody please explain why number one in the whole list of things that we can do that will actually be effective, why number one has to do with refrigeration?
Well, because the HCFCs that were developed to replace the CFCs in the Montreal Protocol, the chlorhydrocarbons that were a huge cause of the breakdown of the ozone layer, were replaced by hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs, and then they discovered that HCFCs are actually 1,000 times more powerful greenhouse gases than CO2. So every leak of your air conditioner, of your refrigerator, manufacturer, storage, all these things are producing this huge, even though the actual volume might be small, but the effect is huge. Now, that's one thing that isn't a bottom-up solution. That's something that's happening right now in the industry, finding replacements for HCFCs. So that's so that your HVAC people.
I'm troubled by that, because although they're going to start replacing the coolants pretty soon with some other alternative kind of coolant, which apparently isn't as effective, but that's not what bothers me. It's the fact that there's no effort to try to reclaim the stuff, the coolants in existing refrigeration and air conditioners and refrigerators. I think we ought to have a rule that anytime the truck comes to deliver a new fridge to your house or an air conditioner, the same truck will have to take the old fridge away and take it to a place where there will be specialists who will be able to take that stuff out. Otherwise, it's going to go to the city dump. And a lot of it leaks anyway. Apparently, there's huge amount of leakage. So it isn't just I think it's going to be several years before the manufacturers start using this new coolant. I've been told that that just changing to and getting rid of this problem with the refrigeration coolants can make 1 full degree of difference, 1 degree of difference in global warming.
Yeah.
It's really, really important, and I don't see effort. And in fact, I wanted to find somebody who's an expert on this to interview them for this kind of program, one of the Monday night things. I can't find anybody who's a specialist. I've called around the university who's an engineering professor who knows something about refrigeration. I can't find anybody. I want to interview somebody about this because it's really important.
Well, that's a really good point. That this is an area where we need to really be aware and pushing on a massive scale. This is the kind of thing that social media can push, embarrassing engineers into saying, "Ooh, I guess we should do something." That's a very good point.
Another thing I would like you to talk about what this book doesn't cover. It is such a marvelous contribution, but it doesn't cover everything. And one of the things that I know it doesn't cover is war. I saw an interview with Paul Hawken 6 or 8 months ago, maybe a year ago, where the guy said, "Is there anything you couldn't cover in the book?" And he said, "Yes, war." He said, "We don't have sufficient numbers to do the same kind of calculations we need to do with the other interventions that we're promoting." So he didn't even try to do it. But will you please talk about it? He said it's very important. The emission of CO2 and from military, from tanks and planes and what else?
Well, I think it's that It isn't that they don't have the numbers, it's that they're not publicly produced. So his research team wouldn't be able to find research articles that were peer reviewed to support that. You would actually have to go to like freedom of information requests and to the different branches of the military. I mean, you don't have to actually size up the entire impact of the military industrial complex or of the United States Department of Defense or even Canadian Defense. You could actually start with one entity and with the forces in that entity. So Canadian forces or the DoD. And just, I think if you could quantify through purchase agreements, the amount of fossil fuels, jet fuel, gasoline, and oils that are purchased and consumed, and you could set a threshold for appropriate use. You could say if between now and 2050 we cut back on aggression, which is essentially what war games are when we get 300,000, or we get hundreds of thousands of people, as were recently done in the Saber Strike war games with NATO. You never hear anybody pushing back to the foreign minister about why is Canada so gung-ho about pushing for big NATO war games in the North Atlantic when there really isn't any type of impending attack. It's just saber rattling. These are hugely expensive and wasteful exercises that are meant just to really showcase capabilities and how badass and threatening we are, Canada is. Instead, we're not taking any type of moral stance. And if we did, we could quantify just fairly easily in purchase records how much annually we're using in the cost of maintaining this approach to a military, which is basically used for corporate show. I mean, we're not defending Canada. UNES is not defending its territory. It's defending its 1,000 bases around the world. So you could run models based on a target scenarios, and you could say a best scenario, a mid-case scenario, and what if we just had a little impact scenario, not a worst case, but just a first stage impact. It would have huge effect. And if we could even make the case on just that stage one scenario, people might realize just how wasteful, not even counting the manufacture of the bombs and the dropping of tens of thousands of bombs a day under the U.S. global war on terror and things. So,
Yeah.
I think that is actually
uranium depletion.
as strong an argument as any other for reduction of militarism, that we should demand that every country cut back on its military, cut way back on its military, and then look for other sources of security, like United Nations Emergency Peace Service or something that could come and defend countries.
Well, that would be a nice segue to your Save the World project now, wouldn't it? Well done, girl.
Yeah, nice. We're all in agreement.
But we can demand a whole lot, but unless we change the way the industrial system is set up, where, for instance, the United States, I don't think there's any jurisdiction anywhere that isn't, where its economy isn't partly dependent on the defense industry, so no politician of any stripe can dare to denounce it without losing his seat or her seat. So I think we need to really look very carefully on alternative manufacturing processes and so on. Just really just attack the military industrial complex at its very root.
No, that's another long-term project and one I'm very interested in, David. I call that disrupting the business model of war. And that's actually as you know, the framing for the workshop that we're going to hold at the World Beyond War Conference, that we just need to start even envisioning how that would be done. So some of it might be legislative, and it's correct that all 50 states have significant pork payoff from a $750 billion above board military budget. And then there's also the black budgets as well that feed those. as well as the bases all around the world. And so finding a way to shift away from the war economy, finding replacements in manufacturing. And this is where I think, to point out another area of drawdown that I think we can really work on, especially in our kind of Toronto community, because we have one of the other groups that we have, that kind of a sister group of the Unified Toronto, is the Systems Thinking Ontario. And one of the things that we might actually do is to start to take on some analysis and synthesis of the different systems that interrelate together, that need to be dealt with for the leverage, the best leverage in the system to deal with some of these issues. So if we
Peter, I want you to tell me more about
and not just one at a time. And so that, I agree with
Peter, I have not, I'm thinking very much along the lines of systems, but I don't know much about it. So what you have just mentioned is something that I want you, let's have a phone conversation, because I want to know more about exactly what you're proposing there. Sounds fabulous. Yeah. Okay.
Well, this is another thing in drawdown that I think we can deal with at a larger scale, but at a smaller scale, to me, what would be meaningful from a systems approach are actually very, so people that, so I'm sure Liz and I know David have background in permaculture, and we can actually look either with both an Indigenous and a permaculture lens on a lot of these solutions and start connecting them in the ways that we live and in our communities. I don't look at the sectors and the solutions as being separate projects, and I'm a little wary of like having people kind of looking at sector by sector, because I think the most creative and interesting, the most fun as well, kind of approaches will come out of connecting the different opportunities for change that emerge in our own communities. So like food waste in our own institutions, or developing, type of permaculture gardening within the city and urban agriculture with alternative energy, creating, both renewables and changes to food sourcing, creating whole new conversations within our communities and our practices, like the way that food co-ops emerged in the 1970s and 80s. We can be doing this with alternative energy and permaculture and local solutions that are intimately connected with the ways that our local communities are, with the kind of problems and issues. So, affordable housing and food supply and providing local parks could all come together, in our small towns and our suburbs.
Yeah.
That's looking at how several different problems intersect and how
absolutely
they by solving one of them, you're also working on solving the others. That's the whole notion behind our project, Save the World, which is the kind of the extension of the forum that we held about 6 weeks ago to come up with this platform for survival. And by the way, Liz is contributing a lot. She's going to be contributing a lot when we get this thing going really well. But Liz is going to be kind of a monitor or a moderator for a discussion group on global warming, which everybody can now go begin to contribute to. If you go to the website for Project Save the World, you can see a place where every one of the 6 global threats that we collectively address, that is war and weapons, mostly nuclear, global warming, which is what we've been dealing with tonight, but famine, pandemics, major radiation exposure from something like a reactor explosion, and cyber attacks. All of those things are interrelated, but they each have a separate page where there will be a discussion going on about each of them separately, but then we have a place with the intersection of how they're related. And it's wonderful. You have this little box with numbers. It's like a matrix, and you click, you put your cursor over one, and it shows you how these 2 things are related. So every one of these 6 global threats is actually causally related to every one of the others to some extent. They're all interrelated. And Liz is going to be monitoring the discussion of global warming on that page or the website.
Fabulous, Liz.
Too. So I hope everybody will start checking the website. It's called ToSaveTheWorld.ca, and you can express yourself about what you've heard tonight. Do you have an opinion about what these folks have shared with you? And if so, do you have anything to add? Do you have new discoveries that you've come across in the newspaper or on Facebook or Twitter or something? Have you found something that shakes the foundations of all of this research that we've been discussing? Or do you have ideas about how to encourage people more to get behind the whole thing? I loved, there's a wonderful video of Paul Hawken, and my goodness, he's encouraging, because he does have this expression, you know, is it game over? No, it's game on. And it makes you feel, yeah, you know, this gives your life some meaning. You know, you've got something really important to do. You got to save the world.
Mm.
And what's better than that? And what's more exciting and positive and fun than that? I want to thank you guys. We could go on all evening, and in fact, several more days talking this way, I'm sure. Do you have anything you'd like to add before we sign off? We have a couple of minutes that we can wind up with here.
Oh, just to add to your point that you just made about the website, the idea that came from the 25 policies that were put together from the conference. Maybe you just want to mention that a little bit more.
Yes, well, what we did is we decided that we wanted to put together a list of the most effective 25 public policies that, if they were all enacted and fulfilled, would actually solve, or at least greatly reduce, the risk of all 6 of these global threats. And so we have 6 policies for global warming, because that's really top, very important issue now. 6 policies on the list, from dealing with war and weapons and, you know, especially nuclear, but others as well. 2 policies for each: famine, pandemics, radiation exposure, and cyber attacks. And another 5 policies that have to do with what I call enabling measures. That is, things that you need to do in order to make the others possible, like where you're going to get the money, or how are you going to, what kind of institution do you need to build to create, to enact the policies that you've promoted, and so on. So we wanted people to propose these, ordinary people, everybody, every kind of person, to propose some effective measure. And then we would listen to experts give their opinions about it. And then we'd have breakout groups that would discuss it and come up with a list of these 25, which will fit on one piece of paper, because every policy is only limited to about 15 words. And fit on one sheet of paper. We could go around the world and hand these out and say, do the 25 things on this one sheet of paper, and we got a good chance of saving the world. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're doing. And it's going to be a while before we actually start handing this out in a big scale, because we need to have the fuller explanation online. I mean, the short 15 words gives you the basic idea, but to really elaborate it, what I decided to do was try to take a lesson from the Paul Hawken experience, you know, get some experts together to each write an extra several pages, maybe 2 or 3 pages, each one of these platform proposals, planks, I call them, and then put that all online so people can check and see, why do we think that refrigeration is important? Or why do we think that food waste is important? And how important is it compared to something else that might be done? So anyway, thanks, Liz, for giving me the cue to explain this. And I'm really grateful to you all, and to Liz, who's going to monitor the discussions that all of you folks out there are going to write on the website starting tomorrow morning. Okay.
Thank you, Meta. I think Paul Hawken would be very pleased that you used his model as your own model for your project. So what I would really like to see is having him come to Toronto and speak to us as a group. So if we ever organize that through Drawdown, we'll make sure you're invited to meet him. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks. Nice to chat, everybody.
Everybody check in again next week. I'm not going to tell you what it's going to be yet.
Okay.
Hey, good night.
Good night.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Good night now.
Good night.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and I am not an Army Ranger. However, I don't want to let you down because we do have an Army Ranger here, and I'm going to have a conversation with him, or a former Army Ranger, which is an unusual thing for me. I think he's the only one I've ever met in my whole life. Anyway, this is Lieutenant Colonel. I want to make you a governor in Canada. We have lieutenant governors, you know.
Yes.
We have Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman, whom I met something like well over 20 years ago, I believe, because he was in Toronto making a presentation about a book that was making waves in those days. Very important discovery. I guess it wasn't totally original, but it was a very important point to make about the fact that human beings almost naturally prefer not to kill other human beings. And therefore, there's a challenge to people in the military who have to induce their recruits to do the job.
Yes.
Anyway, so he made this extremely important conversation that got started in those days. And so I'm not going to take any longer he was an instructor or professor at West Point, I believe,
Yes.
and then at University of Arkansas,
Yes.
and has moved and is living near St. Louis now, and goes around giving lectures about 300 days a year, he says, mostly now about criminal justice. So we're going to cover a wide range of topics, all having something to do with violence. And so, say hello, Dave.
Hello, Meta. It's so good to see you. And it has been over 20 years.
I think so. I think so. Yeah.
You're still in the play. I'm so proud of you. We got to keep going, man.
Yeah, well, let's keep praising each other, because I think that's, you deserve it. I'm not on the road 300 days a year.
No, there's a lady, a psychiatrist that I recently did a podcast with, wonderful lady. And she had written a book about the violent video games, and she had been so attacked. The emails that you're right, violent video games make people violent. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to rape you, she just pulled out of the battle, and it was so sad that she had been defeated by this ugliness. Mm-hmm. And this battle against this media violence, especially the video game violence. My latest book, Assassination Generation. But let me give you the path to that.
Well, we're still doing book reviews. I think a current book of yours, or a recent book, is in the hopper, ready to come through as a book review in Peace Magazine. And but I think what you really created in that first conversation was so important, and it's still, I don't think it's been resolved, has it? It's still a discussion. Tell us what the book On Killing had to say.
The first book came out in 1995. It's called On Killing. And it was truly the scholarly study of the act of killing, not homicide, but lawful killing, military and law enforcement. And the bottom line is that the difficult thing to explain is not that 1 in a million terrible crime. People point, that proves they're all killers. No, that's an outlier. That's literally 1 in a million. You explain to me the 99.9% of our citizens will go a lifetime, never kill anybody, and never seriously try to. Divorce, infidelity, layoff, traffic accidents, and less than 1 in 1,000 citizens in a lifetime will even seriously attempt to take another human being's life. Explain that. And inside most human beings is this pretty hardwired resistance against killing their own kind. Sociopaths don't have that resistance. Healthy people have to be trained to kill. We found out in World War II, most of the troops wouldn't pull the trigger. It was a training flaw. If there's
that wasn't the first war in which that was the case, right?
You can track it.
I'll go back. I think you mentioned, I saw something about even the Battle of Gettysburg.
Gettysburg got tens upon tens of thousands of it's found on the battlefield, and muskets that were loaded over and over again, but they never pulled the trigger. But in World War II, we realized that our training flaw was that we had taught our troops to shoot at bullseye targets. And then the training didn't transfer. There were no bullseye targets ever attacking our troops. If you've been in the armed forces, Canadian, American, around the world, if you've been in the armed forces since the Korean War, you didn't shoot a bullseye target. You shot a man-shaped silhouette. Hit the target, target drop, stimulus, response, stimulus, response. It is straightforward BF Skinner operant conditioning. When you're frightened, when you're scared, like a pilot in a flight simulator, like a kid in a fire drill, modern training makes killing a conditioned response. And oh, by the way, the video games do the exact same thing to our kids. Meta, the book came out in 1995, 3 years before Jonesboro, 4 years before Columbine. I predicted these mass murders were coming, and they're not going away, and they are worldwide. We just had last year, we had
now the connection.
Yes.
Connection is you predicted it because you can see how they are training people with video games.
Yes. And here we had, just last year in America, the Parkland school massacre in Parkland, Florida. We had a 19-year-old high school dropout comes into the school, murders 17 people. The exact same crime happened in Germany. In Erfurt, Germany, a 19-year-old high school dropout comes into the school and murders 19 people. But that Erfurt killer, the Parkland, Florida killer, they were 19 years old. They don't qualify for what I call a juvenile hit parade. So the all-time record juvenile mass murder in human history is visited in Germany when a 17-year-old high school student comes into school and murders 15. This is worldwide. Finland's had 3 juvenile mass murders in the school. There's one in Taiwan. There was one in Mexico and Brazil. Children committing crimes at children like nothing we've ever seen before in human history. And the common factor is the violent video games. And
okay, now let me pin you down on that, because I know that there's a correlation in time between the increase in these things and the increase in video games. But has anybody actually done a study of the particular mass murderers and to see whether a disproportionate number of them have played video games?
Dr. Jim McGee, FBI study of 19 school killers.
Say that name again, Jim McGee?
Dr. James McGee. He calls it a classroom Avenger profile. FBI study of 19 school killers. There are a lot of solo homicides in there. Every single one of them were obsessed with media violence. Phil Chalmers wrote a book, Inside the Mind of a Teen Killer. Now, I've been talking juvenile mass murder in the school. Phil Chalmers talks all teen killers. His book, Inside the Mind of a Teen Killer, is just a seminal work. And Phil has interviewed hundreds of these killers. And he says, and he's got a chapter, How to Create a Teen Killer in 10 Easy Steps. All the old problems are still there. All the old problems are still important. But every single time, there's one new factor with these teen killers. And it is an obsession with media violence. The Columbine killers watched the movie Natural Born Killers over 50 times. Prior to the 1980s, we remember Betamax and VHS and the big battle. People don't realize, prior to the 1980s, it was not possible to watch a movie 50 times. And the Columbine killers rehearsed their massacre on the video game Doom. In their simulator, they filled rooms full of people who couldn't shoot back and rehearsed going to the rooms to slaughter those people. We know about the mass murder in a youth camp in Norway, 69 dead in a youth camp on an island in Norway.
Yeah, that island.
That killer publicly stated in his trial that he rehearsed on the video games for a year to enable him to commit these crimes. It is not the majority. It is every single one of them when we ask. And I tell my cops, I train cops about this nationwide.
Mm-hmm.
That I tell my cops, don't ask the little killer where you're inspired by a movie. It makes them mad.
It does.
Strike up a
conversation. It makes them mad if you ask them that.
They don't want to think that they're pawns. They take pride in what they've done. They want to have ownership. So you ask the little killer, well, what's your favorite TV show? I watch Breaking Bad and Sons of Anarchy and Sopranos over and over again. Yeah. Well, what's your favorite movie? I watched Natural Born Killers over 50 times. What's your favorite video game? I played Grand Theft Auto 5 until 4 o'clock in the morning, month after month. You ask any little killer, just strike up a conversation, 3 questions. Favorite TV show, favorite movie, favorite video game. Boom! You're right inside their tragic, twisted, violent, sick little world. And then I tell my cops, ask this little kid one more question. This thing that just happened, what movie it reminds you of? What video game reminds you of? Boom, they're off. It's just like the scene in Grand Theft Auto. Boom, boom, boom. They will connect the dots. Phil Chalmer can find one juvenile homicide in the 1700s. And it was a big deal. He can find one juvenile homicide in the 1800s and worldwide. In the first half of the 20th century, he could find, well, up to the 1940s, he could find one. And then in the 40s, we had a couple. And then the 50s, and he's got a list in the back of his book. In the 50s, it's half a page. And the 60s, it's a page. And the 70s, it's page after page. And by the time you get to the 90s, page after page after page after page, hundreds of juveniles committing homicides, which is unprecedented in history. And juvenile mass murder in their school. It's never happened in human history, and now they're everywhere. And so my book, Assassination Generation, builds on that. Now, On Killing has sold 500,000 copies worldwide. It's been translated into 8 languages. I was at a academic function a while back, and they were honoring a retiring professor, and they said his work has been cited in over 200 scholarly works. I thought, well, that's pretty cool. How do you figure that? Well, you go to Google Scholar, you load in your book and see how many people have cited it. And On Killing by itself has been cited more than 2,300 times. It is one of the most seminal, influential works of our time. But the sequel is now Assassination Generation. Now, in between, I train cops in all 50 states, all provinces of Canada at one time or another. I have the honor of training all of our federal agencies. And I'll give you an example. Just yesterday, I was in Baltimore, Maryland, at the National Conference of the American Criminal Justice Association. And it was 350 people. The majority were criminal justice students who were going to be criminal justice majors who were going to go into that field. And then we had professors.
I'm sorry, let me think. This is an academic field. It's not working police officers, right, or both.
Although a good chunk of the advisors and the criminal justice professors had also been law enforcement officers. So it was a great bunch. And the first thing I did was point out to them just this fundamental flaw. I present to many colleges, the guest criminal justice professor or psychology or other fields. And I say that medical technology is holding down the murder rate. This situation is much worse than it looks. So the field of criminal justice, how do we measure? Oh, murder, the murder rate. No, the murder rate completely underrepresents a problem because the docs are saving ever more lives. If we had World War II level medical technology in Afghanistan today, we'd have 10 times as many dead Americans.
Let's talk about that, because you just gave me this connection between those two things. Let me ask you about something, because the recent rates of warfare and of deaths in warfare are going in different directions. There apparently in the last decade or so, there are more little wars, or there are more wars, you might say. They are, of course, almost entirely internal or civil war kinds of things, insurrections, yes, whatever. But the death rate from wars is going down, yes, because they're not killing as many people. Now, it may be that they're not even shooting at each other as much as they used to. But what you said made me think maybe it's also because those people who get shot aren't dying as much because of this medical improvement that you're talking about. Is that a possible causal connection?
Absolutely. It's one of the factors. Now, another factor is the incredible precision. There's no longer indiscriminate bombing. There's no longer indiscriminate artillery volleys. Everything that's done by the West in modern warfare is done with great precision and the least amount of collateral damage that we've ever seen. And among Western nations, we have the lowest loss of life among our own troops we've ever seen. And a large chunk of that comes back to this medical technology. If we had Vietnam level medical technology in Iraq, we'd have 4 times as many dead American troops. And the same thing is true in our streets.
Well, also, now let me just think in terms of the type of weaponry, because now we have drones that are supposedly more precise, that they try to take out just the person they're after. Of course, they sometimes take out a wedding party instead, but still, it may be partly a function of the precision of the targeting.
It is indeed. It is indeed. But it is also that medical. So take that and apply it over here.
Mm-hmm.
A major UMass Harvard study, this peer-reviewed journal, irrefutable data. If we had 1970s level medical technology in America and Canada, the murder rate would be 4 times what it is. And that data is 20 years old. The leaps and bounds of medical technology in the last 20 years are simply astounding.
Really?
Tourniquets. Every cop and many citizens carry tourniquets now. And the number one cause of death in a traumatic event is loss of life from bleeding out. And so I carry with me all the time. I just happen to have one of them.
Let me see it. Hold it up to the camera.
This is a tourniquet.
I've never seen one before.
And this one.
Oh. Oh.
That fast we shut down the blood flow in your arm.
Wow.
Put it in your teeth, use 2 hands, shut down the blood flow in your leg. It is the most profound survival tool that we have had.
For the love of Pete, well, I hope all our viewers go out and buy one. Where do you get them?
Go to Amazon.com.
Really?
Order SWAT T.
Uh-huh.
It's called the SWAT T. Go to Amazon.com and order.
SWAT.
And I carry one with me everywhere. I have it in my briefcase, I have it in my jacket. And every cop carries one today, and every EMT and paramedic does. And the funny thing is, we learned this in the war. Everything we thought we knew about tourniquets was wrong. Use the tourniquet, lose the limb, wrong. These are wide enough that they don't do constricting damage. Loosen the tourniquet every so often, wrong. Again, they're wide enough, you don't have to worry about their constricting damage. And with modern medical technology, you're getting people to medical care so fast that the whole idea of the tourniquet doing harm is completely negated. So we've revolutionized life and death dynamics. We've had incident after incident. Cops respond before the medics get there, before the fire guys get there. Cops are slapping tourniquets on and saving lives. So the point of all that is that the number of dead people underrepresents the problem. And here I am talking to Criminal Justice Association.
Mm-hmm.
Look, if we were talking about money, we'd say, well, he made $10 an hour. In modern money, that would be more like $120 an hour. Or we'd say, well, he donated $1 million. In modern equivalent, that would be more like $30 million. We always do that. Anytime we talk about the number dead, well, there were 500 dead in Chicago last year. If they had 1970s technology, that number would be at least 2,000. Boom! Every time we talk about the number dead, we are morally bankrupt. We have failed to communicate. If we don't say that medical technology is holding that number down, the reality is that the rate at which people are trying to kill each other off is at horrendous levels. And the new factor in the equation, all the old problems are still there. All the old problems are still important. But again, my book, Assassination Generation, the new factor in the equation are these video games. And so, Europe, so far, Europe had the Beninin massacre, 17-year-old kid kills 15. Germany had the Erfurt massacre, a 19-year-old high school dropout comes in school and murders 17. But knock on wood, hold it up in prayer. They brought all of those mass murders to a screeching halt. And one of the things that Europe has done across the EU and now across Canada is absolutely rigidly limiting children's access to violent video games.
Wait a minute. I hadn't heard that that's happening in Canada.
Well,
Have I missed that? Tell me about it.
Find out for me. But my understanding is that it's been enforced with the rule of law, that the ratings are enforced with law. And you understand that, my politics are kind of laid back. Leave me alone, leave you alone. When it comes to laws saying you can't have sex with my grandkids, I'm good with that. We all are. When it comes to laws saying you can't sell alcohol or tobacco or firearms to children, we're all good with that. And they wouldn't buckle their baby in the car seat if it wasn't the law. And if you,
yeah. So we need laws. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if you'd have told my mom to buckle those 5 kids up, she said it wasn't possible. But now it happens. It's the law. And so the law is the greatest teacher. If we make it the law that children can't buy this video game, then the parents know it, and there's value in that. So in Canada, everybody needs to tighten up those laws. But here's the thing, in the book Assassination Generation, Canada, or California, the home of Silicon Valley, California, the home of Hollywood, overwhelmingly voted to regulate children's access to violent video games.
Mm-hmm.
And the video game industry fought them all the way to the Supreme Court. They said, we have a constitutional First Amendment right to sell any game to any child at any age. You cannot stop us. You cannot regulate us. You got to understand how much money this industry has, man.
But now, what happened in the Supreme Court? You're so far ahead of me, Dave. I have not been following this.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was this. Did it go to the Supreme Court?
Yes.
And what did the Supreme Court say?
Yeah, it's in the book Assassination Generation.
I haven't read it yet. Okay.
Yeah, but it's we work all the way through that Supreme Court case. Now, you got to understand the amount of money this industry has. One video game, Grand Theft Auto 5, the year it came out, made more money than the entire global music industry. One video game made more money than every rock concert on the planet, every musician, every CD, every download on the planet. Every year, the video game industry makes far more money than the entire global movie industry. This is a fabulously wealthy industry with deep resources. So what they did, they had the finest group of Supreme Court lawyers that money could possibly buy. And they had bogus researchers. They had, now you got to understand, the AMA, the APA, the Attorney General, the Surgeon General have made statement after statement that media violence causes violence in our society. So what the video game industry did, they had this, and it's in the book, they had this statement from 82 journalism professors, media studies professors. What is a media studies journalism professor doing, confronting, refuting a statement by the entire medical community, the entire psychiatric community, the entire psychological community? But they got 82 experts, media professors, journalism professors that say there is no scientific evidence that media violence causes violence in our society. And it was just bogus research by completely unqualified people, and all that's in the book. But the upshot of it was that 7 Supreme Court justices, 7 old men who'd never played Pong in their life, overturned the California law and declared a constitutional right to sell any game to any child in any age.
Now, this is the U.S. Supreme Court. I didn't hear about that. How come we don't hear about this?
Oh, yeah.
When was it? When was it, Dave?
No, I don't remember the exact date. It was 2 Supreme Court justices dissented. And that's in the book, and it's important. Mm-hmm. Justice Clarence Thomas, probably our most conservative justice, dissented. And Justice Stephen Breyer, probably almost liberal justice, dissented. Mm-hmm. And I believe this is the only time those 2 men have dissented on the same side. And the point is, this is
that is a funny thing, isn't it?
It's not a left-right issue. It's an informed, ignorant issue. Mm-hmm. And these 2 men were informed. Mm-hmm. And Justice Stephen Breyer said, have you even seen the scientific research? I said, I'm not a medical expert, but I know who is. Mm-hmm. And 82 journalism professors are not. He said, have you looked at the brain scan data? Have you looked at this? Have you looked at this? He said, how in the world could we have refuted this scholarly data from around the planet of our entire medical, psychiatric, and psychological community? And Clarence Thomas came at it from another direction. He said, never in a million years did the founding fathers say the First Amendment applied to children, especially not selling.
Well, now that would be my argument, that I'm pretty much a libertarian as far as free speech goes. I'm pretty open to taking my chances that somebody's going to say something dangerous. I'd rather have that than the closing down of discourse. Yeah. But I don't think that you can apply that principle to
uneducated 8-year-olds.
Exactly.
I mean, that is something you need to protect kids from until they are in a position to participate in critical conversations. And I would think that would be a major argument, that children are in a different category from presumed to be adults. In fact, I've got problems with the level of expertise in the general population now and what that means for democracy itself. But we can get to that another time. Anyway.
We take that whole dynamic of children as a protected class, and bring it to another level when we talk about selling things to children. That you're actually selling a product to children.
Well, now, does the Supreme Court say that everybody's entitled to try to sell sugary cereal to children? Is that a human right nowadays?
I don't know that that's ever come to the Supreme Court. The point is really valid. So the bottom line is that America, Latin America, Africa, we are the only major industrialized nation on the planet that does not in some way, and again, Canada could be stronger. Canada needs to enforce it more. European Union needs to enforce it more. But however much they're doing it in Canada, and it is the law, and the law is a teacher, America is vastly, vastly behind, and we all need to get better.
Just go off on a different tangent in a way. I don't like to see violence, and I avoid it, and I would never watch. I just don't watch those violent movies or TV shows. But the weird thing is the clips that are in between, the ads, I can't avoid those. They put those in my face whether I like it or not. If I'm going to have the TV on, I'm going to inevitably see something that I don't think is even good for me. I mean, I feel that I actually wrote a book about this called 2 Aspirins and a Comedy, where I looked at the fact that when you vicariously identify with another person by empathizing with that other person, then what you are doing in your own body is recreating the chemicals that go with the emotions that other person has, at least what you think that other person is experiencing. You are actually feeling those chemicals yourself, and they're actually raising your blood pressure or doing all kinds of things. Well, of course, we know what happens when you watch pornography. It does all kinds of chemicals that way, but it actually does harm your health to be watching things of this kind. Puts you through the stress in an attenuated way of the person that is undergoing that simulated, that drama. So I don't think that they should be showing those to the general public anyway, unless they signed up for it. I have a woman friend who loves horror shows, and she goes to these horror movies that I would never go to, but I don't know why she likes them, but that's her business. She pays and goes and watches them. But the point is, I don't want that imposed on me by having violent things and unpleasant emotions imposed on me physiologically. It's like being injected with a chemical,
Well, take all of that to the next level.
Okay.
And understand, with children, these physiological responses are to a much greater order of magnitude. Now, you have a physiological response. Children at a biological level cannot tell the difference. And so what happens is we've got children who are in a constant state of fight or flight innervation. But here's the good news. We can detox that kid in about 2 days.
How?
Well, we take a kid away from TV, movie, and video games. And the first 2 days, they are miserable. They're going through withdrawal symptoms.
No kidding.
On the 3rd day, it's like somebody threw a switch. Church camps worldwide tell me nothing spiritual happens in this camp for the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, it's like somebody threw a switch. The fight or flight hormones have flushed out of their brain for the first time in Lord knows how long, that they're no longer in a constant innervated fight or flight mode. And I presented a paper to the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I had an article in Pediatrics Annals. And a pediatrician sent me an email. He said, Dave, this hottest thing in pediatrics world, of course, these are the docs that specialize in kids. And he said, I have a classic example. He said, the parents of a 3-year-old boy brought their kid into my pediatrics office because he'd been kicked out of daycare for uncontrolled violence. Kid spilled a rap sheet at age 3, kicked out of daycare for violence. Parents said, Doc, we've tried everything. Medicate our 3-year-old. The doc said, before we medicate a 3-year-old, let's try something. No TV, no movie, no video games for 1 week. Now, this is what the pediatrics community is screaming from the mountainside. Before we put any kid on any drug, take him off the current drug. No TV, no movie, no video games.
Was this 3-year-old being subjected to violent films?
Here's what the parents said. Parents said, Doc, you think his favorite TV show, Power Rangers, is why he's kicking the daylights out of the kids in daycare? You know, what does that question tell you? They knew. They knew what was happening.
It hadn't occurred to the parents that was the...
They didn't want to turn off their babysitter. You see, children are biologically primed to seek survival data. Now, you mentioned pornography. You know, if a 14-year-old sees pornography, boom, he's riveted. He's biologically primed to seek that data. But if a 4-year-old sees porn, he could care less. It's not on his radar screen. Don't do it, it's not good for him. But violent visual imagery is to the 3-year-old what pornography is to the 14-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
We were not born with fangs or claws. Our survival tool is our brain. And only humans and primates are truly capable of monkey see, monkey do learning. And so if there's violent like Power Rangers, you sit the kid in front of Power Rangers, boom, he's riveted. It is the addictive ingredient. He's
No, I've heard the word Power Rangers. What is it? I thought it was like a cartoon or something. What is it?
Show about a bunch of kids, and they become superheroes, Power Rangers, and they kick and beat bad guys. And so so here's the kid in his daycare mimicking what he's seeing, kicking and beating his friends, and kicked out of daycare. And the parents didn't want to turn off their babysitter. At some gut level, they knew. But the doc said, give it a try. 7 days. No TV, no movie, no video games. Boom. Transformed child. Testimonial from the daycare center. Problem gone. But this is something we're crying out from the mountains.
I'm sorry. It's so funny. It's not funny. You know what I mean?
It's one of those things you got to laugh or cry.
Yeah.
And it's good to find the comedy and the pathos of it all. It's comedy teaches, as you said, you know, there are 2 aspirants in a comedy. But when we go back to this dynamic, before we put any kid on any drug, take him off the current drug. 7 days, no TV, no movie, no video game. See what we said. So the point of all that, the book Assassination Generation culminates in a TV turnoff curriculum, a 10-day TV turnoff curriculum. It was pioneered in Stanford Med School. It was turned in a K through 12 curriculum. Their website is takethechallengenow.net, www.takethechallengenow.net. TV turnoff challenge. Turn it off for 10 days. An entire school district, K through 12 school, turns it off for 10 days. And you know, the funny thing is when the whole school does it, the kids do it. And the world comes alive.
Is it that all the parents agree that they will not have the TV plugged in at all week, or what?
And what happens is very often the parents initially are very resistant, and particularly among our more impoverished families. Who are you to tell my kid that he can't watch TV? Well, you know, that what we do is they have the PTA in. They say, here's why we're doing this. Here's the brain scan data. Here's the results that have occurred in the past. And they try to educate the parents. But ultimately, what happens is the kids, it's a positive peer pressure dynamic. Their friends aren't watching. They don't watch. And the parents fill out a form every night. Jimmy had no TV, movie, or video games last night. The form goes into a box. And every day they draw from those forms for prizes. 3 lines at the bowling alley, free time at the skating rink. Every part of the community thrives. You know, I was in Hurley, Wisconsin, when they put the curriculum in place for the 3rd year in a row. I was in the high school library, And the high school librarian said, "Look at my shelves." She said, 2/3 of my books are signed out. She said, every year we do this TV turnoff. And every year they sign out more books, and they keep signing it out. It's that 10 days lays a foundation. Du Bois, Wyoming, put it in place in January, K through 12 school, in conjunction with state standardized testing. And it is a powerful way to increase state testing. The sleep deprivation goes away, the fight or flight hormones flush out of the brain, they're not attacked, they're not being bullied. And so Du Bois, Wyoming put it in place, your state standardized testing, and it worked. But the student body government said, we want to do it again in the spring when the weather's better. We had so much fun. We want to do it again.
The kids wanted to. The kids themselves preferred it.
Yes.
Interesting.
Their world comes alive. I mean, that's bowling alley and the skating rink and the library, and the families go out for walks and they play board games, and they thrive. And so there's this TakeTheChallengeNow.net. There's an amazing lady. I co-authored the book, Assassination Generation, co-authored with Christine Paulson. Christine is the educator who pioneered this TV turnoff curriculum in upstate Michigan. It's available online. She runs a website. But go to TakeTheChallengeNow.net. Look at the testimonials. The number 2 testimonials, an AP Wire article about a K through 12 school in upstate Michigan, turned it off, cut violence in half, cut bullying in half, raised test scores double digits. And the National Institutes of Health have said this is the most effective juvenile obesity reduction program ever demonstrated.
Really?
The most effective.
Yeah, very interesting. All right. Now, you say that Canada and Europe have already taken steps along this way. You're going to have to educate me. I'm sorry, because I live here and I had not heard that.
I look for everything I can. I talk to cops in Canada. I talk to cops in Europe. And they tell me that the rating system is forced by law, just like pornography. And the rating system for porn is enforced by law. In the same way, we now see this rating system for video games being...
Well, now, wait a minute. A rating system, I don't know this, but I assume that it would be, if the parent sets, I think I could do it to my own television if I wanted to, set it so that it would be blocked. So that maybe this is on the assumption that parents prefer and do block shows for their children that have a certain higher level rating. Is that what?
That's what's more important is when the kid goes to the video game store. And the kid tries to buy an adult game. That's where it comes in.
Okay.
Now in America, the video game industry says we're self-regulating. The video game industry says we have ratings on these games. We don't want children to play these games, and we are self-regulating. Imagine if the tobacco industry said that. Alcohol, we're self-regulating. You don't have to check up on us. Don't worry. We won't sell it to children. So it's not the law in America.
I see.
But this idea of just, there's, so do some more follow-up in Canada. I would love to know. We need to find out. But the cops in Canada, the cops in Europe tell me if a child goes to a video game store and tries to buy a violent, M-rated video game, that they said, no, your parents have to buy that game. And there's value in that. In France, that are doing the Take the Challenge. But your question is valid. Why isn't this in the news? The TV is not going to tell us about...
Well, but I mean, I think that doesn't... I just wonder how far that kind of thing would go, because they're still going to watch it on television. And I don't know, couldn't they, unless the parents block the TV, the computer somehow, wouldn't a 15-year-old be able to download games anyway or get access to violent games on the television? So I don't know how far this law would go in actually limiting the access.
The video games are far more harmful than the violent TV and movie. Movie and TV violence are harmful. The video games are vastly more so. And I'll give you an angle on this, on the video games. People say, I played those games and I'm not a killer. But what I tell people is when I was a kid, I never buckled my seatbelt. Every kid I know None of them buckled their seatbelt. We're all just fine. So why should I buckle my kids up? Not every kid with their belt unbuckled died, but most ones who died had their seatbelt unbuckled.
Yeah.
And today, they wouldn't buckle their baby in the car seat if it wasn't the law. So, but what's happening with these games primarily is we're creating bullies, vicious little bullies. I tell my audience, everybody in this audience, even you ladies, and one time or another, we probably all played toy guns. Said, bang, bang, I got you. Said, no, you didn't. You smack him with your cap gun, it leaves a mark and he cries. Everybody gather around the hurt kid and try to convince him not to tell mom. Somebody gets hurt and the play stops. A basketball game, a football game. The players out on the field is hurt, the fans go silent and the play stops. In healthy play, whenever somebody is hurt, the play stops. In the video games, you inflict suffering and death and trauma on your playmates. Does the play stop? You get in trouble. You get points.
Oh,
this
yes.
is pathological play. This is dysfunctional play.
Mm-hmm.
Can you not tell the difference between bang, bang, I got you, someone gets hurt, the play stops, and the video game where you're rewarded and conditioned for inflicting death and suffering?
Mm-hmm.
And what we got, I tell everybody, do you remember when you were a kid, that bully who sincerely took pleasure in making you suffer? We all had one, and there's far, far more today. That kid who truly took pleasure in making you suffer. These children who have been taught to take pleasure from human suffering, from inflicting death and suffering, and to be rewarded for that behavior.
Mm-hmm. So you may be right. There's more bullying now.
Right. I'm 62, and I remember being bullied. I remember having to fight constantly. We moved a lot as a kid, and everywhere I went, I knew I had to fight to make them leave me alone. And it's much worse now. However worse the mass murders are, that's how much worse the bullying is. Now, Canada is doing something right, and this is important. We know that when we take the name and the image of these juvenile offenders, we put in the media irrefutable scientific data that we're inciting others to do the same. In Canada, it's against the law to put the name and the image of a juvenile offender in the media. Now,
Isn't that true in every country?
No, absolutely not. And Canada's media hates that law.
Mm-hmm.
They try to get it changed. And every law enforcement Canadian, every Canadian academic, or every Canadian group I talk to, I tell them, don't you let them change that law. They want to take these kids and turn them, they cannot accept any restraint. They will not accept any restraint. They fight tooth and nail to do what? To take these juvenile offenders and turn them into cult heroes. If I commit this crime in Canada, I become nothing. I become nobody. It becomes against the law to even say my name on TV. And for a child,
that is so interesting there, because it's not something I've thought about.
For a child, that's the greatest punishment. Mm-hmm. And Canada, one of these crimes pops up in Canada, and then it's, but we've got adults committing horrible crimes, but this juvenile mass murder committed by children, we've really identified one of the dynamics with 2 case studies, America versus Canada. And we need more info on where Europe stands on this. But I believe, I was in Europe in the 90s, and they were taking these child killers committing horrible crimes and putting their pictures, their names in the media in the 90s in England. I don't know where the media stands there, but I think Canada is one of the very few nations on the planet that's holding strong to not letting the media turn these children into celebrities. Not knowing any child like that, I wonder, what are they like afterwards? What happens to people who have done violence? I understand, for example, that soldiers returning from war have very high rates of suicide. And that, and of course, there's this PTSD, which I don't also understand too well, maybe partly physiological from a result of things like concussions or the actual physical impact of explosions. I understand that's relevant. But there must be the psychological effects that live with a person afterward who has actually perpetrated that kind of violent act. Have you talked to people who are trying to live with themselves or come to terms with
being a good human being afterwards?
You know, our time is kind of limited. Can we save that question for a second? Because you bring up another critical point. The suicide, now worldwide, an epidemic of juvenile suicides and suicides in general.
Mm-hmm.
And traffic deaths are up. What we're looking at is we're looking at a worldwide epidemic of sleep deprivation. Sleep deprivation is the greatest predictor of suicide. In our military, a sleep-deprived person is 5 times more likely to take their life. In the active duty US military, our suicides have nothing to do with combat. Within the active duty, which is the only place we have solid data, a non-combat veteran is as likely to take their life as a combat veteran. But a sleep-deprived person can be up to 5 times more likely to take their life. Now, the primary effect of sleep deprivation, cell phones, video games, addictive video games. The video games are digital crack. 200 million people around the globe play the game Fortnite. 200 million playing the game Fortnite.
What is Fortnite?
It's the latest addictive online game. It's
a violent game or what?
Battle game. You come in with a group of 100, and the one that kills everybody else is the only survivor, is the one that wins the game. And that's called Fortnite. And this is, here's the thing, 200 people million playing the game. We do this, and 5% say, oh, good time to save the game and quit, so they never do that again. We do this, and nobody quits, so they do more of that. It is a constant interactive feedback loop. They know just the right flicker rate, just the right pattern, just the right color, just the right plot to make that game impossible to turn off. People are playing the game until they die. The games, they mess themselves and wet themselves while they're sick because they can't leave the games. 15% of all divorces in America, video games are the cause. They're digital crack, and the children are being just devastated by it. So this sleep deprivation, we all, 18 hours without sleep, and your impaired judgment equal to 0.08 legally drunk. 24 hours without sleep, and your impaired judgment equal to 0.10 above legally drunk. 2 nights without sleep, and you are psychotic. Any graduate of Army Ranger School will tell you about hallucinations on the 3rd day without sleep. And we are in the middle of a horrendously sleep-deprived civilization. Cell phones, text messages, social media, and those incredibly addictive video games inflicted upon children. And so this sleep deprivation is completely interwoven with the media intoxication. The average kid in America spends 50 to 60 hours a week in front of TV, movie, and video games. The average kid. His many was 70, 80, 90, 100 hours a week playing television, movie, video games. Where they find that time, they're sleep deprived. It's a key factor in our traffic deaths. Traffic deaths are up. For decades, traffic deaths came down. Seatbelts, airbags, technology, and now worldwide traffic deaths are up. Suicides are up. Drug overdoses, the 3 major killers of our kids, drug overdoses, suicides, and traffic deaths, and sleep deprivation caused by media is the new factor in the equation worldwide. And we don't even see it. You know, there was a front page article in USA Today yesterday about how year after year, 4 to 6% increase in suicide rate across America. It's compound interest year after year after year, suicide rates worldwide, and teen suicide rates, and the teenagers taking their lives at younger and younger ages. And it all comes back to the addictive games and the sleep deprivation and the horrendous toxic environment of online bullying. The combination is just absolutely horrendous. Alcohol and sleep deprivation are the 2 greatest predictors of suicide. In Russia,
I didn't know that. Didn't know anything about that.
When the communists were in charge of Russia, suicide was horrendous. So they locked down on alcohol, and they led the world in reducing suicide by greatly restricting alcohol. The communists collapsed, free enterprise, alcohol for everybody, and Russia has suicide rates at horrendous levels. So in the last couple of years, Russia has led the world in bringing down suicides. How'd they do it? They rigidly locked down on access to alcohol. Alcohol creates impaired judgment. You make a bad decision, never get a chance to rethink it. But the most pervasive form of impaired judgment is sleep deprivation. And we're in the middle of this epidemic of sleep deprivation. I'll give you a case study. Here's parenting 101 for the 21st century. when you send your kid to bed at night, take their cell phone away from them. No cell phone in the room, no laptop in the room. They've got to go to the room and sleep. A cop told me, he came up during the break and he said, I had a good girl. He said, she was an A student. She said, Dad, it's embarrassing. You don't have to take my cell phone every night. You can trust me. He said, so I trusted her. I let her keep her cell phone. He said, a little while later, my little girl took her life. She took her life. And he said, I never knew the hell she was living in until we looked at the text messages on her cell phone. Night after night of ceaseless, relentless, vicious bullying. And she's up all night long trying to defend herself.
Why didn't she want her father to take the cell phone away then? You would have thought she'd be so relieved.
But the dynamic is just the opposite. When they're attacked, they can't ignore it. They know people are saying these things about them, and they can't ignore it. You know, we say, just ignore that bully. It's not that easy. The child who's in the middle of it. Here are these people attacking me night after night after night. And I have to defend myself. I have to stand up for myself. It is another one of the things we're biologically primed to seek. You'd think the child would want to take these, you know, and you do see that scene. So here's what I've seen over and over again. The video games. The kid is surly, his grades are bad, his performance is bad. We take the video games away. Now that's a very dangerous time. We have case after case where kids murder their parents when they took their video games. But very quickly, the child improves. Grades are up, performance is up. Good for you. You can play video games now. Boom, performance is down. Take the games, boom, they're up. After a couple of rides on that roller coaster, provided everybody survives, you hear the kid say this: keep those games away from me. I don't like who I am when I play those games.
You've really got me very interested in this whole prevention thing. I still want to go back to the question I asked a little while ago. Have you talked to, or have you looked at research on what happens to people, of course, young people included, but not just young people, after they have committed some sort of terrible violent act?
Yeah,
what are the consequences, and what are the most promising ways of sort of rehabilitating people? How do people recover, if that's possible at all?
21 years ago was the Jonesboro School Massacre in my hometown. Two little boys, 11 and 13-year-old, pulled the fire alarm, sucked them in the kill zone, and gunned down 13 kids and 2 teachers. Ultimately, 5 would die. At that point in time, it was the all-time record juvenile mass murder in human history. My wife and I sat across the coffee table from the mother of one of the killers, the 13-year-old boy. The 11-year-old was really kind of a little sociopath. The 11-year-old was really the one leading the way every step of the way. The 13-year-old was kind of along for the ride, but they had trained on the video games. They had trained on the arcade games. I took reporters to the arcade where they played. I showed them the arcade games, the point and shoot arcade games that these killers had played. So in prison, the mothers across the coffee table telling my wife and I, in prison, the 13-year-old boy said, Mom, who did we kill? Who did we kill? And the mother told the boy the names. And she said his head hit the table and began to sob. He said, those are my friends.
He hadn't even been aware of the targets? He'd been shooting directly at people without knowing who they were?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either. He's on autopilot. After he shoots the first one, you know, we had a kid in Paducah, Kentucky, who fired 8 shots at a prayer group in front of his school. He fired 8 shots. He got 8 hits on 8 different kids, 5 of them headshots. The other 3 upper torso. Supernatural marksmanship. Immediate medical attention. He put 122 caliber bullet in 8 kids. 3 of them were dead, and 1 of them paralyzed for life. It's in our book, Assassination Generation. We open up with that scene. But that the cops asked that kid, okay, you were mad at your girlfriend. You shot your girlfriend. We understand that. Why did you shoot all the others? And he said, I don't know. And quote, it just felt I had momentum. He'd played the video game. You shoot the first one, the next one, the next one, the next one. This becomes a conditioned response. And though that generation of video games rewarded headshots, and all you had to do is make one headshot and you move to the next and the next and next. Now, modern video games, you shoot until the target drops. In modern games are more realistic. Most people don't shoot with one headshot. Most people don't drop with just one shot. The modern games are more realistic, where you shoot the target until it drops. But that generation of video games had trained him to shoot the first one, the next one, the next one, the next one. And not only did it train him, he was playing a point and shoot video game in the arcade. You held a gun, you point and shoot. Not only was it a simulator, a murder simulator, it was a mass murder simulator. Not only did it make killing a conditioned response, it made marksmanship, supernatural, astounding marksmanship, an integral part of the process. And we begin the book, Assassination Generation.
Let me go back. I still want to know what happens to people after they've done it, because I haven't read anything. This is not my area. I haven't read anything about the consequences, the emotional and moral consequences of having to live with oneself, maybe a whole lifetime, after doing something like this. I do know some other information. For example, of course, there is this thing called PTSD. I don't know what that is. Is it? But I also know that the suicide rate of returning soldiers is very high. And I don't know whether what is going through their minds
Right.
as they commit or think back on what went on. Why is it?
Okay, well,
Are they going through recriminations? Is it guilt? Is it fear? What is it? And there must be something correlated to that in the young people that we've been talking about after they've done these terrible things. I'm very interested in what you're saying about how the causes of these killings, but I'm also interested in the effects of it for the kid who's done it, and for any adult, for that matter, who's done a violent act.
Well, here's the difference. If it's a violent criminal act, then it is very hard to live with. If it's sanctioned by society, and I talk about this on Killing, you and I, we know the World War II generation. You're young, but you may not remember those things, but I remember those things. And that generation was truly the greatest generation. And they engaged in horrendous warfare. And before that, the World War I veterans also engaged in horrendous warfare. And the vast majority were made stronger by it. Some were not, some were hurt, but they really, truly were a minority. But they had a purification ritual. They came home. They received medals. They had parades. They had remembrance days every year, which we honor and remember their sacrifice. These are all things that make it possible for people to live with war. When you commit a violent criminal act, all those purification rituals go away. And to live with yourself over the long haul is really extremely difficult. There's got to be a self-forgiveness dynamic that's got to come into play. And there's a lot of that is from a spiritual standpoint. Most of our faith revolves around forgiveness, and I think there's great value in faith as a purification dynamic for those. So no matter what you've done, there is no one beyond hope. There is no one's life who is truly beyond redemption, and we have to tell them that. But those who have committed a violent criminal act, you know what? I tell my cops, I wrap up every class with my cops. But the one thing you cannot live with is to commit a violent criminal act, to seek vengeance rather than justice. We must follow the path of justice. If we ever follow the path of vengeance, it will destroy us and our loved ones, and everything that we have tried to preserve can be harmed in one moment of stupidity.
See, I don't necessarily believe everything you've said about the purification rites afterwards. The celebration of and recognition and honoring of
heroes and people who've been in war. Because I guess the few people that I have talked to about it, people who've been in battle and who have killed, I don't think they find it that easy afterwards. And I'm thinking of one man in particular whom I knew, who had been a bomber on Dresden.
Yeah.
And he had dropped those bombs on the city of Dresden, which of course was a firebombing of a horrendous proportion. And he never got over it. And that makes me continue to wonder whether the people who commit suicide after they come home, what they're going through. Is it?
Well, let me give you an angle on this. You know, I present at national, international psych conferences, and you've heard in America, 22 veterans a day take their life, but only 1 or 2 of those 22 are from the current wars. In the 50s, the word veteran in America means everybody who's ever served in the armed forces. In the 50s and 60s, we drafted everybody. And most of those suicides are happening with 60, 70, 80-year-old men. And the suicide rate among our elderly is another entire topic. So it's more complex than that.
Okay.
It's far more complex than that. It is in fact.
I didn't know that. In fact, I really need to find out if, in fact, these people who are coming back from wars and committing suicides afterward, are they 50 years later, or are they people who are still not over the recent war? Anyway, we've used up our time and gone over a little bit. So we just got into a topic that I'd like to pursue further.
Meta, it's such a pleasure to be here with you.
And
you are
and
my
you
hero. You are my hero.
Shucks.
I want to be in 25 years. Who I want to be in 25 years. Still in the fray. Still, I honor you and uplift you and all of your listeners who are seeking your wisdom. I just honor you. And I would just say that, you know, if you will, to your listeners, the book is Assassination Generation.
Absolutely. Let's be sure and put it up there in bold letters. Assassination Generation. And we'll be reviewing it, I'm sure. And I'm going to go buy it myself. I haven't read it yet.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Okay, I think we are now live, so I can say hello to our audience and tell you that you're in for a treat because you get to meet one of the nicest people on the planet, a very long time dear friend that I haven't been in touch with enough over the last few years. So I'm going to get caught up with our friendship and you can listen in, all right? This is Dr. Mary Wynn Ashford, and we're going to just have a one-on-one conversation again tonight instead of a panel discussion. But it will be about, you can bet it will have a lot to do with nuclear weapons and the predicament that we're in, because that is what Mary Wynn does, and that's what I do too. But Mary Wynn very much is committed to working on nuclear weapons and the prevention of nuclear war. Dr. Mary Wynn Ashford is a physician or has been a physician. She's retired now. Recently, in the last few years, been retired as a physician, but she has been very, very active in the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. I knew her back in the early or mid 80s. What was your title, Mary Wynn, when you were at the IPPNW?
I was co-president, and I was a busy co-president because I was the Anglophone. There were 3 of us, and one was a Soviet and one was from the developing world. And then I was the third one. So I ended up doing a lot of the public speaking for IPPNW for those years.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you certainly did become a public speaker because you're still doing it, right?
I am still doing it. I can't believe it.
Well, but I don't even know how to introduce you properly because you've had such an interesting career. But this, I should even explain what IPPNW is, because some of our viewers may not know that it is the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. And it was a very active organization during the 1980s and had a lot of influence in the thinking of Gorbachev. And I think it was really Gorbachev who took the initiative to make the changes that eventually he and Reagan jointly made, which looked like we were going to get rid of nuclear weapons for a while.
Did.
But somebody interfered with that process. Marianne, could you just give me a little synopsis of your CV? The last 20 years, what have you done with your life?
Okay. Well, I became a doctor in 1981. I became a doctor late in life. I was 41 when I graduated. And then a couple of years later, I heard Helen Caldicott speak at the university. And I simply could not believe that there were 60,000 nuclear weapons. As it turns out, there were 70,000, but we thought there were 60,000 nuclear weapons. And I kept thinking, I'm so glad that she's doing that, looking after us, but I couldn't sleep. So I finally, because honestly, I didn't sleep for 3 nights and I was just exhausted. And I thought, I'm going to have to do something, become active in some way. So I became active in our local chapter of what was then called Physicians for Social Responsibility, now called Physicians for Global Survival here in Canada. And became active there, and then became active in the international group. In, I guess, 1985, I went to my first international congress of IPPNW and loved the work that they were doing, loved having the chance to see how the United Nations worked. That's where I met you, was at the UN Conference on Disarmament in 1988. And since then, I have worked internationally with IPPNW. I became a co-president in 2000, from 2000 until 2004.
Excuse me, who was your co-presidency with? Who was the Russian at that time?
The Russian was Sergei Kolesnikov, and the other person was, well, the first time it was Abraham Bahar from France, and then the second time it was from Malaysia, Ron McCoy. My mind went blank for a minute. Ron McCoy, who is still very active. He's a retired obstetrician and still very active in IPPNW. And I should mention that in 1985, IPPNW won the Nobel Peace Prize. And that was for our work bringing together Soviet and American doctors to raise the alarm for the world that in the event of a nuclear war, medicine has absolutely nothing to offer, that the only thing we can do is prevent. So that's been our same line ever since the early 80s. The organization was founded in 81, and it continues to have that mandate. Now, recently, 10 years ago, Tilman Ruff, who was then, I think he was a co-president then, may have been just on the board of IPPNW, founded a second organization that's a coalition, and that's called ICAN, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. And he founded it along with some other people, but it mainly started in Australia, then moved to Australia, and then to Austria, and then to Geneva. And ICAN won the Nobel Peace Prize this past year because it's a coalition that has brought together more than 460 different disarmament organizations all over the world. And they put on a series of conferences talking about the humanitarian consequences of a nuclear bomb. Now, it's amazing to me that in all these years since the first nuclear weapons were used, and then the tests went on, Russia and Soviet Union and China and so on, it's amazing to me that all the discussions were focused on security and deterrence. And there was no discussion about what happens to human beings. So when the first of those conferences was held in Norway, I guess nearly 3 years ago, I think the young diplomats were really shocked to learn the truth about.
You mean you think that the guys doing negotiations didn't know what they were dealing with?
No, I think that they knew, but I don't think it was a part of their consciousness in the same way it was once they actually heard the Hibakusha speak and they looked at the photographs of Hiroshima. They weren't doing that at the UN, I don't think. And I think a lot of those ambassadors are highly skilled diplomats, but I don't think that they have gone into really the humanitarian side and just exactly what would happen to us in terms of financial destruction and crop destruction and the changes in climate and so on. So Norway shook them up, and they insisted on another meeting right away and had one in Mexico. And again, after that, they met in Austria.
You mean it was some of the nuclear negotiators who actually wanted more? It wasn't just peacemates who were promoting the second meeting.
This was the ambassadors from many, many different countries, up to 140 countries eventually. Not the nuclear weapons powers, I must say. They boycotted all of these meetings. But it was the other countries in the world, and so many of them came together to hear all of the consequences and then to say, this is not acceptable. We cannot have these weapons around. They will get used accidentally or by intent. And at that point, the Austrian government said, okay, we are going to take this to the United Nations and we're going to call for a treaty to ban them. Now that's taken up until this past September, when the treaty came to the floor of the United Nations ready to be signed. Canada, unfortunately, is not signing so far. And
last week I had the conversation with our elephant. So
yes.
You can be sure that you and he are both on the same page. I don't think there was any question of that. But he was suggesting that really Canada is a very likely and a very plausible country to be taking the initiative, a leadership role, if they do it, if we would do it, if our country would do it.
No, we still have that influence that we had years ago when you and I were going to the UN, and Canada was so highly regarded by other countries who saw us as the honest broker. And we kind of lost that reputation, and now we're back, as the government says. And I think we have the duty now to lead and to bring the other like-minded countries to come and sign the treaty. And I think that it's going to take some of the Scandinavian countries to join with us, and then we'll get it signed and ratified. Because we're up to, 59 signatures now, and I think 12.
On this, we should say on what it is the
treaty on the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons. And we need 50 signatures that are ratified. And so far we've got 59 signatures, but only 12 ratifications. But still, I understand that that's the fastest process on getting the signatures and getting the ratifications of any disarmament treaty so far. So this is...
Okay, we have skipped right to the heart of the matter. What do they call it? Cut to the chase. But we left out about 30 years of your career along the way. Tell me a little bit about your career as a peace educator in Canada. I know that you were a family physician, and you decided you wanted to do a doctorate in peace studies, was it?
No, I did it in the Faculty of Education. What I wanted to do was look at the roots of violence, and then where do we start to prevent? And I have a degree in education. I used to be a high school teacher, taught chemistry and English. So it was easy to do it through the Faculty of Education. And what I did then, I went in 92. What I did was I studied the violence prevention programs that we had in North America at that time, which I think was 14 programs. I mean, now there are thousands of those.
In universities or in high schools?
No, in high schools. So I studied those and looked at the results of assessments that had been done and concluded basically that young people can be brought back from this violent engagement that they get into if we provide a lot of connectedness with other people, connectedness with a school or a place, connectedness to a meaningful work or life's purpose, connectedness to their own spiritual basis, connectedness in their families, all of these things, many of the things that First Nations people teach us. So my research was actually on the role of boredom in violence, because I heard the former head of the Willingdon Penitentiary was on the radio just as I was ready to start writing my thesis. And he was asked what young people say when they're taken into custody about why they did their action. And he said, the main answer is, I was bored. And I just about drove my car off. It never crossed my mind that someone could do a drive-by shooting because of boredom. So I looked into boredom, studied that. Again, not very much literature on boredom. But what there is tells us that there are there are people who are sensation seekers, who are easily bored and need lots of sensation, but the others are seeking meaning in life. And when you don't have meaning in life, what you complain of is boredom. And those connections that I mentioned are the things that give us meaning. Caring about other people and having other people care about you. You know, this is why midnight basketball with the police is a successful violence prevention strategy, but locker searches are not, because locker searches don't build your connections. So after I did that PhD, I went to UVic, and I taught both in the Faculty of Education. I taught young high school teachers, and in human and social development, I taught violence prevention programs. So I loved that, but I really missed medicine, and I went back into medicine to do palliative care for the last years until I retired. And you know, I still miss being a doctor. I loved delivering babies, and I loved working in palliative care. So it was a good profession for me. But I also love teaching. So being back in the schools now and teaching about nuclear weapons is really, really satisfying.
Okay, tell me about that. You are going what? School to school, classroom to classroom, working out special individual opportunities to give visiting lectures? Or do you run a regular course?
No, it's lectures, and I give them with Jonathan Down. Jonathan is a pediatrician who's the incoming president of Physicians for Global Survival in Canada, very active guy, and a terrific man to work with. I just love working with him.
I've met him, and he's a sweet person.
Well, we're a good balance, because I'm a storyteller and he's a detail person, and that's really a good combination. And he has a lovely personality with kids. So what has happened really, Netta, is that when I started telling people that I wanted to talk to groups, my old network kind of kicked in, and I had all kinds of teachers, connections with teachers, who called me up and said, yes, come and teach to 3 classes. Normally it's not just to 1 class. They'll bring together 200 or 250 kids in an auditorium, and we'll go in and do a class on, it's an interesting thing. First we talk about nuclear weapons and Hiroshima and Nagasaki and what happened.
This is like a team teaching thing, you and Jonathan Down.
That's right. We have a PowerPoint, and we take turns. One person talks for 5 slides, and then the other person. I knew from my teacher friend who's just finishing up her master's, she said, you have to be prepared that these students now know nothing about nuclear weapons. And she said, I really mean nothing. So please start with the very basics.
Mm-hmm.
And with that in mind, I thought, you know, what influenced me when I first got into the peace movement in the 80s and calmed me down, because I was really in a state of horror and panic and waking in the night and all of that. What settled me down was that we sang songs all the time. I'm sure you were in the same kind of group where you would be listening to lectures and then there would be a break and everyone would stand and sing We Shall Overcome. And then you were able to carry on. And for me, that was a very important part of the work. So I asked this young woman if it would be all right if I brought some singers with me and we would just lead the kids in singing We Shall Overcome. And all we are saying is give peace a chance, the John Lennon song. And she said, oh, sure, do whatever you want. So I was thinking first that I would tell them really the frightening part about nuclear weapons. And then we would sing and kind of calm down. And then I would talk about all of the successes of civil society, because we have had amazing successes. We brought in a landmines treaty, and it only took 4 years from the time we had that first meeting in London, England, until that treaty was up for signing. And that's amazing. And that was civil society bringing in people like Lloyd Axworthy, who was our Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Princess Diana, and so on. So I wanted the young people to know that this is not a hopeless endeavor. This is something where we're having a lot of success. The treaty to ban biological and chemical weapons, bringing about the court.
The International Criminal Court?
International Criminal Court, thank you very much, so that brutal dictators don't get away with things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
These are successes of civil society. Plus, we have changed a lot of attitudes about weapons and war. So I tell those stories and I talk about the SAGE students, the Students Against Global Extermination, who went across Canada when they were supposed to be in grade 12 in 1997, and they crossed the whole country talking to high school kids, and they were featured in that National Film Board documentary called Mile Zero, which is still wonderful, a wonderful movie. So I tell those stories and then I do question and answer. Anyway, my intuition about the music turned out to be really right on, and much more to the point than I imagined. After the first talk that I gave to these 250 kids, I said to them, look, I'm going to be working with Dr. Down and we're going out to other schools. I want your feedback about what more you want in this talk, what you think I can leave out, what information you need, what more can we do? I don't want you just to say, oh, this was wonderful, best ever. I want you to give me honest feedback. What is good and what should we change? So the teachers replied, thank goodness for the music. They said, by the time you had finished showing us the slides of Hiroshima and what happened and the ongoing problems and the number of nuclear weapons and the threat of nuclear war between North Korea and the United States, they said we could hardly breathe. And then finally we sang. The students said, what was all that singing about? So after that, we learned that we have to actually tell the students why we're singing. So after we've done the difficult part, I now say, or Jonathan says, this is hard information for us to take in because it's not been in the news all the time, and you guys are hearing it for the first time. And I can tell you that it's just as disturbing for us to say it every time as it is for you to hear it. So we need to have an emotional kind of calming down time. And singing is a good way for us to calm down. And so we ask them if they'll stand with us and sing. And they hate singing together. So they don't want to one bit. So they're very resistant. And this is where it really helps that I take a group of singers with me. I'm in a choir of 300 people. And so I just put the word out that we're doing something in a school, can anybody come? And anywhere from 12 to 24 people come, almost always all four parts, you know, soprano, alto, bass, and tenor. So we can sing really well. And they kind of joke with the kids, and we stand and hold hands. Well, now I've discovered at last how to get them to all sing. And it was a group of grade 9 kids who showed me. I started singing We Shall Overcome, and this boy whipped out his iPhone, and he held it up and he put the candle on, and he started singing and waving it back and forth, and all the kids stood up and waved their phones back and forth, and they all sang. So now I know that's how you do it. It doesn't feel like they're singing in class anymore. Anyway.
Can I ask you a message I was getting was they don't give a hoot. They're not interested in nuclear weapons. You can't get them to care, etc.
Yeah.
Now, am I remembering correctly? Is there a change?
There's a huge change.
Okay.
First of all, I'm talking to very idealistic students. The teachers who are asking me to come are teachers in special programs like global citizenship and things like that. But the other thing is these kids are working on climate change and they're already active. But when we tell them about nuclear weapons, and especially, and we just hate telling them about the threat of nuclear war between North Korea and the United States, because they're not aware of that. They're not aware that if that became a bigger war, if it involved China or Russia or more from the United States, we could be talking about really the end of life on Earth again. And we hate saying that because they're already facing climate change.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to tell them the truth and then tell them this is one that we're winning. This is one that we really can succeed in changing. But they are so...
Well, we can win climate change too. In fact, I think we need to, this is a different story, but I do think we need to look at how they are connected and
Absolutely.
regard it as a joint campaign on both.
Absolutely. And freeing up $1 trillion for one thing is
yeah, absolutely. The money part is a good part of it. Yeah. Okay.
Kids are so shocked because now instead of just talking about nuclear weapons, now we're having to give them the details about the weapons, just like those diplomats. They're not aware of what happens when a nuclear bomb explodes. They're not aware about radiation. And when they hear it, they look so shocked and so upset. And then we say, you know, we are going to win this one. We are on our way to abolishing these weapons. And now we need some energy from younger people. Mm-hmm. And then by the time we do I just have to go back to the singing for 1 minute. Jonathan and I have done 23 presentations since December. And in those, we've done high school kids, but we've also done service clubs and whatever other contacts I have in the peace movement from the olden days, talking to people over 70. And for the older ones, we have not been taking the choir, mostly because the meetings usually offer us a dinner and so on. We can't ask them to feed 12 singers as well. So the upshot of all of it is that out of 23 talks, 11 of them are without music and the other 12 were with music. Mm-hmm. And the result is, in the ones where we don't singing together, not listening to a DVD, but standing, singing, holding hands, those ones where we don't do that, the people thank us and they say, we're so grateful that you're doing all of this and please keep up the good work, and then they leave. In the ones where we sing, and this includes singing at a meeting of the Green Party, where they sang with us, and my singers go now and join the audience and hold hands with them and stuff. Where we sing, they hang around for almost 45 minutes, between half an hour and 45 minutes. And they start out by saying, I don't believe that I could make any difference. There's nothing I know to do. I can't do anything about this. And then they keep talking. So by the end of 45 minutes, the singers have talked to them about, well, I mean, you could come and sing with us with the high schools, that'd be one thing. Or you can write, or if you can do other things, you know, go to the Peace Walk, go to the Hiroshima Day commemorations, but just do something, talk about this at home. And we find those people become active. And the students leave our talks and they go and do presentations on their own in their other classes. And this is without my telling them to. They go to the library, they find out more information, and they do a presentation in English. These are usually social studies ones that I'm talking to, but they'll go and do it in their science class. They'll go and do it in a class about media. So if we've done a talk to, say, 50 kids, there'll be 5 kids who've done presentations afterward. And that to me is really exciting. That's really exciting.
And you're saying then that the injection of the feeling full part is stimulus to motivation.
I absolutely believe that.
That is something really for us to really think about. I think
we have to know that we're not alone.
Mm-hmm.
And when you sing together, oh, it's such a wonderful thing. Honestly, to sing "We Shall Overcome" and hold hands hits me every time, that we shall, and we're holding hands, and you're on my left and you're on my right, and we're going to do this. We're not alone. And then I'm buoyed up for hours afterward. So I think it's just extremely important.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some high school kids now who worked with us for the last 6 months, 2 girls, and they organized the what's it called, for our lives, March for Our Lives in Victoria. These 2 girls by themselves organized this big meeting at the legislature.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. What is the March for the...
These are the kids in Florida who started marching as a result of the mass murder.
Yeah.
And they did March for Our Lives all the way across North America. Well, these girls just took it up and advertised it on Facebook and organized this really amazing gathering of people, all of us with big banners and so on. So these are super activists. They go with us now to the schools. So, well, they're leaving. They're both at McGill now for the fall, but up until May, they were going with us and doing presentations with us. So Jonathan and I would present the PowerPoint, and then they would talk about what high school kids could do. So it made it very vital and very in the moment for us to be in the classroom.
I hope you'll put them in touch, if they're going to McGill, put them in touch with the people in Montreal, especially this Artists for Peace organization, because the idea that they're doing the art part too, the singing part too, is certainly a terrific connection.
We have a terrific position.
Yeah, maybe they'll carry the message forward there.
They will, and there'll be such valued volunteers there. They just never stopped volunteering. They were amazing.
Well, you know, I taught for about 5 years. I taught a course at University College for free for 4th-year undergraduates called Public Health in a Nuclear Age. And it was about nuclear weapons and to some extent about nuclear power as well and the alternatives. But they made me stop doing it because they no longer allow people to teach courses for free. Even if you're an emeritus professor, they won't let you do it anymore. So, and what this means is that there is, so far as I can tell right now, not a single course at the University of Toronto where students can learn about nuclear weapons. If this isn't shameful, I don't know what is. It has to be. I was reading today in a British publication, it may have been it was online, I think, that the majority of people now in Britain see nuclear weapons as more of a threat than climate change. I didn't expect that. And I may have it wrong. It may be a peculiar survey poll or something like that. But at any rate, the point is that as of now, people are beginning to reawaken to the risk.
Yes.
Even the general public is to some extent more aware of it. Although I can't say that we can give much credit to the mainstream press
No.
because it's certainly ignored there.
You know, I must also tell you about what happens when we speak to the elderly. And I'm more elderly than this, but the 70-year-olds, because there's quite a large group that we'll end up talking to at a church, and it's almost always people over 70.
Mm-hmm.
So I tell the same information about the Hiroshima bomb and show the slides and take the same questions at the end. But afterward, they come up to me and they say, we were activists in the 80s, and we'd forgotten all of this. And we feel so raw and so frightened and so shaken. I'm almost paralyzed. And I said, well, it's time to take action again. So, you know, if you want to know things that you can do, just ask some of the singers, because the singers are talking about it all the time. The singers, many of the singers came to hear us several times. So they would come to a high school and then they come to the next high school. So one of them who had listened to the same talk 3 or 4 times said to me, you know, it took 3 times hearing you before everything sank in.
Oh.
Yes, and I really realized what we're facing.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, would it be all right if I take your set of slides and show them in the Yukon? And that's exactly what we want to happen. We want other people to take it up, show the same, well, however, whatever kind of PowerPoint they want, but ours is prepared if they want to use that, and talk about it elsewhere, because people are not aware, even the people that I thought knew everything about it, and they did know it in the 80s, but as time
Well, tell me, Mary, what do you have by way of slides? Because, you know, we have here a nuclear weapons working group meets once a month in my building. Oh. And I don't think we have anything on the agenda in terms of our outreach activities. If you have a set of slides, it might be something that I could ask these the members of this group to take on and do something like put on presentations at the local public library or something of that kind.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Do you have something you can share with us that way?
I have to, what I do is I don't write a lot of words on the screen. So what I will do is I'll write the stories underneath the slides, like for example, the SAGE students, the Students Against Global Extermination. I'll write the summary of that story in that notes section of the PowerPoint. And I'll send them off to you, and they're most welcome to use them. And I would love it if they sent me a note back saying what they've done with them, so that I can add that to my
but those are especially useful for high school students, right? Not for the senior citizens.
They're for everybody.
Are they? Okay. Well, we do have one member who's a wonderful high school teacher who has a course specifically for students coming to Toronto from war zones, new immigrant children or high school kids that are in a special class, and she teaches them, and they are crazy about the work that she's giving them on conflict resolution issues and that kind of thing. So that sounds like something for her too.
Well, yeah. In a case like that, I would suggest that whoever is showing the slides put in their own stories at the end. Instead of my stories, I put in a story about being in Kazakhstan when the Kazakhs and the Nevada Shoshone got together and protested against nuclear testing, and actually succeeded in stopping the testing in Kazakhstan. So I put in my story about that because it was a lovely, touching time. But other people would put in their own stories to say, here is a time that people did this and it worked. And it's so important to empower these kids and the adults too, to know what all they can. Yeah.
I want to shift gears a little bit because I know you had an adventure in the East, which we haven't even worked our way to talking about yet. You've been to North Korea, or did you get into North Korea?
No, I have to tell the background first.
Yeah,
I led 2 delegations of doctors from the International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear War to North Korea in 1999 and 2000. We spent about a week there, took in some humanitarian aid. We took in some ciprofloxacin that was donated by a pharmaceutical company.
Was that during their famine?
Yeah, it was just after the famine and the floods. And so the people were in desperate need.
Mm-hmm.
And we were to go back in 2001, but that was, of course, September the 11th, put the kibosh on all of that. But the other doctors in IPPNW have been going back. So in the meantime, I have continued to be concerned about the sanctions and the suffering of the people there, and the really wonderful work of UNICEF. Just UNICEF has saved millions.
Which is
UNICEF.
UNICEF.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Wonderful stuff.
Uh-huh.
So there was a group, or there is a group, that in 2015 went into Korea. This is a women's group. It's called Women Cross the DMZ. Pardon me, it is called DMZ. I call it DMZ, but it is called DMZ by them. And with 30 women, including Janice Alton from Canada,
Mm-hmm.
who met first in Pyongyang in North Korea, and then with permission went to the border, crossed the border, and then met with women in South Korea. So they met with 7,000 in the north and 7,000 in the south, talking about the need for reunification and peace between the two Koreas. They were going back to repeat that this year. And unfortunately, the situation became really hot and conflicted. So, however, we still planned to go in May, and whether we could get into North Korea or not. So we were to start in South Korea, and then if we got permission, go into the north. They invited me to come to join them because Janice wasn't able to go. So I said I would really love to go and join the group. So 30 of us met in Seoul. We met with 30 women's organizations in South Korea. These organizations are very, very active behind the scenes, doing reconciliation work, arranging for exchange visits from professors to universities outside of North Korea, and so on. The YWCA of Seoul has been active getting humanitarian aid into North Korea since the 1970s. I mean, who knew that? Anyway, we met with these women. We took part in a peace march organized by the YWCA of Seoul. And there were 1,100 of us who crossed the demilitarized zone into a peace park where we stopped and rested. We had to walk about 5.5 kilometers in the blazing sun across the reunification bridge. And we were the only civilians ever to have crossed that bridge on foot. So we got into the peace park.
Wait a minute, how long is the bridge?
Well, it's 5.5 K, as I can tell you.
Why is it so long? What's it over? It's not a river.
It's in the demilitarized zone. Yes, it's over water. Yes, it's over water there, going into there's a river separating the south and the north, and the demilitarized zone is there.
So they have to have a bridge that long, yeah, right there.
Right, and it's all very, very heavily fortified, and there's razor wire up the sides and all of that, and landmines everywhere, of course. I think
not on the bridge.
No, underneath though, so you can't go swimming across. Mairead Maguire was with us for the Irish.
I've met her, yes.
Nobel Peace Prize. So she was our guest speaker, and she and I just really hit it off very well. I liked her enormously. And after I'd walked 4.5 K, I then accepted the ride from the rescue car that came and picked us up and took us the last way, because it was just boiling hot. Anyway, we were seated in the shade and under tents, and we were eating ice cream. Korean women were dancing. They were out there. I don't know where they got the energy, but they were dancing. They had huge banners, singing. There's a reunification song that both sides know, and they sing, and it was very, very touching.
Now, wait a minute. You hadn't reached the other side yet. You were dancing in the middle of the DMZ.
The DMZ, that's right. We were not permitted to go into the north. Now, we found out afterward, as we got back on the bus to go back to Seoul, we discovered why we weren't going into North Korea, and it was because President Kim Jong-un, or Chairman Kim Jong-un, and President Moon Jae-in were meeting in the demilitarized zone in Panmunjom while we were in the Peace Park. So that's why we weren't able to go all the way across. So that was
they hadn't promised you anyway, though. You were going there in the hope that if you get to the gate, they'll say, come in.
They wouldn't, no. So then we started talking about at that point, President Trump had said that he had canceled the summit that was coming up for the 12th of June. And we got together with the South Korean women. Very interesting. And when President Trump said that, the women just were suddenly deflated and they said, oh no, isn't that a shame? And then about 5 minutes later, they said, no, it's not. We'll carry on exactly as we are. And North and South will carry on with all of these programs that especially President Moon Jae-in had said. We want the family reunifications. We want the restoration of that joint industrialized zone. We want to decrease the military exercises. And we want to encourage exchanges for professionals from North Korea to go and train outside. And there are a number of those already happening.
Exchanges, how? Explain.
These would be professors from North Korea going to study at universities in the United States and Canada. And in the United States, they've had cardiologists go and study in Boston with cardiologists from Harvard. We've had people coming out to the West in Canada as well. So more of the same, right? You're building confidence and people to say, this is not the enemy. This is a time, finally, that we can have a peace treaty. And there's huge optimism in South Korea because Chairman Kim Jong-un, through getting nuclear weapons, finally had the ear of the United States, and they started talking. And hopefully that will continue, and hopefully it will lead eventually to the reunification of the whole Korean Peninsula. But step by step, they need to have some confidence building measures. And I must say, President Moon is just a consummate diplomat. You will notice that whenever he does something, he thanks President Trump for facilitating it. That is brilliant.
Straight face.
Well, he's just such a gentle, sweet man. But we were watching the television in Seoul. We were watching the replay of their meeting at the border, and they hug each other and they put their arms around each other's shoulders and look in each other's eyes.
These two, the North and the South, President.
North and South, just so
Kim and Moon.
Yeah, really, it's wonderful to see that. So we're just hoping that we can facilitate everything that we can to make this happen. The South Koreans want it, the North Koreans want it, families really want it. You know, some of them have not seen their relatives for 70 years. Parents not seeing children and vice versa. It's just, it really has been terrible. But the other thing that was of concern to me was the sanctions and brutality of the sanctions. The past year, China had not been stringent with the sanctions, and UNICEF had been busily putting in a lot of humanitarian supplies. So children whose lives were threatened, I mean, the children had been very, very malnourished, suddenly showed, and UNICEF's very, very rigorous about their research into what is the effect of the help that we're giving. And they demonstrated that these kids were now thriving. The mothers were not thriving as much as the children, and they concluded it's because the mothers were giving their rations to the children.
And where are these women?
This is in North Korea. They get the...
Throughout North Korea, or is they're not having a famine now or anything, are they?
No. But the sanctions meant that people were still starving. They were malnourished. I shouldn't say starving at that point. They were malnourished, and they were getting help from UNICEF. Then these new sanctions went in, and UNICEF came out with a report that said they would predict with that level of sanctions that there would be 60,000 children die in the next year, just because they're so dependent on outside aid. Now, Russia and China are not being very stringent in upholding the sanctions, and we're just hoping that enough is getting through. And I mean, I can't give a report on that because I have no idea what's going on there. I'm hoping I'll get back in with.
Well, you know, you hear this concept of targeted sanctions.
Yeah.
If sanctions could be imposed on just the people who are making the decisions and who's going to stand to lose the money or whatever assets they're being deprived of, that is the way to do sanctions and not hurt ordinary helpless people. Are there sectors of North Korean society, as far as you know, who would fit that category of people who have enough influence and who are not actually their survival is not injured by having these deprivations? Is there such a thing as targeting sanctions for North Korea?
The Security Council resolution said that humanitarian aid was supposed to be allowed through, but speaking to the humanitarian aid workers who used to be in North Korea and who left because nothing was coming through. The woman that we know from Sweden, she's Canadian actually, from Sweden. She was working for the International Federation of Red Cross in Pyongyang in North Korea, and she was responsible for ordering the medical supplies and equipment that was needed in North Korea. But she said with the new sanctions, they couldn't get anything. Absolutely, they could not get anything because the companies, the factories that produce medical instruments don't want to send a shipment to North Korea and have it turned back, because it costs them a fortune then to get it back, and they won't take that risk. So as a result, nothing was getting through. She said they had no suture material, they had no rubber gloves, they had no operating gowns. That's the state, the condition with no humanitarian aid getting through. It's just deplorable. So the Security Council needs to be responsible for this because they've said that the humanitarian supplies need to go in. So it's up to them, if you ask me. They've set the guidelines. It's up to them to make sure that humanitarian aid does get through, that children are being fed, and that pregnant women are getting prenatal vitamins and all of these things, that people are getting a basic level of food and sustenance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, are there humanitarian organizations, global ones, in North Korea now? Like, is MSF there, or is the Red Cross there, or?
I'm not sure about the Red Cross now, if there are other people since this woman has left. UNICEF still goes in, but they don't have the same amount of programming. They don't have the supplies that they can bring in. So I don't know what they're able to do. There is a Canadian group, the Canadian Food Grains Bank, World Food Grains Bank, is that what it's called? I'm sorry, I may have that wrong. Someone from the Mennonite Central Committee has been working there for years and years and years, Eric Weingarten, who has been doing a lot of work in North Korea, and the Mennonites in the US, so the Central Committee at the United Nations, has also been doing a lot of work in North Korea. And it's just, if you're not allowed to take anything in with you, then you're kind of paralyzed. What can you do that's actually helpful?
Mm-hmm. It's tragic.
Yeah, it is tragic. It is tragic.
How much communication could there be, or is there, between the women, the South Korean and the North Korean women who are these optimistic ladies that you were telling me about? Do they know each other? Do they stay in touch with each other? How close can they be?
They can, except that there's no mail coming and going between them. But they do have, as people come out from North Korea and bring messages, and sending messages back and forth. There's much, much more communication than I ever imagined. And there are very active professors and other professional women in South Korea who are simply determined to see Korea reunified. So,
can they broadcast to each other?
No.
No? What happens? Is there some sort of jamming or what?
Yeah. They now have cell phones in North Korea. They didn't have that when I was there the first times. We had to hand in our cell
We didn't have cell phones either, dear, in those days.
I have one with me, but we had to leave them with customs as we went into North Korea. And I don't know how much things have changed there. They do have a few installations of solar power on some buildings in Pyongyang, but still they're very, very far behind.
But they are getting a sense of what the rest of the world is like, right? And I had the impression that 15 years ago they didn't. They actually were kept isolated and didn't know.
No, didn't know what was going on. No.
Yeah. But there are presumably still camps prison camps, right?
Oh, it's a brutal dictatorship. It is a really, yes.
There's no indication that that kind of thing is being
eased up. No. Well, not as far as I know. And again, it's very hard to get information out of North Korea, or to, even when you're there, to get a genuine sense of what is going on. But
when these people show such emotional attachment to the great leader, or the Kim family leaders, I've always been puzzled seeing images of people wailing and carrying on if at the news that one of the dynasty has passed on, and wondering to what extent is that real? Do you have any sense of whether or not it really is heartfelt?
I don't know, but I can tell you that if I were there living, I would wail, because if I didn't, I'd be suspect. So, who can assess that? I don't know. But we do know that when dictators are toppled, and we had 60 dictators toppled after, what's his name, Marcos. 60 dictators were toppled with minimal violence, except Ceausescu was violent, but the others, and the people obviously did not like them and were glad to see them gone, no matter what they were showing up until that exact minute. So we can't weigh that. And I
don't know, because I've been very, this is a side issue and maybe we shouldn't go into it too much, but I've been fascinated by the mentality of people in a dictatorial regime. And, I did so many interviews in Russia with people who said that they never heard a word spoken harshly about Stalin, for example, and many of them still can't bring themselves to say anything that's critical of Stalin.
That's true. And my translator was absolutely shocked and devastated after the collapse of the Soviet Union, when he finally saw himself what the elite had and how well they lived, and he didn't know any of that, and he was a translator for Khrushchev. So, it was a secret. It was a well upheld secret. So, yeah, I don't know. And I don't know in North Korea. I just know that it's very tightly controlled, and being there is almost surreal as an experience. Yeah.
Yes, and yet you report these things about women dancing in the heat of the day, and what does it mean to them,
No, that's South Korean women. We didn't have.
Well, yes, but that's what I'm wondering, if they have relationships with the North Korean women. What would if the North Korean women had actually been able to meet with you, would they have been dancing too?
Well, when the women across the DMZ met in North Korea and Pyongyang, it was very much a staged event. There were 7,000 women all dressed in Korean traditional dress. They sang and they danced and they did a performance and they shook hands and so on.
Mm-hmm.
That's different from.
It's formal, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a first step.
Mm-hmm. I want to change, we're almost at the end, and I want to do my little, I guess you could say this is my advertising, but it's also a recruitment program because I want to ask you if you will participate in the project that I'm engaged in called Save the World. We have Project Save the World going on now, which has, as you may know, we're addressing 6 global threats that are all interdependent and that I think need to be addressed as a system because they do have causal implications for each other. We had a conference, we had a forum at the end of May, and we arrived at an agreement by consensus to pick 25 different public policy proposals that we would try to put together on one sheet of paper, a list that could be adopted by leaders and activists and professionals addressing all 6 of those global threats as ways of reducing the risk of all 6 of them. So if all of our 25 proposals were implemented, we're pretty sure we would reduce the risk very, very greatly. Not just nuclear war, but certainly including nuclear war. That's one of the biggest ones, of course. And now we're at the phase of writing wikis. We want a wiki to go, a kind of an essay to go along with each of these 25 proposals. So they will be on our webpage, and people can refer to them to find out the logic behind our choices and all the implications and everything they need to know about these proposals. I'm forming teams of people to do the writing of the wikis, and I would love to have you serve on one of those teams. How would you like to be on the team to write the wikis for dealing with war and weapons, especially nuclear?
Yes, that sounds excellent.
I just recruited a new player. How about that?
Great. So put me on your list.
That's wonderful. And it also means that I can, whoever's watching this, and that means you, we invite other people who may want to participate in this too. I do boost these little videos that we do every week and put them on Facebook and put them here and there and get them distributed a little more widely than just by hearsay. And those of you who will be watching this are invited, if you're interested, to have a look at the platform for survival. You can go to the webpage called ToSaveTheWorld.ca and click on the thing called Platform for Survival. It will show you the list. There's also a page for each of the 6 global threats where you can have a conversation. I hope you'll go there and enter your thoughts and comments and exchange ideas on those pages. And those of you who like to write and who have special interest or knowledge about one or more of these global threats, which are, by the way, war and weapons, especially nuclear, global warming, famine, pandemics, massive radiation exposure, and now cyber attacks. And if you have knowledge about any of those and want to write about that, go take a look at the wiki page. And for that, it's not inside the regular wiki, inside the regular web page, but you go to wiki.tosavetheworld.ca. And you can see the setup there where we will begin shortly entering explanations for our choices and elaborating on them, because some of them are kind of vague, not very well spelled out, or we couldn't spell them out that much. We will spell them out much more in these pages, these wiki pages, which will be up indefinitely and will be continued to be updated as we go along. So, Mary Wynn, you will hear from one of our other team leaders, and those of you who want to join in the effort, just go to take a look at those web pages and get in touch with me or any of the leaders that you see there. This has been fun, my dear. It's now 9:02, and I think we have just got started. We haven't really finished our little catch-up spell, but I've enjoyed every minute of it. And now you can go let your dog back in. I'm so sorry that you had to exclude
She'll be annoyed.
your dog out of the room and lock the door. And I thought it was a darling dog. So anyway, go back to your dog. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you folks next week if you tune in again. Thanks, Mary Wynn, and thank you, folks. Bye-bye. I'm Etta Spencer, and today we're going to talk about AIDS in Africa. And we're going to talk with a very special person, a very dear friend of mine, Ann Swidler, whom I have known since the days when she and I occupied an office together that belonged to Seymour Martin Lipset at Harvard.
Right.
Back in the 60s, in fact. Ann is retiring, or soon to be retiring, professor of sociology at Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley. But she's spending an awful lot of time these years in Malawi, where she specializes in culture, and her interest is in the connection between culture and disease, especially, of course, AIDS. So, hi, Ann.
Hi there. How are you, Meta?
It's great. So, let's talk about AIDS. What lately, I guess you have a book. Do you want to talk a little about your book and what you think you discovered there, or do you want to launch more into talking about what we can do to facilitate the management of AIDS?
Yeah. Well, I guess I can talk about both together. So the book is 2017, Princeton University Press, and it's called The Fraught Embrace, the Romance and Reality of AIDS Altruism in Africa. And I guess I would put an emphasis on the word romance, weird as that might seem, because I think one of the things we were writing about is the way in which Western publics, from just ordinary voters to the kinds of people who feel impelled to get on a plane and go start an NGO somewhere in Africa or Latin America, to the big international organizations that work on HIV, are often motivated by a kind of romantic desire to transform the lives of others and to create gender equal, participatory, democratic, grassroots organizations all over the world. And they have a kind of view that the Western image of what an ideal society is like, which of course we ourselves don't practice at all, right? We are not gender equal, egalitarian, grassroots, democratic, and so forth. But we have the idea that if we just bring this wisdom about the ideal society to the poor, benighted people of Africa and Asia and Latin America and so forth, they will embrace this and they will see the wonders of living the spectacularly successful way that we live. And so,
well, wait a minute. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like you're taking a very anthropological view of the world. I think of anthropologists as especially keen on showing that the Westernization is not all it should, that we think it is.
Well, I think just, I guess I would say it's more that I do think you need an anthropological view in the sense that trying to transform societies you know nothing about and that you haven't bothered to learn anything about is a huge mistake, and that you're much more likely to make big mistakes, to get disillusioned and disappointed and run away, which is the very frequent outcome of these very well-meaning efforts that people find that someone has stolen the money from their organization, or people are not behaving the way they imagined. And then after a couple of weeks or months or years, they up and flee. And so I think that it's anthropological in the sense that if you want to help people and try to change things for the better, it really is important to understand not your fantasy about a place, but what the place is actually like. I don't think it's anthropological in the sense that we think everything is better there than here. That's certainly not true. I guess I would summarize my views based exclusively on African research, although not just in Malawi. Malawi is, if you want a way of identifying it for your listeners, it's the very peaceful, largely, I won't say English speaking because there are many, many local languages and most people speak those, but educated people speak English. It was a British protectorate, and it is democratic, horrendously corrupt, and amazingly peaceful. So it's
well, that corruption in this case goes with democracy and peace.
Yes, and newspapers that constantly expose the corruption every single day. So there are stories about teachers' salaries not being paid because some higher up has stolen the money, about teachers who were promised housing not getting the housing, about health workers who haven't been paid, about the most recent scandal is about some bureaucrat who bought some vast number of tractors and then gave them away to his friends. And these things are exposed constantly, and the current corrupt regime was reelected in Malawi's last election. But yes, it is very, very corrupt at the top, and the people are incredibly kind and generous and hardworking and deeply religious throughout this society. So it's a very pleasant place to be.
Satisfied with their country? I mean, if you say it's a highly democratic country and they don't vote the rascals out, why is there a gap there? You would think that there would be an uproar if there's that much corruption.
You would.
Real democracy.
And all I can say is that I think it's a combination of every party seems to be dominated by scoundrels, and so people don't know where to turn. They understand that it's a very corrupt system, and that is that the government is very corrupt. And there's also corruption at a lot of petty levels as well, I would say. But anyway, it's a combination of that with ethnicity and region, which is correlated with ethnicity.
This is tribal kind of
tribal. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily call them tribes because they are quite spread out. So you would recognize them as language groups, I guess.
Oh,
huh?
3 different languages?
Many more than 3.
Really?
Yes. There's the Sena, or even farther south. So I would say there are maybe 5 or 6 major languages, long way. So I mean, yes, there are 5 or 6 major mother tongues. Everyone who goes to school knows Chichewa. So in this generation, Chichewa is essentially a national language. It's the one taught in schools.
But what about English? Would that be the integrated?
And then English is taught in the higher grades. So anyone who has a high school diploma, that would be, they have a British system, so it's a Form 4 diploma, would speak tolerably good English and maybe very, very good English, but only about 5% of the population gets that Form 4 degree. So many, many people have only a rudimentary education, and there's very high illiteracy. Okay. Malawi has almost no source of mineral wealth. It's a landlocked country. It's, I think, 7th poorest or 10th poorest or something in the world. And about 80% of the population are farmers who mostly do subsistence agriculture. We've been doing village interviews, and we ask people, what do you grow? And people grow maize, or they grow cassava, or they grow sometimes rice or millet. And then what else? And tomatoes and various vegetables, sometimes pigeon peas, which are like a black-eyed pea for us. And they're good. They fix nitrogen in the soil and so forth. Mm-hmm. But you ask, do you sell anything in the market? And they say, no, I grow only to feed my family, and the food doesn't last until the next harvest. So there are a couple of months in the winter where there's essentially hunger between the time they eat up the previous harvest and the time the new harvest becomes available. So it's just a very, very poor.
Have high rates of AIDS.
Yes, I think the HIV is about 10% of the adult population is HIV positive.
I read someplace that 70% of the world's AIDS cases are in Africa.
That sounds about right. In most places in the world, HIV is driven largely by intravenous drug use or same-sex sex among men. And it's relatively rare to have a sustained heterosexual epidemic. That is, you get heterosexual transmission when the partner of a man who has sex with men gets infected, whether that partner is a man or a woman. You get heterosexual transmission when the partner of a drug user, of an IV drug user, gets infected. But in African settings, you have sustained heterosexual transmission, meaning almost the entire epidemic, not 100%, since there are men who have sex with men. There are IV drug users in Africa as well. But Africa is unusual in the sense that the epidemic is almost entirely driven by heterosexual sex.
Mm-hmm. Now, as I recall, when you were first going to Malawi, you were talking a lot about looking at the culture of sex as a major factor, but that didn't seem to be the leading feature in your book.
Yes, the book focuses on Western efforts to prevent HIV, and I want to make two really important points. One is that the AIDS epidemic is fascinating, and we deal with this to some degree in our book, because the fact that it had become a highly publicized, sort of politically visible illness in the West, everything from the actress Elizabeth Taylor making AIDS a cause célèbre because some of her Hollywood friends were HIV positive, to the fact that the gay rights movement was being devastated by the disease, and they took a very politically active, energetic stance toward the disease and made it much more visible. They made it, well, they fought to get HIV treatment, HIV prevention, to reshape the way public health dealt with the disease. So it was already a kind of marquee illness in the West. And so when HIV globally, and especially in Africa, became a major, visible in the West, let's say, became a major issue, it launched one of the great, I'd say, experiments, if you want to think of it as an experiment, or the great expansion of global governance. So you had a kind of unprecedented global effort to mobilize resources and to create an entire institutional infrastructure which still exists. UNAIDS as the UN agency that deals with HIV, enormous foundations like Gates and so forth, mobilizing all their resources, a huge array of massive NGOs, organizations like USAID, and especially PEPFAR, which George W. Bush deserves credit for. This is the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. And it is a fantastic effort that really, in a completely unprecedented way, integrated the kind of this set of global actors to fight a single disease. And that fight has been hugely successful in a couple of respects. Most important is the proportion of people who are on treatment for HIV. So antiretroviral drug combination drugs are really effective, and a huge proportion, I think something like, I'm not sure the exact percentage, but maybe something close to 70% of people who are HIV positive are on the drugs, or at least, maybe it's a little lower figure than that, but treatment has become widely available, and so deaths from AIDS have fallen dramatically since the early 2000s. So in Malawi, the drugs really became widely available. They were available in the West much earlier, but in Malawi, they became really widely available in about 2006. And since then, deaths from AIDS have plummeted, and huge, not everyone, we still hear friends of friends who recently died of HIV and so forth, but a high proportion of people who are HIV positive get on the drugs, perhaps not as soon as they get infected, but as they start to get sick, at least. And so among our friends or the people who've worked with me and so forth, I know many people who are HIV positive, but at least in that circle, all of them are on medication, and the medication has kept people alive. So they've lived long enough to see their children grow up. So globally, the AIDS epidemic is by no means over. I just looked at the figures, and currently about 38 million people are HIV positive. So that's a heck of a lot of people. And you're right that a very high proportion of those are in Africa. And then something like almost 2 million people a year become newly infected with HIV. So it is not.
These antiretroviral drugs, do they reduce the transmission rate?
They reduce it to 0 if they are working 100% effectively. Yes. If you are on antiretroviral drugs and you are effectively virally suppressed, which has typically been the situation of people who take their drugs consistently, you will not transmit. You can have all the unprotected sex you want. You will not transmit, and you cannot get HIV. So that's this pre-exposure prophylaxis.
Some people take it even if they don't have HIV.
Yes, one drug, Truvada, is used very widely as a prophylactic drug, and they've shown that if people are taking it conscientiously, they will not become infected with HIV. These are largely studies of gay men in the West. But,
yes, I think I know a young man who was talking about taking something called PrEP.
Yes,
is that what that is?
It's pre-exposure prophylaxis. That's the broad term. PrEP isn't the drug. PrEP is the broad term for pre-exposure prophylaxis. That's what PrEP stands for. And the drug usually used is called Truvada. And if people take that, they will not become infected. Now, they've had trouble in African settings getting people to use either that drug, or they created a microbicide gel for women that has Truvada in it. It is not 100% effective, but moderately effective if people use it consistently, but people don't tend to use it consistently. So I'll just say there are a lot of new infections, and the scary thing on the horizon, which is what I was working on this past year, is growing drug resistance. So if you, particularly with the earlier combination drugs, even if you took them conscientiously for many years, eventually the virus would, even at the low levels that were still present in the body, it would start to evolve resistance to whatever drug combination you were on. And so more and more people who become newly infected are infected with a strain of the virus that is already resistant to some of the combination drugs that are typically used. So the global public health community is trying to get ahead of this problem. They've instituted, and it depends on how poor or wealthy the country is, but regular viral load testing to see whether the drugs are working. They're not terribly effective, however, in switching people once they discover that somebody who's on antiretroviral drugs already has a high viral load. They're not very effective in figuring out whether it's the person's fault for not taking the drugs regularly, and they need some kind of adherence counseling to encourage them to take the drugs consistently, every day and at the same time of day and so on and so forth, or whether the problem is that they are infected with a strain of the virus that is resistant. Discovering whether things are drug resistant is a very expensive kind of test. You actually have to study the genetics of the virus. So almost no African countries have the lab equipment or the financing that would be required to know that.
That's interesting, because I've interviewed one woman, Laura Kahn, who's interested in the antibiotic resistance. Mm-hmm. and the fact that animal transmission, using it in animal food and so on, is a reason for some of the problem. Is this antiretroviral thing, is that a kind of antibiotic, and does
No.
So there could be
kind
of resistance can occur to other pharmaceuticals besides antibiotics, right?
No, I know what you're saying about antibiotic drug resistance in animals, and I've been reading these terrible stories about the drug-resistant bacteria in pork and so forth. Mm-hmm. But antiretroviral drugs are not used at all in animals, and they really only work for the AIDS virus. These antiretroviral drugs are developed specifically. There are now a whole panoply of them, and they work through different mechanisms that attack the HIV virus through different pathways, but the drug resistance is due to the specific properties of the AIDS virus, which HIV is an enormously dynamic virus. It replicates at something like 10 billion copies an hour within the body, and so it evolves incredibly rapidly. So that it evolves so rapidly, in fact, that if you have the ability to do genetic analysis of the virus, you can tell in a population which person infected which other person, because each person's virus has become distinct by the time they have it. So there are a few studies that look at whether someone who became infected during a clinical trial of some protective treatment became infected by their regular sexual partner or by someone else. And you can tell by studying the genetics of the virus that infected them and comparing it to the genetics of the virus of their regular partner. And if they're the same virus, you can tell, and if it's different, it will have evolved enough that if they got it from a different person, you can tell that. So it's a property of the HIV virus itself that it evolves at a tremendously rapid rate. And so there are many strains of the virus and subtypes and subtypes. And then even in one subtype, the virus is constantly evolving. So that's why drugs.
But then now, is there a danger that they will run out of new antiretroviral drugs able to suppress the thing, or are they staying ahead of the evolution?
I think right now they are staying ahead of the evolution. There's a new drug called dolutegravir that's just been introduced in Malawi in a new combination, and it is supposed to be unusually, its mechanism of operation is supposed to make it more difficult for the virus to evolve resistance to that drug. They don't know, since they give these drugs in a 3-drug combination. That was the breakthrough in HIV treatment, that because HIV evolved so rapidly, it turned out that sort of hitting it from 3 different sides at once was the only way to keep the virus suppressed for any considerable period of time. Using just one of the drugs from the beginning just didn't work, because the virus would find a way around it almost right away. But if you could knock down the whole population of drugs, so the evolution of the virus was slowed down enormously because there just weren't that many viruses in the system, you could suppress it for many years. So what they don't know, whether people who are already resistant to a couple of the other drugs in the dolutegravir combination drug will also manage to develop resistance to dolutegravir more quickly. But I would say that HIV is sort of it's a prestige disease, and there has, because of this vast global mobilization, in the global public health community, it's kind of we talk about it as the drama queen of diseases. It was popularized in a way that made it seem the most exotic, the most scary, the most sexual, the most, it's sort of not glamorous in the sense that people who had it were considered glamorous, certainly not glamorous in the sense that the symptoms of AIDS were horrendous, not glamorous at all. It wasn't like the, delicate cough of tuberculosis or something like that. You weren't making movies about how, delicately beautiful people dying of disease looked. I don't mean glamorous in that sense, but I mean that it was because it had to do with blood, sex, because it was a disease that appeared so frightening in its early period. People could be infected with it and could infect you even though they seemed perfectly healthy. It had many, many properties that made it extra dramatic. The pipeline of new drugs is moderately full. Sometimes they are very expensive, and the question of how to get them in a form that they're available to ordinary Africans is a problem. But so far, unless President Trump shows the same inhumanity that he's shown in other areas in this area and manages to cancel funding for PEPFAR, that would be a catastrophe. So the U.S. actually finances most of the HIV treatment.
Really?
And that will be catastrophic.
Well, thank you, George W. Bush, for something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. That's all new to me. This is very interesting. Now, but I deflected you from your original talk about the book, which is more about, I gather, the challenges for Westerners who want to go and take care of people without, be more effective in
teach them somehow to prevent HIV infection. I would make this comment not just about the fight against HIV and AIDS, but about do-gooder projects of all sorts, which is that very often, and this is especially true in very poor countries, local people will tell you whatever it is you want to hear because they're so desperate for help. And so if you potentially, as a foreigner, represent simply the fact that you have resources that they regard as unimaginably great, and you may not think you have resources that are unimaginably great, but when someone's family's life can be saved for $20 because that will provide enough food to get them through the next month, then it really is true that you're unimaginably wealthy, and that you, as you sort of shed, it's sort of like as you walk through a community, you are shedding little bits of wealth here and there without even intending to do it, in maybe the tiny tip you leave for the person who cleaned your room, or the modest amount if you pay someone the equivalent of $2 for doing your laundry. That is a huge amount of money for them and their families. And so it's really true that they never know what benefits might accrue from participating in the group you've set up, or the program to create a women's cooperative or whatever. And yet the ideas you have about what they need may be completely at variance with what they actually need or want. And I think one of the places you see this most clearly is sort of the, again, what I would think of as very naive view that what people want is liberation and empowerment. So one example is that, for instance, I've heard this even from Peace Corps volunteers, where they sort of decide that the village chief, for example, many Africans live still in village situations or even in urban situations where they're dependent on a local chief for basic judicial services. That is how it is. I think I was telling you that I went recently to a chief's court in a village, and the issue was that an old woman's dog had killed and eaten a guy's goat. Well, that goat might be the only source of meat he had for himself and his family for the year, or perhaps the goat milk as well was an important source of food for the family. So how's he going to get restitution or even some assurance that this woman will pen up her dog in the future so it won't kill another of his few goats? And the answer is that the chief has to provide that protection. The chief's authority determines whose responsibility the death of the goat was, and determines whether there will be restitution or not. So we come in as Westerners and we say, it's totally undemocratic. Where do these chiefs come from? This is hereditary. They're almost all men. This isn't the democratic, gender egalitarian world. We should get rid of these chiefs. They're terrible. Well, get rid of them and replace them with what exactly?
Mm-hmm.
These are not societies that have what we take for granted, which is a rule of law state with some kind of regular, reasonably effective policing at the local level,
Mm-hmm.
and an effective labor market that provides work for people who have, some kind of human capital, intelligence, drive, education, whatever the traits are that you think should be rewarded. And these are places with tiny formal economies. This is true across Africa, that almost all employment is informal. So you're selling newspapers on the street corner, you're selling airtime for telephones on the street corner, you're, again, the equivalent of shiny shoes, selling tiny bits of food. You buy a 5-liter jug of cooking oil and you divide it into tiny little envelopes that are about the size of a cigar, and you hang those up, and people buy just enough cooking oil for the one meal that they can afford, and you basically double the price, if you will, of the 5 liters that you bought. These are the ways that people actually support themselves in addition to agriculture. So the idea that you're going to come and you're going to give people, for instance, you're going to make sure girls and boys both go to school equally, you're going to teach people, I love this, there's a project to teach men and women to cook together, to make Malawian husbands more egalitarian. Now, the number of ways in which this doesn't make sense are so enormous, it's hard to know where to start. But I'll just say the vast problems of Malawian families are not that husbands don't cook with their wives, right? In fact, I think, I'll just stop there and say we bring images about the world that are related to our experience. And the romance part of this is that it's particularly the struggles that have meant the most to us in our own lives. So for a woman of my age, the women's movement and feminism more broadly have been the transformative experience of our generation. You mentioned the era in which you and I met, and that was an era in which, at the time you started graduate school or I started graduate school, the idea of women becoming professors was impossible. There were no women professors in the departments where you and I were trained, and at the time we started graduate school, it would have been a hopeless quest. By the time we finished our PhDs, it was possible for women to be hired in academia, and that was due to the women's movement. It all happened in the early 1970s, and we were the beneficiaries of that. So you can understand why we would want to bring that feminist, egalitarian, women's liberation sensibility to people all over the world. It was the transformative movement of our own lifetimes. But we misread the local context when we think that that's going to be the transformative experience of others' lifetimes, and that they need what was so great and so important for us.
Okay. Are you engaged in trying to assess which innovations or cultural importations will work and which ones are going to fail for all of the reasons you've alluded to? Or are you basically saying, well, we don't know what will work and what won't, but it's better not to try any of them because let's just bring in the drugs and see what we can do that much. We can give the drugs away and then just leave them alone and let them decide what cultural changes they want to make. Or, I mean, what's your attitude on that?
I guess the position we take in the book, and I should say my co-author is Susan Cox Watkins, so the book is Swidler and Watkins. The position we take is that there are enormous areas in which help is valued and indeed necessary. I think almost all of the poor African countries depend heavily on foreign aid, and both the government-to-government transfers of resources and the kinds of resources that everyone from missionaries to do-gooder individuals bring, but that aspiring to more modest, concrete forms of help rather than transforming the lives of others. So I think Susan and I both have our teeth put on edge by the idea that you're going to, quote, empower other people. And that the idea that, say, someone with a BA from a US university imagines that she or he is going to drop into Malawi for 3 weeks and empower the local community. What does that even mean? What is the sentence as a transitive verb? I am going to empower you. Beyond egregious hubris, what could that sentence possibly mean?
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say that. I don't know. I can't defend the concept because I haven't heard anybody arrogant enough to assert that they're going to empower anybody else.
Oh, that is the common refrain of NGOs, great and small. They're going to empower the local people. They're going to empower women. They're going to transform gender relations, blah, 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 blah. No, I think that is actually a dominant fantasy, maybe because we ourselves feel disempowered. But
let me take it personally. I consider myself a behind the scenes agent of social change. I don't go to Africa. I've never been to Africa or any place else where I try to have an influence. I do try to influence public opinion in certain ways about various policies, though. And I try in this project, Save the World, to find that look at the way some of the major threats of humankind are interdependent, and how if we can find some leverage into the system and change particular things in a sequence, in a particular order, this is going to have more effect than if we just randomly or separately address these 6 global threats as if they were independent of each other. So for me, for example, I think that the most promising leverage into the system of these global threats has to do with reducing militarism. That if we could cut back on the amount of expenditure on military, we would stop emitting even as much greenhouse gas. We would prevent the famines that are now used as a weapon of war, primarily. We would prevent some of the epidemics that result, in a famine situation, such as cholera, which normally occurs, influenza, which is often historically looked at as transmitted by soldiers at war, etc. A number of different ways. There's a connection between militarism and the use of nuclear power, because you generate plutonium as a fuel for nuclear weapons from every reactor in the world. There's a connection with cyber attacks. In fact, they're almost equivalent, the notion of cyber attacks and war. They're so interdependent. So all of these things are interdependent, but the key insert is militarism. So I am a propagandist and evangelist for anti-militarism. Therefore, I am out there trying to persuade people that we need to cut back on militarism, replace it with other means of dispute resolution or protection through, say, United Nations peacekeepers or some other similar kind of military institution, which would allow us to get rid of weaponry run by national governments and so on. Now, I take it personally because if I'm an evangelist trying to change the world by reducing militarism, which is one of the many things we could do, but my priority, am I a bad person? Is it wrong to say, no, here's a policy which even in, Africa, but even African countries would be better off if they transformed some of their military orientation to other uses, social purposes?
You might be right. I think again, if you take a country like Malawi, its military is tiny. It doesn't, there haven't been many, there are many civil wars and many wars that have to do with predation from one community into another. So especially if you look at Eastern Congo, where Rwanda on the one hand and Uganda on the other, and then various forces within Congo itself want to exploit the enormous mineral resources, gold, diamonds, coltan, you name it, in Eastern Congo, and they are there massacring local populations in order to maintain direct access. It's not a matter of even, they don't have to overthrow the government in Kinshasa in order to directly just send troops and miners and so forth into Eastern Congo, because the government in Kinshasa doesn't really control Eastern Congo. So you have, I don't know if you call it military conflict, it's violent conflict on the ground of both regular, the Rwandan army and the Ugandan army, and irregular groups who are warlords who want to control directly territory. There I would say, and maybe this is my diagnosis of the global situation, what you have is a lack of effective governance. So again, we in the West tend to take government for granted. We've got all too powerful governments, at least in our view. And the problem is, do they choose to build huge militaries, spend their budgets on military equipment, and then fight occasional massive, extremely dangerous wars in many parts of the world? And it isn't just in Africa. You do have state failure and state breakdown. So I think the problem of essentially the inability of Brazil to govern Sao Paulo, where drug gangs have basically become the dominant governance system. The problems in Colombia, Honduras, and Central America, where the real problem is that there is no central government that can effectively provide local peace and local social order. So any warlord, gang, drug gang that can govern, this is of course Afghanistan, now parts of Iraq, and for sure the militarism of the West, and especially of the US, has broken down states where there were effective, granted not very nice states, or really horrendous states. Like, I don't know what your view of Saddam Hussein was, but clearly that was a very repressive, brutal, horrible regime. But the effect of destroying that regime has been to create large swaths of ungovernable territory in which suicide bombers and the rise and fall of ISIS and the enormous destruction of human life and human security is a consequence. So I would say in Africa, you really never had effective states. And this is the legacy of largely of colonial incursions in Africa and the slave trade that broke down whatever local forms of governance there were and created artificial states that really have, this is not universally true. So there is effective governance in some, and so generalizing that Africa as if it were a country rather than a continent with 54 countries is, horrible from a social science point of view. But I'll say that in many, many African countries, the problem is that they're not effectively governed on the ground. So whether that has to do with militarism or not with militarism, the states that are supposedly the governments of these countries don't effectively govern them in many cases. And in Africa, unlike some other parts of the world, although again, this is a growing pattern in Central and South America and in many, many parts of, the Middle East, again, in Syria, Iraq, Libya, you have essentially vast territories that are governed largely by warlords and criminal gangs, which become the same thing. And so militarism in the sense of one nation state building up huge amounts of weaponry to attack another nation state is not nearly as critical an issue in these places as local predation. And I think that's back to why Malawians keep reelecting their corrupt, in many ways, ineffective leaders. And part of the answer is that they look around them at civil wars, in the devastating civil war in Mozambique, the civil war in Angola, what's gone on in Somalia, where we have the breakdown of governance altogether.
Well, you know, in some ways, I have to say your message is very discouraging, because as somebody really looking at the urgent problems in the world, you know, a lot of change is needed, but you're basically saying keep your hands out of other people's.
No, that really isn't what I said.
No,
that really isn't what I said.
Okay.
I think what I said is make some effort to really understand places in which you aspire to make changes on the ground. Mm-hmm. And if you go in with no understanding of anything except your own ideals and your own vision, and no interest in or understanding of the local place and how it operates and what its challenges are and what local people care about and what they actually need. So, for example, let me just give you one of the bottom line points that we make in our book, which is in Malawi, but throughout most of Southern Africa, the dominant pattern of social organization is what we would call patron-client ties. Okay. Or we sometimes call these ties unequal interdependence. And that is that anyone you meet is trying to support and take care of his or her younger siblings who need money for schooling, who need, maybe they're also grandparents who might need food and so forth. Parents who, if you are successful, your aspiration in life would be to build your parents a house. So you and your siblings might collectively get together and build a house for them as sort of a sign that you yourselves had finally arrived. And I was explaining this to a young American physician who'd come to Malawi, and she and I happened to be on the same plane going back. And we had a mutual friend, and I was describing how he had discovered that his father had not only fathered himself and his 3 siblings, but that there were 4 other unacknowledged siblings from affairs the father had had during the marriage. And he went through a long process of being skeptical that these 4 other people really were his siblings. And then he discovered that they were really his siblings. And the first thing he did was call them and say, can I pay your school fees? Because being a person who could support your kin is the most morally important, morally rewarding thing that you could possibly do. And she was shocked the way you are. Like, what? He wanted to pay the school fees of these illegitimate siblings he had never met. He's a guy who's about 40, let's say. And so we were going through the customs line at the airport, you know, the visa line. And I said, look, this is everywhere. So the guy who was stamping our passports, I said, do you mind if I ask you a personal question? He said, no. I said, how many children are you paying school fees for who aren't your own children? He said, oh, well, I'm paying for my sister's 3 children and my brother's 2 children and this and that. Just random. I knew. Why? Because he's actually employed. He has a salary. He has an income. And so he uses his income not only to support his own children, but to support a vast number of other children. I know a woman who's a single parent, and she has, I'll say, up until last year, she had only 1 child. She's adopted a 2nd child. But when she began to have a little business, she runs a restaurant, and it began to make a little bit of money. The first thing she did was go to the local high school and ask whether there were any young women who needed support, who didn't have enough money to pay their school fees. And she took on the support of 2 girls in a local school whose families didn't have enough money to pay their school fees. So the way most Africans understand the world, you are a person who matters when you can support others. And if you yourself need help, you will look for patrons. And it's not considered humiliating to be dependent on the help of others. It's considered normal. So when you come in as a Westerner with a project, whatever it is, whether it's to teach farmers to add a new crop to their crop rotation that'll make their soil better, or the latest thing is dig swales, which are these sort of channels you put around your field that conserve rainwater. These are wonderful ideas. They may really help, actually. Certainly the pigeon peas have been adopted very widely as an alternative to just growing maize. Maize depletes the soil, the pigeon peas build up the soil. You can introduce innovations, but you need to understand that you yourself will be seen as a patron, and you will succeed in your project to the degree that you act like a good patron and you facilitate these patron-client ties. If you don't understand that, you will imagine that you're creating a little bureaucratic organization or a little participatory democratic organization or a little cooperative, and then you will be infuriated, disillusioned. You will run away. You will leave. Why? Because they didn't behave the way your social imagination suggested they should behave. You gave them gender egalitarianism, but you discovered that the males were making the women cook their lunch. So now you're done with them. You don't want them anymore. And I just think that it's not a matter that you can't bring progressive change. It's not a matter that certainly that Africans don't want a better way of life. They certainly do. But it's, if you don't understand and have no interest in the way they actually live and the social organizations that do work for them, the local patterns that are effective, you can't be effective in trying to change things.
Okay, I certainly hear you, and you're obviously right. Now, you know, in 30 words or less, how do you cure AIDS in Africa? What are the really promising proposals on offer or being provided?
So here, the global public health community, I think, has really been enormously adaptive and creative. So the current theory, which I think has a couple of big problems, but the current theory is that if you can get everyone on antiretroviral drugs right away, as soon as they're infected, and if they will stay on those drugs for life once they are infected and take them conscientiously, and if the global public health community will produce drug innovations as needed, which I think they are prepared to try to do, you could end AIDS. So the current thinking is you could end AIDS by 2030. That's the slogan. And the slogan is 90-90-90. So if you're studying the AIDS pandemic, you want to learn this phrase 90-90-90. And the ideal is that 90% of people who are infected should know their status, that is, they have to be tested. Of those, 90% should be on antiretroviral drugs. And of those who are on antiretroviral drugs, 90% should be fully virally suppressed. That is, the drug should be working. It has not been attained, and I think there are real barriers. So the problem we were working on this summer is failure to deal effectively with people who aren't virally suppressed. So how quickly do you switch those people to a new line of drugs? Do you listen to them when they say, no, I am taking my drugs? And here you have to understand local social organization. For example, the degree to which people with better education look down on and in some ways have contempt for poor villagers. So when the poor villager says, no, I take my drugs every day, you say, always at the same time. And the poor villager says, yes, always at the same time. And then the educated clinician says, really? Show me your watch. Do you have a watch? And of course, the person doesn't have a watch. Of course, the person takes the drugs at approximately the same time every day, which is fine. But the clinician wants to make it the fault of the poor villager. So there are lots of problems at the level of social relationships and the way problems are understood at the local level. There is a big disparity between the way women get on treatment and the way men do, but it's the reverse of what we expect to see, which is that women typically do get on treatment, partly because there is very, very good prevention of mother-to-child transmission. So pregnant women are basically forced to be tested for HIV, and then they are convinced very aggressively that they must take antiretroviral drugs to protect their child, and they must continue to take them after the child is born so they don't transmit the virus through breastfeeding. So rates of transmission to newborns have been pushed way down. The West sees, it's horrible to say this, but they see infants or unborn children as, quote, innocent. And so the efforts in that arena have been far disproportionate to the efforts to save adults who are presumably somehow guilty or responsible for their illness. But anyway, that has meant that women are much more likely to be on treatment than men are. And I have a friend who studies this. The HIV clinics have come to be seen as women's spaces where men don't go and don't feel comfortable going, where men would feel embarrassed to go. So there's a whole agenda there in terms of incorporating men more effectively into treatment and getting men to feel that there are male spaces where they can go and be treated and not feel stigmatized or humiliated or that they're being like women. And so I think there are numerous challenges, but
how about doing things like installing a barbershop in
yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. And so there are creative attempts to develop just such ideas. The idea of a barbershop where you might go for testing and treatment while you were getting your head shaved. That is that's actually, I think I'll take that and run with it. But I would say that the way to end the AIDS epidemic probably is, it doesn't look like there's going to be a cure for HIV. I don't think anyone is going to completely alter the sexual behavior of Africans. I think that's unrealistic. And I do think treatment is the best prevention. So the way to not transmit HIV is to be on treatment and to have that treatment be effective.
Okay, and your study of the culture has not yielded any recommendations about cultural change as a likely source of prevention.
I think that is really based on the amazingly weird culture of the West, where we have a basically puritanical view of sex, and however much we more lately think that it's great to have many orgasms and to have lots of sexual experience, we basically think that at some deep level there's a sort of Victorian assumption that women don't really want sex and it's only aggressive men who force women into sexual relationships and so forth. And nothing could be further from the African understanding of sexuality. So if you want to go back to the deep sociology of this, the African continent was always underpopulated. There was much, much more land and not enough people. And so there's a phrase in the anthropology of Africa called wealth in people. That's in some ways what the guy who wants to support the school fees of children not his own is doing. He's building up his wealth in people. He's acquiring more dependence. That's what chiefs do when they try to be good chiefs and keep their villagers from moving away. And this was the historical pattern of political rule in African societies, that there was a center that was both symbolically powerful, that had ritual functions, that sort of condensed the sacred meanings of a culture into an intense center around some chiefdom or some kingdom. And then the authority of that center would diffuse as you went farther away from that center. They didn't have territorial boundaries, and the inheritance of land and property was just not important. Whereas in the West and in many parts of Asia, the entire sexual culture is based around the attempt to monopolize control over land from generation to generation. So you have honor and shame cultures in which you murder young women who have sex before marriage or who have sex outside the family. You cut off the possibilities for marriage choice of women in many Asian societies historically, where women got married off as children to keep the land within the male lineage. And this just was never an important pattern in Africa. Fecundity was important. Generating more people was important. And so the idea that we are going to somehow import Western understandings and experiences of sexuality into African societies and obliterate their historical patterns of sexual experience, which are, if you ask me, have many advantages over ours. It's a crazy aspiration, and I don't think that's necessary or realistic.
Time's up. It's been wonderful. I wish we could talk for another 2 hours.
It was great talking to you.
It's wonderful. I'll send you links and stuff later. But at any rate, I thank you and carry on. I hope you're coming back next year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and today I get to talk with 2 friends about Israel. We're going to discuss the recent Israeli elections and what that means for the people in Palestine. And my 2 friends are longtime friends of mine. They know each other a little bit, but not very well. And I just called both of them what might, to some people be considered an insult. I call them both deviant Jews, and neither one of them flinched. So here we go. Both of them have quite different perspectives on the Palestinian-Israeli situation and politics in Israel, no doubt. But I think there are many compatibilities. So I want to introduce first Mayor Amor, who is a sociology professor at Concordia University in Montreal, and a very old friend because I'm also a sociologist. And then now also I will introduce A.B. Weisfeld, or Abraham Weisfeld, who is also a friend of mine living in Montreal, where they should be acquainted with each other. Maybe they are a little bit. And he is, I should say, he's living in Nablus, Palestine, because about half his time he spends there now. He is sort of a Jewish Palestinian or something, if that's not a total contradiction in terms. And he will no doubt reflect on what Mayor is going to say, because I'm going to start things off by saying, Mayor Amor, will you please give us your impression of the background of the recent Israel elections?
Meta, how are you? Thank you very much for this long and nice introduction. Well, I would give basically, I don't know if Abraham Aby would disagree or agree with my point. I would just now, for the time being, give a very brief historic election review of what has happened in the last 2 elections. So we had an election on September 17th, which followed the election that we had in April. In April, we basically had 2 major parties, one the Likud and the other one is Blue and White, who had each one of them roughly 36 Knesset members, but they were not able to form the government. That is, neither one of them was able to create a government, to form a government. And Benjamin Netanyahu was the prime minister, who thought that a new election might give him the advantage that he would like to have, to form a right-wing government. Anyway, his hopes and assumptions were not confirmed, and in the second election, he actually lost quite a bit of power, and he has only 31 members of parliament in his list, although he has a right-wing bloc that assists him in basically pushing Israeli political, but also social and economic system into a deadlock. We have two political parties. The blue and white has actually 33 members of parliament, but they cannot form an easy government because they don't have enough Jewish voices to assist them to cross the 61 members of parliament needed. In order to do that, they need the assistance of the Israeli-Palestinian community, which voted to one political party, and they got 13 Knesset members. So basically, we have a situation that Israeli society today, from a political point of view, is stuck. But I would argue that this kind of deadlock is much deeper, and it represents a very long history of inability to make the necessary decisions to create maybe a reconciliation or a conciliation between the Jews and the Palestinians who live in Israel and among the Jews who live in Israel. So basically, this is the roughly the situation from a political point of view. I would like just to add two more points. One is that we have a quite large contingent of Israeli Haredi Jew who are ultra-Orthodox Jews who have a block of about 17 Knesset members. And then we have a small contingent of right-wing national religious party who had 7 votes, and 2 small so-called Zionist left parties who together form about 11 members of parliament. Basically, the division is between Jews, Palestinians, and within the Jews between what is traditionally called left and right, although those titles can be debated and probably would have different meaning for different people. That's it.
Now, this is A.B. Weisfeld, that is Dr. Abraham Weisfeld, who is also a Palestinian friend of a Jewish friend who is very interested in Palestine and spends about half or more of his time living in Nablus, although the rest of the time he's in Montreal, where he is right now. So I want to hear your reflections, Abe, on the recent Israeli elections.
Well, I was thinking of the political momentum, which is a determining factor here. Whereas previously Netanyahu had a lot of support from various directions and credibility, you know, with Trump backing him up, etc. But he has lost that momentum now and has reversed itself. And now this political momentum is moving in other areas, unexplored areas. And as in any case of physical momentum, it is very difficult to turn a given political momentum in any other direction. So I have taken a favorable view of the current election and consider that Netanyahu is certainly finished as a political figure, and that now there is a uncertainty, which is very, very interesting because of the joint list Palestinian United Front, which regained its 13 seats in the Knesset, which is determinant now. Previously, the right-wing coalition was able to garner some, majority, but now they are not able to do so. And so the 13 seats of the joint list becomes a determining factor as to who is going to be forming the government. This is the most important thing that I think has come out of this particular election, and I find it to be pleasing.
Well, okay, let me ask a very basic question, because Meir mentioned this blue and white party, and that it is second or maybe now first, and I don't know whether that means that they will be forming the government, or I don't really know how things work over there. But what are they all about? What do they represent? Are they very different from Likud? And what would be the changes, if any, if they do form a government?
Okay, now the Blue and White Party is a coalition of the Zionist left parties. Gantz is a general, was a general, of course, and was responsible for one of the massacres that took place on Gaza. And Barak, his coalition partner, was a former prime minister who was responsible for the massacre of 13 Palestinian protesters.
Is that Ehud Barak?
Yes. He apologized for that massacre and said that he had
business. So Ehud Barak is back in the running, huh?
Yes. He's part of that coalition. And but both of them seem to have changed direction. And this is suitably a reflection of the changing consciousness of the Israelis as well. So it's another favorable factor that emerges from this election campaign.
Well, they don't sound like very kind of people I would like. In any case, maybe a step forward or from your point of view, Mayor, would you qualify this?
Yeah, well, I don't think that Blue and White are left Zionists. Actually, they are almost the same as Likud party. They are a right-wing political party, basically with some additional neoliberal Jews who are supporting a very, to a large extent, a right-wing political and social agenda. It is composed of 3 generals and one neoliberal, basically a media celebrity. The 4 males were able to create an ad hoc coalition of forces in Israel that the main glue among them is to oust Benjamin Netanyahu from his position. And they roughly had succeeded because there is a huge social wave against Benjamin Netanyahu, corruption and style, and especially the politics that he instituted in Israel. To a large extent, from a political point of view, they are not very much different from right-wing Zionist parties. They are almost the same. And they will probably come up with maybe better management tools, but not any kind of strategic change in Israel politics. To a large extent, it's the same political hegemony ruling the Israeli society, now with a different captain at the heel of the ship. That's it.
Well, okay, but you guys are kind of celebrating small victories. Is that it? Doesn't sound like it's much of a change, except that you get rid of Netanyahu, maybe, with a little luck.
Yeah, that's basically what they hope to achieve, getting rid of Netanyahu. But they never ran on a better strategic political agenda. The only thing that is different is that they argue that they can manage the situation in a more responsible manner, because together they have over 100 years of military service and this and that kind of ideas and logic, but now no fresh idea, no any original thought had crossed the political landscape in Israel in the last 20 years.
Okay, well, we as peaceniks, what do we have to celebrate? It sounds to me as if there's less prospect, at least with Bolton's exit, less prospect of war with Iran. I don't know how much of that would have been affected by Netanyahu's presence anyway. Tell me, what do we have to celebrate?
Well, there's less of a prospect of a war with Iran, as you mentioned. No prospect of a war on Gaza. No prospect of a war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. And no further bombings of Syria and Iraq. So okay, that's the first thing.
For this blue and white party, if that's what they will bring into the situation, then I'm suddenly a blue and whiter.
Well, yes, but they are, of course, subject to the whims of the moment, so any of that could be reversed easily, because blue and white, they call themselves either centrist or left wing, but that doesn't mean very much.
Well,
as Meyer has
you
pointed out.
agree with him that those changes are the result of this election?
Those are changes that are the result of Israeli civil society. People do not want to have further wars.
Okay.
The massacres of Palestinians on the frontier with Gaza every Friday is not very appealing to anybody except for the fanatic elements.
And you think this is going to happen, to stop happening now?
Well, even under Netanyahu, they have to stop shooting to kill, because in response to the last time that two Palestinians were shot and killed, at the Gaza frontier on a Friday, the following day there was like 700 mortars that were shot into Israel, and they didn't have the capacity to stop them. So they exposed the vulnerability of the Israeli military and towns around Gaza. And the mortars that were being handmade, were becoming more efficient and more long range. So this was obviously something that could not continue. So they stopped shooting. Afterwards, thereafter, they were shooting to maim. But now that Netanyahu is on the way out, what is the balance of power is what is most interesting, because they were supporting the conscription of the religious students who go to yeshivas to study Torah.
Who was supporting that? Who was supporting that?
The blue and white formation. Before, they were even supporting, Lapid, one of the partners in that coalition, was even building a whole, political party based upon the idea of sharing the burden. That is, that they wanted to recruit the religious students into the military so that others, wouldn't have to serve as long time as they had been, which was 3 years for boys and 2 years for girls in the military at the age of 18. So people were getting fed up with doing military service. And so in order to placate that sentiment, they were offering to conscript the Yehudi, the Hasidim, who were exempted, from military conscription because they were going to study in the religious schools, in the Talmud Torahs, in the yeshivas. So they cannot form a coalition with the religious parties, which are Shas and United Torah Judaism, United Torah. I forget the full name. And so they are dependent upon a coalition, de facto coalition, with the Palestinian United Front, because they cannot do so with the religious, formations, because they are still in favor of conscription of their children. So in order to have the de facto support of the Palestinian coalition, they have to make concessions to the Palestinians, like equal funding for their school system and other such, matters. One such campaign promise from Barak was that they would move industrial facilities into the Palestinian areas so that the Palestinians in Israel could have work in the factories. So a lot of concessions are going to be sought by the Joint List. They have not yet come out in support of Gantz as the prime minister. So, but they're negotiating that. Even at this very moment, they're negotiating such conditions. And if successful, they will then recommend that Gantz become prime minister to the president, Rivlin. And then they won't get any cabinet seats, but they will continue to vote, for the legislation that is being proposed by that blue and white coalition. And that will form a majority government, stable for a certain amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mayor, please react.
Well, you asked a question that is important. What is that there for picnic? Okay, the only one, maybe not the only, but two things have happened that are important in terms of change. One is that there is a Palestinian-Israeli political party who is much more integrated into the Israeli political system as equal citizens. Now, they are far away from equality. They are still second-class citizens, but now they are really a very important ingredient in the ability of at least one camp to form a government. And that would mean a major change from the policies of the right-wing political parties that ran the country in the last 12 years. That's a very important point for what you call peacenik. The other issue that might shed some light on the peace movement in Israel is that actually the peace movement in Israel is in shambles. And it needs to come up with a new social and political agenda that will try to address the real issues that Israelis and Palestinians face. To a large extent, the left Zionist parties for the many, many years were fighting a kind of an abstract struggle that had very little to do with what was going on the ground. And maybe now we reached a point in which a reconsideration, a serious consideration of what we've been doing so far is required. Mm-hmm. So that's what happened now. Mm-hmm. Those are the two very important things that happened. Other than that, I don't see many improvement or changes toward a peacenik point of view. Maybe one more point is that there were at least one or maybe even two members of parliament in the Palestinian United Party that were contributed by Israeli Jews, which means that there are many Jews who voted for a Palestinian Democratic Party. And this is a very powerful and important message. That's basically it.
If they're Jews, why would they be voting as Palestinians or whatever?
No, they are not voting as Palestinians. They are voting as Israelis. But the Palestinian Israelis are citizens in Israel.
Yeah.
We have citizens who are Palestinians.
How would this vote be relevant to whether a Palestinian party is formed or not?
No, you are confusing two things.
I am. I'm very confused.
Okay, so let me explain to you. There are 20% of the Israeli citizens are Palestinian. In the last 72 years, they always participated in the Israeli election. They either were part of Israeli Zionist parties or mainly they were part of a communist party. In the last three elections, the Palestinian Israeli citizens coalesced and united into one big political party of Israeli Palestinians who are citizens of Israel. And they were always voting in the Israeli political system. What I said, that at least 2 of the 13 members of the parliament, that is about 70,000 people, Israeli Jews, voted to that political party, which is led by Palestinian Israelis, and they represent a very democratic political party because they demand Israel to be the state of its citizens. They demand equal rights for Palestinians and many Israel, and of course they demand some kind of solution of the conflict between Israel and Palestine, or Israelis and Palestinians in general. So they represent a very important peace movement in Israel, and that's what I said.
I see. And these members of parliament, Knesset, voted for them?
No.
No.
Many of the, you see, Mera, it seems to me that you're not paying attention to the fact that we have in Israel 20% of the Israeli population are Palestinian.
Yeah, that part I thought I understood. It's the business of where did they get these Israeli supporters?
Well, people voted for the Palestinian party.
Oh, that's what I just said.
Yes, it's the same election. So the Israelis can vote for a Palestinian party or a Jewish Zionist party.
And they voted right. Okay, that's all I wanted. Okay, good. That's much clearer now. Thank you. What are the prospects for a change? I think you've said that it's required now, and maybe people are recognizing that changes are required. But what is the likelihood that something is going to really shift in terms of resolving the impasse, I guess, that exists?
It has already changed. The shift has taken place. This election marks that shift. If you look at beneath the surface, let's take, for example, the previous allies of the right-wing coalition government of Netanyahu, which were the religious parties, Shas and United Torah Judaism. These two parties are non-Zionist parties. They are religious parties, but they supported the right-wing Zionist government of Netanyahu nonetheless because they got concessions from that government. But when that government turned against them and tried to conscript their children into the military, they rebelled. Why? Not because they didn't want the concessions from the government coalition. They still wanted that, but they were forced to rebel against that coalition because of the protests by the religious Jewish population of Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, who were doing civil disobedience actions in the streets against the conscription of their children into the military and into prison when they refused to go into the military. There was a big campaign, and these religious parties had to follow their constituents, and they had to come out against the conscription of their children into the military. Otherwise, they would have lost their base of support. There's been a change in mentality and consciousness in the base of the religious. And they forced a change on the part of those two parties which were previously in the right-wing coalition government. Now, there is no right-wing coalition government. There is no right-wing coalition with these two religious parties. But the opposition, which was also in favor of the conscription of their children into the military, cannot make a coalition with those religious parties. Those religious parties are now on the out. They are forced to form a de facto coalition with the Palestinian parties and offer them concessions instead of the concessions being offered to the religious parties. That's one thing that's been changed.
Let me ask, because, you know, we're used to here in North America, or at least I, as a half American, am used to thinking in terms of religious parties, or there are not any, but religious groups generally as being right-wing supporters of Trump and quite reactionary. But it sounds as if, and actually rather militaristic, you know, these are the guys who, despite being religious, want to be able to carry guns everywhere they go and so on. And so I come at this with that kind of assumption, but it sounds as if you're describing the religious parties, the Jewish religious parties, as being oriented more toward peace and more toward now forming a good relationship with Palestinians than the rest of mainstream society. Am I reading you wrong?
No, that's not what I meant to say. The religious parties don't care about the Palestinians. These particular religious parties, they only care about their own constituency because they got concessions, in other words, subsidies for their schools, for all of their social services, etc. That preserved their way of life, and that's all they were concerned about. They couldn't care less about the Palestinians. They're not in favor of peace necessarily. They don't take the position.
This is a tactical alliance then that they would form with the Palestinians. But in general, you would say the Palestinian group is more peaceful.
The Palestinian group is carrying out a political revolution within Israel in conjunction with those who are favoring a peaceful resolution of the conflict with the Palestinian nation, which took the form of a two-state solution under the Geneva Accord and the Oslo signed agreements signed by Rabin. Now that was sabotaged. Rabin was assassinated. And the reason why he was assassinated was because he only got that Oslo agreement passed through the Knesset from the Palestinian parties. Otherwise, he didn't have a majority. So the right-wing Zionists used that as a pretext to say that it was not legitimate because it did not have a support of the majority of the Jewish people, which they considered to be the only legitimate source of political authority. So that was the contradiction previously. So now the Palestinian parties are increasing in significance, again, because of the isolation of the religious parties over the conscription issue, and because Netanyahu has lost his political momentum. And I hope that this presages the same thing in the next year's election in the United States. Perhaps this is a prevision of what is going to be happening in the American election, and Trump will lose the election as well.
Yeah, okay. I'll go with you on that. All right,
well,
Mayor.
I would like to, I think that there is a need to put all the current political issues in a larger historical and, of course, social context. What is the social context that you need to put the religious parties in Israel? You asked about the religious parties. So, first of all, religion in Israel, Judaism in Israel is not made of one cloth. There are many shades of Judaism in Israel. There are, for example, religious Jews who are nationalists, who are thinking that, and they are called the Religious National Party. There are many Jews who are Orthodox, who are against the whole Zionist idea of creating a state by Jews. Those two strains of Judaism are involved in Israeli politics. There is another strain of Jews who came from Arab countries who became Orthodox Jews in Israel. So I don't want to confuse too much the picture. What I wanted to say is that, and very important to your question about religious attitudes in Israel, is that most religious Jews in Israel care much more about religion and about their way of life than about the general politics with relations to Palestinian and peace and war. So they are interested in better educational services, better welfare services, better approaches that would let them live their life. Mainly what I'm saying is that all these items are usually are left-wing policies, social welfare, against conscription, and things of that sort. But the tragedy, to some extent, and the irony in Israel is that many of the Orthodox religious parties are associated with the right-wing political parties because they provided them more money to what they needed. So they were bought to the right, but they have no serious indication of not following a left-leaning government. This brings us to a major question that was not asked, and the major question is about the Jewish problem of Israel. And Israel has the Jewish problem was a debate that was conducted in Germany in the 19th century between Marx and Bruno Bauer, and later on between Max Weber and Zombart. Many of the issues that what is the role of religion in modern society? Israel has a major conflict with religion. Now, what happened in Israel was that the Israeli experience of the Jewish religion had created a very interesting religious attitude and way of thinking that is different from many of the religious attitude of non-Israeli Jews. Did I make myself clear?
So far, but keep going, because your next sentence is going to be the turning point.
Right. So basically, religion in Israel, Jewish religion in Israel, became a completely different construct from what we are used to know about Jewish religion outside of Israel and religion in general. So, the problem in Israel is that the state of Israel does not recognize citizenship because religious Jews always fight against the rule of law in which citizens determine politics. In many religious countries, they want to have God in the center. In Israel, it is a major issue. This is why in Israel, the question of citizenship is so fundamental for Palestinian Israelis. And every Israeli who supports an agenda that demands that Israel will be a civil, secular state in which citizens are recognized and not God is a major contribution to a social change which we are not there yet. So the problem in Israel is that the left-wing policies coalesce with policies that are vying for civic life. And that's where the Palestinians are, the Israeli Palestinians, and they are the leading forces toward transforming Israel to a state of its own citizens.
I agree with that. And I think this creates the preconditions to demonstrate to the Israeli civil society as a whole that the cooperation between the Jewish Israelis and the Palestinian Israelis is feasible and produces results and removes the negative aspects of politics that were considered to be inevitable previously, such as war and massacres. So what's more interesting even is the position of the Palestinian Authority, because there is a quasi-Palestinian state that is set up now with headquarters in Ramallah at the Muqata. Muqata is the governmental headquarters.
What do you mean by a quasi-Palestinian state? There are two Palestinian states, sort of, as I understand it. Kind of clarify what this thing is you're mentioning now. Is that a third entity or what?
Well, there is a certain degree of recognition of a Palestinian state, a unitary Palestinian state, but it has two governments. One government, Hamas in Gaza, one government of Fatah in the West Bank. And Fatah itself is composed of various factions. So it gets more and more complex as you get into it. But the point is that the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah, which was previously in coordination with the government of Netanyahu, and even had a Palestinian preventive security police that was working with Israel to arrest Palestinians who were agitating against the occupation of the West Bank, is now ended.
That's ended.
And this is what has happened in the last year. And the Palestinian Authority has also declared that it no longer recognizes the provisions of the Oslo Agreement with respect to Sector B and Sector C, which is about 75% of the West Bank, which was under the military control of the State of Israel. Now the Palestinian Authority says that they are going to begin issuing building permits in Sector B and even Sector C. This was provoked by the proposed annexation of the Jordan Valley by Netanyahu as his big campaign promise. Now that will not be carried through. The annexation of the settlements and their outposts will not take place as well. So now the occupation continues, but without legal authorization. And even the authorization granted under the Oslo Agreement has been refused now by the Palestinian Authority. So the Palestinian Authority is beginning to assert itself. And with the Palestinian parties in Israel as being the base of support for the governing coalition, holding the balance of power, then the Palestinian Authority is enabled. They will be able to proceed further. So now they will issue building permits, for Sector B and Sector C. Now, if Israel comes around and says, oh, you cannot build this apartment building here because you do not have a building permit from Israel, and they will come with bulldozers and they will try to destroy it. The Palestinian Authority say, no, you don't have any authority here. They have building permits from the Palestinian Authority, and if you come to destroy this building, then we will stop you. This will be the turning point.
That sounds like a fight. I thought you said there wouldn't be any more fights, violent encounters. This sounds like a very ominous, in some way, an ominous situation. Mayor, tell me, because I'm not able to question him with much wisdom. You probably have a better way of questioning what Aby is saying. Do you agree with everything he said, or what?
No, I don't agree with all he said. Of course, some elements of what he said are important, but you see, I think that in this discussion, because people who would be listening to us, including you, are not that informed.
So I'm not. I'm sorry, but that's what we've got to deal with. Is that
right? So
our listeners are not informed.
Right. So instead of going into very complicated maneuvering on various sides of the political spectrum, I think that speaking in large strokes of logic and history would do better. Basically, I would not, in order to speak about what happened in the Israeli last election, I would not bring into the complexities of the Palestinian Authority and so forth and so on, because it will muddle the picture. The Palestinian people are under occupation, but part of the Palestinian nation is within Israel, and they enjoy Israeli citizenship rights. The problem of what the Palestinian would do is a very important issue. It would probably mean much more in terms of discussion. The last political election, what we have, I argued that basically signified no major change, because the real issues in Israel, that is, the relationship toward the Palestinian and toward the occupation, nobody had spoken about, nobody even presented any general plan how to get to a reconciliation or anything of that sort. The other issue, Israeli citizenship, was not debated, nothing at all. Other issues within the Israeli Jewish society and the Palestinian, the question of inequality, were not even raised in this political election campaign. So basically what I'm trying to say is that the last election, although they would probably yield a transformation of the head of the government, will not change for a long run any of the Israeli politics in any of those major fields: relations with Palestinian, citizenship rights, religion, inequality between various Jews and Palestinians within Israel. Mm-hmm. The election was basically a game of what I call the Ashkenazi hegemony in Israel, and now they have another head to that hegemony. But basically the rules are still the same. Ashkenazi Jews, those Jews who came from Eastern or from Europe 2 or 3 generations ago, are still the hegemonic party. They are the most conservative forces in Israel. They have most of the power, and to a large extent, the system remains still in their hand, and now major changes have occurred. The Palestinians are suffering under whether occupation in Gaza or in the West Bank, or an Israeli second-class citizen within Israel. The picture did not change. No major changes in the real furniture organization of Israeli politics and society.
I would agree with that, but I would point out that, even though the Ashkenazi Zionist elite controls the state and has made it into a Zionist state, it is now faced with a contradiction, which was not socially, it wasn't contradiction, because in a Zionist state, you had 20% of the population who were neither Jewish nor Zionist, the Palestinians. And now this contradiction has emerged in the electoral configuration, which it wasn't before, because the Zionist parties were able to find a way to form a government without the Palestinian parties. Now that has come to an end. So the contradiction with the Palestinians has become apparent. It'll have to be addressed, as well as the contradiction with the occupation, where a majority of the population in the West Bank and Gaza, of course, is Palestinian, even though it's under, Israeli rule or control. So these contradictions will have to be resolved. Now, the fact that
why do you think that those contradictions must be resolved? We are living 72 years with contradiction, even 120 years with contradiction, and nothing was resolved in the way that you're speaking about, probably. But no, people can live with contradiction. Most people live with many contradictions.
Before, the government of Israel wasn't dependent upon the Palestinian bloc to form a government. And the one time that they actually needed the support of the Palestinian bloc to pass a legislation, which was the Oslo Agreement, it resulted in a failure. But now, the Palestinian bloc holds the balance of power. So this contradiction is becoming serious. It's not something that can be, ignored anymore. So the resolution of this contradiction, together with the resolution of the occupation, together with the contradiction that the 60% of the Palestinian nation is living in exile, under duress, under threat in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, elsewhere. All of this can only be resolved by demonstrating that the two nations can live together in the same society, which is what Meyer was saying, and I think that's true. The fact that they can live together in the same society requires a transformation from a Zionist state into a federation of two nations, without a state control, without centralized political authority that determines that one majority is superior to any other majority. Now, this is the only possible resolution. That's why I wrote and published my book, The Federation of Palestinian and Hebrew Nations, last year. And I think that what's happening now is demonstrating that it is possible.
I think, this is very interesting, and I wish I'd kind of started earlier with asking you, if you each had your druthers, that is, if you've got a solution to the Israeli-Palestinian problem exactly in the form that you wish, what would it look like? And I think you've already alluded to it just now, Aby. Meir, what would your solution look like?
My solution to what?
What kind of governance would you like to have in Israel-Palestine to make the best political system for both peoples?
Well, I must admit that I don't have this kind of dream, that far away dream. Basically, I would say I will start from where we stand and try to go as further as I can. The major question Israeli Jews face is to accept Israel as a state that has its own citizens, as a state that has borders, and as a state that is clearly defining its citizenship. All these three aspects are far away from Israeli politics that we have debated so far. For example, Israel does not have a clear definition of its borders. Israel does not have a clear definition of who are its citizens. Israel does not have a clear relations toward the role of religion in Israel. All those issues are ingrained in the Zionist Jewish project that had created the country. So I would go very small, and I would say any cooperation between Israeli Jews and Palestinian Israelis promoting civil society and civil rights, democratic rights to all citizens, would be a major transformation of the Israeli political landscape. Hopefully, this would lead to trying to engage the bigger problem of the Nakba and what Jews have done to Palestinians, and how Palestinians and Israeli Jews can live in the Middle East in peace. But the small steps are the crucial steps. And I see in this election, as I said at the beginning, the early stages in which Israeli Jews support Palestinian leaders for democracy. This is a major transformation and a very important step.
Okay, but now you're talking about Israel as it is now, and that still leaves a whole question of what is going to be the status of the occupied territories, if you will. What is going to be the status of Palestine in in the long run. And
well, I don't know. I don't know because
that's what you want.
But probably it will not be what we have now. So it seems that some kind of maybe reconciliation, federation, trying to solve the Palestinian refugee issues, addressing the questions of Jews in the Middle East, all these questions will have to be discussed. But before we get there, we need somehow to facilitate a much more receptive ground for equal rights, some kind of citizenship right, some kind of representation, some kind of a dialogue that we're not there for a long, long time. So maybe we should start small and not with the big dream and go down, but start from the bottom and try to go up.
Yeah, I don't know whether I like big or small in general, but I do think that not answering the question of what is going to be the status of Palestine, while you try to address how to improve situations in Israel, is a half answer. I don't know whether other people would agree with me. A.B.?
Well, Mida, Meyer is right in that the negotiations that are presently taking place between the Palestinian Joint List, United Front, and the Blue and White Coalition presages the upcoming negotiations between the State of Israel and the State of Palestine.
Okay.
Under pressure, negotiated with Egypt to withdraw from the Sinai, just as Israel, under pressure, withdrew from Gaza, just as Israel, under pressure, withdrew from Lebanon 2 times. This will presage the pressure on Israel to withdraw from the West Bank as well, at which point there can be the beginning of a return of the refugees to the West Bank and the further negotiation to allow for the return of the refugees to their previous villages within Israel proper. There is provision in the UN Resolution 148, the partition resolution, for the governments of each nation to be responsible for the given national members within any part of the territory that is both Israel and Palestine. This presages a federation in which each nation would have their own government for internal purposes, and this would be irrespective of where they were living, which would allow for the return of the refugees without threatening the majority of the Jewish Israelis who want to have their own government, their own national police, their own schools, their own language, and their own religion. That is the prospect, and I would argue the inevitable prospect of what we are seeing here now.
Well, that is what is unique about your own approach. I don't think there are many other people who are thinking along the same lines when it comes to not having borders define the location of political entities. I think that's a very original, or at least a very unusual point of view. And I wonder, Mayor, you have the final word before we close this off. You can say whatever you damn well please about this.
Well, I think that people determine their borders much more effectively than those different plans that people imagine in their mind, far away from the country, or trying to solve historical issues that created realities. Basically, what I'm saying is that within the borders of what we call Israel and Palestine, there are about 12 million people. And there is about 3 or maybe 5 more million people, Palestinians, who are living outside of Israel and Palestine. In order to have any sense of conciliation or any sense of peaceful resolution, all these issues must be addressed. If somebody does not accept the Jews in Palestine, or if somebody does not accept Palestinians in Israel, those are clear recipes for war, and we've been doing that for the last 120 years. We need to create a different system of thought, and I think that if many Israeli Jews enlist in a Palestinian Democratic Party, this is a tremendously fresh experience that we have, and I hope that it will go on. I am not saying that that will solve any of the major issues. That's why I started that the elections in Israel today do not signify major changes. This is a very tiny step, maybe toward a better future.
Wow. Okay. Well, we've done it, guys. That's all we have time for. And I think we could keep going for a long time. At least I wish we could. So thank you both, and I'll be in touch. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you again. Yes.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
This is Metta Spencer, and I have a new treat. I'm now going to have an opportunity to have a conversation with a new friend. And this is Tricia Pritikin, who is a lawyer in Berkeley, California. She, however, is not so identified in my mind with Berkeley as she is with Hanford, Washington, because she has a story that involves Hanford, Washington. You may recall that that is where the U.S. Nuclear weapons were born, a lot of them. And that's where she was born, as I understand. So we're going to talk about the consequences of having been born and brought up in the environment where nuclear weapons were the product that the whole family had to deal with. So hi, Tricia.
Hello, Metta. Thank you for having me today.
We hear about white sands and we hear about Nevada and a lot of other things, but Hanford, you know, not so familiar. Tell us about it.
Okay. Hanford is located in eastern Washington state on the Columbia River. And the site produced the plutonium used in the Trinity test, which was the world's first test of an atomic weapon in July of 1945. And then it was also used to fuel the Fat Man bomb that decimated Hiroshima on August 9th, 1945. And I think the reason that people aren't really familiar with Hanford is not because it was a minor toxic site, but rather it was very silent in its pollution of the environment. Beginning in late 1944, the radioactive byproducts of plutonium production at the facility were secretly released to the air throughout the Pacific Northwest and into BC, Canada.
You're saying somebody let things out on purpose?
Negligently and intentionally. And I'll talk in a minute about the actual experiment that took place, but these releases took place into the Columbia River all the way down. So the stuff was dumped in the Columbia and was released into BC and all through the Pacific Northwest. That means eastern Washington, northern Oregon, through Idaho into western Montana. And this took place—
not the atmosphere, but the water into the river.
Both. They went into the air, and then there's other radioactive byproducts from the cooling of 9 production reactors that went into the river. And a lot of that stuff, which is more long-lived, is still there behind the dams, downriver of Hanford. So if one of those dams was to break, who knows what kind of stuff would flow down the river. The radiation that was released was not disclosed. These releases were not disclosed to the public until 1986. So that's an interesting story, which I will explain later, but it also helps explain why the public is not aware of Hanford, as it is of the Nevada test site, where you had huge mushroom clouds beginning in January of 1951, all the way through 63 when the test went underground. You still had venting after that time, like the Bainbury test, but people were much more aware of the Nevada test site tests. So I was born in 1950, and that is important because the releases, this is the radiation releases of the radioactive byproducts, from the chemical separations facilities at Hanford, which began in 1944, were highest in the beginning. From 44 through the mid 50s and maybe into the early 60s, they were the highest.
Why?
And then they sort of tapered off. Higher production levels, both during the Manhattan Project until the end of the war, and then during the Cold War. Also because filters became clogged in 1951, and they had to remove the filters, and they kept emitting stuff into the air without the filters, and then they put in some new filters. So we got a huge, massive amount in the early 50s when I was just an infant there. And there was a vast range of radionuclides, some of which are considered biologically significant, but many more of which were probably harmful than what they have listed. There were
because here's my inherited, things I think I have heard, that the uranium for the first bombs came from Canada, and that plutonium is produced in every reactor, and that the main reason the first reactors were created was not for energy at all, but for the sake of producing plutonium. Now,
That's
you're
right.
saying that the plutonium for these bombs was produced in Hanford. That means what happened? Did you get some, let me check, did you get some Canadian uranium and take it to Hanford, and there was a reactor there that produced the plutonium, and then they stopped making plutonium so much at Hanford and started getting it as a result of the nuclear power plants? See?
A little bit different. I mean, I think your basic understanding of it is accurate, but the reactors at Hanford, except for the last one, were all just production reactors. That means their concern was to produce plutonium. It's ironic because the reactors were actually powered up from another source, from the Columbia River, where they had they had hydroelectric power to make these plants run to some degree. The only reactor that produced power as well was the very last reactor built in the early 60s. So what you do is you have the fuel rods, which are made of uranium, and you bombard them. And then once the uranium fuel rods have been bombarded sufficiently, they shove them out the back of the reactor into water to cool for supposedly 101 days, although there was an experiment called the Green Run in 1949 where they really shortened the cooling time, and that's the result. That's why we had so much radiation release during that experiment. Yeah. But this stuff is then transported by train. I'm speaking past tense. They don't have all the setup anymore. It's all closed down. Over to the chemical separations facility where nitric acid is administered, and there's a chemical separation, and then all the radioactive byproducts are released. So
that's all at the Hanford plant.
Yeah, that's what used to happen there, not anymore. But the uranium may have also come from Four Corners in the US and other places, because there were uranium mines around the US as well as some sourcing from Canada. So I don't know exactly where all the uranium came from during any specific year. And then the plutonium paste was the end product, and it was shipped over to Rocky Flats to be made into pucks. And the pucks then went to Los Alamos to be put into the bombs. So as a result, people like me, like I was just in utero when I was first exposed, because my mom was breathing the air full of radiation, drinking milk and eating dairy products that had radioactive iodine in them. Then I was born and drank radioactive iodine in my baby milk because I wasn't breastfed. It just wasn't in at that time for women to breastfeed. And then as I grew up, I had stuff in the air. There were ruthenium flakes that were raining down upon Richland, where I was born in 1951, 52, and who knows how many other things. So as a result, I just finished interviewing 24 former plaintiffs in some litigation that was filed against the former Hanford contractors. And I discovered that, like myself, many of the kids, people exposed as children throughout Eastern Washington, Northern Oregon, Idaho, Montana, have one or two cancers, two types of cancers, autoimmune problems, visual problems, a lot of infertility, miscarriage, neonatal deaths. There was a spike of neonatal deaths in the Hanford Downwind area during the early years of Hanford operations. And my own story is very reflective of what happened to most of us. And that's why I always share my story. It's not for sympathy, it's to illustrate what has happened to a lot of us so that this won't happen to other people.
Now, you use the word downwind.
Yeah.
Was there a steady, regular direction that the wind flowed so that there was a certain area, like a plume or something, where you would get exposed and then other places you wouldn't?
Yeah, I love that. That's a really good question. And the reason it's an excellent question is that because the Atomic Energy Commission did not want to monitor civilians downwind of the Nevada test site, of Rocky Flats, of Savannah River, or of Hanford, because they didn't want to upset anyone or let them know we were being exposed. Because we were not monitored, they had to do what's called dose reconstruction to figure out how much we were exposed to. And for Hanford, there was something called the Hanford Environmental Dose Reconstruction Project, also known as HEDR, where these experts came in and unfortunately, Department of Energy oversaw the dose reconstruction study, which is sort of like having the fox guarding the hen house, I think, in that, conflict of interest. But I'm sorry about my throat problems as part of my hypoparathyroidism that I live with, which is a result of Hanford. So I'm going to be clearing my throat, and I apologize for that. But well, okay, so okay, your question was excellent, because what happened was Hanford kept track of all the radiation it released. It kept meticulous records. It tested wildlife, range cattle. It tested the fish in the Columbia River, but it did not test the civilians or even let them know there was any radiation coming out. So when we needed to find out how much we've been exposed to after 1986, when the Department of Energy disclosed its early Hanford operating records in response to public pressure, we had to go back and they had to go back and try to reconstruct the doses. And the problem was that the wind is all crazy around Hanford. It goes in all different directions. There are a couple hot spots because of the topography in Spokane, which is about 240 miles to the northeast of Hanford, and in Walla Walla, which is like not that far to the east, direct east. And so there were higher exposures in those two areas. And there were also higher exposures in some of the small towns close in. And the wind blew in so many directions that they really could not get an accurate dose reconstruction out of this. I mean, they should have monitored people, of course, when this radiation was being released, but they didn't want to tell the workers that their families were being exposed. They didn't want to tell the people in the farmlands in the downwind area, or everybody would have stopped the process. They wouldn't have been able to.
When did people begin to suspect that there was something wrong with them? For one thing, did they begin to notice they were sick? And did that happen before they had any evidence that they really had been exposed?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I love it when people ask that, because it is interesting. Downwind of Nevada test site, you had all kinds of outrage when people started reporting leukemias in children. And you had congressional hearings on the subject. You had members of Congress, their constituents were reporting illnesses. So a lot of outrage, but you could see the test and you could see the fallout. And so they knew something was up. And but at Hanford, nobody knew they were being exposed. And the first sort of sign or symptom of a problem was the same symptom that first showed up down with the Nevada test site. It was childhood leukemia. Families showed up in the mid-50s to Lady of Lourdes Hospital in Pasco, which is right near Hanford, with these acutely ill children, lots of them. And you could still see their graves in the historic cemetery in Richland. I just feel extremely lucky that I'm still alive, because the cemetery is 2 blocks from where I grew up, and these kids were dying from, their deaths from the time of, the highest releases were at the beginning of Hanford operations. So from late 1944 through 60, lots of baby graves are there. So they first saw childhood leukemia, and it has a very short latency period. That's why that showed up first. After exposure to low-dose ionizing radiation, there's something called a latency period, and you don't see symptoms until after that period has passed. And that's why childhood leukemia showed up first down into the Nevada test site as well. Then after that, across the river, across the Columbia, there are some little farms. And people had been living on these farms, and the Atomic Energy Commission had been testing their cattle secretly. They would zoom out dressed like cowboys. This is really incredible. You can find this in the historic Hanford documents. They would zoom on out there, and they would wrangle from jeeps. They would wrangle the cattle, and they had Geiger counters that were connected to earphones so that the public wouldn't hear the clicking of the Geiger counter when they held the little wand up to the thyroid of the animals. And they found that the levels of radioiodine in the thyroids of these wrangled cattle was like 1,000 times the safe amount. And they would test organs from slaughterhouses in the area, but they did a couple of tests on children with the whole body counter that they built at Hanford. It's like this thing where they can detect certain radiation and not other types of radiation. And because the short-lived radionuclides had already vanished by the time they did these tests in the early 60s, like radioiodine has an 8.5 day half-life, so that was gone. Radioiodine, I-131.
Okay.
Not I-129.
By any chance, what affects your parathyroid? Because you say
I'll talk about that. Yeah, yes, it is. I'll get to that in a sec. But I don't think the Atomic Energy Commission and the Department of Energy would have told us had it not been for public pressure. So across the Columbia River, there's this farmer. His name is Juanita Andrzejewski. She's Polish, and her husband Leon. And it's like in the mid 60s, early 70s, she started to notice that young men were having heart attacks while they worked the fields, very young men. And her neighbors started to report cancers of all kinds. This was in a little town called Eltopia, which is across the Columbia River from Hanford. So she started a map, and she put X's on there for heart attacks and O's for cancer. And one of the people living out there is named Tom Bailey. He was a farmer. He was a young guy at that time. He contacted a reporter at the Spokesman Review in Spokane. And I love her. She's just my hero. She's wonderful. She's a friend of mine. Her name is Karen Dorn Steele. And she came out to meet with Tom, and he took her on a tour of a 1 mile area near his farm, where every family except one had somebody with cancer. So she started writing about this. This was in 1984. And so the public was starting to think, what's happening? Then the next thing that happened, this was kind of an interesting chronology, was the US had planned a permanent nuclear waste repository at Hanford. There are plans in the works. And a reverend in Spokane named William Huff, who was also a chemist, trained chemist, PhD, and he'd always worried about the misuse of radionuclides. He created a sermon called The Silent Holocaust, saying that, he was worried actually that all the train shipments of nuclear waste from the different nuclear reactors in the country would come through Spokane on the way to the nuclear waste dump at Hanford, and he didn't want that to happen. So he gave the sermon, and people started to realize that Hanford could be maybe dangerous as a nuclear neighbor. So people were starting to worry that maybe Hanford had released something once. They didn't think there was this massive, year after year release, but maybe there'd been an accident.
What year would this have been?
I think it was around 85 when he gave the Silent Holocaust, the sermon. Okay, so it's kind of building
later
up.
than I think. You mean people really were in the dark until 85?
86.
Well, what about you?
Well, that impacted my health, but this was interesting. So this Silent Holocaust was given as a sermon to his congregation. And afterwards, they formed a nonprofit, sort of a watchdog group called HEAL, Hanford Education Action League, who brought in various experts to talk about the safety of Hanford. And they invited the DOE site manager for Hanford to come, Michael Lawrence, his name was, to talk to them. He tried to argue it was a very safe place to live next to, and they argued it might not be such a safe place to live next to. And he was starting to feel the pressure. You know, a little public pressure is increasing between Karen Dorn Steele's article on people being sick, articles, plural, and now we have this whole group that's trying to figure out what's going on with Hanford. So he decided in response to public pressure and some Freedom of Information Act requests that were filed by citizen groups, the Spokesman Review saying, you know, please disclose your records from the early operations of Hanford, to prove there was nothing untoward happening. They disclosed or declassified in February of 1986, like 19,000 pages of documents. And it was a huge pile, like 6 feet tall pile of documents. And Michael Lawrence at the press conference said, you're not going to find anything, you know, in here. And so Karen Dorn Steele and Tim Connor, who's a journalist in Spokane, and a couple other people from HEAL started going through it. And they soon discovered that over 750,000 curies of radioiodine were released during Hanford's period of operations. And if you compare that to 3 Mile Island, that was 19 to 21 curies. This was 750,000 curies. And then millions of curies of other stuff. Huge, it was huge. So, and they also discovered the Green Run, which was an experiment run by Hanford and the Army in 1949 in December, when they intentionally released radionuclides in a plume. By then, the former Soviet Union had tested its first atomic bomb in August of 1949. And they wanted to see whether they could track this plume, because then they could keep track of how much plutonium was being refined in the former Soviet Union.
They were people who'd been working, trying to compare it with the Soviet activities?
Yeah, they wanted to see if they could track this plume with their airplanes. Because if they could, then they could use their monitoring stations outside the Soviet Union and do some tracking there to see how much of this radioiodine was coming out over there and see how much plutonium was produced.
Yeah.
So they didn't tell anybody, of course. And this was massive.
They deliberately emitted stuff so that they could move it, enough to be dangerous.
Oh yeah, 7,000 curies of radioiodine on little kids, you know, babies, kids. A lot of people I talked to for this book I wrote were exposed only to the stuff released during the Green Run. They were only in the area for that, and they were real sick. So, you know, but the rest of it, there were some intentional releases, not a declared experiment like this one in 1949. So there was negligent releases, routine releases. So I'd like to talk now just a little bit about what happened to me, because it relates to when they released the documents. Now, as I said, all these early Hanford operating documents were declassified in February of 1986. In April of 1986, unit number 4, Chernobyl, blew. So the world was focused on the Chernobyl disaster. We had at Hanford a reactor that was the same vintage. It did not have a containment dome, just like the one at Chernobyl. So there was a lot of focus on that reactor and whether it could blow up. But absolutely no attention was paid to all these people in the area who were sick from earlier Hanford releases. The nation was focused on Chernobyl and the potential to blow up of this N reactor. So we did not have congressional hearings. We did not have the chance to give our stories like they did down in the Nevada test site. It was just the timing on this was so bizarre that, you know, I think that really cut off the ability for the Hanford downwinders to see justice or be able to share our stories. Yeah.
Nobody was telling you how many people got sick because they didn't have a record. Was there anybody trying to figure it out independently?
Yeah. Well, yes. What happened was, for me, I just want to mention what happened because the Atomic Energy Commission and the Department of Energy chose not to tell anyone about these releases. A lot of us, particularly exposed as children, were sick for decades, after the latency periods passed, with weird and bizarre symptoms that were very disabling. And some people, like my dad, who was not monitored for a nodule in his thyroid, some people died as a result of the Atomic Energy Commission not telling us that we should be monitored for I-131 related problems. We didn't know till 1986. By 1986, I had been sick for about 20 years. My first symptom was, we moved to Spain with General Electric when I was a teenager. And I was not, because of the latency period after childhood exposure, I didn't get sick right away. But my first symptom was, I started to feel tired and my period stopped, which is unusual in an 18-year-old. And it made the Spanish gynecologist worry very much, which made my parents worry very much. And they sent me back to the US for treatment. And then I kept getting sicker and sicker and tireder and tireder. And I go to the health clinic or wherever I was going to school, and they wouldn't know what to test me for because they had no knowledge I'd been exposed to radioiodine, and there was no thyroid disease anywhere in my family. So when I was at University of Washington I did 2 degrees. One was in occupational therapy and one was in special education. But during that time, I started to feel really bad. My stomach I couldn't handle food. I couldn't keep it down. And I had terrible headaches. And I was getting so tired that after I graduated in occupational therapy, I had to limit my work hours. I developed a tumor on my neck right here. And it was very scary because I thought it was probably cancerous. And they did a biopsy and found it was cat scratch fever, which is very rare in someone unless you have a suppressed immune system. And they didn't know why I would have a suppressed immune system. I was sick for months. I decided to go to law school because it was weird thinking, but I thought perhaps I could tolerate going to school better than working because I thought it would take less energy, but law school is kind of, hard work. And in law school, I started having panic attacks, and I would just start shaking, and I would sweat all over my body, and my head just felt pressured and grainy, and I couldn't think. It was like a sort of a brain fog. I was tired. I go to the health clinic. They test me again for lupus, whatever, MS. Couldn't figure out what was wrong. This was like 82. And then I was working for NASA as a law clerk. And suddenly I just felt this excruciating pain in my chest, and I collapsed on the floor in kind of fetal position. And they thought for sure I'd had a heart attack, so they hauled me off to the emergency room. But the EKG came back normal, and they finally realized it was a catastrophic contraction of the esophagus, because your esophagus is right on top of your thyroid, right next to it. And I had a terribly inflamed thyroid and it caused it to contract. It took like months before I didn't have as much pain. And this was still before the Department of Energy told us what was wrong at Hanford. So I graduated from law school, even though it was very challenging. I'm really proud of myself for making it through because I was super sick. I couldn't keep food down. I just shrank down to I lost so much weight. So in '86, when I learned about Hanford's releases when I was visiting my grandmother in Spokane. She lived up in Spokane, Washington. And there was an article by Karen Doran Steele, the person I mentioned earlier, about radiation releases in the 40s from Hanford. And I felt terrible for those poor people in the 40s who were exposed, because I would not want to be exposed to radiation. I'd somehow escaped because I was born in 1950. So I was, thank goodness, right? I later learned that the radiation continued over decades, and I didn't escape. But I was so angry, and I felt so personally violated, I didn't have a snowball's chance in hell to escape because I was exposed from the time I was in utero. So once they learned that they should look for thyroid-related problems. I had been trying for 3 years by that time to get pregnant because I got married to my best friend in law school. I'm still married to him. He's an awesome person. And he'd been through all this with me. I got to give him a lot of credit for that. So we couldn't get pregnant, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. And so I took this article that Karen Hurd Steele had written, and I said, have you tested me for thyroid problems just in case? And they hadn't done these sort of specialized tests. They'd done a general one. And when they tested me, I was supremely hypothyroid, almost in a coma. It's called a myxedema coma. There's this TSH levels were off the chart. And so I, since I knew I would maybe exposed to radioiodine, that's all I knew, I went off to UCSF in San Francisco, and I looked in their medical library for any studies of radioiodine exposure, and I found the lifespan study of survivors, Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors. Said, well, I was fine, you know, it doesn't pass on to any of your kids or anything. So I went ahead and got pregnant, had my first kid, and then a couple years later. You were
able to start taking thyroid, and then that enabled you to get
pregnant.
pregnant.
Right away, yeah. As soon as they put me on synthetic thyroid, I felt so much better. But I'm still exhausted all the time. Right now I have visual problems. And in 2009, they found a nodule on my thyroid. And because my dad died of very aggressive thyroid cancer. He was a worker at Hanford. My mother died of malignant melanoma, which I believe was also caused by her radiation exposure at Hanford. My brother died a few days after birth, part of the spike of neonatal deaths in the Hanford.
He was born after you were?
So, before me, 1947.
So he had already been exposed.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean,
definitely. Yeah, definitely, and higher exposure than mine. So, you know, my whole family got devastated. So in 2009, they found this nodule. They tested it, and they found Hurdle cells. And that's one of the types of cancer that developed that's very aggressive. And so they decided to take my whole thyroid out, complete thyroidectomy. And because the thyroid was so inflamed, I lost 3 out of 4 parathyroid glands, which sit right around the thyroid and regulate calcium balance, serum calcium balance. But this disease has been really hard for me to deal with because it can cause kidney failure. So I'm constantly monitored for creatinine levels, which is something I have to have ultrasounds all the time. And I haven't been able to, I have such low parathyroid levels that I get tetany and seizures a lot. And the tetany is affecting my neck now, my throat. And I have not been able to figure out how to control this yet. You can't breathe. Your throat contracts if you swallow anything wrong.
And this is so common. That's probably the most common outcome of exposure, isn't it? It's the thyroid.
Well, it's because of the radioiodine, and it's actually I-131. I-129 is a much longer half-life, radionuclide of iodine. You know, there's lots of different daughter products, but the I-131 is the one that enters the milk, the dairy products, and downwind of Windscale in 1957, the accident there in the UK, they knew enough to confiscate the milk, they dumped the contaminated milk out and wouldn't let the people drink it. But people still got exposed to a lot of radioiodine, but that's the problem downwind of 3 Mile Island and when you have a nuclear reactor accident. So yeah.
I have a neighbor. I was telling her that I was going to, yesterday I was saying that I was going to talk to you today. And she's from Belarus. And she said, well, everybody had it. She said, I have every day, every year I have to go to the doctor because I have nodules in my neck. My sister died of it. And she goes on and on about all the people who died. And it seemed to be mostly thyroid. She says also that there's something about the bones, that her sister had something that apparently occurs in middle age with women with their bones. What would that be? Is that connected?
Well, the only positive that I've ever heard of with hypoparathyroidism, which is what I have, is your bones are denser. So I don't have the same problems that people with just hypothyroidism have with osteopenia and all the bone density.
When you were having all these strange, obscure symptoms, did it all turn out to be about the thyroid, or was there something else? Our mutual friend Kate Brown was here in town for a meeting, I think, with biophysicists.
Yeah.
And she said that, she describes a bunch of very kind of unclear symptoms that people often get, and because she was around here, Chernobyl. And she says, of course, the WHO people and the IAEA people came and said, oh, you're not like the folks in Hiroshima, the victims of Hiroshima. So it's really must be psychosomatic because you don't really have the same symptoms. Of course, they don't have the same symptoms. The situation was quite different. But she said that these guys here, or these people who were meeting, have a theory that a lot of these symptoms are caused by the radioactive material and the killing of the biome in the gut.
Right.
Bacteria. That they think that may be the cause of some of these peculiar symptoms.
Yes. This is some recent research which is helpful because it involves biomarkers. In the litigation that we filed and Nevada Test Site Downwinders filed, one of the hardest parts of the litigation was for us to prove their causation. And one thing that we were lacking is biomarkers. That is, if you have this certain thing happening, whether it's your microbiome has been affected in a certain way, like you were just talking about, or if you don't have that, it's really hard to prove that the radiation caused your illness rather than something else, because there's a long latency period after exposure when other things could have intervened to cause your illness. So that's what you were just speaking of with the damage to the microbiome is a biomarker, is biomarker research, and that's really helpful. But with exposures, you have to kind of look at people not that long after they've been exposed. For example, with the people exposed downwind of Fukushima, if there were some biomarker they could, be tested for, it could help them to prove that their diseases, their thyroid cancer in children and other problems were caused by the radiation exposure.
I was listening to a podcast. There's this woman called Libby Halaby, who has a series of podcasts called Nuclear Hot Seat. And I just listened to one where she was interviewing people from the Fukushima area. And they were talking also about the upsurge of thyroid cancer and especially among children.
Yes. And I feel so badly for the people over there because their government is not supporting research into their health issues, and they've been anything but forthcoming on how much radiation came out and how much people were exposed to. They're just fighting such a difficult battle there to be believed.
I'm sorry, but I think that is true everywhere. I mean, it's hard to believe that scientists, you like to think scientists are, have good souls, but the deception and that sort of thing. But I think in a way, the worst, though, is the notion that they would deliberately release the thing. That is crime. That really ought to be regarded as a crime against humanity. And of course, I mean, they've proved, I guess, that the Marshall Islands situation was a deliberate exposure, and they did monitor those people. They liked to use them as guinea pigs, and they did, in fact, expose them on purpose. And there's a wonderful video I have called Nuclear Savage. Have you ever seen that about the Marshall Islanders? It's a marvelous video about, and this wonderful fellow who was doing the work, he's dead now, but he was, I think, the Prime Minister of the Marshall Islands, did the detective work going through the documents in Washington and was able to show that they changed, they were going to do it with mice or something, and then they fixed, oh no, we'll do it with people. And after all, these people are savages anyway. These Marshall Islanders are savages, so it doesn't really matter what we do to them.
There's a trust fund that was set up, you know, a while back that ran out of money before the Marshall Islander people who've been exposed could really file their claims and get any kind of recompense. There's a professor at University of Washington named Holly Barker who has just been helping the Marshallese very much ever since she was a Peace Corps volunteer there. She's, if you ever want to talk to someone who knows so much about the Marshall Islands, she is the person. She's awesome. So, and Kate's book is so good because Kate speaks fluent, you know, Russian, so she can go in and reads it. So she can go into these archives and find things that others cannot. And she's just interviewed people and talked to them. And she's such a huge heart. She's helped Hanford Downwinders so much as well. And I consider her a really dear friend. It's such a good book. She's so knowledgeable. And I hope people will read her book.
Yeah. How did you get acquainted? Because it looks like, you know, you're working on separately on books that are very similar. In fact, she already had another one about plutonium, didn't she?
That's how I met her.
I haven't read the plutonium book. Is that Plutopia? Is it called?
Plutopia, and it's about the Hanford as a plutonium production facility, and it's comparable site in the former Soviet Union and what happened to people in both areas. And she came to interview me for that, and that's how I originally got to know her. And we've just kept in touch since then, because she'll come out and do things out of her own pocket to help us. Like when we need a presentation or something done, she'll just drop what she's doing and come over and help us. She's just incredible in that way. And she's not selfish at all. She's modest and smart, and we're just so lucky to know her. She's been very helpful to us. But yeah,
I'm trying to turn all my friends onto her book, and I want to turn all my friends onto your book as well, which hasn't come out yet. So
not yet.
Tell me what you're doing on this piece of work. You're recounting the story of the Downwinders. Is that the main theme?
Well, the purpose of the book, when the litigation for Hanford Downwinders lasted an unbelievable 24 years, which is way longer than toxic tort litigation should last.
Why would that take so long?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, the litigation for Hanford Downwinders was filed as a public liability action under the Price-Anderson Act, whereas the litigation for the Nevada test site Downwinders was filed under the Federal Tort Claims Act. They're different legally. And in the Hanford situation, because it was filed under the Price-Anderson Act, we were able to sue the former contractors that ran Hanford. So that was DuPont, Westinghouse, General Electric. And the contractors that ran Hanford would not operate the facility unless they were fully indemnified by the U.S. government. Now, what that means is they get all their costs paid if there is litigation. So they spent more than $80 million of U.S. taxpayer dollars to defend against our personal injury claims, which
why didn't they just give you the $80 million?
Right.
Call themselves lucky.
I know. And the whole point of Price-Anderson, it clearly states in Price-Anderson that one of the objectives of that act is to afford, give adequate compensation for injuries from a nuclear incident in a timely fashion. Instead, this went on for 24 years and people died during this time. It was horrible. And the doses were based on HEDR, the project I mentioned earlier, the Hanford Environmental Dose Reconstruction Project, which has now been shown to be questionable in its validity. A guy named Pigford, I can't remember his first name, who is a nuclear scientist, was brought in by the court to be a neutral advisor to the judge. And he determined that there were real problems with HEDR because the doses were too uncertain. Nobody knew where the radiation went. It was just too vague, and you can't base a person's dose on the average or median point of a dose range like they did for HEDR. So the whole thing just throws all sorts of stuff into question. The Hanford thyroid disease study that was carried out that showed there was no health effect from Hanford's 750,000 curies of radioiodine throws that into question because that's inconsistent with the study downwind of Nevada test site, the Marshall Islands exposures, Chernobyl, where they all showed thyroid cancer and thyroid disease. So it's inconsistent. And I go in the book, I go into a lot of discussion of why, what was wrong with that study and why is it inconsistent with the other studies? It shouldn't have been. And so what I did was,
who orchestrated the whole project, the study? Was it done by, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, you know, the conflict of interest. You have these people who have an interest in making it look easy and clean and safe and so on. And are they the guys who were in charge of organizing the research? You know, that's the kind of thing that happens.
Yeah, for HEDR they were. The Hanford Thyroid Disease Study was run by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention here in the U.S., along with Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Institute.
That thing in Atlanta, the Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta is CDC and Fred Hutchinson Seattle. The problem with that was that you know, it was set up to look at, it's a prevalence study. So in other words, you take the HEDR doses and you say, are there more people with higher HEDR doses who have health problems than there are with those with lower HEDR doses? Now, if the HEDR doses are inaccurate to start with, you're comparing, you know, you're doing this weird comparison. Whereas if they just looked at prevalence, the study found a higher percentage of people with thyroid problems, and thyroid cancer, and thyroid disease than you would normally find in a population like that. So if it was a prevalent study, the result would have been, yeah, there were more people with these thyroid problems. But because it was you know, they're relating this HEDR doses that were high to HEDR doses that were low. It was like,
tell me again, and maybe you did, because I don't understand how they would have calculated how much exposure you'd had 30, 40 years after you had it. What is the methodology, or do they even have machines that can do it?
That's a lovely question. It's a really good one, and it is hilarious. The answer is, we were given a form to fill out. Like for me, I was a plaintiff, so I could use myself as an example. They give me this form. It says, how much milk did you drink on Tuesday, October whatever, in 1951? I'm like, and then they say, exactly where did you live and where were you on vacations? That's to calculate.
You mean like when you were in utero?
Like, and so people relied on their mothers or a relative, and it's like, so a lot of this stuff is so inaccurate. You guess, you go, I don't know how much milk I drank. How much fish did you have? So the basis for that was, okay, then they used the models like to figure out where the radiation went, and they had some pretty good documentation of how much came out, but they really couldn't tell, you know, which way the wind was blowing and when it rained exactly and how much rained out and how much did not. And, you know, the combination of this really inaccurate thing where you fill out this dietary form and you guess, and this inexact science that is dose reconstruction makes for some pretty inaccurate doses.
Well,
plus they
okay, look, are they assuming, or maybe it is even right to assume that all of it came from milk? I mean, you know, in her book, Kate talks about going berry picking and, you know, having baskets full of berries that would, you know, set off an alarm. Unbelievably, you know.
Fish had stuff in it, like the Native Americans that lived in the area got really high exposures because they lived outside, so they got a lot more exposure, and they ate the entire fish usually. And when you eat the whole fish, I mean, it has more radiation content than if you just have a fillet or something like that. So they got higher exposure than a lot of us. They ate berries, just the traditional lifestyle. And the migrant farm workers who came through were outside, working the fields. And there were, during the war, they used prisoners. There were some Canadians that were out there working in the fields. There were migrant people. There were Japanese intern people after 1941 that were, so.
Well, now, wait a second, because if these people didn't happen to be
turning on the radio, listening when they announced that, oh yes, we found out that 30 years ago there was something bad that happened in Hanford, and if you were in Hanford in that period, you might want to get in touch with us. Is that how it was? And then, I mean, there must have been a lot of people who never even thought about the fact they'd been exposed, and to this day wouldn't know.
Correct. There are a lot of people still, even within the Pacific Northwest, that just figured it out. And people in Canada and BC got a bunch that went straight up north. They got dosed. And so once I was up there in Vancouver and I was giving a speech, this was a long time ago. And I said, do you guys know that, you know, a lot of the radiation came up here? You know, might be a lot of people here with thyroid and other problems. And nothing ever came of that. And I don't know if it was the government that's just resistant because of the national health care and who cares? I don't know.
I remember a conversation I had once with Rosalie Bertel. Does that name mean anything to you?
Yeah.
She was a gray nun who spent her whole life working on radiation effects and radioactive exposure. And she said an interesting point. It was at a time when there was this guy, Terry Fox, who was had lost his leg, and he was running across the country to raise money for cancer. And she said, you know where he was born? Right near Hanford. She said, I bet he was a victim of the Hanford exposure. Of course, there's no way to ever know.
That's right. That's the problem, isn't it? Unless there are biomarkers, it's really hard. You can deny it just as easily as you can say that was why.
When the government didn't reach out to you, you had to go to them. Is that right? You had to form a network of victims and then try to organize yourself as plaintiffs. Is that what happened? How did that happen?
Yes, although once the documents were declassified in 1986, there was so much information in there about radiation releases that the CDC looked at the stuff that they found in all these documents and said, oh boy, people got a lot of radiation exposure. Okay. And this was 1990. And that's when all the cases were filed after that, like an official government acknowledgement that a lot of stuff came out. And then the cases were filed, and then they were, as I said, the litigation was based on the heterodoses. Some people, it took 15 years before there were any bellwether trials, which bellwethers are representative plaintiffs because there were 5,000 plaintiffs and they had to have some representative plaintiffs. So that those cases went to trial in 2005. 15 years we had to wait for even that to happen. And then that's the only bellwethers that went to trial were like 6
Well, have you ever got money from, have you ever, has anybody been compensated, and by what extent?
Yes. The jury trials of the bellwethers, 2 of 3 people with thyroid cancer received jury verdicts of, I think it was 100,000 something for one and 300,000 for the other. These were kids exposed to radiation in small towns in Eastern Washington. The third one is a terrible case. Her name was Shannon Rhodes. She had thyroid cancer, but her heterodose came out low, even though, and the plaintiffs actually calculated a much higher dose for her than Heder did. She drank raw milk on a farm. So when it's raw milk, you have a lot more radioiodine in it because it hasn't been processed. The milk hasn't been processed, which takes time, and then the radiation declines. So this was just fresh milk. She had thyroid cancer called Hurdle cell, same kind I had. And it was like entwining around her aorta, and it was in her brain, and it was horrible. And so the jury, was it a deadlock? I think it was, anyway, the first trial, she did not prevail, but there was some issue so that there was a mistrial declared. So she had an expedited retrial, and because of the heterodose, the jury voted against her. So she got nothing and died shortly thereafter, saying that people in Washington state this was a crime against all the people, and across the Pacific Northwest, and she just felt like they were waiting for us to die, which is, so a few people got settlements in 2015, like 24 years after the litigation was filed. these settlements were so small that, you know, normally in tort litigation, the purpose of tort is to make a person whole. So if you're injured, we want to give you money to compensate for loss of income, pain and suffering, medical bills, right? All that. Mm-hmm. In this case, these were such small settlements. We're just talking, you know, a few $1,000s for a cancer that kills somebody. And people were just crying on the phone with their attorneys when they received their little teeny offers. I did get something, but I'm not supposedly allowed to say how much, but I'll just say it didn't even cover a fourth of my medical bills related to thyroid problems. I used that money to fund this book. I thought that was a good purpose. So I used that for my expenses for this book, but I had to actually put more in because it was so small. I didn't have enough to even fund the book. So these poor people, and a lot of them who did not have thyroid cancer or thyroid problems or river-related cancers, got nothing. And you hear about the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act downwind of the Nevada test site, which just covers a few areas, not all the areas that should be covered. We're not eligible for any of that. You know, we don't even have eligibility for that. So most of the people went uncompensated for various cancers and just horrible disabilities and death, early death.
Well, to me, the troubling, partly the troubling thing, of course, I feel extremely sorry for victims, but I'm also appalled that I didn't even know about it. You know, you know, there's not a publicity thing. The suffering of people from this kind of thing gets denied and pushed under the rug, and there's no public awareness.
Correct.
Now, I think there must be in the world many thousands of people in Kazakhstan or in Belarus or certainly around Chernobyl, now around Fukushima, now around the Marshall Islands, now around Mayak, now there are many, Utah, oh God, you know, there are a lot of people, whether you're talking about victims of the preparation of nuclear weapons or the fallout from the testing or the how many, I mean, there's no way to even estimate it, but I think what needs to be done is to make a public case, a place where people can get acquainted with each other and share information and you know, pass along knowledge, but also attract attention. And what you've said, you told me that you're creating this thing called CORE. Please explain it a little bit, because I think what we want to do, I want to help that. I want to promote that.
Thank you. I do want to mention one thing that helps us argue for justice. There's something called the EEOICPA. It's called Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program Act. It's a mouthful. And it is compensating nuclear workers and uranium miners in the U.S. Okay. Now, a lot of the downwinders, and they also get health care under this if their claim is successful. And it's not always successful, but at some sites, there's a special exposure cohort. They don't even have to have dose reconstruction. They get compensated, taken care of, blah, blah, blah. 150,000, I guess, I don't know. But the people who were children and infants downwind of the same sites these workers worked at, with the very same cancers and other illnesses, get nothing. That's totally unfair in my estimation. And so it's a very strong argument that you could say people who have exactly the same cancers that are considered radiogenic under EOICPA should be compensated equally to the workers. The workers were adults. They signed on for risky work, right? They may have not have known the extent of the risk, but we kids had no ability to know we were in the way of danger. So anyway, that's just an issue I want to say. CORE is a nonprofit in Washington State. It stands for Consequences of Radiation Exposure, and it's our goal. Our website is corehanford.org. People sometimes can't find it because they just look under CORE. I mean, other stuff comes up. So it's corehanford.org, but we want to be international. We have 2 board members who work with Fukushima exposed people, and we have Kate Brown on our board, you know, and she's amazing. And we have many academics who are on our board, which I'm really thrilled with. And we've been in existence 5 years, and we wanted to create a museum. And we don't have the funds to do that, so we've we've changed our mission just a little bit, and we've become a voice when a voice is needed. And when the Manhattan Project Historic National Park was approved under Obama's administration, we started working on getting the stories of Hanford downwinders and downwinders from Los Alamos and downwinders from Oak Ridge, which are the 3 sites, and other places included in their exhibits. Because if you've ever seen some of the museums they have here in this country, they don't even talk about health damage. Mm-hmm. We're still working on that. It's a long battle. We're also writing a letter to the Atomic Testing Museum in Las Vegas, who also doesn't have stories of the Nevada test site downwinders there, even though Nevada test site downwinders have talked about it to them many times. So you got to show the whole picture. You can't just talk about the glorious science or how the war, bomb ended the war. So it's an uphill battle, but we are a voice. And we've been at conferences. We just did a conference this weekend, the National Women's Studies Association. And we've been at the Legacies of the Manhattan Project conference in the Tri-Cities, which is where Hanford is. So our theory is if we're reasonable, educated, calm, and we continue to bother them and we don't go away, then they have to deal with us. That's what we do. And,
okay, tell me the title of your book and all of that. And I'll put this on the little thing at the end of this video, so that we will get a little publicity that way. But I also want to link up with CORE. I don't quite know how this is going to work because we haven't discussed this yet.
Okay,
but you know that this program, this talk show, is part of the Project Save the World.
Yeah,
a little bit ambitious, but we're thinking.
Oh, that's great.
Things need to be done.
Yay.
And so Project Save the World has a website called ToSaveTheWorld.ca, and we do a number of things there. We'll put these videos and the podcasts there and other resources, and we have an events listing. Anybody in the world who's doing something, an event listing that's similar or related to one of our 6 global threats. And one of our 6 global threats is radioactive contamination. That is an issue for us because we think it is a major threat and we need to deal with it. So we're going to we have a section or a category called global projects. And every global campaign or project that is trying to reach anybody in the world that is concerned about a particular issue can have a page there where you can describe your issues, you can put your links to related organizations, and there'll be a comments column. So people can share their information and have a debate if they would discuss or argue, whatever they want. So I hope that we can, certainly put CORE as a leading organization in promoting this campaign and invite people to discuss. I'm going to reach out all over the world to everybody I know in Russia, in Kazakhstan, in places like that, and anywhere I can, to people who have this concern and say, let's get together on this website and talk about whatever your issues are. And then sometimes we can have events like this where we organize, let's say, a discussion by Zoom, and we can even record it and put it up for people who want to share ideas about whatever they're. And I think by making each other aware and the public more aware of the common concerns that definitely have been suppressed. I think there's no question that there's been a concerted effort to deny and to lie, frankly, about.
Oh yeah, they've been pretty successful too, unfortunately. And I think one thing that a way to fight back is through individual stories, because the public responds when you have a person talking about what happened to them. And so if we can get a collection online of individual stories from different sites, and then you'll start to see the similarities and the health effects. That's when people start putting it all together as one picture. So that would be good too.
I think it's the 28th of April. I'm going to, if possible. I haven't got this in place yet, but I'm hoping to have an event here in Toronto for people who want to talk about networking to deal with these issues, whether it's uranium miners or, people downwinders from Hanford or Marshall Islanders or whoever, anybody, or researchers. There are many, many good people who really want to clear up this I would call it a crime against humanity, to lie and distort and misguide the public into thinking that things are safe when there's a public risk of that kind. It's got to be stopped, and we have to face it. So thank you for what you're doing. And
well, thank you for everything you're doing, and let me know how I can help in the future.
Well, just make a comment on the website as soon as I get it up, and we'll take it from there.
How do you turn this off now? You do the...
Okay, I'm going to say goodbye, and then I don't know how you turn yours off. I know how to turn mine off, though. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye. Bye.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
I'm Meta Spencer, and I'm going to have a conversation with somebody I dearly respect and appreciate, Kai Brand Jacobson. I believe it's Morehouse College, which is Martin Luther King's alma mater, gave you an award.
It's actually was the Martin Luther King Gandhi Ikeda Community Builders Award that's given out by Morehouse College, which was King's alma mater. And it wasn't as much one specific event or contribution, as much as a recognition and an award given for the breadth of engagement in peace building over more than 20 years now. But from my point of view, the way I experienced and received the award was very much as a recognition and award to our field, because it's something that isn't about the work of any single individual, but in reality, over the past 20 years, we have seen an incredible growth of the peace building field and tens of thousands of people who are involved and working in it from many different angles, from people working directly on the ground in their communities, like where I was coming from just now in Northeast Nigeria, meeting with local community elders, youth, women involved in community response networks to try and deal with violence and conflicts within and between communities there, to people working in reconciliation processes, in mediation, in civilian or UN peacekeeping, and also people in governments. There's an increasing engagement by many governments all over the world, some of which have even created ministries or departments of peace to try and bring forward proven and effective ways of dealing with conflicts.
Well, okay. I should have actually introduced you more formally, because you are the head of the Department of Peace Operations of something called PATRIR. And that's an acronym, PATRIR. Believe it or not, I was looking to try to find out what that acronym stands for, and I never did find it on anything, anything I have written around here. So you're going to have to spell it out. What is this organization? I know this much. You founded it.
PATRIR stands for the Peace Action, Training and Research Institute of Romania. It's the Romanian Peace Institute. I was one of a team of founders, and then the organization has been built by the engagement of many, many colleagues throughout nearly 18 years now, both from across Romania and also from all over the world. And the name is actually very important, because when the Institute was created, it was developing both to address conditions within the country in Romania, but also very much to engage globally. And we were looking at many of the top peace institutes in the world at that time, who we had great respect for. But one of the challenges was that many of them were engaging purely in research and often were not as active to be involved in actually addressing conflict situations or working in peace building in the world. So the Institute does have the research component. That's a critical element of what we do, and very much what we call operational research, working to learn from the front of the field and what's being done on the ground to improve and inform policy and practice. But we're also very strongly engaged directly in action. We actually work only upon invitation and request. We never set up offices, and we almost never apply for funds to work anywhere else in the world. Our rule is that we have to be invited, we have to be asked to be there, and the funds have to be controlled by our partners within the countries we engage in, so that they actually have the power to decide, and they can have us there as long as they feel that what we're doing is useful and contributing. But our aim is never to have the Patrir logo or the Patrir name visible, but instead to actually support what people are doing in their own countries. And as Gandhi said, guided by the belief that peace building is best done by local people in our own communities. And then the T in Patrir training is also a critical part of what we do as an institute. What we saw nearly 20 years ago and what we're still seeing today is that while the number of people engaging in the field has increased dramatically, the number of people that are actually properly and professionally trained to know how to do peace building, to know how to engage in mediation and peace processes, or how to work on early warning and effective prevention, or how to address the individual personal and the societal experience of violence, and to work with healing and trauma and reconciliation. The number of people that actually have those skills in the world is incredibly low. And at the same time, many people who are in key positions, from senior political leadership to working right on the front lines with local authorities, community organizations, or security services, often have a training and a skill set which actually is the opposite of what's needed, or might mean that the responses that we have for dealing with conflicts actually make the situation worse. So a huge engagement of the Institute, both at our Global Academy here in Cluj, through executive leadership programs in London and elsewhere, and then our on-request trainings, which are done all over the world. The huge focus is to help to support frontline practitioners and policymakers to have the critical skills, knowledge, and capabilities they need to do peace building effectively.
You know, I'm going to start with a really difficult question. I don't want to throw you in the deep end, but here we go. Because the question that occurs to me immediately is, if you are there at the request of some kind of officialdom, what is your position with respect to insurgent groups or people who want to get rid of a dictatorship or what they consider a dictatorship, etc.? Are you always on the side of the government that invited you in?
So we are by as broad a range of stakeholders as you could possibly imagine. And sometimes it is governments and ministries. Very often it is UN missions and agencies. And sometimes it's by individual citizens. There was one occasion amongst many where we received a phone call, and the first, "My city is burning, can you help us?" And our response was, "We will do all that we can." And within 72 hours, we had a team on the ground in that situation. And we're engaging in the midst of a very escalated conflict to try and help de-escalate it and then work to find real solutions. No, what we do is affected by who invites us, to the extent that it plays a role in shaping the level at which you engage and the approach that you take. But no matter who invites us, our principles and our practice are always consistent. So for example, if we're invited in by a government which is in conflict with organizations or groups within the society, what we do is to engage with that government and engage with as broad a range of stakeholders as possible to really help to bring about an understanding of what is actually underlying the conflict, what are the root causes and the drivers behind it, what are the issues which have given rise to it, and then to work with them to help them see how they will benefit from bringing about an effective solution and actually addressing the real issues of what the conflict is about. And that's critical, because very often the approach governments will take is to name and demonize whichever organization or group might be in conflict or contesting with them. And for example, in Nepal, what you saw was the government for years called it a Maoist problem. In Colombia, the government called it a FARC problem. So they're defining not any issue, not any underlying driver or cause, but the actual group itself as the problem giving rise to the conflict. And then part of what will be our ethical responsibility and practice as an institute is to really engage with them to identify what are the broader dynamics and the underlying issues which have given rise to this specific group and given rise to the conflict, to help them see what are practical and effective ways of addressing it, and to reflect upon the experiences within the country itself, as well as elsewhere, to really make visible what happens when you don't deal with the conflict effectively. So one thing that we do with governments is really draw out the economic, the social, the human impact of failing to address conflicts effectively, and also to try and get them to become champions of a solution, not to try and convince them, but to really identify what are their own interests, what is it that will motivate them, so that they become the ones who are actively working to bring forward practical and
perfect if that works. But I wonder, it doesn't seem to me it's always in the cards. I don't know. It seems to me that oftentimes you might be invited in, or somebody might be invited in, by a group of people who feel that the only solution is to oust the government. And I'm thinking, for example, of the situation in Venezuela right now, where half of the people I know, there's a big controversy going on Facebook on my timeline, because half of my friends think I'm something awful, and the other half, think otherwise. So we are not clear about whether or not Guaido or Maduro should be supported. In a situation of that kind, I wonder if you still think it's possible to work toward reconciliation of the two sides and getting them to cooperate and find some sort of happy common ground, or if it's a little bit too late for that.
We're talking about real solutions to actual conflicts, which meet the needs of the parties involved. And quite often that can involve changing individuals in different roles. I think in Venezuela, the overwhelming majority of the population is not actually enthusiastic about either of these men. At the same time, they may be representing blocs which those who are supporting them have very legitimate issues. So many of those who may align to a certain extent with the government, there are some who do so obviously out of their own interests and really deeply embedded corruption within the regime and power structures within the regime. And that's absolutely true. But also there are very many citizens who feel that the current, but even more so the previous government, did champion their rights and issues in a country, in a context where those were often ignored. There are also very many citizens who really feel ignored, excluded, even attacked by the current and the former regime. And what's critical is not only to look at these two old men who are at the height of political alignment.
Pretty young. Those guys are.
So young, and their structures both embedded within different competing elite rivalries, both supported by an array of different foreign countries and external actors, and neither one really authentically acting in the interest of their population or the country. I think what's needed then is to broaden the discussion, to engage far more actors. Something that's critical is, one, peacebuilding is not necessarily something that's fast. It can take a deep engagement in conflict to work to bring about effective solutions. You could see in the case of South Africa, that was a transition that took place over decades. And it was something that required both the rejection of unjust structures that could not continue, and then trying to find something new which could address the legitimate needs and interests of all the different sectors in the society. And South Africa is actually a very powerful example, because it shows both how effective that can be, but also that it is not something that is achieved as a one-off. You need to continue after. And whether it is situations like governance transition in South Africa or situations of recovery after war, one of the major challenges that we face is the moment the Mandela is released from prison, the moment there's a peace agreement between parties, we treat it as if we've succeeded, and we haven't. That is just a beginning. It's an extraordinary moment when the guns fall silent, when you have a change in regime. But all of the problems which have existed in that society, in that country, continue. And finding solutions to them is a work of years and decades. Mm-hmm. And that's why we actually need to build up the capabilities within countries and within governments for sustained stabilization and peace building. And that means everything from introducing peace education in schools so that an entire country and an entire society is developing the knowledge and the skills and capabilities to deal with conflicts effectively, to building the actual capabilities of institutions and governments mm-hmm. to find solutions to the real problems facing our countries.
I agree 1,000% with that. And in fact, I have sort of gone through an evolution of my own thinking about how much I want to encourage, or not that my encouragement matters to anybody, but how much how I feel about efforts to for regime change when the regime certainly needs to be changed, because I've seen so many cases where it has not worked. And people are not prepared yet for the kind of democracy that they have achieved. I mean, once the dictator goes, you think you're home free, but you're certainly not. The work is just beginning. And I wonder to what extent, Kai, that kind of work could begin while the dictator's still in power. I'm thinking, for example, well, I can think easily of Trump right now, but I was originally brought to this question by thinking about Russia and the fact that, my Russian friend said, well, if we got rid of Putin, they'd just bring another one even worse to power right away because people are not used to democracy, have no idea how to make it work, etc. And I'm thinking, maybe they're right. I mean, I didn't believe it for a long time, but suppose they're right that that there's got to be some preparation before you can expect that kind of transition. And I don't even know whether that kind of preparation is possible in a situation where the government simply won't allow NGOs or civil society, or certainly foreign people like you and me, to go in and, participate. Tell me, what can be done in that kind of situation against, let's say, against the wishes of the regime?
I think the first thing for me that jumps out, I always have a reaction when I hear people say people are not ready for democracy, or those people are not ready for this or that. I don't think
well, looky here, I'm not even going that far. I'm saying we're not ready for democracy. People I know have been fumbling the ball, but my friends and you and maybe me, all of us, and we've not carried through very well with some of the things that we were trying to do.
Even here across Eastern Europe, if you look at what was happening in 89, 90, 91, 92, the hope that came out of that, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and then you look at what we have today, decades later, 30 years later, we have the rise of authoritarian regimes across the region, and extraordinarily corrupt and often incompetent governments, not everywhere, but across a huge amount. We have extreme right movements in Germany, France, across most of Western Europe as well. But my point of view is, it's not necessarily that people are not ready for democracy. It's that when you are going through deep changes in the society, which has come out of the context of certain types of regimes or systems over years and decades, then just because you change the name on the door or you remove the individual who's sitting in the office of the president, the power structures, the inequalities in economic wealth, control of the means of production, control of media and communication, those all still remain. The ideas, the attitudes, everything built up over years and decades still remain. And the challenge is what happens during these very often chaotic and confusing transitions, as we saw also in Egypt and across the Middle East and North Africa following the Arab Spring, in those countries in which there was transition, is people who are very well placed work to capture the state. We've seen that betrayed in South Africa by those who took over after Mandela. We've seen that betrayed across Eastern Europe, across the Middle East and North Africa. And part of the reasons are, it's not only about the momentary shift, the change in government, the signing of a peace agreement, it's about the deep work which comes after. And what we have seen in many countries is you've had then social, political, economic reforms, which are actually continued and implemented, often in very non-democratic ways. They're not necessarily transparent. They're not openly engaged with or discussed. And the reality is, in many countries, the actual conditions for people after don't necessarily improve. You can actually look across the world now: Brazil, the Philippines, China, Russia, Turkey, Hungary, the number of authoritarian men in positions of governance that seem to be taking us back decades. We almost have a reaction as if this is an abnormality, an aberration. How could this happen? But the reality is, it's not. It is a culmination of the actual problems in our societies that have built up over years and decades and that are not being addressed. And also the result of very organized groups who are championing the movements which these individuals in some way become figureheads for. We are facing a deep and critical challenge to the rights and freedoms that have been won in our societies over years and decades. We've actually begun at Patrir a European peacebuilding program over the last several years, because the similarity in the headlines in newspapers and media reports today across much of Europe to what they were in the 1930s is too extreme to ignore.
Mm-hmm.
And that was actually part of my background and beginning in this entire field over 20 years ago. Really? Was significantly shaped both by the context of the Cold War, but also growing up learning about the Second World War and about the Holocaust, and the need as citizens, as governments, as people in the world, when something like this is happening, to not remain silent, to not stand by on the sidelines as these changes are taking place, but the need and the responsibility of every single one of us to engage actively. And it's really about asking ourselves, what is the type of community, the type of society, the type of world we want to live in? And today we can see, whether it's looking at these crises we're facing in many of our countries and governments, to the crisis of global warming, and it's not only climate change, but it is climate crisis, and also the collapse of species in the world brought about in large part by human activity. These are not issues which give you the option to simply sit back or go about life as normal.
And they're not there are things that we can't say, well, I'm going to pick this problem and solve it. I can only do one thing. Unfortunately, we've got to do them all.
It's both unfortunate and unfortunate, because actually the answer to many of the problems is also similar. So we're not dealing with isolated issues in silos. These are dynamic, interconnected, and they are systems challenges. They are challenges which are coming up from the very social, economic, political systems, the way we're doing things. But the beauty, or the potential also, is that the answer comes about in finding a shift in the way we're doing things. And that's not unusual. We've done that throughout our entire existence as a species. Where there's a brilliant book which was written a few years ago by Rebecca da Costa called The Watchman's Rattle. And in it, one of the things that Rebecca looks at is, why is it that what we've considered the greatest civilizations throughout history have all collapsed? So you look at the Khmer civilization, the Mayan, the Roman Empire, the Soviet Empire, the American Empire, the British Empire. Why have all of these different civilizations and empires, some of which existed for 100 years, some of which existed for thousands of years, and they were seen as the greatest civilizations because of their governance, their science, their learning, their economic, agricultural, cultural systems. And yet, every one of them eventually collapsed or is in the process of collapsing. And she looks at the answers that are given by academics and experts around the world. And some of them say it's because of the corruption that has come up in their government system. Some say it's because of constant wars on the frontiers or over exploitation and destruction of the environment and their natural resource base. And her point is that to varying extent, these answers are all correct. It varies the exact combination dynamics in the different cases. But what she then goes on to say is that the challenge with focusing so exclusively on what were the reasons that these societies collapsed is we sometimes then forget to ask the question, why didn't they solve it? In none of these cases were these problems that came up overnight. In none of these cases were these issues things that those in the societies were unaware of.
Yeah.
They knew of these problems and systematically failed to find solutions. And her book is called The Watchman's Rattle, drawing upon this idea of during the Middle Ages in Europe, the watchman in a town who would have a wooden rattle, and when people were breaking in and stealing cattle, or if a fire was breaking out, they would shake the rattle and say, citizens, something is happening. Something is happening that we need to respond to. And that is where we are in the world today.
We are indeed. And I love the fact that you are pointing out how systemic the whole thing is, that all of these things are interdependent, and by solving one, we're working on the others pretty much as a whole package. I think it has to be addressed as a whole package.
And this is one of the powerful things that inspires me about peace building, because, I mean, one challenge we face in the world is the overwhelming majority of people have no idea what we mean when we say the word peace building. If I say soldier, bomber, rape, tank, everyone has a very clear visual image in their mind. I can speak about genocide, Holocaust, rape, murder, killing, and you can do academic studies in them and graduate thesis at master's or doctoral levels. That's seen as credible. We're still in a world today and an intellectual and academic situation where when you speak about peace building, very many people, one, have no idea what it means, and even in many universities around the world, it wouldn't be taken seriously. So proven and effective ways of addressing conflict are not taken seriously, while instruments and mechanisms that lead to the deaths of millions or billions are considered academically credible and worthy of academic papers, instead of looking at how we actually find solutions.
You are actually in the field all the time. I have a hard time catching you at home because you're out traveling the world. I think you were in Africa last week. I think you've been working in Nepal. I think you've got operations going on in Syria, etc. Tell us fairly concretely what in the world you do when you're out there building peace.
So one first thing to say is that peace building as a field is like medicine. So in the same way in medicine, you'll have an eye doctor, a neurosurgeon, a family doctor, you'll have someone trained in CPR, you'll have ambulance drivers who do emergency response. You have an entire architecture, because there's no one thing you do when you're dealing with medicine. There are many specific, concrete, practical measures depending upon the situation. It is the exact same in peace building. So what we do in a different situation might in one case be working on mediation and bringing parties that have a specific dispute together. And then we look at also what makes mediation and peace processes work, what makes them fail, how can we do it effectively. And you can study that in the exact same way you can study neurosurgery or to be a general practitioner. There are skills, tools, an incredible body of knowledge. In Northeast Nigeria, we're working with a fantastic organization there called Search for Common Ground. It's one of the big organizations in the world working in peace building. Incredible staff, I imagine, of thousands all over the world, really working to bring peace building and effective solutions to conflict forward. And they engage on the ground in communities to work with their partners, from local communities to working with the government. So what we were doing, for example, in Northeast Nigeria, they have a peace architecture, as we'd call it, which is working on early warning. They have local committees on the ground in the most conflict and violence affected communities. And right in a remote village in the midst of conflicts with Boko Haram or conflicts between herder and farmer communities, the members of that community elders, religious leaders, youth, women, different individuals within the community who have the trust of different community members. They will come together in what's essentially a local peace committee. And you'll have that local peace committee at the most on the ground level in communities that can sometimes take hours and hours, even days to drive to and to reach to from major cities. And then several of those communities, they'll go up to another level where they'll bring representatives together in a community security architecture that will have people from local authorities, from police, security services, community members, religious leaders, and then all of those add up to a statewide peace and development architecture. And these bodies bring together representatives from all the different critical institutions, ministries of interior, ministries of agriculture, security services, civil society organizations, women's groups, youth groups. And in Northeast Nigeria, as in most countries around the world, this architecture, these bodies which actually bring all these different actors to sit in one room together and discuss the issues, use their different sources of information to understand what the problems are, how they can make sense of it, see who's involved, what are the issues driving it, and then work together to find solutions. In most countries, that doesn't exist. All of the different actors and institutions work separately. They analyze information separately. They don't coordinate. They don't come together. So our architecture for addressing the most critical issues that we face in our communities is often not very well developed. And then,
do they actually get Boko Haram to attend these things?
No. So in this case, Boko Haram is legally designated by the government as a terrorist organization. So it's not even legally possible. But one of the things that we are trying to do within these structures is to work with the security services, the army, the government, and other actors to recognize Boko Haram is a manifestation of a deeper problem. Mm-hmm. Boko Haram came up out of conditions which were fundamentally wrong and challenging. And even if you were to overcome a single organization like Boko Haram, if the conditions are still there, the conflict will remain. And the other side of it is that the response of the government to Boko Haram, strongly driven and actively supported by Western governments, by the United States, by European countries and others, flooding in weapons, flooding in money for supporting the war, flooding in military assistance to the army and to security actors. That response has in most cases made the situation worse as well. And in fact, security actors have killed more civilians than Boko Haram. So what happened?
I'm surprised, but you know, I've heard that the same thing can be said of Afghanistan. That there are more Taliban now than there were before 9/11 and before the invasion. So this counterterrorism approach has not worked. But is that what you're saying? Would you call what they've been doing in Nigeria a counterterrorism approach? Or has there been an effort to try to deal with and approach some of the people who are loyal to or persuaded by Boko Haram? If there are people, I don't know. Are there?
In Afghanistan, as in Northeast Nigeria, you have a situation where in some cases teachers have not been paid for a year. Civil servants have not been paid for several months to a year. There's almost no investment in addressing the actual developmental and economic livelihoods, jobs, needs. You've got huge youth populations where the education systems are very challenged. They see little or no opportunities for the future. And then we're investing billions and billions in war, which is fueling violence and destruction. The reality is, military violence as an instrument for addressing actual conflicts is one of the most incompetent, bankrupt, and failed strategies that there is. And we have not only decades, but centuries of this. And then you can come up with the question of, well, what would you do in the face of a Hitler? Or what would you do? Okay. One, you don't let systems develop to that extent. Two, you don't sit back and do nothing until it becomes that point. And three, if you want to discuss what you do at that point, that's fine. But we also need to discuss practically what you do in Afghanistan and Northeast Nigeria, where war waging strategies have cost billions and billions of dollars, have fueled violence, and have failed to actually bring solutions. Now, you can look at an intelligent security strategy, where you would engage appropriate military and security measures in combination with practical solutions that actually address the underlying issues. But just to go back to Northeast Nigeria, in an area which the world hears about because of Boko Haram, in one of the states that is affected, Adamawa, an incredibly beautiful state, 86% of the killings and the violence are not about Boko Haram related violence or killings by the police and the army in relation to Boko Haram. They're about inter-community violence, often between herders and farmers, and increasingly between groups of different identity or religious affiliation. Now, we go on the ground directly to communities which are involved in those conflicts. And just to give the context, one of the communities we went to just days before had been involved in attacking a herder community and killing several of their cattle. We're with them that morning. That night, the herder community responds and burns down 5 of their houses. So this is the actual daily violence which is occurring on the ground, affecting communities. Now, the farmer community we met with said, this has to end. We want it to end. We want to come together with the herders and go back to how things were decades before, where we would talk together, we'd find solutions, we'd find ways of coexisting. The challenge is they don't trust going to the herder community. The herder community doesn't trust going to them. What you would actually need is peace teams which bring trusted and respected leaders from each side that can meet with them one-on-one, that can go to them, hear their issues, hear their grievances, what is upsetting them, why they're angry, what the other side is doing, what they want as solutions, and then earning the trust after listening to them, bring them together. Now, those processes cost hundreds to thousands of dollars. They bring about actual agreements between the parties involved. They may stop the violence at that moment. And then what we also have to understand is that's not enough. You need to be prepared for the next farming season, the next season when the cattle are being moved and conflicts that can come up. And you need to look at not only the issue that is in dispute at that moment, but do we have the proper grazing routes that are agreed upon and supported by all parties? Do we have water resources or veterinary support for the animals, or improved seeds and farming techniques that can help support the farmers? That is what peace building is about. It's about knowing the actual conditions on the ground, the actual issues which real people, real communities are in conflicts about, and finding practical solutions. It's not only what's on the front of newspapers and the headlines, the actual situations on the ground that are leading to the majority of violence and killing in the world today are situations like this where there are practical and real solutions. Mm-hmm. And we are not investing in them. Most people are not trained in them. Most governments don't know how to do them. So when I first met...
We don't even hear about them in the press. Yeah. When they occur, we don't know about them. I mean, I never heard. In Canada, my friend, even though you are, you have roots in Canada, I don't hear about what you're doing in Nigeria or in Syria, etc. We need to know about this work.
I also think that is my fault. That is our fault. That is one of the challenges for those of us in the field. In the last 20 years, we have been so deeply engaging, trying to work to address actual situations on the ground in real conflicts. We've become much better at the professional side of peace building, not the entire field. So it's a metaphor that I will always use for where we are at the moment is a mushroom. The field has become incredibly broader. There used to be a few dozen programs in universities. Today, there are several hundred. There used to be a few hundred individuals really engaged in the field. Today, there are tens of thousands. And there used to be a few dozen organizations. Now there are thousands of organizations. So the field has gotten broader, but most of it, the quality is very poor. And it's only a very narrow stock that really deeply understands how you do reconciliation and healing after the deep impact of violence, how you do effective early warning systems that actually link to effective policy and practice to address the conflicts and prevent violence. And in that case, there are dozens to maximum hundreds of individuals in the world who've really internalized it. But the knowledge for how to work on almost any aspect of peace building today in the field is actually there. We've gotten better at the professional, but there's two areas where we have absolutely failed in the last 20 plus years. One is to engage effectively enough at the political level for our governments and state institutions to understand these issues. It's incomparably better than it was 20 years ago, but is nowhere near where it needs to be. And the other is to engage with our publics, with our citizens, with our countries.
Well, to engage, I'm sorry to say it, with Peace Magazine. You and I haven't been in touch enough. And this is all material that should be in almost every issue of the magazine. So it's my fault, and I apologize.
No, you've been amazing at this. You have always invited, welcome, and asked actively. And this is an example of it, because a lot of the people that are really active in this field were doing the work of a dozen people. And so before I had children, I was working 20-hour days, working often through the weekends. When I'm in the field, that's exactly what I do. Otherwise, if I'm at home, I'm working to the fullest I'm able, and then trying to be a good husband, a good father, and be as present with my family and my children as possible. So just finding the time to do that extra step that's needed for a critical area we're engaging with conflict, let alone to write articles about it and promote it further, is challenging. But what is exciting is there are, again, as I was saying, so many more people involved in this field. You can just go on YouTube, you can go looking at TED Talks, and you will find people that are engaging everywhere from dealing with preventing armed violence, overcoming gun violence in our cities, to the incredible work of organizations like Parents and the Families Forum, Parent Circle Families Forum in Israel, Palestine, which brings together parents, both Israeli and Palestinian, whose children have been killed by the war, by the ongoing violence, and families of those who've been killed. And they are continuing to work even through the worst periods of division and violence between Israel and Palestine. They're continuing to work to bring people together.
Yeah, beautiful. But I want to go to Syria before we, because I hear that you've been doing things in Syria, or were, and that strikes me as absolutely the most challenging possible place to try to do anything. I can hardly imagine anything constructive that can be accomplished in a zone of that kind. Tell me about that.
So I would actually say that sadly it's not the most challenging or the most difficult context. You have Syria, Yemen, Libya, the Congo. There are many very difficult situations where violence is really intense, and where the conditions and the context for people engaging are incredibly difficult. I've had many of my friends and colleagues in Syria killed over the years. I have, just to be fully clear, I have not been working directly in Syria over the last years. Our organization has been working extensively with partners in Syria. And we've been working with partners both in areas that are in government control and outside government control. And what we've been engaging with them is to look at practically how has the war and the violence been affecting their societies. Everything from looking at the economic and the physical infrastructure destruction to its impact on children, its impact on people's psychology and trauma, and to work to support a wide range of Syrian organizations on the ground that at the moment are really in survival mode. It's not talking about looking at a perfect solution. It's not talking about looking at a negotiated or a peaceful outcome. The war has largely been fought. It has largely been militarily won by one side. But the impacts of that war have devastated Syrian society. And while many people now change the channel and governments are in their disputes over now Russia needs to handle the recovery, we're going to step back, the reality is that millions upon millions of people on the ground in Syria are living in horrible conditions. And what is going to be needed is a long-term process of support for stabilization and recovery, and to try and deal with the unbelievably difficult process of healing the impacts and effects of the war on people's lives, on a society which has been ripped apart, where hate and demonization of the other have been fueled at a level that did not exist before the war, where you have had tens upon tens of thousands of people involved in armed groups as combatants for a range of different organizations, from pro-government to opposition forces. And now how do you bring those people back into daily life? How do you engage to have safety and security for those who are under opposition-controlled areas that have now been taken over by the government?
Is there even any effort to do that, or are they just waiting till the
There's no real effort.
Ended? Because I mean, it's hard to imagine how you could go in as with a humanitarian operation to try to rebuild anybody's house, for example, or anything of that kind right now.
There are some organizations on the ground working from a humanitarian and a physical recovery point of view. There will definitely be money flooded in from different wealthy actors, and you'll probably have capturing the process of physical recovery like was done in Lebanon. Some interest groups will grow incredibly wealthy off of the rebuilding of Syrian cities, but that doesn't mean that the lives of people will be rebuilt or that the conditions of millions of refugees in countries around Syria and the tiny number that were taken up in other countries in Europe and elsewhere by comparison, doesn't mean that that will be addressed. And when you're asking, is that being done? I would say what we're seeing is a level of such a total irresponsibility and non-serious engagement by governments around the world that are not looking at how can we really support recovery and peace building in Syria while we have actively fueled the war. Our countries provided weapons, our countries provided funding, provided training to different parties, and this is the old menu that we're used to ordering from. We know how to do that. We know how to support dictatorships. We know how to sell weapons. Canada is very good at that. We know how to provide support for different actors and regimes. But when it comes to the deep work of peace building, and what's interesting, since you're in the context of in Canada, and that's, I was born in Halifax as part of my background, even though I've lived most of my life working in the field abroad internationally, I was inspired to engage in peace building and to work to address these issues in the world, in large part because of my education, culture, and upbringing growing up in Canada. I grew up in a context where we were taught that you deal with the problems that the world is facing.
That was in the old days. It's harder now.
It's true, because the reality is that there was a period where Canada was really a leading actor. I mean, the huge old days that we all hear of from the time of involvement in peacekeeping, which Canada does almost nothing to support at all whatsoever anymore. To the days in the 90s where we had a fantastic team at the Foreign Ministry and at the Canadian Development Agency, CEDA, which were really supporting and funding peace building. Canada was leading. Whereas today, it really is virtually non-existent. It is not engaging. And here's what's interesting, because I know we don't have that much longer, but when we're speaking about conflicts and violence, some of the things we have to recognize is the impact of violence and war is incredibly destructive. You can see that in Syria, Yemen, Libya, Nigeria, the Congo, all over, or also in inner cities and in cities in the United States and other countries that have huge levels of gun violence. There's the human impact, there's the impact on our societies, there's the economic impact. There's an Institute for Economics and Peace that calculates that the lost income and the destruction caused by war is costing us, I believe the latest figure is $14.7 trillion. At the same time, peace building is incredibly effective. It helps to create the conditions of stability and security in which people can lead their lives. When you develop early warning systems and you can identify conditions and causes and drivers of violence and conflict years before they become violent, and you can then engage to help make sure that that violence never happens. This enables people to go to school, live their lives, do their jobs. The countries which do the best economically are those which have higher levels of peace and stability and good governance. This is something, again, as I said earlier, it's as real as medicine, but we're in a bit of a situation like where medicine was in the 14th century. So maybe we've come a little bit further. We need to get the knowledge out there. We need, as citizens, to say there's some things we're not going to stand for. We don't want Canada to continue to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia or to help to fuel the ongoing carnage and war in Yemen. We want our countries, our governments, ourselves to come up with more intelligent, more effective solutions. We have been championing innovations and improvements in human life throughout centuries. We've never in the history of our species have we had the innovative and creative capacity, the technological capacity that we have today. We have the ability for solutions. we need to start recognizing that these old systems, war is in the category of colonialism, slavery, and apartheid. It is a dysfunctional and bankrupt system, unable to in any way solve actual issues and problems in our world today. I have huge respect for individuals who are in security services, individuals in armed forces, who are very often there to try and do the best to help guarantee security and well-being and safety for people they love, people they care about, for their citizens, for their countries. And many of them recognize and will be the first to say that what we actually need are intelligent and effective solutions.
Look, on the one hand, we're talking about the fact that the amount of investment or attention and help given to peace building is a tiny, tiny fraction of the amount that is being spent on all the destructive things. On the other hand, you have built quite an institution there, my friend. I'm just dazzled looking at your website and seeing all the kinds of things that you are doing. And you created this pretty much yourself from the get-go. All right, tell me who's behind all this. Who are your friends? Who are helping you? Do you have support in Europe? Or do you just have somehow, did you inherit a lot of money and decide to put it all into your patrie? What's going on there and how did you build this outfit? Mm-hmm.
So the first thing that really needs to be clear, patrie was not built by me. Patrie is built by the work of dozens of individuals who are incredible, that are engaging every single day, just like organizing.
You started it.
It was started by 3 different people. I was just one of them. And then just as an example, months after the Institute was begun, myself and my wife, 2 of the original individuals involved, we had to leave because of a death in our family, my father's passing. And so we'd begun the Institute knowing that it takes about 10 years to really build an institution well, at least 4 years to get it solid on the ground. And we had to leave after about 3 to 4 months. And we went to my students at the university at the time, and we told them, we need to leave, but we can continue to support the building if you want to keep it going. And we had students move into the attic of the Institute and live there over the next 1.5 years, nearly 2 years, to keep the work going because they felt it was important. And they also helped to begin one of the largest and most significant environmental movements in the history of Romania as a country, the Salvați Roșia Montana, Save Roșia Montana, which is an environmental movement working to protect an area at threat from a massive Canadian company coming in using mining techniques that are illegal in Canada, illegal in most of the
I think we had an article about that 2 or 3 years ago.
Many did, and there's over in the world, but no, it's still ongoing. But just to address the question you asked specifically in terms of who supports us. So our support is minimum. We have won the World Vision International Peace Prize in 2011 with more letters written in support of Patrie than every other organization in the history of the prize put together. Wow. We won the 2017 Luxembourg International Peace Prize for Outstanding Peace Organization. And we are just one amongst thousands of extraordinary organizations that are doing this work in their communities, in their countries, on the ground, all over the world, and working with often incredibly limited resources. So the average salary of most of our team is minuscule. In fact, if you put our entire team together at Patrie, it's less than 1 average salary in Canada, what we all make in terms of income, all of us put together in a year. But we have a brilliant and dedicated team. We were asked once by a German intern who was just starting at the Institute, how would you describe Patrie? And what we said for the first time in that moment has stuck with us ever since. It is passion plus professionalism dedicated to a purpose. Our funding, because we believe there needs to be total transparency in this. In the beginning, I could make enough giving a 10-minute speech in Western Europe to fund the Institute for a month. But that was back in the early 2000s, and costs of living in Romania were different. We have a training center, and it provides world.
Sorry, but when you talked about your students moved in, who were these students? Did you already have this training center going, or how did you have students?
The Institute had just been created. It was the first international organization in Romania's history. It's based in Cluj, but works all over the world. And at that point, It had begun. We had the Gandhi Peace Library. We had a number of programs. We were already involved in the process in Nepal in the midst of the civil war there. And the students, when I arrived in Cluj, a wonderful head of the political science faculty at the time invited me to teach a class which I think technically had 12 registered students who could get credit and take the exam for the course. But we opened it up, and I had about 140 to 150 students coming every single week. We usually had about a dozen faculty coming from different departments as well. And we had 48 students who took the exam at the end of the course, in addition to the 12 who were required to, even though these 48 couldn't get credit for it, but they did it for the credit.
They just like taking tests.
They did it because they wanted to do something that made themselves proud. And that was why people moved in and started the Institute, because they felt it was necessary. And actually early on in the early years of the Institute, back in 2002, we walked across Romania by foot. We went from Cluj to Bucharest. Our route was about 500 kilometers by foot, longer than Gandhi's Salt March. And the aim was to listen to people, to see what was happening in people's lives, and to listen to what people wanted in the country. And many of those involved were actually the students from that first course. And many of them have gone on and continued to work in Romania or internationally ever since. Because when they saw what was happening, they felt they needed to do something about it. And that's what Patria is about. We do get some funding from the European Commission for supporting programs to address radicalization and violent extremism in Europe. When we work abroad, the funding has to come from within that context. It can be the United Nations, it can be national organizations, international agencies, it's partners who are inviting us. So we only, according to our charter, can only raise funds for work we do either domestically in Romania or global issues. But when we're working in countries, the funds have to be controlled by the partners there. And I mean, just to give an example, the entire process that played a major role contributing to the ceasefire in Nepal during the civil war cost just under $40,000 US. There are programs which are funded to millions of dollars in this field globally, and there are resources there, but there needs to be a lot more. And we also need to be working to make sure that people in government offices, people in security forces, people in foreign ministries are actually properly trained in how to deal with conflicts effectively. A lot of the time we'd assume that they are. There's some brilliant individuals, very skilled, very dedicated, very knowledgeable. But I remember, for example, a meeting in Mexico, in the city that had the highest rate of murder in Mexico, and one of the highest rates in the world. And I was asked to do a program with the security forces and the police in that city. And the program began after lunch. And the police, these were captains of police units, members of different departments and squads that were tasked with addressing violence and addressing the drug trade in the city. One of the units that came in had just come out of a battle with one of the largest drug gangs, and one of the people who's supposed to be in the workshop had been killed that morning. And they had been involved in a live fire situation. In this space, what we were addressing is what were the actual conditions of violence in the country, what was giving rise to it, how was it affecting people, and then how was it being addressed. And the head of the unit that had come straight from a gun battle that morning stood up and said, "We know what we're doing doesn't work. We know mano dura, we know the hard military approach and response is only fueling more violence in our country. We know because we're the ones that are doing it and are at the front line of it, and it's our lives that are on the line. But the problem we face is we don't get any better solutions from our government." And this is what we see all over the world. We need to begin studying violence, and we have already begun, but we need to do this much more exactly the way we study diseases. We need to look for evidence-based approaches and to improve policy and practice based upon learning from what works, putting the resources that are needed into it, and ensuring that the people involved are trained and that the agencies and institutions that are addressing different aspects of a problem are coming together in multi-stakeholder forums and joint operating centers so that we can pool our analysis, pool our understanding, and improve our response. The capabilities and the potential are there, but it is not happening yet. But then when you step back to what we were discussing earlier, and you look at the system challenges that we're facing in governance, in an economic system in crisis, in an environmental system in crisis, what's interesting is peace building actually holds the answer to many of those as well.
Absolutely.
It's about how you find effective and optimal solutions, how you engage stakeholders, how you analyze and understand the systems and the challenges, the root causes, conditions, and drivers of problems, and you find practical and effective solutions.
Everybody would see the value of having peace education in schools. But what I think we need to do more is peace education of the world. Things like publicity, the press, and even these videos. I mean,
So
if you know, or we can get people to watch these unfortunately very long videos, because they're too long, and we got to figure out the solution to that. But we need to get your video in front of, you know, a few million people. So I'm going to work on that.
To those who are listening, because this is one of the things that really excites me. We need to reach out to the world. We need to reach out to people in other fields, artists, designers, programmers, people in IT, people in communications, because we need to have their passion, their knowledge, their skills to help get these messages out. When you're saying that we all recognize the value of peace education, I think most people don't even know it exists or know what it is at the moment, and we need to make.
They wouldn't argue against it, but what some people would argue for it, but what they don't necessarily do is go farther and say, this is peace education of the public, and we need that too.
We need both. We need peace education schools, peace education our societies, and we need to educate and train our government officials and our frontline practitioners and responders. It's interesting, the World Economic Forum every year does a report on what they say are the competencies we need for our future economic directions and developments. And if you look at core skills they identify, it's things like managing risk, complex problem solving, collaboration, teamwork, the things that you gain through peace education that are not there. And
you've just been making the best pitch I've heard yet for exactly what kind of investment that people should be making. And it's just inspiring to hear you. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. And our time is up. Bless you, dear.
Thank you for the work that you do, Meta, because it has been an inspiration to me from before I began in this field, and is one of the reasons that I began in this field. What you and others in Pugwash and the peace research and peace movement in Canada and around the world did over decades and continues to be an inspiration. And if there's anyone who's watching this video who is actively involved in this field, or who has felt motivated or inspired, or has some idea that you would like to do something, or has an idea of what you could do, please really don't hesitate to be in touch.
Blessings, Kai. Bye.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer. I'm in Toronto, and we're going to have a geographically diverse as well as socially diverse kind of conversation today. One of my panelists is in a little town in Alaska, and the other one is in Hamilton, New York, upstate New York at Colgate University. So both of them are going to be talking about Siberia. And so that's where they met, and that's what they have in common and what I'm interested in. I'm very interested in a project that's going on there in Siberia, northeastern Siberia, called the Pleistocene Park. And so my first panelist here is Luke Griswold-Turgis, who's in Haines, Alaska. Say hi.
Hello. I'm actually in San Francisco right now.
Okay, I like San Francisco too.
Yeah, I understand you did your university work at Santa Cruz, right? It's one of my favorite places in the world. It's beautiful. I'm from Berkeley, by the way.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we have a lot in common that way. And in Hamilton, New York, at Colgate University, but actually in his own living room, I guess.
Yep.
Is Michael Laurenti, who's a professor of geography at Colgate University. And he also goes to Siberia to work on studying the relationship between the environment and the biosphere, how the environment and living creatures interact. Especially, I think you're interested in forest fires and the effect of them.
Yep, that's right.
Good. Say hi, Mike.
Hello.
Okay, good. I'm so interested in this Pleistocene Park project. These two fellows, father and son, Sergei and Nikita Zimov. I think I'd like for Luke to tell us what that's all about, if you will, Luke.
Okay. Well, Sergei and Nikita Zimov, they live in the most remote corner of Siberia, and essentially seeking no one's help and asking no one's permission, they're trying to restore the Ice Age mammoth steppe ecosystem on a continental scale. And they're essentially trying to just do this themselves right now. And they think by doing this, they can prevent permafrost from melting. And melting permafrost is going to be a huge source of carbon to the atmosphere, which will exacerbate global warming. Sergei Zimov, the father, in the late 90s and early 2000s, published a series of papers in Science magazine that illustrated how much carbon was locked in Arctic soils and the probability it's going to melt in the near future and the impact this is going to have on global climate. It's a feedback loop. The warmer the Arctic gets, the Arctic is warming twice as fast as the rest of the planet. The warmer the Arctic gets, the more permafrost melts, the more carbon and methane is released into the atmosphere, in turn makes the climate warmer, in turn causes more permafrost to melt. And it's a potentially quite big feedback loop. Mike can probably explain better like the exact scope of it. And they have this idea that restoring animals to the Arctic can prevent it from melting. There's a lot more to the story than that, but that's kind of it in a nutshell. And they've started doing it, like just by themselves.
Importing big animals. They're all big animals. That's part of the theory, isn't it? That
it's important that they be large herbivores.
Rabbits aren't going to help much, right?
No, rabbits aren't going to help much. So it's important that they be large herbivores. So they've fenced off, they call their project Pleistocene Park. They've fenced off, I think, 16 square kilometers. And then they have a smaller fenced area of 2 square kilometers that they're concentrating animals in. And they have like 40 horses, cold adapted Yakutian horses, 3 muskox, all male, unfortunately, 1 European bison, about 8 yaks, some, I don't know how many reindeer, but a certain number of reindeer, several moose. What else do they have? Oh, several cattle, like Kalmykian cows, which are kind of related to Mongolian cows. There's also somewhat cold adapted.
There are cows that can survive in that kind of climate without
survive by themselves. You have to go out all winter long and cut a hole in the ice for them to drink water. They can't survive eating snow in the winter. So they can only survive with human help, the Kalmykian cows.
Well, okay, that's the first thing I want to ask you is, how much help do these animals need in general? Because the theory that they're going on is, well, we need to explain why they think that is going to reduce the amount of permafrost melt, why animals would do that. But then, I want to explore the question of whether these big animals really could survive on their own without people helping them, feeding them, and so on.
Okay, I can explain. There's actually 3, maybe 4 mechanisms. The first one, and the one that's gotten the most attention, is that imagine you're a bison. Oh, I forgot to say they have 12 bison that we just brought last year. So imagine you're a bison. It's the middle of winter in Siberia, And you need to eat to stay alive through the winter. And you need grass, and grass is buried under the snow. And so snow, it's a thermal insulator. And this is a bit counterintuitive, but you imagine you're outside at night sleeping under the stars and you have like a thick down comforter over you. And the air is really cold. You're quite warm under that comforter. Someone pulls the comforter off and you're going to get colder. Same thing like the snow. Imagine like a meter thick down comforter covering all of Siberia. The air is -40. The ground is like -3, -6. This is all centigrade. And that snow is a barrier between the air and the ground. It's preventing the ground from losing its heat into the atmosphere during, it's like 3 months when the sun never comes up. So you remove that snow, or if you're a bison, you're like digging through that snow looking for grass underneath it because you're hungry. You're going to starve to death if you don't find something to eat. And it compacts or displaces the snow enough to significantly decrease the temperature of the ground. This is a bit counterintuitive for people. I've seen a lot of journalists kind of mix up the mechanism, but you're basically decreasing the insulative value of the snow and bringing the ground in contact with the cold air. So that's mechanism number 1. Mechanism number 2 is albedo, like how reflective the ground is. And I think Mike actually, did you help with their albedo measurements, Mike?
Yeah, we've installed some instrumentation out there. So they have a couple measurements in the parks, some in areas that are grassland and areas that are forested. But it's a measure of reflectivity. So I think thinking about a parking lot on a summer day is a good example of albedo. So something that's dark absorbs a lot of sunlight, and when stuff absorbs sunlight or absorbs energy, it heats up. Is something that is bright. It's bright to us because it reflects a lot of sunlight, and so it's not absorbing that energy, so it doesn't heat up. And so the surface of the planet is like that as well. So when you take these areas that are forest and you have the trees that stick up above the snow, and the trees are relatively dark, they're absorbing a lot of radiation, so that heats up the surface of the planet. And if you take those trees and you replace those with grasses that get covered up by the snow, then you have a really bright snow-covered surface that reflects sunlight, reflects radiation away from the planet, and the surface doesn't heat up. So that's a really important kind of determinant of climate. And so when you think about taking all that forested area and replacing it with a grassland, you're going from a really dark area to a really bright area. And so that's a cooling mechanism.
Okay, and the theory that the ZMOFs are working with, or more, maybe it's an empirical observation, that the animals reduce the forestry, right?
Mm-hmm.
By knocking over trees as they're saplings and eating on the bark or whatever, so that there'd be less trees growing, and that with global warming, we're seeing an increase of forests.
Shrubs are encroaching northward right now, especially I think willow and maybe betula and other things too.
Yeah.
So you're actually, like you're saying, it's not just trees though, it's kind of smaller plants and shrubs that stick up above the snow. And maybe later on we can get into how much animals will actually impact that.
Yeah. Okay. So the albedo effect is that you bring in the animals and it increases the albedo effect by reducing the dark vegetation that absorbs the heat. And
correct.
Soil.
Okay. It's been stored in the soil in the Arctic. Like, how did that carbon get there? It's not just like it was there forever.
By the way, I've seen charts showing the concentration or the depth of carbon in various parts of the world, and the chart for Siberia is just stupendous. I mean, it is so much more than practically all the rest of the world put together. The amount of carbon in the soil in that part of the world, which amazed me.
Was it Zimov who discovered that, or had that been known all along, that Siberia has so much carbon in the soil?
I think he published critical papers that really brought it to light. So he's not the very first person to ever think about it or discuss it, but he took a lot of the important initial measurements that was published in top level publication, like Science, that really brought that to people's attention. If you follow Zimov's theory, during the Ice Age, you had this high productive grassland ecosystem with lots of large herbivores, cycling nutrients, fertilizing grass, causing grass to grow very quickly. And when a plant grows, it's literally pulling carbon out of the atmosphere. That's like what photosynthesis is, and making it either into sugars or cellulose or lignin, or the parts of the plant. And so during the Ice Age, plants there that were being frequently grazed by animals were growing their roots down, and these roots got frozen into the soil, and it built up soil carbon. Similar to what people are discussing with regenerative agriculture in other parts of the world right now. The difference being the soils are so cold there. And during the Ice Age, there's the additional factor of dust accumulation. So you got a millimeter of dust accumulating on the surface of the soil every year, which meant at the bottom of the active layer, that would freeze. You get a millimeter extra froze. And so one of the things they're proposing is by reintroducing these animals, this landscape, plants will start growing faster, particularly grasses grow very quickly anyway, especially when they're being actively grazed. And that this will become an active carbon sink. And we can get into this later, but Nikita actually just did some measurements in the park 1 year ago, or maybe 2 years ago, where he took soil cores and measured the carbon concentrations in the areas that are most actively grazed for the past 15 years, and compared that with areas outside the park that have no grazing. And he was surprised by how much carbon sequestration had happened in his actively grazed areas. And that's something that needs follow-up research, but it was kind of really fairly exciting initial results.
Oh, that's not just exciting. It sounds like world shaking. If you can prove that doing that, I mean, it sounds like it's on the way to strong evidence, right?
Yeah. It needs they need the resources now to follow up with that and do that, on a bigger scale. It's really labor intensive to take those samples, and maybe they need more areas with more animals so they can track it over time, rather than starting at year 15, maybe start at year 0 and then follow that for the next 20 years and see how that changes on a, fence off a square hectare or 10 hectares or a square kilometer and push animals in there and follow it with time. Mike would probably know better how to design.
Mike, I was wondering if you'd been involved in that measuring process.
Not for the soils. I'm focused mostly on plants and kind of some of the land atmosphere interactions. So I've done a fair bit of albedo work as well. I think the idea itself is pretty intuitive to ecosystem science, in scientists in general. That is kind of, if you think about, plants take carbon out of the atmosphere, and then they either, they store it, or they build tissue with it or something like that. And they can either do that above ground or below ground. And, we know from places like, kind of like the Midwest, kind of the prairies of North America, right? That if you have grasses, a lot of that carbon goes below ground and gets stored. So the plants like that are putting a lot more kind of into the ground. And so the real question is, kind of how much more relative to what's already in, kind of permafrost, and then, how quickly will that happen, and, how feasible is it to make it happen on a scale that makes a difference to the global atmosphere.
So we've got two different dynamics going on here. One is which Luke mentioned first, is earlier that the cold, you want to keep it cold so that the permafrost stays frozen, doesn't get the microbes to create methane, which gets it back into the atmosphere. That is the thing that has been keeping me up at night. The fear that, if this stupendous amount of carbon in Siberia or any place in the north melts and this gets into the atmosphere, it's really game over. I mean, there's so much there that I think that is as big a challenge as the rest of the effort that we are already much more familiar with, which is reducing the emissions that we're making from our cars or whatever industries and so on. Mm-hmm. So the business of keeping it cold is one thing, but now what you're talking about, I think, is in addition, the notion that even currently you can use various kinds of plants to sequester carbon, more carbon, putting it more in every year. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, trees do that. Mm-hmm. Shrubs do that, but you don't want trees and shrubs. You want grass. Mm-hmm. Now, I've heard that some of the grass can have very long roots and really sequester more carbon than you would imagine. But normally, wouldn't you think that trees would sequester more carbon than grass? And what's the trade-off there?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I guess, you know, the one thing to remember is that in these high latitudes, if you accumulate carbon above ground, then you are reducing the albedo. So on the one hand, you're taking carbon out of the atmosphere, but on the other hand, you're, you know, putting more vegetation on the surface, and so ostensibly that's going to be a darker land surface that heats up more.
Are they treating this as a ratio kind of thing where you have a trade-off, or does anybody actually try to figure out an equation of how you could calculate whether you're winning more or losing more by various kinds of vegetation?
Yeah, that's something that people do. It's it's not extremely, you know, it's not extremely simple, just because, you know, kind of to do that math and to think about it kind of from a global perspective, you need to think about, okay, like, you know, you need to decide what you know, kind of like what proportion of the surface of the earth do we want to think about? Do we want to think about, you know, kind of a few square kilometers or something larger? And then you need to make some assumptions about how much carbon is coming out of the atmosphere. And then you need to know something about, you know, kind of like the average climate of that place in terms of radiation, right? So you need to make some assumptions about kind of how cloudy the atmosphere, all of these, not like a kind of a simple ratio or something like that. It's more kind of complex, and it involves atmospheric models.
One is that according to Nikita's research, which is preliminary, and maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, he presented this at AGU, not this last year, but the year before. The amount of carbon he found in the soil in the grazed areas was greater than the above and below ground carbon in the boreal forest. So large trees are the main tree species there, and it's at the very northern edge of their range. So they're pretty small. So you've got like large trees, you've got a layer of like litter, which is like larch leaves and moss growing, and then soil. And so I think he was comparing all of that carbon, both the trees, the shrubs, the moss, the litter, and the carbon in the soil in the forest with the carbon in the grass and the grass roots, you know, the soil in the grazed areas, and found it was substantially more. So I might be getting that wrong though. So this should be, I guess, double check with Nikita. I don't know if you know the answer to this, Mike.
Yeah, I don't know the talk, but it wouldn't necessarily surprise me. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to recall some numbers in my head, and you know, there's one paper that, you know, I was involved in with a handful of other collaborators. We quantified above and below ground carbon, and I think there's something on the order of 10 times more carbon in the top meter of soil than there is above ground. So if you take all the trees and shrubs and all the live stuff on the surface, there's 10 times more carbon in the top meter of soil in those boreal forest areas. And so it's like you know, kind of, you think, as you know, as Luke said, we're, you know, kind of a few hundred miles above the Arctic Circle. It's a pretty short growing season with harsh climatic conditions. So these forests are not, you know, kind of like big, you know, kind of big, tall trees that are spaced close together like we might be used to kind of here in the temperate latitudes. And so it's not actually that much carbon. So it doesn't take it. If you switch from some of those forests and shrublands to a grassland, that kind of the increase in below ground carbon was enough to offset what you lost above ground. It seems feasible. It's not outside of the realm of possibilities.
I have also heard that there's a difference between species of trees. There's a guy named Ian Hartley who's done work with birch trees in northern climates, and he says they're really bad, and that black spruce trees are good. They are better anyway. And he's done things like measure the amount of the temperature of the soil in a birch forest as compared with someplace nearby, but not forested. So he thinks that the birch trees make the soil warmer.
One thing I think that's important is stepping back from this debate about albedo versus soil carbon storage and other things, is that the current boreal forest, and I think the ZMOB's thinking has changed on this just in the time I've known them, probably animals by themselves aren't going to displace and replace the boreal forest. What you're going to get instead is maybe there's a wildfire, which releases all the carbon from those trees anyway, and then animals occupy that area. Or permafrost starts to thaw in an area, which disturbs the ecosystem, and then animals occupy it and colonize it and hopefully stabilize it. But so it's kind of like you're looking at these scenarios where the current ecosystem gets destroyed by climate change, and then you start mitigating that with animals, not where you go out and intentionally destroy the current boreal forest ecosystem. Or if you are altering it, it probably would be a more iterative process of animals kind of expanding edge areas and stuff. From what we've seen, from what I've observed personally in the park, like they're not just going into the forest and wholesale converting it to grassland. And I think that initially was a big disappointment to Sergey and Nikita. But I think areas that they're going to impact first are going to be floodplain or meadows or dry lake beds, places that are already have some grass in them. Because imagine you're a hungry bison or a hungry horse, there's nothing to eat in the forest. There's no reason to go there. You're going to go to the place where the most food is, and that's the spot that you're going to have the biggest impact on. But after a wildfire, after some catastrophic permafrost thaw, then that forest might be interesting to you because the trees are all tipped over and grass is sprouting up between them. Like at the edge of a thermal karst lake where the forest is starting to fall into the lake, there's a lot of grass growing there. If I were a bison, I would hang out there on that lake.
You need to explain what that is. I was quite surprised to hear about, you call them karst or karst, that these where there's been a subsidence of the soil because the soil is melted. Is that it? The frozen?
Yeah, so the soil is a network of actual soil, like dirt, and then ice wedges. And the ice wedges make these hexagonal patterns. And the farther north you go, the closer the ice wedges get together and the more volume they have. So they can, I think really far north, they can be more than half of the soil volume is actually just pure wedges of ice around columns of soil. You can see it from above. If you look at sometimes you can see it on Google Earth, and you can certainly see it from aerial photos or drone photos. There's just this network of polygons across the landscape. And those are the tops of the ice wedges. And so I think both Katie Walter has talked about this and Sergey Zimov has been talking about it for a long time, that you can get catastrophic ice wedge melt where they start melting from the top and then just keep going, and it's just ice. It turns to water and flows away. And so if it's on flat ground, that soil, you lose 50% of the volume of the soil and it just collapses. Maybe it falls 20 meters or something, and it makes a lake there, a puddle, and that's called a thermokarst lake.
How big an area would such a thing be?
I think it can be a whole range of sizes from small, but they tend to migrate across the landscape. One edge of it will start eroding and the ground, the ice wedges on that side of the lake will start melting, and the soil will start falling into the lake, and the lake will literally crawl across the landscape, and it'll leave a valley behind it where it melted through all the ice wedges as it crawled along.
So they have these big pits
It's sort of like a snail with a snail trail behind it, because they're leaving this path as they move across the landscape, and you can see the paths. Maybe sometimes there's more than one lake, kind of in little pockets in the path and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it if you look at Google Earth of this area, you can really clearly see the thermal karst lakes.
Okay. Mike, you have some work involving forest fires. Is that right? You're tracing. Tell us about your work and how that relates to. Why do you go to Pleistocene Park to look at trees for your research?
Yeah. Well, so I guess one of the reasons we go to Siberia at all is just because it's quite a different part of the Arctic, and it's there's not a lot of information in the English language scientific literature, on the ecosystem dynamics, on the fire regime, anything like this. So there's about maybe 3 or 4 million square kilometers in northeastern Siberia that is underlain by continuous permafrost. So that's 90% of the landscape or more has permafrost underneath it. And these areas are dominated by larch forests, so like a tamarack. So it's a deciduous conifer.
A tamarack is a larch?
Yep. Yeah. So that's what the, larch or larix is the genus, and in North America they're sometimes called tamarack. But it's so it's like a conifer, like a pine tree that just drops its needles every fall. So that's the only species of tree in this large area. There's there are a few kind of random spots in the landscape, kind of along riverbeds and stuff where there may be some birch, but that's really, really rare. And so it's primarily larch in these areas. And so the characteristics of wildfire are different there. That's the trees, kind of like in North America, we have a lot of black spruce forests, which those forests are, kind of they're fire dependent for regeneration, right? So black spruce have serotinous cones that
you have what?
they have what's called a serotinous cone, which means that their cones, they hang out on the tree. The cones are kind of closed, encased in resin, and so the only way that those cones can open and disperse the seeds is if they're heated up in a fire. So black spruce, for example, need fire to disperse. And so that's a fire adapted system. That's one way that kind of system responds to fire. Whereas in larch forests they don't have cones like that, and so that the way that those forests regenerate after fire, the ecology of those forests is fundamentally different. So that's just kind of one reason that we go to Siberia. And then going to Chersky, we do that in part because the Zimovs are there. In addition to having Pleistocene Park, they also run a research station. So they host international researchers. They have lab space. They have a bit of instrumentation and equipment, and so really it's one of the probably handful of Arctic research stations in the world where you can go to answer these kind of questions. And so in some ways it's pragmatic reasons that we go there.
Okay, well, tell me about forest fires in the Arctic, because they're certainly happening more, as I understand it, and they will if there's more forest, and if there's, with climate change, there will be more forest fires, right? And this itself is a tremendous source of carbon into the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So I would have thought that forest fires are an unmitigated evil. But what both of you have said sort of indicates that maybe there's a good side to it too. Is that something we should think about?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Luke.
Oh, I was gonna say, I wouldn't say that forest fires themselves are good. It's just because they are releasing carbon into the atmosphere and disturbing the soil underneath there, which can then start thawing.
Mhm.
So my personal impression is that you don't want to just disturb forests, but forests are going to get disturbed anyway, both by permafrost thaw and by fire. And that if they are disturbed, that might be a good time to introduce animals.
Mhm.
But if you have like an intact functional forest and permafrost isn't thawing, my impression is you might want to just leave that alone.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an open question right now, and I think your impression, Luke, is probably correct. You know, in the past, you know, like if you're in, you know, kind of the vicinity of Pleistocene Park, you know, you're not going to find any trees that are older than 250 or 300 years. And effectively what that means is that, you know, that forest burned about 300 years ago, and then, you know, kind of a new forest regenerated after that. So most northern ecosystems, either in, you know, kind of Eurasia or boreal North America, they're fire adapted systems. Fire is a part of the ecosystem. And so so you can pretty much assume that anywhere you go on the landscape, you know, what you're seeing is an ecosystem that has, you know, kind of regrown after fire. And so, you know, in a place like Siberia, the fact that we can walk around and see those forests on the landscape and know that, you know, hey, this burned 200 years ago or 100 years ago or 40 years ago, and we're seeing some regrowth afterwards, shows you that, you know, yes, the fire it's going to put some carbon into the atmosphere. It may, you know, kind of temporarily warm the soil up and maybe thaw out some of the top layer of permafrost. But as the ecosystem recovers, as, you know, kind of you burn off a lot of the soil, you kill the trees, and then as, you know, vegetation starts to regrow and soil starts to reaccumulate, some of that permafrost refreezes or it recovers a little bit. But I think, you know, whether or not that's still going to happen in the future is an open question. And so that's, you know, kind of that's a hard question to answer, especially in Siberia, because there are not detailed fire records like we have in North America. Like there's a good record going back to the late 1940s in Alaska, and a similar record in Canada, where we have maps of fires that go all the way back now, almost 80 years. And so we can kind of, like, you know, look at some sites that have burned 80 years ago, 60 years ago, 40 years ago, see what recovery is like. We can't even do that in Siberia because there aren't, you know, there aren't good records that are easily accessible in a central location. So it's really kind of an open.
Well, what about measurements going on now?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, give me evidence one way or another as to whether the Zimov experiment is whether they're right, whether introducing animals does keep the soil colder and reduce permafrost melt. Whether to, you know, you prefer to have grassland rather than trees, or if you have to qualify it, does it make any difference what kind of trees you have? Is that an if kind of measure? I have the impression that they haven't done anything like the amount of measurement that other scientists would like for them to collect in order to prove their point. Do you know whether they're actually measuring things adequately now, and whether the numbers they've been collecting so far would sustain their argument?
I would say that they probably don't have adequate measurements, just in terms of the number of measurements, kind of like the in terms of, you know, repeated measurements, so all around the park, and then also over time, right? So they have, you know, they have a few baseline measurements, but it's really, it's not kind of a large enough sample size to kind of necessarily prove their point. But I don't think that they need to, because all of the things, so yeah, so I think this maybe gets at the heart of the question of Pleistocene Park, right? Because all of the arguments that the Z-mobs are making and that Luke outlined about, you know, kind of like differences in the density of snow and how that affects ground temperature, differences in carbon, differences in albedo. You can measure those in other places without having them, you know, like it doesn't have to have been, like the situation doesn't have to have been created by animals in order to kind of test those ideas. And we, you know, those a lot of the, you know, kind of a lot of those ideas are really fundamental to, you know, kind of how we understand, you know, kind of ecosystem science.
Okay, so to what extent are their arguments being accepted by scientists elsewhere?
Well, just to follow up on what Mike was saying, the relationship between snow depth and thermal conductivity to the ground, I think it's pretty simple thermodynamics, and it's well understood and experimentally verified, and it's being used to conduct a lot of other experiments in other parts of the Arctic. There's no doubt if you remove snow, the ground will get and stay colder. I think the big question is, can animals achieve that effect? Like if you go out there with a shovel, you can totally achieve that effect and measure the impact. Will animals achieve that effect? And will animals achieve that effect over a really large territory, like, you know, an area from California to New York and back is kind of the areas we're looking at doing this on. And that's, I think, the more open question.
Yeah.
And whether you could get enough animals to do the job. I mean,
Exactly.
how would you get such enormous herds of huge animals in any foreseeable period of time?
And do you want to do that before you're certain it's going to work? Like on what, maybe you do need an experiment on an appropriate scale to see this is working before you commit to this like large scale plan that could, you know, what if it backfires? What if it doesn't work out the way you're planning? What if it makes the problem worse? You kind of want to,
well, the first
work as advertised before you launch on a continental scale.
Right. The first thing that I think an ordinary person would raise as a potential objection to doing it at all is the fact that the animals themselves produce methane. You know, they burp and they fart and they leave droppings that make methane. So the question there is, do they offset the amount of methane that they produce by their activities of stomping the snow and eating the grass and knocking over trees or whatever? And I don't know whether anybody's even tried to answer that.
I talked with Nikita a little bit about this, and I think this is another case where someone who better understands the mechanism should follow up with the math. But I think like a cow or say a bison emits, I want to say like 100 kilograms of methane a year. Horses apparently emit a lot less because they have a different kind of digestive system. So it's mainly like cows and bison. Sheep also do it. And my understanding is that ignoring the snow trampling and the albedo effect, the amount of carbon that hopefully will be stored in the soil by these animals dwarfs the amount of methane they'll be emitting, even with methane being a stronger climate forcer.
By the way, I just saw something not long ago about some fellow was claiming that the amount of methane, well, I'm going to be in over my head and I won't get this right, but it's offset by the methanotropic bacteria that are in the soil. There are certain types of bacteria that eat methane. They're among the few things in the world that can break apart the methane molecule. And so these bacteria exist in the soil and offset some of the effects. Now, and another thing I read, and maybe Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but I read that the ice cores that have been taken from, showing ancient times or Pleistocene period, when there were so many more animals, big animals in the Arctic than there are today, you would figure that with the amount of methane they emitted from both ends, if you will, there should be a lot more methane in the air, and therefore it should show up in the ice core. But the ice cores from that period are not higher. And the explanation given, or theory given, was that it had to do with the methanotropic bacteria.
I think he published a paper looking at Greenland ice cores that other people analyzed.
Who did?
And they found evidence that there were large numbers of herbivores emitting methane into the atmosphere based on those ice cores. It was part of what they used to support their theory that there was a really high density of large herbivores in the Arctic during the Ice Age.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Nikita's work, you say? Or somebody else?
Sergei's work. I think he was the co-author.
Who?
Sergei and Nikita. Nikita was a co-author. I think it was Sergei was the first author on this paper.
So they claimed that there was a lot of methane in the air at the time.
That there was a signal, there was an atmospheric methane signal that corresponded with this number of herbivores.
Okay, so that would contradict the argument that the methane emissions during that period were not remarkably higher than now, if at all, and that it would have been attributable to the methanotropic bacteria.
No. I don't know if it actually contradicts. I think they were looking at isotopes, and I don't actually understand isotopes that well.
Yeah,
but
I've got nothing to help here.
You know, right? You don't know.
Yeah, no, I would imagine that there's probably some good interpretation of kind of historic patterns in atmospheric methane concentrations, but I don't know what that is and how it relates to the density of herbivores on the planet. But I imagine too, like I think that also has to do with a lot with the distribution of wetlands on the planet, and kind of patterns in climate in general. And so I imagine that kind of as Luke suggests, that you'd probably need to use some aspect of the isotopic signature of methane to make some assumptions about what the sources of methane are. Maybe I don't know. So those two ideas need not necessarily be contradictory, but I'm not familiar enough or really at all with atmospheric methane dynamics at those time scales to.
Well, who's going? I mean, I haven't heard much about these bacteria, and the little bit that I've read indicates that people find it quite difficult to manage them in laboratories. You have to provide the methane for them, and it gets a little tricky. So I don't know whether I've heard people say, well, that's the amount of methane bacteria in the soil is just so minute compared to the amount of real methane that it really, and other sources of methane, that you couldn't explain anything by such a tiny little thing. And I just don't know. I wish I could find out more. I don't see a lot of.
I think it also matters is that effect changing with time? Because if you have always had methane emissions, you've always had bacteria processing methane, and you add more methane emissions, but you don't have more bacteria processing methane, you have a net gain. So to me, maybe Mike can fill this in, but to me it seems like those bacteria would only be relevant if their numbers were increasing in the world, either due to climate change or more methane, or decreasing. Like if there was a trend over time with those bacteria, if they're a constant effect, then they're not really going to change the new emissions of methane, if that makes sense. If they're processing a constant amount of methane over time, that doesn't change anything. Like if they always have been and always will be, that's just like a steady factor.
Too many unknowns, I think, for us to.
What?
Too many unknowns for us to draw any conclusions here, I think.
Yeah. Tell me about the environmental impact of introducing animals, big animals, large numbers of additional animals. because I talked to one journalist who covers the Arctic, who was very opposed to the idea. He said that the native people would not like it at all. They have their caribou herds, and they don't want anybody messing around with their environment, and that if you brought in large numbers of things like bison and foreign breeds of animals, that they would bring in new diseases, and that they wouldn't probably live there very well. Tell me about the practicality of what you think is involved in importing or trying to increase the size of bison herds or other big animals. Is it a practical thing? Certainly is an ambitious idea, almost kind of fantasy of what the Arctic might look like under very different conditions. But would they be harmful? Can you foresee the different problems that might come if people even tried to bring in large numbers of animals?
In the short term, there's potential for conflict. In the area specifically around Chersky, there's a pretty small number of reindeer herders. I think I may have met all of them. So it's not a really big population, and it's kind of a declining lifestyle now as people move to the cities and take on other lifestyles. And that would really be
indigenous. Sorry, are these indigenous people who've always done this, or what?
They're Chukchis, and this is according to Sergei Zimov, and I would take this with a grain of salt, but he says they adopted reindeer herding fairly recently, like within the past 100 years, and before that they were had a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. So it's a rather recent development in like a change in their lifestyle that they adopted from other local indigenous people.
Mm-hmm. Well, do they see the Zimov's experiment as a threat to their own livelihood?
I honestly, Nikita buys reindeer from them sometimes. Mm-hmm. I don't think they think about it very much. I think it's just, oh, the Zimovs are doing this wacky thing. Like, I don't think it's such a big landscape, and right now Pleistocene Park is such a small thing. I think it's more just like an object of curiosity. Like, oh, what are the Zimovs doing now? That's kind of cool. What animal did they get now? But that may change in the future if the Zimovs are kind of talking about taking over the landscape on a massive scale. There's also, I think, Evenk and Dogon. There's several indigenous groups there. And so there's some that are reindeer herders. They are like very small numbers of them. There's people who traditionally are fishermen and hunter-gatherers and don't do pastoralism. They don't have domestic animals. And then a little farther to the west are Yakutians. And Yakutians they originally came from like the Lake Baikal region and migrated to the north, bringing horses and cattle with them. And then they started occupying the Arctic. I think this was around like 800 years ago or something. They were kind of displaced by the expansion of the Mongolians. So they have a similar not agroecology, but like pastoral ecology system to Mongolians. And they transpose that to the Arctic. And so they have horses and cows primarily. And about 500 kilometers to the west of Pleistocene Park, there's a settlement of Yakutians who have villages and horses.
They can subsist with herds of horses and cattle. Because I'm surprised that there are any cows that can live in such
Yakutian cattle. It's a specific breed of cattle that's adapted to the Arctic. And the horses that the Zimovs have in the park, they bought those from Yakutians. So they're ponies, they're small. In the fall, they gain I want to say over 100 kilos of pure fat. Like they just turn into these like fluffy butter balls. And that's what they need to get through the winter. They're really cute in the fall because they get like incredibly fat. They just like kind of waddle around the landscape and their fur gets really long. So they're just like these fluffy horse balls, and they're white, or kind of white and gray. So as the concept of Pleistocene Park expanded, it would also meet with the Yakutians who occupy that area. And that would be kind of a complicated social and political issue to address. I think it would be challenging, especially I think the Yakutians have more political power because this area is an indigenous republic, Saha Republic, or Yakutia as it's known. Mm-hmm. So it's actually, this indigenous group is the dominant group in the area, and they have more than half the population. So expanding in a way that accommodated their concerns and their feelings would be quite important. And I don't know how you would go about that.
And you think they wouldn't particularly appreciate it?
I don't know what they would think. It might depend on how you approach them about it, and if they felt ownership of the project or if they felt it was imposed upon them. But this is all kind of social and political theory. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. In Russia, in an area that I don't know that much about the social dynamics of. But I've definitely worked with Native people in Alaska, and the more respect you show people and the more you engage them in what you're doing, the more likely you are to have them in turn work with you rather than oppose you.
Well, let's think about the fact that, not the fact, but the possibility, and I imagine the likelihood that these animals would need human care, because I think somebody told me that the things they've imported so far, some of them couldn't live on their own, that people go out and feed them in the winter. And as you say, some of them have to have a hole knocked in the ice so they can drink. If they couldn't live on their own, as the theory suggests that they could. I mean, the whole notion is that you could have animals living as they did during the Pleistocene era, without human help. But suppose you really needed to have somebody look after some of these animals, then some of these Yakuts might find it very a nice job. I'm only...
I think the concept works on a large scale if the animals can't live and expand their numbers on their own. And it seems that bison probably will be able to do that. They've done that in Alaska. Horses are a bit more questionable, even Yakutian horses, whether they can do that completely untended. It partially depends on their interaction with bison. But in the short term, certainly, getting animal populations started, you're going to have a faster growth rate and more success if you take care of them for, while they adapt and start having babies and stuff.
Are Zimov's predicting that they won't always have to have help, that they don't need to have shelters put up for them or food brought?
They're predicting that these animals will be able to, in the long term, survive on their own and expand on their own. Mm-hmm. Some animals, like the cattle, obviously won't be able to do that. And so those cattle are the Kalmykian cows, simply because they were cheap and easy to get, and they work as a proxy for bison or other herbivores that can survive there. So those aren't seen as a long-term solution. Those are seen as a short-term solution because they couldn't get bison and they wanted to test their theories. And so they got cattle just to see, if I can't get bison, I'll get cows. Maybe that will at least show me, how the cows are affecting permafrost temperature, how they're affecting nutrient cycling, if they're encouraging grass to grow. They're like, I want to test this year and not 10 years from now when I finally figure out how to get bison. It's going to be too late.
There are other animals. I mean, what about musk oxen and yaks and I don't know.
They have yaks. They have musk ox. It's difficult to get different kind of animals. So, they've been very pragmatic about if we can get cows this year, let's get cows. They're really cheap. It's not that they are available not that far away. We can just go ahead and do this. And
what about just increasing the herds of caribou or reindeer? Is there any prospect that creating a whole lot more herds would approximate the thing they're trying to do with the bison they couldn't get?
I think reindeer on their own aren't going to have the effect, but they could play a role. They could be a puzzle piece, but they're not going to do it by themselves. They're too small and too delicate. They they've been bringing reindeer to the park, buying them from local reindeer herders. The local domestic reindeer herds have shrunk in recent time because the herders are drifting away from that lifestyle, especially since the collapse of the Soviet Union. They don't have much support. It's a difficult life. So reversing that would take a social intervention, right? Like, how do you get reindeer herders to increase their herds?
Well, yes, but does it depend on the herders to increase the herds? I mean, you would think that if in a state of nature, if nobody was looking after these animals, they would just multiply until
this is another
support them.
So there's domestic reindeer and there's wild reindeer equivalent to caribou. And the domestic reindeer herders, if they see a wild reindeer, they shoot it because the males come and steal their females. So domestic reindeer herders, this is according to Sergei Zimov, like, you might want to talk with an anthropologist or a actual reindeer herder who might explain it differently, because Sergei is, he has his opinions about things. But that domestic reindeer herders, they consider a wild reindeer worse than a wolf because it will steal away females.
Okay, I was told recently that there's not really any difference between reindeer and caribou. They're basically the same thing.
There isn't, but if I have 100 reindeer that are mine and another reindeer that just lives in the mountains comes and steals them.
And the ladies all prefer the wild reindeer and run away to mate with him. Is that?
I think so. But there's a conflict between domestic reindeer herding and wild reindeer.
Like a stereotype of the macho Tarzan guy that every woman craves. I don't know. I'm sorry. I've drawn the conversation a little bit aside. I want to ask something about peat, if I can, before this conversation comes to an end. Mike, tell me about peat fires, because a few years ago in Russia, there were huge underground fires of peat. I don't quite understand how things can burn when there's no oxygen, or that I don't understand how it's possible for peat underground to burn, but I understand that it's impossible to put the fire out. Tell me about it. Is that a part of what you study, or is it a risk? And if it's a risk, is it increasing?
So yes, it's part of what we look at. Most areas on the landscape in this part of the world, whether you're thinking about North America or Eurasia, whether it's boreal forest or whether you're further north in Arctic tundra, the soils are, to some extent peaty. Maybe the top 10, 20 centimeters are very organic rich, what we would consider peaty soils. And so that's typically what's burning whenever there is a wildfire. And there are fires that occur in Arctic tundra as well. So you don't have to have forests to have fires. And this stuff, it dries out and it makes a pretty good fuel. And so that's what ends up burning. I think, kind of when we think about these places where you have peat that smolders for months on end and can smolder over winter, they are low oxygen environments, but they're not, completely devoid of oxygen. So there won't be, kind of like open flames or anything, but there's still enough heat that, kind of you can have things that smolder for months at a time. I think there have been instances of fires. What I'm thinking of has happened in northern Canada, but smoldered over winter, or fires that, start in the middle of summer somewhere in the Arctic and kind of are burning, kind of openly for a while. And then, maybe you get some colder weather and some snow falls and it kind of smolders for a bit, and then things dry out and warm up, and then the fire flares back up. Mm-hmm. So it's certainly, it's certainly something that's going on.
Well, now, wouldn't that be a major contribution to the carbon in the atmosphere? Because, mm-hmm. You haven't said what the soil is like that's permafrost, but is the permafrost, some of it peat? And if it burns, isn't there a lot of carbon that gets emitted thereby?
Yeah, so typically Well, I don't know. It's hard to kind of generalize permafrost soils, but at least in, kind of in northeastern Siberia, in the areas that we're talking about that are underlain by permafrost, there's usually maybe anywhere from 10 to 30 centimeters of kind of organic rich peaty soils. And then beneath that, it's kind of silty clay soils that, that there's actually not a, in terms of the absolute percentage, not a high amount of organic matter. But because there's so much of those soils and because the organic matter is frozen, if you add it all up, it's a lot. So certainly when that top peaty layer, when that burns, there are combustion emissions. That's another thing that's really hard to get a handle on because they're,
How would you fight it? What do they do to try to put such a fire out?
I don't think they do anything in Siberia. Like there's too big of a landscape. You just wait for it to go out.
Yeah, pretty much anywhere, I think, in the Arctic or subarctic. If it's nearby to a settlement or human infrastructure, then, kind of they would try to put it out. I think so. There's one fire that we worked at that burned around the year 2001 that's just outside of Chersky. And, somebody basically drove a bulldozer out to kind of where that fire was heading toward town, and then just bulldozed a fire break across across the landscape.
Dig a trench or something like that?
Yeah, just took a bulldozer and just basically scraped off that top layer of soil. So it thaws out maybe 50 centimeters or 100 centimeters, and if you just bulldoze that, let's say top 10 or 20 centimeters off, then that's enough to act as a fire break. And that did. Okay. But so it's, if you need to stop it from burning a house or something like that, you can. Mm-hmm. But if it's not near human settlement, then I think they're left to burn. So that's been happening for hundreds of years.
And you guys are both going to be going back to the Pleistocene Park yourselves for further study or not?
Probably not this summer. I don't.
Well, nobody's going to go anywhere this summer. We're all going to be in social isolation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I won't make it back this summer either. I was actually planning on going back, and my plans are all thrown into disarray.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was not planning on going this summer, but my collaborators had planned to go, and somebody from my lab was going to go as well, but it's looking like that trip is not going to happen. So we've got one more year on the current project, so we'll go next summer, and then after that it remains to be seen, but we're planning on applying for more funding. So
well, keep me posted on whatever it is you find out in all the articles that you write. I think we've wound up our time, and we should call this to a halt, even though I'd love to keep going for another hour.
I want to add a couple of things really quick. 2 papers have just come out. One was in the, the British, not the Royal Academy of Sciences.
Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that. It was very encouraging for anybody who wants to see more of this kind of experimentation.
Mm-hmm.
And that one was interesting because he proposes a scale and a budget for really testing the idea. Mm-hmm. And I think it's easy to criticize the Zimovs for not having enough data, but they've literally set this all up themselves. Mm-hmm. And in order to really gather data, you need a more functional ecosystem. And to do that, you need more animals. And for more animals, you need more money. And so these guys are actually proposing like a scale and a budget to do that they think would be reasonable to like really test the idea. And I think that's an important thing to see, and not like judging the Zimovs on what they have right now and have done completely on their own.
Yeah.
And then the other paper, which just came out, it was published in Nature, and it's really exciting, was a German scientist. Beer is his last name. I forget his first name, but the last name stuck with me.
Christian Beer.
Christian Beer.
Yeah.
And he looked at
regular beer, BEER.
Yep.
Okay.
And so he looked at the impacts of reindeer in Norway, I think, or maybe Finland, on ground temperature by trampling the snow. and he looked at some data from Pleistocene Park, and then he modeled it, and he came up with, surprisingly optimistic results of how big of an impact animals could have in the Arctic. And it's published in Nature, so it's kind of, I think, a big deal. I haven't even really talked to Nikita about it yet. So that's sort of a really, I think, important and interesting step for them, getting these 2 papers published, that maybe interest is growing and there are going to be additional steps taken and additional people getting involved in this and pushing it forward. So I found both those things just really kind of exciting. And
yeah, I mean, I'm certainly interested in it. I'd love to interview Nikita, probably. I don't know whether I'll ever get a chance, because, the world is in.
He knows about Skype. You could interview him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll ask you to give me a reference to him or something.
Okay. Yeah, it's winter time. He probably needs a little bit of social exposure.
Okay, this has been fun and just really very important. I think the whole issue is something that we really need to think about. We can't just solve one of our existential threats. We have a whole bunch of them, and you can't choose. You got to do them all. Yeah. So you guys are doing your part to solve the permafrost problem, and bless your hearts. Thank you very much, and hope we'll be in touch again. Okay.
All right.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and I'm going to have fun today because I get to introduce 2 women engineers to each other who don't know each other yet. And I don't know one of them, but I certainly know Adele Buckley, who is a physicist and engineer and a big-time plugwashite. She used to chair the Canadian plugwash movement. And so that's how I know Adele. And Adele, say hello.
Hi. I have more than enough background in climate change technologies, but I just have to let you know that I'm retired, and so I switched into peace and security. Nevertheless, a decade or so ago, I had a lot of information, and I've kept up pretty well with what's going on in climate change technologies. So, but I discovered Sandra's company recently, and I am interested to know more about what she can tell me that I haven't already found out online.
We'll find out. A lot of us are going to learn a bit. And I should mention the fact that you have a whole big background as an environmental scientist, having worked in Bangladesh and China and been a very high executive in local environmental organizations and businesses too. That's the other thing you 2 women have in common, is some experience with business, which I don't. So anyway, you'll get acquainted in a second, as soon as I have a chance to introduce Sandra Odendahl. Hello, Sandra.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Sandra is also an engineer, and she is the president and the CEO of CMC Research Institutes, which I didn't know anything about. It was actually Adele who told me that your company or your institute was doing important things and that I ought to look you up. Not that she knows you, but now she will.
Great.
So, hello, Sandra.
Great.
I'll tell you what we're all about today. Adele and I have been having an argument, and I'm not qualified to argue with Adele because I am a scientist. However, I always have more opinions than are good for me. And I was thrilled when I heard about direct air capture in, this thing that goes on in British Columbia. They are sucking CO2 out of the air and making it into fuel. And I was so impressed with that I went around telling everybody how wonderful it was. And Adele says she's very skeptical. So we've been arguing about this without my having any basis for doing it. But she did say that there's one thing that worth looking into, and that is capturing carbon from places like smokestacks. But that makes more sense. It sounds plausible. So she found that your institute works on that kind of thing. Now, we have been told lately that, of course, it's too late to just hope that we can solve climate change by stopping emissions or slowing emissions. We have to actually suck some CO2 out of the atmosphere. And that is a big challenge. And I understand that my argument is that trees are the way to go. That's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the notion of somehow using machinery to extract CO2 from the atmosphere that's already out there. Okay?
Great.
This kind of conversation? Good. Because I understand, Sandra, that your institute focuses on that kind of research. But I'll take credit for this much. I got Adele exercised on the subject enough so that when she was to go to a Pugwash meeting in Bristol, England, she prepared a paper. And she gave a paper on this, and we ought to have, maybe, if you don't mind, let's start off by getting a kind of a précis of the paper that she gave. She gave me some slides, but I'm only going to put 2 of them up. Adele, tell us your argument, and let's see whether Sandra's on my side or yours.
Well, I could go on for kind of a long time here, but I think we need to act in a significant way before 2030, which is, we're told if we don't do something, trouble. Furthermore, runaway climate change, which we hear about, as it could get beyond us, and no matter what we do, that is a possibility even today. So let us try to think of something. Now, when Meta said, I found this great technology and we just spread it all over the world, the direct air capture, and in spite of the huge costs, that we will be able to save the world. And I thought, how could that possibly be good? Spread it all out all over the world and then suck it back in again. Surely it's better to capture it before it ever gets out. So having done that, I did a lot of research in International Energy Agency and other places to find out, what's going on in carbon capture. And is there a possibility it could buy time for us while the other things, renewable technologies and electric vehicles and such like, come to actual fruition. So that was kind of my motivation. And of course, being interested in peace and security, dangers of nuclear weapons and such like, I think we all can understand that climate change is indeed a security issue as we go on. So that's where I started from. My activism in peace and other issues related to peace are interesting. And I know there's a huge amount of climate change activism, but they don't say anything about carbon capture that I know of. I've never heard them talk about it. They seem to think it doesn't exist or it's not useful. And anyway, commercial climate change community, such as Sandra is part of, I think it's possible that connecting those two would be mutually beneficial. So that's sort of where I came from when I started off on this track.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now give us a kind of I'm going to put up one of your slides if I can, because I want you to tell us some of the things that you discovered along the way in our little bit of an argument. Here's a slide. Tell us what that all means. Can you see it?
Yeah, I just wondered if Sandra wanted to respond to my initial comments.
Good idea.
Sure. So, yeah, I think I couldn't agree more that we didn't say it this way, but I would say we're in a climate crisis. It's not even just a little a crisis. It's flooding, it's flooding, it's fires, it's melting polar ice caps and northern communities, permafrost, melting and the foundation shifting, and small island states being inundated. Like, it's not even just a little bit interesting anymore. It's actually extremely alarming. Yeah, it's extremely alarming. So there's no question that the amount of time we have left to actually do something about this is very short. Obviously, we should have started doing something 50 years ago. And certainly people have been talking about global climate change for many, many, many decades. It's been a topic for my entire career. So it is really, it's sad to see that we're literally at the precipice. And finally, because of extreme weather and deaths as a result of extreme weather, we're starting to see more appetite for somewhat more aggressive action. I have to agree with Adele on something else too, but I'm not an expert on it. But I do believe that, first of all, I do believe, and I am definitely more of an expert than I was 2.5 years ago, that carbon capture and storage in particular is definitely a technology that could make a big dent in things. And as Adele was saying, capture CO2 at the end of the smokestack and store it deep into geological formations. It's actually something we know how to do. It's been happening for decades in North America because that technology has been used to actually take the CO2 and use it for enhanced oil recovery and leave the CO2 in geologic formations that have, depleted reservoirs, and use it to get the last of the oil out before drilling, or instead of drilling more oil wells. So we actually know how to do it. In our organization, we actually work with a lot of major oil companies and a lot of technology developers on how do you monitor it, how do you make sure you understand what happens to carbon dioxide when you store it deep in the subsurface, in the geology. So definitely it's going to be one of the many things we're going to have to do to solve this problem. And like Adele, I still don't understand enough about direct air capture to wrap my head around why it would make sense to pull CO2 out of the air at 400 ppm. I guess we're told that's what we've hit, or 420 in some spots. So that's like, I think it's 0.04% carbon dioxide versus maybe 15-20% or more in a smokestack. So I actually don't know enough about it, and even I have asked a few people, like, I'm legitimately interested in how this works and why it would be a good idea, and it's still fuzzy to me why capturing it at 0.04% after it's already in the air would be more economically, or from a thermodynamics perspective, more attractive than capturing it at the smokestack. But it would be great, because it sounds like, Adele, you've done some research, so I'd love to hear what you found on that front, but it's really fuzzy to me what the applications of this in practice and the scalability would look like.
Mm-hmm. Well, the question
I got this picture here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Adele. Pardon me.
Meta? No. What did you want to say?
Well, I was about to say, long time they've been saying all we can do is shut down things like coal or any of the emissions. Let's stop emitting them. Okay, if you can do that. But I've also heard something like the notion of clean coal is an oxymoron, that you can't possibly have use fossil fuels in a way that can be economically reasonable, that you could capture the carbon at the end and make it clean so that you're not emitting too much. But that's what I think that amounts to, isn't it? If you're talking about capturing things at the end of a smokestack or wherever else, I don't know, do you ever intend to do it at the end of a tailpipe or some other place where the emissions take place? Yeah. Is that feasible? I mean, I've been told that's too expensive.
Well, you know, I don't know for sure, and Sandra will know this being in the industry, but it seems to me that why clean coal has been said to be impossible is because it reduces the actual electricity output of the coal plant, and it also costs about a third more than not having it, or you know, something kind of enormous in the way of cost. That's why you'd say, well, that's impossible. It costs too much. It'll never work. And I'm definitely not advocating that coal plants should stay forever. But China and India, China especially, are building huge numbers of new ones, and they're considering carbon capture, and they may actually do it. And some coal plants have a lifetime, and then they will shut down, thank goodness. But in the meantime, they're going to be there spewing out carbon. So I think it needs to be dealt with.
I couldn't agree more. So a couple of things. It is possible to have a coal-fired power plant that emits a lot less CO2 by adding carbon capture and storage to it. So we do have one in Canada, the Shand Power Plant in Saskatchewan. But you did also talk about this, both Adele and Mehdi, you both talked about this. I mean, the reason why you're not seeing this everywhere is because it's expensive. You know, if you capture CO2 and store it deep in the earth, you're not getting there's no economic benefit. There's no like business output from that. You're purely doing it to protect the environment, which is important. And there may be some calculation on maybe it's cheaper to do that, like, you know, what is that versus shutting down the coal plant and building a whole new natural gas or a nuclear or whatever it is, depending on where you are. You have to compare keeping your coal plant running to the alternatives and keep your coal plant running with carbon capture and storage. Compare that to the alternatives. But my understanding is that it's still an expensive proposition, getting cheaper. I know that at the Shand Power Plant in Saskatchewan, you know, the second generation of carbon capture and storage, you know, is a lot cheaper than when they first installed it, maybe around I think just under a decade ago, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a bit like, you know, I always say to people, like, how much was your first flat panel TV? Like, only the rich people used to buy flat panel TVs. They were thousands and thousands of dollars. And now you can buy them literally at the Shoppers Drug Mart or the London drugstore for a couple $100, right? So any new technology, you know, when you first scale it up, it's a lot more expensive than it's going to be. Mm-hmm. So that said, I think the thing that really I find really compelling about the carbon capture and storage conversation in particular is, you know, emissions are going to keep rising. At least all the projections show that, you know, at least in OECD countries, emissions are flat or declining. There's no question that our economies are not based on, like, there's a decoupling in GDP and growth in emissions. But for all of the developing countries in the world, and particularly in the Asia Pacific region, if you look at the forecasts, even if the forecasts are off by 50%, emissions are still going to be rising like out to 2050, which is obviously extremely alarming. You know, given where we are. The even with the Paris Agreement, the Paris Agreement from a couple of years ago with the 2 degrees target, if you look at the commitments that were made by all the countries that signed on to it, and most of the countries in the world signed on to it, you're actually still looking at a slight rise in global emissions. I mean, it would be a lower rise than if there was no Paris Agreement, but like, we can't afford a rise in emissions of any kind. So what does that even look like? I think the other thing I find really interesting is as Adele was talking about the coal plants, yeah, like last time I looked at this, so I looked at it last year for a presentation I did last summer, and at the time, there were at least 1,600 coal plants that were either planned or under construction. Like 1,600 coal plants, and I would say, very, very few, if any, of those had planned for carbon capture and storage. Many of them, most of these are in developing countries, a few of them in Europe, and maybe in the more developed regions in Asia. There are some that are still planned. But that's a lot of new coal, I mean, hopefully some of that's going to shift even year to year. Maybe some of those will be reconsidered, and maybe they'll end up being natural gas instead of coal. But at the end of the day, coal is relatively cheap, readily available in a lot of parts of the world. But the scary part is that once you put up a coal-fired power plant, it's a massive capital investment, and it's going to be running for, I don't know, 30, 40 years or something.
Tell me, how much difference does it make whether you plan from the beginning to capture the carbon emissions when you build the plant versus once it's going, you come along and you say, we just can't afford to allow this stuff to get into the atmosphere. So on second thought, let's put something and capture it. Does it make much difference? Can you, after the fact, go and clean up these plants that are already functioning? And is it a lot more expensive to do it that way than it would be if you built them with the capturing mechanism built in from the get-go?
So I would say yes and yes. Anything's possible with enough resources, money, and time. Of course, but I suspect that it's exactly what you said, and I actually don't have cost comparison data handy. Adele might have found some information on that when she was doing her research. I haven't seen cost comparison, but I think the issue is that when you're situating a coal plant, I'm sure there are all sorts of considerations, but if you're situating coal with carbon capture and storage, there are a whole set of other considerations that you probably should have thought about when you were doing the plant in the first place. For example, you can capture the CO2, you can put in, presumably you could plug and play an installation to capture the smokestack gases and concentrate out the carbon dioxide, but are you necessarily anywhere close to where you would do a geological sequestration? It may take a couple of years to get all the permits and the environmental assessments or whatever done for the analysis of the geology to do the geological sequestration. So I'll tell you one thing, if you didn't plan it at the beginning, even if you are going to add it on later, it's not going to be fast because you've got to do all your analysis on that part of the project. You also may need to have a CO2 pipeline, depending how far away your plant is from the location where you can store the CO2, assuming there's somewhere reasonably close by. You're still going to have to probably pipe it there. So you're going to have to, design and build and maybe permit a line or a long one, depends. So at the very least, you're delaying the capture. It's not like you could turn it on a week later if you changed your mind after the thing was built. And I would suspect, like almost any engineering project, it's more expensive to retrofit than it is to design it right from the get-go.
we've already jumped over a whole bunch of other concerns.
Can I respond to some of those things?
Absolutely.
Well, one of the things that's just Sandra just brought up now, which in my research I found out something interesting. Well, one, China's big new plants, like they're huge. Like 1,000 megawatt is a big plant, and it's already bigger than the one in Saskatchewan. But most of the Chinese ones are 2,000 megawatts, so they're really big. And then, but the other thing is that China has legislation or some regulation of some sort that you can sequester it as long as the sequestration site is not further away than 800 kilometers.
Wow.
Imagine. I mean, they're really, pushing for it because, of course, they have horrible air and they recognize that they have to, it's in their self-interest. But nevertheless, I have no idea how China will do something, and we have very little influence on China, as we know. You can also capture from natural gas plants. You can capture from industrial sources. And it's cheaper to do natural gas plant, I think, as far as the actual cost of running it and probably building it and so on. I'd just like to, since we had the graph up, and shows how much energy is a proportion of all the CO2 that's coming out. And by the way, methane is really bad, but in CO2 equivalent, it is not a huge contributor. It's CO2 itself. And the energy component, which comes from electricity generation and some heat generation, is huge. Yeah.
I want people to, I'm not sure everybody can read these things. Let's tell people what these colors mean and what the whole graph means.
Okay, blue.
We're going from 1990 to 2010.
There is a newer graph around, but it's not quite as sort of.
And the blue accounts for what? The amount of CO2 coming from energy over time. And the green is agriculture, from agriculture, land use, and forestry. The orange is from transport. The yellow from commercial and industrial. And the purple from other sources, waste, residential. So that is gives us some basis for inferring something about.
Well, that's good, so that we all can see that. Notice the green band, although there's a lot of publicity about what agriculture must do, and it must do it in all sorts of ways, better land practices, better practices with livestock, but everybody could turn to be a vegan, and it still would not have a major effect. Everybody could move to electric cars and public transport, and it still would not deal with this big, huge energy thing. Industry, we could stop building, but we won't. Huge buildings full of cement, and so on. But we just have to deal with energy. That really seems important to realize that there's nothing else more important, just because of. And I know there's a bit of work on this in North America and Europe, but it's the rest of the world is, especially in Asia, is really a target place. Sandra, how do we get at a place where there is a huge amount of emissions?
Well, no problem. No, it's not going to be easy. So there's a bunch of different things that need to happen. And, if you look at the, I think it was the International Energy Agency, or was it, International Energy Agency does this technology perspectives. And they, they look at what it is going to take to bring us down the curve. It's a little bit of everything. So one of the biggest things that we can do, which is really interesting because it's not that sexy, but it actually works, is energy efficiency. So if we really want to, and that's both industrial, commercial, and residential. the cheapest and the best way to reduce emissions is to not, to not need the electricity or not need the power in the first place. So you're looking at investing in more efficient buildings, more efficient industrial processes, more efficient cars. So to your point, transportation, it depends where you are in the world. In Canada, transportation is a big chunk of our emissions, and obviously in cities, it's an even bigger chunk. It's oil and gas, transportation, and buildings are the biggies in North America. Whereas if you're in a developing country, agriculture is a bigger piece. And then I think what we just saw was the global average graph. But yeah, we need to, ironically, the easiest, well, maybe not easy, but the biggest sort of technology wedge to knock the curve from going this way to going that way in terms of emissions growing is efficiency. And then actually, especially the International Energy Agency is very adamant on this. The second biggest chunk has to be carbon capture and storage. And the reason is because of all the coal plants and natural gas plants and the fact that fossil fuel powered electricity, once you put that coal plant or natural gas plant in place, you're not going to shut it down in like 2 years. It's going to run for a long time. So what are you going to do? So those are two biggies. I mean, efficiency, the good thing about efficiency is it often entails some savings. So the investment you make in efficiency, there's going to be a payback by spending less money on energy. Whereas something like pure carbon capture and storage, the challenge for it has always been the fact that it is, there's no actual business case for it. The only way that you end up with a business case for carbon capture and storage is when you have a fairly aggressive price on carbon. So you need a regulatory framework that makes it expensive to emit CO2. So then you start to do the math and say, well, I could pay the money because I'm emitting it, or I could pay the money to invest in a carbon capture and storage facility and store it. And so, the math starts to make more sense under regulations, or including but not limited to carbon pricing, fiscal incentives like the one in the US, 45Q, which is actually was signed into law by Donald Trump in the spring of 2018, and it pays $50 a ton credits actually to companies that are storing CO2, carbon capture and storage, and $35 a ton if they're doing it in conjunction with enhanced oil recovery. So they get a little bit less of a tax credit, but they still get a tax credit. So that's actually spurred a lot of activity and enthusiasm and innovation in the US around carbon capture and storage, including initiatives at some of the startup accelerators to stimulate better, lower cost technology in capture and all the different parts that are required to make carbon capture and storage work effectively. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty scary because the other thing I will say is that we have maybe 20 fully functioning carbon capture and storage facilities in the world today. There are a few of them under construction right now, so there'll be a few more coming online soon. But when you look at what the International Energy Agency says we need to knock the CO2 growth rate down, we need like a couple thousand of these. So who's going to build these and where's the money going to come from? And honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I think it's going to require massive global support, especially in less developed countries, because they're putting in coal not because they love coal, but because it's cheaper and they have coal. So if you're going to tell them, well, you also have to add this somewhat more pricey additional CCS portion to your plant, and there's going to be an additional operating cost. I think he was the energy minister or deputy minister from Bangladesh at a conference I attended. a year and a half ago had a really big impact on me. He was on an Asia Pacific panel at a CCS conference, and he basically said, we didn't cause this climate problem. He's from Bangladesh. We didn't cause this climate problem. Our people emit about 0.5 ton per capita per year. Our vegetation is such that we are actually absorbing at least as much, and we think more than we emit. We need electricity. Not everybody has reliable electricity in my country. So basically, he didn't say this part, but the implication was stuff it. We need to develop. So don't drive around in your Lexus with your, your 85-year-old life expectancy, your healthcare system, your however many tons per year per capita emission. I can't remember what it is in Canada, but it's a lot higher than 0.5 ton. And tell me that I can't put in a coal plant.
That's pretty scary. It is. But I think I just heard you describe enough to maybe answer my question. My question being, is carbon capture technology commercially ready? I think maybe it is. But as far as the sequestration activity afterward, maybe that's kind of iffy. And there's a number of products being developed that I've read about. Now, how ready are they and when will they come? Because if they actually made it profitable to capture the carbon, such as Meta would love to have the fuel used, but you need a huge infrastructure and a lot of other things to make the fuel possible. But others have written, and this is interesting too, where we're using up food supply to make ethanol out of corn, etc. So let's make a fuel out of carbon capture, and then we can have better food supply. So maybe it's hopeful. What do you think?
Absolutely, but maybe not exactly for the reasons that you think. So I guess in terms of just for anyone who's viewing this, just for a little bit of carbon capture and storage, utilization and storage 101, it really does start with carbon capture. So first you've got to take the smokestack gas, or I suppose out of the air, the very dilute CO2 in ambient air if you're doing direct air capture. But the bottom line is you have to concentrate the CO2. And then there's really 3 pathways, right? Like you can store it, so carbon capture and storage, which we've just been talking about. You can actually use it directly, and I would say carbon capture and utilization, this is where I would put like enhanced oil recovery, where we're using the CO2 to help make the leftover oil in a reservoir less viscous and it gets pumped out easier, blah, blah, blah. Or you can put it into soft drinks or something, and beer, make beer and fizzy drinks. So that's utilization. In some cases, it doesn't sequester it for very long, like if you put it into soft drinks or something. And then there's conversion, which is, some people would consider it a subset of utilization, or it's another pathway. But the bottom line is carbon capture and conversion is where you take that CO2 that you've now concentrated and you turn it into either a fuel. There's some companies that are turning it into, they're using it, bubbling it through making concrete, and it's sort of a mineralization process happens, and it makes the concrete stronger and lighter, and it sequesters a certain amount of CO2, and concrete is usually in place for a very long time. You can use the CO2 to grow biomass, like algae. I guess you could use it to grow trees. We already do that just in the air, but you could also grow any kind of vegetation in greenhouses with a high concentration of CO2. And then they're doing other things with taking the captured CO2 and growing certain kinds of microbes and using those microbes to produce like special chemicals and stuff. So there's a whole bunch of things you can use. And then I know some people are doing nanotubes, like carbon fibers, and all sorts of stuff.
I like that one.
Capture and conversion, which is super interesting. However, I will say this. The reason it's super interesting is because it's a business case for getting really, really good at capturing carbon in the most cost-effective way. Because if you're running a business and CO2 is your feedstock and you're getting it out of a smokestack or whatever, presumably your business case is even better if you can do the carbon capture at the lower and lower price. So that's great for the people that are doing carbon capture and storage as well, because carbon capture and storage, one of the main reasons it's super expensive operating cost is the carbon capture piece is pretty expensive. So the people that are creating businesses by capturing CO2 and turning it into an actual useful product are absolutely sequestering a certain amount of CO2, but it's relatively small. I mean, every little bit helps, but I saw numbers, I mean, they might be off by a percentage or two, but for example, if every single piece of concrete in the entire world, think about all the concrete in all the buildings in the entire world, was made out of, you know, this new like CO2 sequestering technology, it would reduce global emissions by, I want to say 3 to 6% a year. And of course, what are the odds that every piece of concrete in the entire world will ever be made by one process? Not that high. So 3 to 6%. Now that said, Canada's entire CO2 contribution to the world is about 3%. So you could argue that if we could get a Canadian technology to do that for the whole world, it would be like wiping out Canada's emissions, which would make us feel good, but it doesn't actually solve the global problem. But it really is, I think, beneficial because it is stimulating, from an environmental perspective, the exciting thing is these are really great innovative companies, and by paying attention to this, they're stimulating innovations in technology that hopefully we can use to get even deeper environmental benefits from carbon sequestration and storage and so on.
I'm cheered to hear this, I really am, but I also understand that these are all at a small scale at the moment. That is, engineering projects have to go through certain processes of a smaller plant, and then finally a total scale up, and then finally someone can use them commercially, and unfortunately that's still to come. But,
yeah.
But still, you know, it's quite cheerful in some way. I have no idea, except I've just heard that carbon nanotubes, which I think would be an incredibly interesting and brand new technology for the future, sounds great. But anyway, that's only at a small scale and not ready to do anything for quite a long time.
Yeah.
However, I do think we need government support and regulatory support and all sorts of things, which it sounds like the U.S., in spite of Mr. Trump not liking climate change, has done something. We need something to encourage carbon capture. And before I let you respond, I thought it would be nice if Meta put up the other picture. The International Energy Agency has a goal for around, I don't know, 2040, 2050 of carbon capture being part of the spectrum of everything of about 10%.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all, and that would be fine if everything else works. But now we've got this beautiful picture of
You're going to have to read this stuff, you know, in the margin, because this says no climate policies, the yellow, current policies is green, pledges purple. I don't know what white is, and then red or pathway 2 degrees pathways and 1.5 centigrade pathways. Explain that, madam.
Now that covers the whole century from 2000 to 2100. And if you look from today, 2020 approximately, or 2019 to 2030,
where are we? We're in here someplace, right?
Yeah, well, then, well, no, 2030 is further, well, yeah, we are in, anyway, 2030 is between 2020 and 2040. There's nothing going on with either current policies or nothing to be done at all, or pledges that isn't increasing for a while. So if we could possibly put more carbon capture in place earlier, we could possibly get some of that. That's why I think it's ready. All the other pledges and all the other things are simply not going to have enough effect sooner. So I'm hoping that we could have some forward-looking activities by major financial institutions and governments to decide, let's support this, let's do something. Let's support energy efficiency a lot. Let's support the things that will do something immediately. That's what I would like to see as a human being living on this planet and worrying about my grandchildren. I really think it would be nice if I would see more happening, because there's a graph from the International Energy Agency which shows the progress of carbon capture versus the goals for carbon capture. And it's a pretty gloomy graph, because we're, even at this point, carbon capture is not meeting its goals. It's not that other technologies are meeting their goals either. I mean, nobody's meeting their pledges, let alone, going better. So it's a very concerning kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
One of the things I wonder is, you're doing the research, Sandra.
Mm-hmm.
You're institutes, and I wonder what kind of research, what kinds of goals you're working toward, because to me there's a huge difference between capturing the stuff and sequestering it, which really is getting it out of the way, versus turning it into fuel, which is the only economically feasible way of doing things. And I'm looking for things that actually are net carbon emission reduction. In other words, like trees,
Yeah.
Trees and you suck the stuff out of the atmosphere and put it underground, or carbon into the soil, or other technologies that actually remove it from the air rather than just slow down. Everything you've talked about so far is just a matter of reducing the emissions, and it isn't enough to reduce the emissions. We really do have to remove carbon that's already out there. And
yeah, completely agree.
Yeah. So what's the economics of the thing is, as I understand it, you might have some customers who would buy your fuel. And there are various technologies for doing that. At least two of them are new to me, and I think new to the world, but I've come across two recently. This 60 Minutes had something where they show a guy who's invented a way to use, vibrations or something to break down the cellulose and extract the sugar out of biomass and make it into alcohol, which can be used for fuel in cars. Okay, that sounds good. Of course, that you're still using it for fuel, and it's going back into the atmosphere. The other thing I saw recently was the notion of having thousands of islands in the ocean that all were covered with solar cells, and they're going to take CO2 out of the atmosphere and use it to make electricity to get the hydrogen out of the water and make fuel. So there are two ways in which you can presumably make fuel out of either thin air or out of the cellulose fiber and whatnot that plants have produced. But you're still turning it back into fuel. And presumably we're going to have fuel for a while. So what's the economics of the choice between real sequestration, which might do the thing that anybody who's really an alarmist about the future and how urgent the situation is, and I'm one, I would say, this is a life and death emergency, and we have to, no matter what else, we have to make some huge changes, and that means sequestration, not just turning it back into fuel. We got to stop using fuel in the first place. Okay, I'm wandering, but tell me about the economics of this thing and what your institute is doing by way of research.
Sure. So I have not taken a deep look at the economics of using, well, certainly the islands and having solar panels to generate the electricity to take the hydrogen out of water. That sounds really cool. Haven't looked at that. I'm guessing it's expensive, but it's really very interesting idea. The And obviously a lot of these things, the economics are very regional, and that's why there's never going to be one solution for climate change, because it really depends on the, you know, the competitive advantage in a region, depends on the resources in that region, land area, what industries, blah, blah, blah. So what makes a lot of sense in one place or even, you know, makes no sense somewhere else. And even direct air capture, which we started the conversation talking about, you know, direct air capture uses a lot of energy, which is why you have to do it in a jurisdiction where the electricity is non-emitting. Because if you put a direct air capture plant, let's say in Alberta today, where, I don't know, 35–40% of the electricity, it depends on the day and the month, but, you know, certainly there's a chunk of the electricity generation is from coal, then you're actually burning coal-fired electricity to capture CO2, and it may not make sense. So the location is everything, just like in real estate. So it is in, you know, in climate mitigation. The right solution is very regional. So to your question about what our institute does, so we actually have, we don't do hard research, even though we're called CMC Research Institute. CMC stands for Carbon Management Canada. And what we actually do is we do the stuff after the research. So we're more about offering technology developers, whether they're within a large corporation or they might be you know, a small startup or early stage company, but we offer technology innovators kind of like a safe place to demonstrate and scale up their technologies. And we focus on carbon reducing technologies. So in Alberta, we have, it's called the Containment and Monitoring Institute, and it's about 2 hours outside of Calgary, 200-hectare field research station, so a big field site, where we are, we have 2 main installations there now, and we're hoping for more, because we see this as, you know, a low carbon or zero carbon technology playground in the making. But our first 2 areas of development and scale up with a whole host of partners, one is we have a carbon injection well. So we inject CO2 into the geological formations. We don't go down like 4 kilometers like you would if you were running a full-scale installation. We go down like half a kilometer or less. And we have a number of industrial partners. In fact, we have 5 super major oil companies from around the world who are partners, as well as several universities. And what we're doing is we're doing a number of different experiments and monitoring work to find out exactly what happens to the CO2 over time in the subsurface. Like how fast does it migrate in different strata? The geology of that region is extremely well characterized, and the groundwater is well characterized. There's one of the universities is doing experiments on, you know, can you see the CO2 showing up in the groundwater? And I'm always imagining like this, you know, Perrier water being generated, but I don't think that's exactly why they're looking at this. But yeah, so we're all about monitoring carbon storage and, you know, what happens, how does it move, how do you know where it's moving? So we're also, in addition to finding out what happens to it, there are also companies that are testing different kinds of monitoring technologies that help to know what's happening in the subsurface. And actually, some of the technology is not just for monitoring CO2. You could use it to monitor different oil extraction methods, or monitor what's happening in an existing or an abandoned oil well or something. So that's one of our things. So it's all about carbon storage. And the other installation, which is brand new, it was just completed this spring, is a methane validation and calibration site. So we've now got installed, second ever in North America. It's a dual cone laser spectrophotometer, and it's the other one's at the University of Colorado. And what this does is it basically scans the ambient air and can detect methane in the air and the concentration at different distances. So you can characterize how much methane there is in the air, and therefore what your methane emissions are. And the reason it's really important is that as methane is, of course, a very potent greenhouse gas, a lot of the methane detection technology is mobile. So you might fly a drone over, a whole bunch of former oil or gas wells to see if they're leaking. But how do you know that whatever sensing technologies on that drone, how do you know it's accurate, depending on the temperature, if the ground is white or brown or green, depending on the season? So you would calibrate it at a facility like ours, make sure that your mobile technology is accurate at different conditions, and then take it out in the field so you can trust the results. We're part of a consortium across the country of different kinds of methane validation sites to validate methane technologies of different kinds. I mean, there's technologies that measure the methane emitting out of tanks, so that wouldn't be what we do. So that's in another location. We were just talking to developers of new tailings pond technologies. In any kind of mining operation, you have tailings ponds, so it's a mixture of the waste rock, sand, the waste materials after you take out. In the case of the oil sands, you've taken out the oil. In the case of a mining operation, you took out the silver or the copper or the gold or whatever, and usually there's a lot of water involved, and so the waste material goes into a big pond, and then it's slowly treated before it can be discharged to the environment. So there's all sorts of challenges with keeping tailings ponds.
I've been very interested in this thing about negative emission technologies, where you want to find things that can absorb. And there are certain stones and rocks that when they contact the air, they lock the CO2. They hang on to it. And so if you take these rocks and you crush them and you could spread them on top of soil, and they would gradually absorb out of the atmosphere and lock it up. Except it probably is not economically reasonable to do that. But what is reasonable is tailings, because when they have a mine and they take all that stuff out and they dump it, usually the top layer gets hard because it in fact does absorb the CO2 from the atmosphere, and then it gets hard. But if you dig down underneath there, the tailings, most of the pile of tailings is still capable of absorbing it. So the argument is they would take these tailings from under the layers and spread it out someplace where it can really absorb CO2 in a major scale. And that this then becomes a negative emissions technology.
Wow.
Yes.
Very interesting. I'm going to have to read up on that. I just jotted a note. I just want to say we also have a smaller facility in Vancouver that's part of the BC Research Institute's facility. So we have a partnership with BC Research in Vancouver. And that facility is more around the carbon conversion technology. So converting CO2 into fuels in the case of the companies that came to work with us, to see how it worked at a larger scale than they had been testing and doing research on. So we also have that capability. So that's on the conversion side. I just wanted to say that, so we're in the storage and monitoring area, we're in the methane monitoring, and then we're in the carbon conversion technology testing.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I think the most important takeaway, and I really think it's interesting to hear about all this research, and maybe I could follow up with Sandra at some other time, but is to think of the amount. The reason why the negative emissions ones don't appeal to me is because I keep saying in my engineering way, how much will it do compared to how much we need that? And we've got 40 gigatons and rising per year. Yet a gigaton is 4 with 10 zeros after it.
It's a lot.
And if anyone tells me that I'm a wonderful place and I can do 100 tons, it sounds great, but it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket, or less than a drop, compared to 40 gigatons.
Yeah.
And so I think that the spreading of the tailings, I don't know what the number is, but it probably is an important thing to do. I'm not sure about the direct carbon capture, because if you don't have a renewable energy source or something like it, you actually emit more carbon into the air. And so with the direct carbon capture, it might be better to just, okay, I've got renewable energy, not do direct carbon capture, but use it for some other useful purpose. What is large enough to do something important? And so if carbon capture could do 4 gigatons, they do 10% of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's feasible.
Trees. You don't like trees either, do
Well,
you?
no, I like trees. I think that trees have an important place. There was somebody on the radio only this last week saying how many trees it would take to deal with the entire amount of carbon. And they had numbers which I really appreciated, but the numbers were huge. And
over several decades, 1 trillion trees could suck up nearly 750 billion tons. So I'd have to look at what that translates into gigatons. Is it giga, billion? Anyway, it's a lot, but yeah, 1 trillion trees is a lot of trees. I think
there are 3 trillion on the planet right now. So it's adding 1 more trillion. And
a lot.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily need new, insanely innovative technologies. We need massive deployment of things we already know how to do.
Just made the case for something needs to ramp up. And so that's something to be encouraging. We have to ramp up. We're not going fast enough.
I agree.
I think take to heart this statement of this beautiful Swedish girl who says, our house is on fire.
Challenge people who complain about paying an extra 4 cents per liter of gas or whatever. Call them out on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Adele, do you want to say anything before we go?
No, I think we've said a lot of important things. Appreciate our hour together.
I think it's been fun, and I hope it's also been useful for somebody in this world.
Thank you.
All right.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Metta Spencer, and today I get to have a very lively chat with 2 women that I'm getting acquainted with, and they know each other well. They are into One Health, and if you didn't know what that was, you're going to find out, because that's what they do. One of them is Laura Kahn, whom I've known a few months now, a little bit. She is at her office at Princeton University in New Jersey. And we have, say hello, Laura.
Hello,
so
everyone.
Yeah, good. And Cheryl Stroud. And Cheryl is a veterinarian and the chief executive or something of the One Health Commission. And I think you're in Florida, aren't you, Cheryl?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Okay. And you're one of these southern places where you're not getting the snow that we have out here today. Anyway, hi.
Hello.
Good to see you. Now, these ladies know each other well because they've been working, both of them, in this area called One Health, which I had never heard of until about 1.5 years ago. And now I'm enthusiastic about it. And I want them to explain just what One Health is. So, Cheryl, why don't you kick it off and start explaining what your organization is and what this thing called One Health is all about.
Great, thank you, Metta. I'm very happy to talk about One Health. For those who are not familiar, One Health is basically a global movement that's been going on now for 15 to 20 years, trying to help our human health professionals, animal health, environmental health, public health, global health, all those professions work more closely together because we end up in silos and not really communicating very closely with each other on a lot of critical issues that fall at the intersection of our professions. So that's what One Health is. The One Health Commission is a nonprofit organization based in the US, but working globally to try to facilitate these conversations and bring us together across the professions to address some of our really quote unquote wicked challenges, things like climate change and antimicrobial resistance and emerging infectious diseases like Ebola. So that's the thumbnail version.
Okay. And you as a veterinarian will be looking at issues and diseases that are often communicable between human beings and other species.
Right, Meta. So what the public often doesn't understand is the term zoonotic diseases. Those are diseases that pass between animals and humans. And this statistic
Say the word again.
Zoonotic.
Zoonotic.
Diseases.
I've
think
zoo. I never heard it pronounced before.
Well, I always called it zoonotic, but you know, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Zoonotic diseases pass between humans and animals, and what the public is often shocked to learn is that 60% of the diseases that infectious diseases that humans experience have come from the animal world. And 75% of the new and emerging infectious diseases that we're seeing are coming from the animal world. So it behooves us to have the animal doctors and the human doctors working together so they can really cross-communicate about these diseases and how to recognize them and diagnose them and handle them and prevent them.
And not only that, but so that's the infectious disease side of One Health. The chronic disease side of One Health is that animals and people get the same diseases. The disease processes are shared. So for example, cats get asthma, dogs get cancer, many animals get heart disease. And so oftentimes the process is the same, but yet the physicians and the veterinarians don't usually talk to each other. So sometimes a discovery in one field could impact another field. So let me just give you an example. There's this interesting book called Zobiquity by Dr. Barbara Natterson Horowitz. She's a physician and a cardiologist at the UCLA. She's been volunteering at the LA Zoo and was doing echocardiograms on monkeys. And she was doing an echocardiogram on a tamarin monkey and was looking at the monkey's pretty green eyes. And the veterinarian who was in the room with her said, "Please do not stare at the monkey's eyes." And she said, "Why not?" And the veterinarian said, "Because the monkey thinks that you're going to eat it and you're going to put it into stress." And there's an entity, disease entity called capture myopathy, where if a wild animal is captured, it can be so stressed by the experience that it goes into heart failure and dies. Well, that was discovered about 30 years ago by veterinarians. Well, Dr. Horowitz is a cardiologist, and she was stunned because just recently some Japanese cardiologists had described an entity in humans called Takasobu's cardiomyopathy. And this was a situation where the human undergoes such a stressful event like the death of a loved one or severe trauma that they go into heart failure and die. Well, it just so happens that these processes are the same, but the veterinarians discovered it 30 years earlier. But yet, since the physicians and veterinarians weren't talking to each other, it took the doctors 30 years longer to discover this in humans. So this is a great example of where, again, disease processes can be shared across species. It's called comparative medicine. And some of the greatest discoveries in the history of medicine and public health were made at that human-animal interface. But yet, with time, the physicians and veterinarians have largely stopped talking to each other. And part of the goal of One Health is to reestablish that communication along with the environment. I just read a very interesting book called Pharmacology, spelled F-A-R-M-A-C-O-L-O-G-Y, by Dr. Daphne Miller, who's a family practitioner at UC San Francisco. And she was looking at the role of farms and soils on human health and how our microbes are crossing, cross this interface between the environment and people, the whole world of the microbiome, and of course, our food, how we interact with the environment is often through our food. That's largely been unappreciated and underexplored, certainly by the medical profession. The medical profession has increasingly approached patients through a reductionistic lens, looking at just organ systems rather than the entire milieu of people living in their environment, with the animals in the environment, and how all of that impacts our health. We need to start thinking broadly rather than just very narrowly if we want to really truly understand our health and well-being in our
When I first heard about zoonotic things, I only thought of it as in terms of how animals and people can have the same diseases, and that by solving the particular disease, you're helping both. But sometimes now, I wonder if you count it as One Health, if the work involves, let's say agronomy, which you're doing now. I mean, the work, the research on how to produce more food, et cetera, and what kind of soils or how to improve the soil, but also things like, let's say, what do you call these people who study bugs?
Entomologists.
Entomologists, yeah, sure. Because I mean, you're not trying to heal ticks and mosquitoes, but you're presumably that's part of your purview, right?
Sure.
Yeah, because you're trying to find out how they're killing us, or
just to give you to further that, bee health, our pollinators are responsible for a huge fraction of the important fruits and vegetables that we eat. And in the United States now, veterinarians have been put in charge of prescribing any medication, particularly antibiotics, for bees. So here you have insects that are arguably one of the most important food animals that we have, since they are responsible for pollinating the plants that produce our fruits and vegetables, which is essential for human health. And so we rely on this insect for our well-being. About 2 billion people on the planet actually eat insects as a form of protein. They're a very good form of protein. They don't produce a lot of waste, and a lot of people eat them. Here in the US, we generally have the ick factor and don't want to eat grubs and other insects. However, we do eat an insect of the sea, and that's called a lobster. Lobster and shrimp are, in fact, insects of the sea, and we have no problem eating them. And that was largely because of marketing, very clever marketing. Lobsters used to be considered vermin and just were fed to prisoners. And someone in the 20th century got the brilliant idea that they could turn it into gourmet food. And through clever marketing, lobsters are now, you pay top dollar for lobsters when actually they're large insects. But we have no problem eating them, though.
Oh, that is so interesting.
So Meta, you mentioned insects as being vectors, if you will, of disease, and that's another arena of One Health. So if I could just insert here, we started out this conversation talking about infectious diseases, and then Laura discussed the non-communicable diseases that we need to be learning across animal and human sectors from. But there are many other, what I like to call faces of One Health. I like to think of One Health as a diamond. If you cut a diamond in the rough into a beautiful stone, you get a lot of different facets or faces. And if you look at any one face of that diamond, you'll get a different reflective pattern that'll be very beautiful. So there are many faces of One Health. infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases we need to be learning about, vector-borne diseases that can be passed, carried by mosquitoes or ticks. So that's a whole nother arena. Climate change, antimicrobial resistance, the comparative medicine that Laura was talking about. So there are many, many arenas that are begging for us to come together and work together across professions.
Here, let me ask you a new angle. Do you count this? Because last night, I've created this page on the website that we have, ToSaveTheWorld.ca, for One Health. And now and then I want to put in comments or articles that I have found. So I put it on your page, and I'm not sure whether you would approve. And that is an article about the importance of microplastics. That in the ocean, there are these almost microscopic pieces of plastic, which the fish eat, and then we eat the fish. And so we're getting these particles in our body and so on. Do you call that One Health? Would you call
Absolutely, absolutely. This is the human impact on the environment, and then the feedback of that environmental impact on the animal health and the human health. This is a prime example of the inextricably exquisite interconnectedness of all of these systems, the humans, the animals, and the environment.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, what's happening with microplastics is actually proving to be devastating to many marine mammals. I just saw an article yesterday about how the microplastics are very, very much detrimentally harming whale sharks and many of our marine mammals.
Harming what?
Whale sharks is a giant marine mammal, a very incredible, fascinating animal. Not a whale shark. They're beautiful. And many people who work in the One Health ocean marine arena feel that the marine mammals can be sentinels. This is another face of One Health, can be sentinels for what's happening in the environment that humans and animals are both being exposed to, because we live in a shared environment, right? We all live in the same environment, whether it's a pet sleeping in your bed or a whale swimming in the ocean. It's an indicator of the health of that environment. So, I mean, I hope it's starting to become clear that our impact on the environment and the connectedness of how what we're doing to the environment can affect the animals and the people. It's just all very interconnected.
Now,
That's why it's so important we do this.
Case, a topic is I've been very engaged lately with talking with people who are doing work on the effects of radioactivity on people and on animals, and even the genetics of plants where there's fallout, or where around Chernobyl or Fukushima and so on. Would you call that research also part of One Health?
I absolutely would. Laura?
Yeah, I mean, radiation is going to affect the environmental health. If you're exposed to a lot of radioactivity, you're at an increased risk for cancers. We saw that with Chernobyl, certainly. When you start contaminating, I mean, look, we're contaminating our environment with either our radioactive waste or our plastic waste or our fecal waste. As Cheryl mentioned, these marine animals are literally choking to death on our plastic waste. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if we want to have a habitable planet, we really have to start cleaning up all of our waste that we're polluting the planet with, otherwise, these animals should be serving as important sentinels for us. We need to pay attention to their deaths, because what's killing them is going to eventually kill us. I mean, we don't want to be the only creatures left on this planet. We want to have biodiversity, because that's extremely important. So we really need to pay attention to the waste that we're creating, and we need to become much more focused on recycling and reducing our negative impact on the world around us.
Now, Laura, you also said just before we started, before Cheryl arrived, that you're interested in the soil, the content of microbes in the soil and so on, as having to do with our food and presumably food of animals and so on. Yeah, so now the beauty of what you're doing is that you really are blurring the boundaries between a bunch of things. And that's really why I wanted to start this project, Save the World, to bring together people who are working on a whole bunch of different areas, but they're not so different because all of them are interdependent. And not many of them, I can't, I have to do something extraordinary to bring together people who are working, let's say, on cyber attacks and the people who are working on famine, because they don't normally get together. So it's only when you look at things as a system, a larger system, that you begin to see the connections among a whole bunch of things that are. What's the future of this? What can we do? Maybe I'm jumping the gun by moving to that question too soon, because I want to hear more about cases of topics that you're working on. But I just love the idea that you're showing the connections and getting people out of their silos.
Well, we live in a microbial world. And in fact, our bodies are more microbial than human because we have microbes, trillions of microbes living on us and in us. And our microbiome, the microbes that live on us, interact with the microbes around us, whether it's in the environment or the other animals that we're sharing our homes with or whatever. And so we need to understand how our microbial world works, and we need to understand how it's impacting on us, and in order to improve our lives, our health and our well-being. We have relied on antibiotics to treat bacterial infections, and that's been very important in saving lives. But at the same time, these antibiotics have come with certain problems. And there's been an excellent book that I highly recommend people read called The Missing Microbes by Martin Blaser. He's an infectious disease doctor who's
How do you spell his last name?
Blaser, Martin Blaser.
Okay.
The missing microbes. He's discovered that antibiotics, they wipe out good bacteria along with unwanted bacteria. And sometimes antibiotics are treated for diseases that aren't even bacterial because we don't always know what we're dealing with. It's kind of the shotgun approach to medicine. You write a prescription for an antibiotic and you hope for the best. And so with this approach to treatment, we're impacting the whole biome, and we rely on these microbes for our health and disease as much as we do any organ, whether it's our lungs or our heart or our kidneys. And so when you start killing them off, it has unintended consequences, including the rise of obesity, the rise of autoimmune diseases, certain cancers. He's found connections with all of these with the biome. And this has been largely unappreciated. It's a whole new field that's growing.
Let me toss in something I just heard the other day, because I went down to have coffee with a woman named Kate Brown, who's written a book about Chernobyl. She's at MIT. And so we had a good conversation. She was in Toronto to a convention of, I think, biophysicists. She was giving a talk about her findings about Chernobyl, which are pretty horrendous. And she said that their current theory is, she was describing some very sort of strange symptoms that didn't really describe any particular disease. It was a little peculiar. Nobody quite knew what to make of the vast numbers of irradiated, exposed people who had these odd symptoms. They think it's that they've ingested radioactive substances which have done something to their microbiome in their gut, and that's what's causing the symptoms that she's discovered. Wouldn't that be interesting to?
I'm sure the radioactivity is not only affecting the microbes in them, but probably also the human cells as well. Radioactivity is going to affect all life forms. So,
Well, I know you've done work on this, but Cheryl, I would wonder if you would take a different position, because, or no, I'm not going to jump to that conclusion. But Laura's book was about one of her books is about the dangers of micro resistance because of misuse of antibiotics. But part of the misuse is feeding it to animals to fatten them up. Can you explain to me why that fattens anybody up, or any animals, and how it works and what to do about it? Because if it's hurting everybody if they misuse it.
Yes, Laura wrote a wonderful little book that I highly recommend. The title of it is One Health and the Politics of Antimicrobial Resistance. And she outlines a beautiful history of how we learned, after antibiotics were introduced in the 40s, how we learned by accident, Laura, you can elaborate on this, on how animals that are getting antibiotics in low levels actually grew faster. And so that knowledge got incorporated into much of our intensive agriculture. And we realized as the antimicrobial resistance phenomenon emerged and our awareness grew that we needed to stop that. So many countries have. In the US, we have outlawed the feeding of antimicrobials of human interest to animals at low levels to promote growth. We still use antibiotics in animals under a veterinary prescription if the animals get sick, because we don't want animals to be sick, especially if we're going to feed them to people. So, but that practice of feeding antibiotics at low levels for growth promotion has been outlawed in the US. And Laura, you can tell us which other countries. I know the Netherlands were one of the first countries to do this.
Right, the Scandinavian countries have been very proactive about this. But Meta, you have to realize that when this was during World War II, that this discovery was accidentally made that low-dose antibiotics can dramatically increase growth of the animals and reduce mortality. Now, at that time, food security was of utmost concern. The US was feeding its British allies, and meat was very expensive. They were using it primarily to feed the soldiers. There was a black market in the United States. Animals, in order to grow and to build muscle for the meat that we consume, have to have a protein source. And before World War II, the protein source was either fish meal from Japan or cod liver oil from Norway. Well, those supplies dried up during World War II, and the US was desperate to find an alternative. So this one researcher, Dr. Thomas Jukes, was certain that it was going to be vitamins that could serve as a substitute. He was feeding these animals vitamins, but discovered accidentally that it wasn't the vitamins that was causing the dramatic growth and reduced mortality. It was the low-dose antibiotic residues that were used during the production of these vitamins. And that discovery, I mean, the animal mortality rate in the control groups, I mean, almost all the animals would die, but with the low-dose antibiotics, most of them, they only lost one animal. So this was very dramatic, had a huge impact on food security, excuse me, and was quickly adopted around the world. So at that time, antimicrobial resistance was more of a theoretical threat than an actual threat. Mm-hmm. Now, the situation is reversed, where antimicrobial resistance is a real threat, and concerns about food security, at least in the United States, is more of a theoretical threat. Americans have been very fortunate in that we have not experienced an environmentally induced famine. The last time was probably during the Dust Bowl of the 1930s. That generation that experienced that is rapidly diminishing. And so most Americans have no experience in environmentally induced famine. With climate change, that is a very real risk and could lead to environmentally induced famine on a global level. So I'm very concerned.
I'm sorry, are you saying that if that happened, there'd be again a motivation to try? I mean, how does that connect?
So concerns about food security right now, again, as I said, it's mostly theoretical, but climate change is jeopardizing that. And so we're going to have to start coming up with strategies to ensure food security to enable civilization to continue, since agriculture and the food security it provides is the foundation of civilization.
I read something yesterday, I may be going off track, but something that surprised me. They can get CO2 out of, suck it out of the atmosphere, combine it with water and electricity, and they make a food out of it. Now, the article was very interesting because they ferment this stuff.
Right. I think you're talking about nitrogen for plants. Is that correct?
Nope. This is something meant for people. It's going to be produced for billions of people, they say. It tastes like and looks like wheat flour. And it's, it sounded like magic. But then in the almost what I would call small print, they say in the process of fermenting it and creating the stuff, they mix it with vitamins and nutrients, which of course they don't elaborate how much vitamins and nutrients. Maybe that's all it is vitamins and nutrients mixed with something else. But that the real food value comes from, I don't know. But I just wonder, because this was such an amazing notion that you could take thin air and make it into food for people. And they're going to be
have to read that article.
It up.
Yeah, you need to share that with us, Meta. It could be that they're pulling the carbon out of the CO2 of the atmosphere, because most sugars and everything are based on carbon. So you build the molecules with carbon. So if they're harvesting the carbons from the CO2 in the atmosphere, and it's chemistry, turning that into sugars and structures that we can eat. I mean, much of our plant fibers are carbons. They're all carbon molecules. So
right, that's how we get our carbohydrates, right? The photosynthesis does it for us. They take the carbon and make it into sugar.
Well, it's the sunlight, though, that the photosynthesis is turning into food for us.
There's another thing connected. I don't know where it's connected, but I've also read that there are bacteria called methanotropic bacteria, which are found mostly, I guess, in swamps and places like that, that actually are good at breaking down the methane molecule. And there are very few things that can break a methane molecule apart, but it consumes the carbon and sequesters the carbon. So it sounds like magic. All we have to do is make huge vats of this stuff and spread it around, and it ought to absorb a lot of the methane that's being produced, especially by cattle. And,
there are a lot of bacteria. Well, the cattle, they're called ruminants because they have a chamber of their stomach called the rumen that has methanogenic bacteria, where they ferment the feed that the animals are eating and release methane. So that's how cattle burps. They burp up the methane, and that is a major contributor to methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas, to the atmosphere. So that has to be reduced. That is a very serious problem. It's a more short-lived greenhouse gas, but a very potent one.
But we're told that we have to stop eating meat because these animals are the source of so much methane. But I've been interested in some of the work that these guys in Siberia are doing. And they say, others say, that during the Pleistocene period, there was a huge amount, there were several times as much flesh, big animals on the planet as there are now, even counting human bodies. So, but the methane levels in the ice core show that they were just fine. In other words, you could have a whole lot more animals that were ruminants burping and farting and creating all this methane, but something was keeping it in balance because it was lower levels of methane in the atmosphere than now. So I wonder, could this have been methanotropic bacteria in the soil?
Well, you've got methanotropic and methanogenic. So some are going to be breaking it down and some are going to be producing it.
Right.
But I mean, you know, during the Pleistocene, you didn't have the 7 billion humans, and you know, and we've altered the planet in you know, in major ways. So you know, it was a different planet back during the Pleistocene, and you know, I can't speak about it because I have not studied the Pleistocene, you know, to talk about what were the conditions during that era.
Well, Cheryl, are veterinarians working on trying to solve this particular problem? And would you call that part of One Health? The solution of the, you know, the emission of methane by animals?
I would say it is definitely a One Health issue. And in answer to your question about our veterinarians working on this, yes, but not enough. We've got some major societal issues we're going to have to really think seriously about. And it's not just the veterinarians that will be able to address it. It's going to have to be all professions, including the social scientist. One of the things that's driving some of our major problems is population. How are we going to feed 9 billion or 10 billion people?
I saw a prediction the other day, 11 billion. I hadn't heard the 11 billion. Are saying it's going to hit 11 billion before it tapers off and reverses.
So, you know, one of the things that nobody wants to talk about is how to curb our population expansion. How are we going to have that conversation? I mean, you look at what China tried to do and limit the number of children. I think they've relaxed that now because they realized that their population wasn't expanding as much as they wanted it to. But as a global society, how are we going to deal with that? So One Health can help us. I hope, my sincere passion is that One Health can help us have these conversations. I like to call some of the pages I do on the Commission's website no judgment zones, where any topic can be discussed without people getting all offended. You know, just bring the challenges forward and let's have the conversations that we need to have. One of the beautiful things that Laura did in her book about antimicrobial resistance, One Health and the Politics of Antimicrobial Resistance, is she really evaluated what was going on and stopped the finger pointing. For years, there was finger pointing. The animal world was saying, oh, it's those physicians writing too many prescriptions and inappropriately. And the physicians were pointing fingers at the veterinarians saying, oh, it's those veterinarians feeding antibiotics to animals. And one of the things Laura was able to do is say, wait a minute, let's look at this big picture. How did we get here? It's really nobody's fault. What are we going to do about it? So, you know, yes, absolutely. The questions that you're raising are definitely in the realm of One Health conversations.
Perfect. Okay.
I would like, if you don't mind, to go back to the soil issue and kind of marry that with the antimicrobial resistance discussion. One of the things that Laura was able to point out in her book, One Health and the Politics of Antimicrobial Resistance, was all the antibiotics residues that are getting into our waterways and not only contaminating our waterways and eventually our oceans, but also our soils. And one of the things that we're not talking about enough yet, I'm just starting to hear a little bit of it, is how those antimicrobial residues are affecting the soil microbiome. It's been stated that the soil microbiome is as important as our gut microbiome, which we know is incredibly important for not just digestion of our food, but for our immunity, and even some of the neural hormone circuits between our gut and our brain. So these are incredibly complex issues that we have got to be working on together and paying attention to. So I get really excited when I hear a horticulturalist or a soil, what is the word? a soil scientist, actually embracing and trying to help with these conversations, bringing their knowledge about soils to the greater conversation within One Health.
Right. So along those lines, we are working against nature rather than with it through our massive amounts of waste that we're producing, and particularly fecal waste. So there's right now over 7 billion humans, and we've got over 30 billion food animals. The food animals, the humans, are producing massive amounts of waste. The solids have to go somewhere, and it's usually used as fertilizer. Oftentimes in poor countries, this animal fecal manure, which makes up about 80% of all the manure, is used, gets placed on agricultural fields where they mix with the soil. And so we are increasing our microbial burden in our environment and changing it. And with our use of antibiotics in both medicine and agriculture, we're changing what's called the global resistome. Most of our antibiotics come from the microbes that are in the soil, but we don't know which microbes those are because they're very hard to culture in a laboratory. And so recently, scientists came up with a very clever strategy of extracting DNA directly from the soil. This is called metagenomics. We don't necessarily know from which microbes that DNA is coming from, but nevertheless, they were able to look at the DNA and they found antimicrobial resistance genes everywhere. They found them in the Arctic, they found them in the Antarctic, they found them in places that never experienced human anthropogenic antibiotic exposure. And so what that suggests is that antimicrobial resistance genes are ancient, they're everywhere, and with our massive influx of manure, we are changing what's called the global resistome of the planet. And the bacteria are able to share all of these resistance genes much faster than we can develop new antibiotics.
Wait a minute, by sharing it, you mean they can pick up parts of the DNA and incorporate it so that the resistance can spread among in the microbiome?
Conjugation, it's bacterial sex. They can pick up these microbial resistance genes, they can share it crossways, or they can divide and their progeny will have them. And so we are, in other words, we are working against nature and nature is winning. What we have to do is we have to think smarter in order to live in our microbial world. Now, there is a natural foe to bacteria, and Cheryl's heard this because I'm a big proponent of bacteriophages. Now, bacteriophages are the most prevalent bioform on the planet. They are these tiny little viruses that will infect bacteria and kill them. And there was a lot of interest in the early 20th century in the US, but it's much easier to use antibiotics than phages because phages are very, very specific. You have to know exactly what you're treating. You don't need to know that with antibiotics. So phages are much more targeted. They would provide a more effective, if you will, way to treat infections without damaging the good bacteria. And I highly recommend both a book and a TED Talk. The book is called The Perfect Predator by Dr. Stephanie Strathdee, S-T-R-A-T-H-D-E-E. She and her husband are both faculty at UC San Diego School of Medicine. They were vacationing in Egypt when her husband came down with a pan-resistant Acinetobacter baumannii infection. He had to be medevaced back to San Diego, where he was in the ICU with multi-organ failure and dying from this resistant infection. Was resistant to all the antibiotics. She went online, did some searching, and stumbled upon this old treatment called bacteriophages. She contacted some phage researchers around the country, and they started working around the clock for several days to find the exact phages to help her husband, beat this infection. They infused the phages into his bloodstream and into his abdomen where the infection was. And 3 days later, he woke up and he was cured. And this was the first time this happened in North America, where this revolutionary old treatment was used. So there's now quite a bit of interest in bacteriophages. There's still a lot of challenges that have to be overcome. It's very expensive, very time consuming. You'd have to think of it more like, personalized cancer treatment, where you have to know exactly what you're treating to find the exact treatment. So it can't be mass produced the way antibiotics are. It has to be tailored, which again is very expensive, very time consuming in order to be used. It's not, there's no FDA approval yet, and there's still not enough research being done. Now, UC San Diego, as a result of this cure, they have started a bacteriophage research and treatment center, the first of its kind in North America, in the Americas. And so The Perfect Predator is her book, and the TED Talk is called How Sewage Saved My Husband's Life. So Google how sewage saved my husband's life, and you will hear her very riveting description of what she went through to save her husband using this unorthodox treatment. But I truly think that that's working with nature, because they are the natural foes to bacteria rather than antibiotic, which the bacteria use to communicate with each other in the soil.
I think it's been 30 years ago that I had a woman friend whose grown son had a leg infection, couldn't be cured. I think it was Bulgaria he went to, someplace like that.
Tbilisi, Georgia. They
Georgia?
had the Eliava Institute that has been used.
It cured him, but it wasn't an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. That's right.
Can they speed that up? Because it sounds like if you've got a critical, like this man who almost died, time is of the essence.
Right.
They always have enough time to culture this thing.
Right.
And identify it. And can that be sped up a little bit?
Well, we need new technologies for it. There's some interest in genetically engineering phages to make them easier to use, perhaps. So it's all in its infancy. So I would argue that the whole practice of medicine is in a transition right now. There's going to be much more emphasis on our biome, on the microbes. When you go for a checkup, they're going to check your microbes to see, what the composition is like. And any kind of infection or other problem is going to be looking at, what alterations are going on in your biome, and then trying to reestablish the balance, if you will, the balance that goes on to allow us to be healthy.
Well, now, would this be a way of transitioning out of, just saying we've lost the game when it comes to antibiotics. We can't find any more of them to fill the lost ones that we can't use anymore. So we have to move over into using phages instead? Or is this something like, well, let's try to use both, just try to find new, is it worthwhile investing in research on more mysterious and unknown antibiotics?
Sure. I don't see phages as completely replacing antibiotics anytime soon. We rely on antibiotics too much. The challenge is developing new ones to counteract all this resistance that's being developed. So in the meantime, we have to start looking at alternatives to overcome these resistant infections. Now, whether or not phages are the answer, I don't know. It's still too early to tell. But I think that they provide a very interesting and important strategy to treat some of these resistant infections.
Cheryl, what does it matter about to veterinary medicine if there's an effort to curb the use of antibiotics? Certainly, I guess you've agreed that you want to stop feeding it to them just to fatten up the cattle, but do you sometimes need, is it being misused otherwise in veterinary medicine as well?
as with people?
Well, there are practices that we need to rethink. And part of the reason antibiotics are needed in our current systems is that we crowd animals together in abnormal settings and feed them things that they wouldn't naturally eat. And to keep them healthy, then they need antibiotics. So I think this might not be a very popular thing to say as a veterinarian, but I think we're going to have to seriously rethink how we're going to feed ourselves without having to cram animals together in very tight spaces that require them to have antibiotics just to stay healthy.
Right.
So that's a very, I mean, we could talk about this for 100 years because that's, you know, the intensive agriculture is incredibly important, but I think we need to rethink a lot of it, how we're going to do this. And there are many veterinarians, of course, who work with the intensive agriculture companies. And the protein that's produced is incredibly important. And we're starting to see these systems replicated around the world. I think we're going to have a collective global reevaluation of the systems, as here we are again with the idea of systems that we use to produce the food to feed ourselves. I would like to see us move to more holistic systems. I've seen some articles where in some countries, in fact, I saw an article recently, I've just visited Colombia, and there was a kind of a pioneering, I forget what they called it, I forget the term they were using, but they were grazing cattle on grasslands that were interspersed with trees that were also productive. So they had put the animals in situations where they were not crowded, they were in more holistic settings, and they were using the land for the animals, the grasses, and the trees. And I can't remember what the trees were, nut trees or some kind of trees that were also producing food. So I think we're going to have really serious conversations about how to do more of that and less of intensive settings to produce our protein.
Yeah, along those lines, I guess we can get even more theoretical. The United Nations has declared that food is a human right, but they didn't declare what kind of food. And the question is a meat-rich diet a human right? Because for most of human history, or at least during European history, it was only the very wealthy who could afford meat. The poor were eating gruel and vegetables and a much less rich diet. I don't think any politician alive is going to want to curtail meat production because people want to eat meat, they like meat. You can certainly live a fine life as a vegetarian or a vegan, provided that you get the supplements that you need that you can only get through animal proteins, including vitamin B12. So I think it's unrealistic to expect everybody, the whole world, to become vegetarian. I don't think that's going to happen. So Cheryl's absolutely right that we need to figure out how are we going to provide animal proteins in a way that's not going to further harm our environment. I have mentioned that 2 billion people eat insects. They provide a very good protein source. And a lot of people, as I said, eat them. The challenge is overcoming the ick factor, particularly in wealthy Western nations, to provide nutrition. So we have a lot of really challenging questions that we need to discuss as a society, as global society, of how are we going to have a sustainable world to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Their second priority is to end hunger. That's food security. But they're not talking about how to do that. They just say they want to do it. So how do we do it while ensuring that we sustainably continue, our planet's biome and biodiversity?
So Meta, I know we only have a few minutes left. I'd just like to bring up one more point that I think is incredibly important. The way we're going to address a lot of these problems is we're going to have to start very early with education for children. And I mean, not even starting in undergrad and college. Let's, start very early, instilling some of the basic attitudes about protecting Mother Earth rather than using up everything, that people are the most important species, that we've got to change that attitude. So I just would like to urge that the world become aware of our need to be inserting education about not necessarily the term One Health. It's a fabulous term and kids need to understand it, but more specifically, some of the issues and arenas that are falling within what we're talking about, and start teaching that very early. So I know Laura and I have been very involved working together in some One Health education programs. We're trying to find ways to take education about One Health issues and One Health in general down to very early grades. One example of that is a bat rabies education team, because we realized that nobody was teaching children and parents not to touch a bat. And the public doesn't realize that bats can carry rabies. So we've been trying to do that education. But other things, and Laura, you can elaborate here, because I know you feel strongly about some of the ways that we can be teaching children starting very early. So, we're starting to work on those things, and this is not new. Many movements have tried to do this, insert their education very early on in education. But I think education, starting with children, but also through the public, we're really not getting a lot of this message out to the public. And that would then bleed over to our funding agencies and our lawmakers to understand the incredible urgency. I mean, right now there's a bill in the US before our Congress urging our federal agencies that are focused on human or animal health to work more closely together. And we're trying to help our lawmakers understand the critical urgency of that. And this particular bill is framed in emergency preparedness and how to be working together across sectors at a federal level to be ready for an outbreak of Ebola or influenza, which we could have a pandemic that could kill millions of people like in 1918. So the education component is really critical here.
Absolutely, Cheryl. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think a key word here is respect. We have to respect ourselves in order for us to respect others, not only other people, but other animals. We need to respect our planet, the environment in which we live, to not trash it, to not view it as purely something to exploit. We have to treat our planet with the respect it deserves. It's our only home. And One Health, I think, provides an important strategy to do that, to recognize that we're all in this together, that our health and our well-being is inextricably linked to the health of other people, the other animals, and to our environment. And we need to start changing how we view ourselves in this planet. We are not above everything, we are part of everything, and we need to recognize that we depend on the planet and the life on the planet for our own health and well-being.
Mm-hmm.
So,
beautiful. Now look, besides what you've both said, my own interest is in not just in educating young people, but educating professionals themselves to realize the linkage between the various silos that they're all working in. I mean, we've talked about etymology and social science and people making how to make better toilets. I hope we, the fecal problem and the microbiomes and the microbes in the soil and the agronomy and cattle production and how to graze cattle or whether to put them in feedlots. Oh my God, all of these things have, it blurs from one domain to another. And I don't think that many professionals working in particular fields are sufficiently eager to blur the boundaries between these different areas and to see the connections among the different problems that exist. Do you? Or maybe it's that I'm just becoming aware of it myself, and I think other people need to also.
Well, I think.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
So Meta, our systems, again, have forced us into these silos in this way of thinking. Just for example, in academia, if you're going for tenure, you've got to publish specifically in the most elite journal that you can publish in to get the most brownie points for getting tenure. And that does not reward you for working with people in other professions, because if you have an article you need to publish that really taps a lot of professions, where do you publish it? Well, you end up publishing it in a more general arena. So that's just an example of some of our systems problems. Here's another systems problem. Much of our research around the world is done funded by public dollars, but it often gets published in journals that only people in that profession or for that journal can get access to without paying big fees.
And
so
how
that's
many
another
of them
thing that
actually
has forced us
really
into
do that?
silos.
I mean, I'm thinking of the sociology journals that I am familiar with, where you might get 3 people reading your article. All you really want to do is get it on your CV that you published it, and whether or not it ever gets.
Right, so this is a systems challenge. Why is it like that? What can we do? Now, open access publishing is helping, and it's got its own challenges, but it is really helping. And I know Frontiers has been a fabulous organization for trying to bring open access publishing. So it all boils down to what can we do? What can we do about it?
What I'm doing, and what we're doing right now. That is, I've created this website called ToSaveTheWorld.ca, which is a place where people who have campaigns of any kind that bear on solving the 6 most urgent global threats in the world can have a page and each display their own issues and maintain their own comments columns and their own event listings and so on. And yet it's all on one site, where I would hope that people who look at their own page would once in a while go look at somebody else's page and see the connections between them. But that was my purpose, is to become more ecumenical, as it were.
Well, I think one of the important things about your website is it serves as kind of a counter towards the academic and societal emphasis to become increasingly specialized in what we do. We've become increasingly specialized in medicine, certainly, but we need people to think broadly, to see the big picture, to be able to recognize all these connections between ourselves, the other animals, and the environment, to look at it in a broad-based way, to address some of these larger societal issues that we're not teaching in the schools. We're just teaching people to prepare for a job doing X, Y, or Z. We're not training people or educating people to think about the large societal picture of where we're going and how can we continue our civilization.
And that's not to say that we don't need our specializations. We've learned incredible things from our specializations. We need them. We just need to maintain an ability to see the big picture and remain connected across the professions. And that's the One Health call.
Isaiah Berlin had this category.
I didn't mean to say that we didn't need specialists. We certainly do, but we also need generalists.
Isaiah Berlin distinguished between foxes and hedgehogs. A fox is somebody who knows a little bit about a lot of things, but no deep thing. And I'm a fox. I think you guys are too, maybe. A hedgehog is somebody who knows one thing very well, but not the big picture. So we need both. We need both.
Well, the problem is we have hedgehogs with blinders on.
That's right. So we're going to overcome that. Look, you've done wonderful work already, and I'm just so delighted to make your acquaintance and think of ways in which we can keep on working together.
Terrific.
So bless your hearts, and I think Laura has to go someplace, and so I'm going to let her go.
Thank you, madam.
Pleasure to talk with you.
Okay, we'll see you again sometime. And bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi. I'm Meta Spencer, and I want to ask you whether you think your government ought to ever intervene in another country and try to unseat a ruler that we think is not doing a good job or shouldn't be there. Because this is an issue that haunts me, and I haven't got an answer for it. I have partial answers. I'm thinking about it a lot. But I want to talk to somebody who spends a lot of time thinking about it, and that is Dr. Maciej Bartkowski, who is the Senior Director of Education and Research at an outfit called the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict. And he's in his office in Washington, D.C. Say hi, Maciej.
Yes, hello, everyone.
I want to mention a couple of the books that you have either edited or written. I'm not sure which is which. The first one is your Recovering Nonviolent History, Civil Resistance in Liberation Struggles and Decision Making. And the other is a topic that right now intrigues me especially, Nonviolent Civil Defense to Counter Russian Hybrid Warfare. Aha! Now we're getting down to the social media war, cyber war by disinformation, right? So hi, tell us what you do there in that beautiful office with that lovely plant I see behind you.
Thank you, Meta. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, my name is Maciej Bartkowski. I'm Senior Director for Education and Research at the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict, which is a private non-profit operating foundation, educational foundation based in Washington, D.C. And in a nutshell, what we do, we basically develop and encourage the study and use of nonviolent, non-military strategies that are aiming at establishing and defending human rights, democratic self-rule, and social justice. And basically, we study human rights-based movements and campaigns that are taking place around the world and fighting for different type of social, political, economic causes. And we want to better understand what makes them effective.
Civil resistance can be used in many ways, and it can be used for harmful things theoretically. If somebody came to you and wanted to figure out how to do some harm to somebody else, what would you say?
Well, we would, and I would not work with such groups. Basically, yes, they are nefarious actors, and they could be state actors, it could be dictators that basically understood the power of nonviolent organizing and nonviolent resistance, and they want to either understand that even deeper or in fact deploy certain nonviolent actions to their advantage. And of course, the first question would be to what extent what one does advances human rights, and to what extent the campaign is representative of the grievances as well as the kind of community that it wants to represent.
Yeah, there are marginal cases where you're not sure which side you should be on, theoretically. Okay, right from the beginning, we're going to get to this later, I think, and it's not fair to toss in Venezuela from the start, but I would say half of the people I know nowadays, my peace friends, are on the side of Maduro, and the other half are on the side of Guaido, or whatever his name is, the insurrection, or the nonviolent resistors. And, so here's a case where you can have a real debate about who's right and who's wrong, and whether or not you should help anybody who's a protester. Okay, I don't want, I'm throwing you right into the deep end.
That's okay. That's okay, Meta. No problem. Right. I think in terms of the kind of external actors looking into the situation on the ground in another country, where that situation has dire economic, social, and political consequences for the population living there. I think that the first, if then they see certain organizing, certain mobilization coming from the grassroots and from ordinary people, I think the first thing is really to ask yourself how we, by trying to do something, how we will avoid creating a greater harm for the people, and particularly for those campaigns and movements that are emerging. And in order to answer this question, one needs to be aware of the dangers, potential dangers, by kind of intervening in the situations where those campaigns are emerging. And I think one danger that dictatorships are very often exploiting is the issue of the loss of legitimacy by those grassroots when there is certain external intervention, even with the kind of good intentions. You know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's often what is also what something that needs to be kept in mind when we develop or we plan certain kind of assistance to nonviolent movements. So first of all, not to harm and not to jeopardize, undermine legitimacy, and then being aware that the dictators are always using the fact that those external actors might be trying to provide certain aid as a way to delegitimize the movement as not being grassroots, as not being authentic, as being kind of foreign-led, basically, movement. And and I think that on a basic level, the responsibility of international community and both state and non-state actors is to emphasize all the time the non-violent, the need for a non-violent discipline on the part of the campaigns and movements. One needs to kind of carefully observe how the movement is trying to win greater legitimacy among the people, which one would look into the cohesion of the movement, the diversity of the participants and coalitions within the movement, and whether this type of kind of coalitions, this diversity and the participation we see over time is increasing. And there are more people that may have been before neutral or on the side joining the movement, and a number of prominent allies of the regime or members of the security forces are starting kind of shifting their perception about the situation in the country and who they should in fact support. And if we see those trends, this is also indicative, I think, for the external actors that things are going in favor of those nonviolent movements that are pushing for democratic change. And the discussion can ensue how else those external actors can provide what kind of different type of aid, not necessarily only material-based aid, different external actors can provide. On our end, we always think that one of the best type of assistance for those groups that are struggling for democracy and human rights is to connect them with one another, meaning connect, for example, current activists that are engaged in different campaigns in different parts of the world with one another, as well as with the veterans of successful nonviolent movements who can share the experience of how they managed to achieve those successes.
Normally, when I have a conversation about civil resistance, we're talking about trying to reach and work with people who already have a well-developed argument and following in the country that we're talking about, whatever country. Now, I think one of the real problems today is that there's simply a need to raise the level of awareness about certain global threats all over the place. And I'm thinking, for example, of this lovely 16-year-old girl now from Sweden who is going around getting kids to skip school in protest against their parents and their teachers and their governments who are not doing enough to correct the challenges of climate change. Now, that is starting at a lower level. This is saying we have to make you people aware enough to even form a social movement, because there isn't a social movement, really. When I try to contact people who are climate change activists, to be honest, I have a very slim list of people to call. They're, I don't know them. They don't know each other. There are some people, but it's not much of a movement, really. So we have to create a movement from the get-go. And that means consciousness raising, maybe in another country or all around the world. Personally, I don't think countries, I'm not in favor of having too many boundaries between countries. That's a whole other issue that we could talk about, is sovereignty and the need to respect the laws of other countries and the sovereignty of other countries. But let's talk about the first, how we get people interested in and angry enough to participate in a social movement, when in fact they tend to look around and see nobody else doing it, and they take their time.
This is basically a question of movement or campaigns emergence, and there are different probably historical examples one can refer to address this question. On a very basic level, what we see is the importance of the kind of nucleus group, and those dissidents oftentimes would operate on the level of the kind of discourse and ideas, not necessarily planning and strategizing, but they are preparing the groundwork for possible kind of movement, and but they need to then get help from organizers, experienced organizers, and that can then think about to go beyond the ideas and kind of normative discourse or ideational discourse about the need for change, and because of the situation that people are struggling with, they need to operationalize that, and their task is basically to come up with with specific defined goals for yet to be launched campaign that represents basically overall grievances. And to be more kind of precise, in the context, I'm originally from Poland, and when prior to the emergence of the Solidarity movement, there were a number of protests, both led by workers and separately by intellectuals at different historical times in Poland, starting from the end of the Second World War. But their demands were either kind of very economic, or in fact they were very general, kind of let's fight for democracy, open political pluralistic system. And what one thing that happened in the 1970s, which made that organizing much more focused, was that's what those dissidents and activists were saying. We of course want to struggle for democracy. This is the kind of end goal for us, but it's very elusive. We don't know whether that democracy will come even in our lifetimes. So
and you have the problem of what does it look like when you got it, and do you know how much of a democracy do you have, and all of that.
Yeah, so then it would be like
make it more specific.
People would get distracted by what is democracy, how would that, how the political kind of power will be distributed. It's kind of goes back. I mean, one gets down to details, and it's stuck. So basically, what first they did, they turned the rhetoric of the government to its advantage. The basic rhetoric, of the communist regime in Poland was that the working class was the vanguard of the society, and it's kind of was the bedrock of the society. So the workers' class kind of came back to the government and asked, well, if we are such an important social class, why we don't have such a very specific right, which probably one would expect from the class that it's considers to be such a leading force in the society, why we don't have a simple right for independent type of association to organize ourselves independently of the government and registered basically that association. So what they did together with dissidents and intellectuals, they came up with a specific goal. We want to have a free trade union. We are again this vanguard class that doesn't even have a simple right for independent organizing. So they didn't ask for democracy. They didn't ask for freedom, complete freedom of media and lack of censorship. They ask, for a right to organize, and this in fact put them on the path of the kind of mobilization. And this right to a free trade union, of course, complemented very nicely and linked very nicely with kind of fight for democratic rights, but it was very specific in its form. And
I love that.
One can argue that in all those campaigns, successful campaigns, coming up with the goal that is very easily defined, that is representing overall struggle that can be connected with other issues and problems, and that is also kind of has a specific time frame to be achieved. And we know whether that will be achieved or not, whether we will register that free trade union or not. Whether we achieve democracy, it's very elusive as well in its form. So it has usually a specific time frame. It's concrete, specific. It's achievable in that sense. So this defining the goal becomes one of the key elements for starting the resistance. But apart from defining the goal, yes, this ideational change, which I would just to kind of end on that, it's as important as defining the goal. And this ideational change, when I studied campaigns and movements, comes with the kind of simple understanding that when people are passive and not awakened, they basically see the problem that they are experiencing as being kind of completely a part of them, that it's not really part of me. This is the problem created by others. And for example, in that case, if it's the government that creates and sustains this problem, repression, and I cannot do anything about that. But when we see the change is in a moment when people start understanding that perhaps that problem exists because of what we do or what we don't do. And oftentimes this is the second, what we don't do. And because of our inaction, because of our kind of complacency, this problem persists. And then with the realization that we might be part of the problem, in fact, rather than completely separate from that problem, comes also the next higher level of kind of cognitive awakening, which is if we are part of the problem, perhaps we could be part of the solution. And then comes, and so this is this kind of cognitive liberation that one can talk about, from recognizing that we are part of the problem to recognizing that we might be part of the solution. And then the question would be, what kind of strategies are required, in fact, to come up with, challenging that problem and becoming part of the solution. And then we come to kind of strategic type of non-violent organizing that may start from defining campaign goal and defining strategies and defining appropriate non-violent tactics.
Okay, beautiful. I love this. You've got it almost sequential. I don't know whether you mean that they need to be sequential. In other words, the goal setting has to come, the specification of goals needs to come pretty early on. And then the sense of awareness of the fact that it's our responsibility and that everybody can participate. And then the strategies of how we're going to do it. Would you see that as actually occurring in different stages, or do they all tend to happen at the same time?
I think it differs. I'm thinking about Gandhi and how he came up with the Salt March. Again, very specific, campaign goal to defy the British monopoly on salt. Not abstract, very defined, very concrete. We know where would that lead, whether it would be kind of implemented or not. And again, you see, the the whole march was the education of the Indians about well, the need for unity, the need to challenge the British non-violently, and they need to join that campaign. So this march that took place over a couple of weeks was the kind of education itself, the awareness raising. But before, for example, Gandhi had to educate himself. A number of years he was basically traveling around India in order to come up with this defined objective. So sometimes one needs to, and we see that in places like Russia, more kind of in places that are closed, that campaigns, could be flash mobs, could be kind of one-day-long campaigns, could be a couple of weeks campaigns. They either arise because something terrible happened, let's say fire in the mall that aggravated people that lost their loved ones, or basically there was something,
I'm sorry, did you say Russia? Are you talking about Russia now?
Well, yes, I touch on just, as an example that there are a number of small campaigns around Russia that would be, linked to environmental issues.
Like currently?
Yes, and that would be kind of small type of mobilizations of local citizens around local issues, and those campaigns themselves are educational experience, both educating and kind of for activists to gain experience in organizing, but educating that local public about specific issues. So because you asked about the sequencing, and I think that it differs. Sometimes, yes, there's a groundwork, like in Poland, prepared by both intellectuals and workers, the kind of liberation of the mindset through, some is that through the kind of free, uncensored press, through information that was coming from Radio Free Europe and Voice of America, and so people were getting that information, and then they kind of start planning more kind of concrete, significant campaign, and even changing strategies and tactics. Instead of going on the streets, in fact, occupying factories, which was much more effective way to put pressure on the government and even decrease the possibility of repression by people staying in a kind of gated place. It was much more difficult for the government to repress. So this kind of came sequentially a bit, but in other places, those campaigns may start before even kind of awareness is present, precisely because they are designed to create that greater awareness.
Okay, let's go back to the early part where you're talking about setting goals and making clear, very specific goals. Because I think that we're at a phase now where even the goal setting hasn't been established well enough so as to develop the kind of unity and cohesion that a movement needs. And that's why, to be a bit self-serving here in our conversation, because I'm representing something called the Project Save the World, which is something that I came up with a year or so ago, with the notion that what we need is exactly to set very specific and finite list of goals that need to be adopted so as to reduce the risk of actually quite a few major threats to humankind. There are at least 6 that I know of right now. War and weapons, which is what, nuclear disarmament is the thing I've done mostly. Then we have global warming, which is obviously equally threatening. We have famines, we have pandemics, the possibility of a flu epidemic or something of that kind. We have major radiation exposure from something like a Chernobyl or Fukushima or something worse. And we have cyber attacks now. And all of those need to have goals made much more concrete and specific, such that you can tell whether they've been done or not. You can tell for sure. It's not like talking about democracy. You can see whether they've actually enacted this particular goal or not. So they need to be specific. And so we came up with a list of 25 specific goals that all could fit on one piece of paper. And I would love to see us all work toward, and we tried to do this in a democratic way by having people at a meeting and discuss these things and come up with their own list. So that is, I think, extremely important to have it formulated now so that at least, and there are people elsewhere that are doing similar things. In Canada, we have a group of people who have created something called the LEAP Manifesto. That's Naomi Klein and her friends. I have a friend in New Zealand who has, I've forgotten the name of hers, but it's a climate change list of specific objectives and goals. And now there's the Green New Deal in the US, which is fairly specific and concrete. Seems to me that the formulation and adoption of a common set of goals would be an extremely important thing to do right now, to try as a step toward moving people into creating a social movement, not just to solve the nuclear weapons issues, but also the climate change and all of these other real threats to humankind. So I that's why I reacted kind of emotionally when you use this word goal setting, because it seemed to me that's maybe the stage that we need to focus on now. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think that even the whole exercise of setting goals, it's as important as then the goal itself and its implementation. But on a general level, what one needs to probably emphasize in that kind of goal setting is that that goal setting, both the process as well as the goal itself, should dramatize the injustice that we see. It should kind of elevate the visibility of that injustice to others, that goal has potential to help us win other supporters and other allies, and that goal again can be linked easily to other problems. In other words, this specific campaign goal and the campaign itself can spawn other campaigns relatively fast. And so even if this campaign might not be maybe visibly successful, there is a chance that it creates and paves the way for others to step in with other types of campaigns. So yes, one cannot emphasize enough the importance of the both the process of goal setting as well as the kind of coming up with the goals that are defined, visible, and very concrete, very specific, in order then to be, to see all the kind of related things that I just mentioned about once this campaign moves on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, you also mentioned something about the Salt March, which is, of course, key. The question is, how do you get people conscious of the injustices that they're facing, and develop the notion that yes, it's our problem and we can do something about it and we should all participate. Let me share something that we're working on. I'm trying to help with something. You may have, when you were here in Toronto a couple of years ago, you probably met a woman named Jill Carr Harris, who is a Gandhian working. She's a Canadian living in India for the last 30 years and is married to an organizer, a Gandhian organizer named Raja Gopal, who in fact about in 2012 organized a march of almost 100,000 landless peasants across India going to Delhi to protest against the fact that their land was being taken from them rather than well, the Minister of Agriculture or somebody came out to meet them because they didn't want 100,000 people arriving in New Delhi at the same time, and gave them what they wanted. So they won. And right now what they're doing is organizing a new campaign. They're going to start on October the 2nd in New Delhi at Gandhi's grave. It is the 150th anniversary, his birthday, 150 years ago when Gandhi was born. They will start a march to Geneva, which will take them a year. And they expect to have about 50 people who are going the whole way and another 100 people who will come and go. And, there'll be times when there'll be 500 or more people. And they'll get to Geneva a year later and spend 8 days together in Geneva. They will be met by people marching from Scandinavia, from France, from North Africa, from a variety of people, places. And believe it or not, apparently the people in Geneva, who are normally pretty dignified and reserved people, the Genevans are not famous for being firebrands by any means, but there's apparently a lot of enthusiasm in Geneva to welcome these people. So I just love the notion that we could take their march across the world practically through, they have to actually take vehicles when they're going to be in Pakistan and Iran because, politics are a little difficult. But otherwise they'll be marching. And they will walk through places like Abkhazia and we hope Sochi in Russia, have peace conferences along the way, talking about peace issues, talking about sustainable development goals, talking about all of the challenges that the world faces. And if we use that, we can make them kind of a symbol of what the rest of us are trying to do in terms of mobilizing public awareness and public engagement with the tremendous threats that we all face today. What do you think?
Well, it's a noble cause and noble undertaking, and one of the most important things is naturally to popularize the whole campaign. And I think the marches are excellent idea to do that because that also reminds me of in one of documentaries that my organization released in 2000 was A Force More Powerful, which is in fact right now available freely on our website. And one of the campaigns that is covered there is Nashville campaign against segregation in the town, and the campaign of the campaign that was launched to desegregate lunch counters. But one of the tactics during that campaign was a march of students to the mayor's office, and they started with a couple of hundreds and then reached by the time they reached the mayor's office there were in thousands that forced mayor to come out and speak with those protesters. Naturally, that march in fact happened at the end of the campaign. That started from the lunch counter sitting to boycott of the downtown Nashville, to engaging in any kind of awareness raising among Black and white population of the town to basically join or support the nonviolent actions. And here, probably again, the question is to what extent they in fact have also prepared prior to launching the march what will be happening in order to not only kind of make the march known, but all the kind of sequencing that are leading to that march as a culmination perhaps of the overall campaign. Basically, the march forced mayor to recognize that segregation in the downtown Nashville is pure injustice and should be in fact removed. And that was kind of, he initially as a mayor, he didn't support of course the campaign. He was in fact talking about rule of law and order in the city, and that is disturbed, that is right now somehow challenged by those campaigners. That was at the beginning of the campaign. And closer to the end, that culminated with that march, he changed his view. And now that change happened under the pressure. So in other words, it's not enough to just walk, I think, oftentimes, in order to, naturally that kind of march again, if we talk about advocacy and education down the road, but it has to be like Gandhian South March. Gandhian South March was also about putting pressure. I mean, by defying, disobeying something, which was in that case the law. Well, in the case of the Nashville, that march, behind that march, there was already pressure accumulating on the specific opponents, which was through the boycott of the downtown, businesses that increased costs for the white businesses. Again, the arrests and the violence against activists that backfired and mobilized more people, put kind of Nashville in the national spotlight and increased sympathy for the activists. So there was pressure basically building on the I guess on the target of the campaign itself.
You say that there was also a boycott of businesses. Was that an essential ingredient to this thing? Was that the crucial thing? What do you think?
Well, if we talk about Nashville, yes, it was crucial. That doesn't mean that in other contexts, just boycott will be the decisive element. It was crucial because of the businesses and that were impacted.